Jiangzhou City, Bishuiyuan neighborhood. Han Dong stood at the door of room 602 in Block 8 and pressed the doorbell, but no one answered. He turned the doorknob and actually opened the door. It's unlocked. There should be someone in the house. Brother, sister-in-law, this is Dongzia. Han Dong pushed the door in and probed into the living room. There was indeed someone in the living room. It was a young woman of great beauty. Even though she was dressed in a baggy sweatshirt, she couldn't hide her infinitely better figure. With stylish embedded headphones in her ears and the music turned up loud, it was no wonder she couldn't hear the doorbell ring. At the moment, she was dancing to the beat of the music. To describe it as fluttering is actually not appropriate. Her dance posture, rather than say crazy to be more apt, in Han Dong's eyes, it looked like the posture of the unscrupulous Taoist priest dancing on the mountain in his hometown. But the wave caught him off guard, and Han Dong even threw away the woven bag he was carrying in his hand. It's true that big city girls look good. They're just a little scary. The woven bag landed loudly, and the woman instinctively followed the sound. Two people stared wide-eyed, and time and space stood still for a moment. Han Dong felt that some women were the favorites of heaven. Take for example this one at the moment. Not only was her figure so good that it was criminal, her features were also so good-looking that it was not too much to say that she was a divine face. After exercising, her cheeks were flushed, with drops of sweat slipping through, truly like a lotus flower. This beautiful scenery made him instantly forget the appearance of the girl's teeth and claws. In the eyes of the ladyboys, it's not so pretty. This kid's hair was messy. He was wearing a t-shirt and big pants, which looked like the kind of cheap stall goods, and the whole thing was dirt cheap. The point is, how did he get to his house? What do you want? What do you want? Seeing the woman's eyes shooting a cold light and her face full of murderous aura, Han Dong clasped his hands to his chest and instinctively took a few steps backward. The woman was nearly taken straight away by his tawdry maneuver. You came to my house and asked me what I wanted. Pissed off old lady. Get the hell out of here. In a fit of rage, the woman grabbed the cup on the coffee table and smashed it in Han Dong's face. Han Dong was in a daze when a ball of objects flew over unexpectedly, hitting him squarely on the bridge of his nose. Ouch fai. His nose was sore and painful, and he subconsciously wiped it with his left hand. Nima. A nosebleed. The blood accidentally stained the ink and jade ring worn on the ring finger and was instantly absorbed. Han Dong was oblivious. I don't care who you are. Get the hell out of here, or else Auntie will call the police right away. The woman made a gesture to reach for her cell phone. Han Dong picked up the woven bag on the ground, covered his nose with one hand, and fled like a rabbit hit by an arrow. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, then ran like a whirlwind to the door and locked it on the inside. Woody Moon, the woman cried out in grief. What's wrong? What's wrong? A slightly chubby woman emerged from her bedroom, crunching food out of her mouth. Why don't you lock the door when you get home? You douchebag? Am I unlocked? Did you lock it? The slightly chubby girl called Wu Yu hurried over, examined it, and said, it's not locked up. Grandma, that's what I just locked. Lock it up and be done with it. No harm done. No damage? You've never seen the scene of social death just now. The girl stormed out. Who would have thought that she could be seen when she let herself go a little in her own home? The face of my S-class goddess. Can't wait to silence the damnable kid. Look, another foul mouth. Shin Yun students, you are at least a high knowledge. Do not move like a shrew like cursing. Not only do I want to cuss, I want to tickle you. The two girls twisted together at once, and before long they were letting out giggles. After Han Dong exited the room, he carefully looked at the door number. It's not 602, it's 603. 602. Right next door to 603. Donkey Day Blind. Touched the wrong door. Han Dong had a black line on his head. Hurriedly, he rang the doorbell at 602. Who is it? Cousin Han Shan's voice came over the building intercom. Brother Shan. It's me, Dongzi. Han Dong replied in a respectful voice. The door suddenly opened and Han Shan greeted him with a smile on his face. Dongzi, get in here. Brother Shan. This is the dirt goods brought from home for you. After entering the door, Han Dong placed the large woven bag on the ground. What else to bring when you're family? It's all souvenirs from the old country. Mom says, you can't buy them in the city. Han Dong opened the woven bag, which contained a basket of home-pickled salted duck eggs, dried tofu, soy beans, chili peppers, and lapacho garlic. There were also 2 killed mountain chickens and a piece of wild boar meat. Auntie is right. To me, these are all treasures that money can't buy. It's just that it's hard work for you. How troublesome it must be to travel thousands of miles. It's fine. I can carry it. Han Dong grinned. Han Shan was about to say something when his daughter-in-law, Ruan Danqing, came out of the study and faintly said, Dongzi is here? This was the first time Han Dong had met this cousin's wife. They did go back to their hometown once before they got married, but Han Dong was away studying at the time and missed it. I didn't realize that my cousin had married such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Visually, she was at least 1 meter 7 in height, with a peaked and staggered body that was perfect. Dressed in loungewear, her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, as lazy and sexy as a Persian cat. The key is, looks so stunning, but cannot hide the body of the book, looks elegant and timeless, is never the kind of empty beauty without connotation of the vase. The body exudes a dark fragrance such as orchid-like musk, provoking the small heart of the people. Poof. This fair, tall, plump, and orchid-like cousin's wife had indeed stunned Han Dong. No wonder the village people say that Sean is so lucky to have married a fairy. It seems that what was said was true. Dongzi, this is your sister-in-law. Say hello. Han Shan gently pushed Han Dong. Sister-in-law, is good. Han Dong returned to his senses and said in a formal manner. Well, I'll be cooking soon and staying in for dinner tonight. Sister-in-law, I'm still. Han Dong was just about to excuse himself when he was held down on the sofa by Han Shan. Come on Dongzi, we're all here in my brother's house. What's the point of being polite? Since taking root in this city, Han Shan has rarely returned to his hometown. The arrival of his cousin has made him feel closer. The two brothers sat on the sofa and chatted about the village bit of parenting, and after setting up a fruit plate on the coffee table, Ruan Danqing tied on his apron and went to the kitchen to cook. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. And there's something else about the way she looks with an apron on. How about it? Your sister-in-law is pretty, isn't she? Han Shan said without pride. Beautiful. Sean is amazing. It's still good to study. Knowledge changes destiny. Han Shan sighed. Han Dong thought deeply. If cousin didn't take the exam and always lived in the countryside, how could he marry such a superb city girl as his sister-in-law? Ever since brother Sean studied at a prestigious school, got into the civil service, and established himself in the big city, the atmosphere of learning in our village has been very strong, and every family wants to raise their children to be college students. I was able to get into Jiangzhou University thanks to your role modeling, brother Sean. From now on, we brothers are alumni. Work hard in the future and try to surpass me. Han Shan and Ruan Danqing both graduated from Jiangzhou University, and now one is a deputy section-level cadre in the municipal government department, and the other is working as a deputy editor-in-chief of a program in the municipal television station, with decent jobs and a promising future. In Han Dong's eyes, the two of them were the divine couple. As for surpassing his cousin, he didn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 02 Opening the Spirit Ruin Ring, obtaining the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor. With his cousin's graciousness, Han Dong agreed to stay at their house for the night. Ruan Danqing looked like a young lady who did not dip her fingers in the water, but in fact, she had a good hand at cooking. Han Dong praised his sister-in-law for her good cooking skills while eating, and Ruan Danqing showed a rare hint of a smile. It is difficult to depict the beauty of someone who is often cold and smiles occasionally. Han Dong couldn't help but take a couple more looks. My brother and sister-in-law's home is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with a master bedroom, a second bedroom, and a den. The second bedroom that Han Dong slept in was right next door to the master bedroom. Before he went to bed, he heard a winged goose sound coming from the master bedroom next door, and feeling his mouth dry, he quietly went to the kitchen, took out a can of cold drink from the refrigerator, and gulped more than half of the bottle in one gulp. Before the fire inside him calmed down a little, came to the living room, but unexpectedly found that the light of the study is on. From the half-open door to look in, only to see cousin Han Shan Woods in front of the computer, finger flying. Has been fighting. Hey, what's that singing goose sound in the master bedroom? Back in bed, Han Dong tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Puzzled, while thinking, his right hand unconsciously rubbed on the jade ring that he wore on the ring finger of his left hand, and after a strange energy fluctuation, Han Dong felt that he suddenly came to an unfamiliar location. It was a grayish space, seemingly infinite in width, that could not be seen at a glance. You're finally here. A silhouette slowly paced out from the gray mist, dressed in a white robe, with long hair flowing, seemingly ready to fly away on the wind at any moment. Who are you? Where is this? Han Dong was startled by this handsome uncle. This is the inner space of the Spirit Ruins Ring, and I am the owner of the Spirit Ruins Ring, the Golden Crow Emperor. Spirit Market Ring? What is that? Han Dong was surprised. It was the ink and jade ring you wore on your hand that, after being tainted with your blood, unlocked the prohibition and awakened this seed from its slumber. Han Dong understood. This jade ring was dug out when he was digging wild vegetables in the mountains of his hometown, and he felt that the shape was quite ancient, so he wore it on his hand. Unexpectedly, it was actually a treasure. I got a nosebleed from being smashed by that 603 babe during the day and got stained on it, but turned it on by chance. The white-robed man slowly said, "Let me ask you, what does the outside world look like today?" Han Dong roughly described it. I didn't realize that this seat has been sleeping for 10,000 years, and now that the world's aura has dried up, there is no one left to cultivate immortality. It's a pity that this seat's cultivation, which is all through the heavens and through the earth, cannot be passed on. The white-robed man sighed, his expression despondent. Senior, what is going on here? Han Dong was confused. The white-robed man recounted his encounter, and the more Han Dong listened, the more alarmed he became. Billions of years ago, the earth was full of spiritual energy. Gods, demons and ghosts coexisted in the world, and all kinds of creatures wanted to cultivate into immortals. The human race was intelligent and resilient, with more and more immortal cultivators, gradually becoming more powerful, and already threatening the order established by the divine race. Finally, under the leadership of the divine race, the tribes formed an alliance and carried out a massacre aimed at exterminating the human immortal cultivators. It was in that battle that the strongest of the human race fell, and the clans were driven to extinction. In order to preserve the cultivation heritage of the human race, the strongest members of the various clans gathered their immortal spirits and infused all the secret cultivation methods of their clans into the residual soul of the Golden Crow Emperor, who was the supreme deity of the immortal realm at that time, and hid it in the Spirit Ruins ring to fall asleep. Han Dong had picked up the Spirit Ruin ring by chance, but did not know what it was, nor did he understand the method of opening it, not realizing that today, when he had dipped his nose blood on it, he had inadvertently triggered the opening mechanism. This was what awakened the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Emperor. Learning that the world's aura had dried up and entered the age of the end, the Golden Crow Emperor was very lost. Senior, think about it, no matter how big it is, sleep and the sun will rise as usual the next day. Han Dong persuaded. Son, the white-robed man was stunned, then waved his hand violently. Son, Senior, what happened to you? Han Dong thought to himself, why was this handsome uncle still swearing? In the way of cultivation, the most important thing is to build a good foundation, and to temper the body before refining the chi. Even if the aura is depleted, as long as the sun doesn't go out, my Golden Crow sect disciples will be able to cultivate the body of pure yang. Take this vital step. You can cultivate without aura? Han Dong was surprised. Of course, the white-robed man laughed. My Golden Crow sect's quenching body method is unique, and all it takes is to silently recite the Golden Crow body quenching decision every morning when the sun rises, attracting the essence of the red sun into the body, quenching the flesh for 1 hour, and once the Golden Crow body quenching decision is launched, it will automatically run in the body. As long as the sun is not extinguished, the body is absorbing the power of the sunlight to quench the physical body every moment, so that after 77 or 49 days, the pure sun body can be a great success. You should know that everything is difficult at the beginning, and immortal cultivation is no exception. Other sects want to pass the body quenching this level, at least 3 years. My Golden Crow sect only needs 49 days to complete, and the cultivation is still the pure yang body that everyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths envies. The future is limitless. Han Dong's blood boiled as he listened. Isn't that solar cultivation? Much more advanced than solar power. Of course, quenching the body is only the first step. The next step of refining essence into chi, refining chi into yuan, and refining yuan into dan is the key. Today's world is depleted of spiritual chi, but in the deep mountains and rivers, there must be the existence of heavenly treasures. My Golden Crow sect's alchemy is also the best in the world, especially after refining the essence of the sun after the condensation of the yang fire. Used to make pills is even more unique in the world. As long as you pass on my technique, you can search for heavenly treasures and make pills, and with the power of the pills, you can also cultivate into a true immortal, future generation. Do you want to pass on my mantle and become the world's supreme powerhouse? The white-robed man's chest was wide open. Think. Han Dong was decisive. Even if he got into a prestigious school, after graduation, he is just a city social animal. This life is destined to be for the house, car, wife, children to pull the mill. Bad luck. May not even have the qualification to pull the mill. Life as a single dog. Who doesn't want to become a supreme powerhouse and dominate this world? I ask you, are you still a child? Yes. Or no? Why don't you answer? Yes. Han Dong wiped the sweat from his head. Why do you ask people such questions? I'm so shy. Fortunately, the Golden Crow Emperor also wiped the sweat on his head. If I hadn't quenched my body with a child's body, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the body of pure yang, and there would have been a limitation to my future development, making it difficult to comprehend the supreme great Tao. Han Dong nodded. It was true that there was a knife in the head of the word color. Fortunately, he had kept his body like a jade and had not even touched the 5th girl. Ha ha ha, the white-robed man laughed. Since you picked up the Spirit Ruin ring and awakened this seat, it is only natural that this seat has a destiny with you. From today onwards, you are my Golden Crow Emperor's close disciple. the future head of the Golden Crow sect. Yes, master. Han Dong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times, recognizing his master. This wisp of my master's residual soul will disappear after you accept the inheritance. Before you pass on the inheritance, you must promise, master. On the day of the Yang Dan's great fulfillment, you will be able to start a sect, and I hope that you will take on a wide range of disciples, and carry my Golden Crow sect forward. My disciple honors your master's order. Han Dong arched his hand and saluted, his face full of solemnity. This is very good. The Golden Crow Emperor smiled gratefully and said, you are still a mortal body today. Your mind is unable to withstand the content and complexity of the immortal cultivation inheritance. My master will have to use endless divine thoughts to help you open up your brain domain and grow your divine soul. Otherwise your mind will be burst. Han Dong understood for a second. In other words, he was just a mortal with insufficient brain capacity memory to hold so many advanced goods. So handsome uncle was going to help him open up his memory. The Golden Crow Emperor then invaded his mind with his divine thoughts, and with his endless spiritual power, he rigidly expanded his brain area to its limit. After absorbing his master's divine thoughts, Han Dong's divine soul was also nourished and rapidly grew in a short period of time. Before he had even started cultivating, Han Dong's divine soul was going to be much more powerful than the average immortal cultivator. And such a chance was simply once in 100 years. When everything was ready, the Golden Crow Emperor condensed his Yuan Shen and channeled the inheritance into Han Dong's mind. Han Dong only felt his mind numb as if he was struck by an electric current, and his mind was suddenly flooded with a massive amount of information that he could not distinguish in time and could only accept passively. I don't know how long it took for the tingling to stop and everything to return to peace. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that after billions of years, the only immortal cultivation inheritance in this world would actually be my Golden Crow sect. Heaven's will, smooth, smooth. The white-robed guest looked up to the sky and laughed, his shadow slowly dissipating into the gray mist. Master. Han Dong was frustrated. Having just recognized his master, it was more or less unacceptable for him to disappear before he could even get close. After a few moments of despondency, Han Dong withdrew from the space of the spirit market ring and returned to his bed. The entire group was sleepless, greedily skimming through the legacy left behind by the master. The more one reads the file, the more shocked one becomes. The Earth in the age of immortal cultivation is more exciting than the Earth in the age of technology, and more worthy of the aspirations of hot-blooded teenagers. It was a time when strong men came out of the woodwork, and it was not a dream to call the winds and rain, or to move mountains and seas. It's a pity that the war to exterminate the immortals that was opened later was too tragic. Not only did it consume all the aura between heaven and earth, but it also led to the fall of the strongest people of the human race and the withering away of their inheritance, directly destroying the civilization of immortal cultivation. What he carried in his mind was the cultivation inheritance of the entire human race. For example, the true martial sect's technique, the Shushan sect's sword art, the heavenly doctor sect's immortal healing art, the soul sword sect's soul sword art, as well as weapon refining art, talisman making art, puppet art, beast sentinel art, yin-yang art, evil exorcism art, and so on. Because the Golden Crow Emperor was using the immortal enchantment technique inheritance, these massive amounts of information, fused with the understanding of the great men of the various clans themselves, were like Han Dong standing on the shoulders of giants, and he did not need to make any effort to study them. Rather, it directly became knowledge in his mind and would never be forgotten. The spirit market ring left behind by the Golden Crow Emperor was also a treasure. With his divine sense, he was able to create multiple functional areas within the ring, which could not only contain and nourish souls, but also serve as a storage space. Han Dong had specially experimented with this, incorporating the objects in the bedroom into the spirit ruin ring, and then transferring them out. The cycle was repeated, and it could be done with a single movement of the mind, applied to life. That's so convenient. A night of tossing and turning, too excited to sleep. Chapter 03 Golden Crow quenches the body, tendon and marrow cleansing. Early in the morning of the next day, when it was just dawn, Han Dong climbed to the rooftop of the top floor, faced the rising red sun, sat down cross-legged, made seals with both hands, and turned his 5 hearts toward the sky. The Golden Crow Emperor's techniques were mainly recorded in the Golden Crow True Scripture. According to the Golden Crow True Scripture, immortal cultivation was divided into 10 major realms, which were body tempering, Qi refining, foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying, God transformation, Dharma phase, harmonization, prosperity, and transition. The Golden Crow sect disciples cultivated the Golden Dan, which was called the Yang Dan. To condense the Yang Dan, 4 steps were required. The Golden Crow quenches the body, refines essence and transforms Qi, refines Qi and transforms Yuan, and refines Yuan and transforms Dan. They correspond to the 4 realms of body quenching: chi refining, foundation building, and dan formation. The physical body is the foundation of cultivation. With a mortal's posture, it is simply unable to carry the destructive energy of the yang fire. Therefore, the first step was to absorb the essence of the sun and refine the physical body. After 7 days, the pure yang body could be completed in a small way, and after 77-49 days, the pure yang body would be completed in a large way, thanks to the fact that Han Dong was currently still in the body of a child. If he was not, this process of tempering his physical body would have to be extended to a year, and he would not be able to cultivate the pure yang body. Although he could also continue the second stage of cultivation, the upper limit would be greatly reduced. The Golden Crow True Scripture was actually the topmost technique in the immortal cultivation world, because it directly absorbed the sun's energy. The early stage of progress was extremely fast, and a child's body only needed 49 days to complete the quenching of the body. One should know that the body quenching stage of other sects takes at least 3 years, and some sects may even need 10 years. Han Dong silently recited the Dharma decree and drew the essence of the sun into his body, feeling the 5 centers heat up slightly as the 5 energies entered the body in a steady stream, traveling along the meridians and transporting them to the limbs and bones. The essence of the sun was indeed overbearing, entering his body and raging everywhere like an out-of-control flame. Han Dong felt that his body was going to be roasted in minutes. He gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, trying to control these unruly energies with his mind over and over again. Fortunately, the inheritance instilled by the Golden Crow Emperor had also added his own understanding, so Han Dong was tantamount to having the Golden Crow Emperor's cultivation experience, which was why his mindset was relatively smooth. If there was no one to guide him, even if he got the Golden Crow True Scripture and practiced accordingly, I am afraid that he would not even be able to make it through the first hurdle, and would ultimately be burned into nothingness by the uncontrollable heat energy. Following the know-how and the Golden Crow Emperor's memories, Han Dong quickly passed through the dangerous period and used his mind to guide the essence of the sun to run in an orderly manner according to the meridian routes contained in the True Scripture. The essence of the sun gradually infiltrated into Han Dong's muscles, bones, blood and internal organs, like a high-pressure water gun, flushing out the impurities and toxins in them, improving his physique bit by bit. After an hour, the essence of the sun had run for 77-49 weeks in Han Dong's body, infiltrating every part of his body, and every cell underwent changes that were blindly visible to the naked eye. Han Dong leaped up and actually gently scurried more than a meter high, as if the Earth's gravity had become lighter. After landing, the bones of his entire body clicked and crunched, and his entire body was hardened and pulled upwards. Golden Crow Body Tempering Technique, easy to cleanse the marrow and transform the bones. Just by practicing it once, it changed the shape of his bones, surprisingly making him grow 2 centimeters taller out of thin air. It was definitely an unexpected surprise. Under the transformation of the essence of the sun, the impurities and toxins in the body were expelled through the sweat pores, feeling sticky and very uncomfortable, and the t-shirt on the body was soaked with sweat, like a water wash. As a last resort, Han Dong had to take off his shirt and go bare-chested, afraid that he would encounter someone by the elevator. So Han Dong went down the stairs to the 6th floor, and after walking up so many flights of stairs, he actually didn't feel tired at all, and was as light as a swallow and refreshed. Having such power on the first day of cultivation made Han Dong very satisfied. Just after entering the corridor from the stairwell, the door to 603 opened and a woman in a small fragrant white dress with long straight black hair walked out, just in time to collide with Han Dong. She was first startled and protected her bag in front of her chest, and when she saw clearly, a pair of wonderful eyes could not help but bulk back and forth at Han Dong. Han Dong came from the countryside and often labored, so he was already a bit muscular, and after the transformation of the Golden Crow Body Tempering Technique, the shape of the muscles between his chest and abdomen was much clearer than before. It looked quite stylish. "Hello," Han Dong greeted with a smile. He recognized the girl as the hibiscus he had seen yesterday. "While it's true that you look great in workout clothes, there's a saying that you look better in skirts." The beautiful woman blinked, apparently recognizing Han Dong as well. "Rascal," she blushed, turned around and walked out, not daring to look back until she was in the elevator. Strange, this man was obviously earthy yesterday. Why doesn't he feel quite the same today? The girl was puzzled. As he watched the woman slink into the elevator, Han Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. With that scene yesterday, it's no wonder people are angry. I returned to 602 to find my brother and sister-in-law up and ready for breakfast. Seeing Han Dong come in bare-chested, Ruan Danqing frowned slightly. However, as his gaze turned to the area between his chest and abdomen, a flash of color could hardly be suppressed in his beautiful eyes, but she hid it well and then withdrew her gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened. "Why are you stripped like this?" Han Shan was surprised. "I went for a morning walk and sweated a bit. Soaking my clothes. Han Dong smiled in embarrassment. Go take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Han Shan patted his shoulder. Okay, brother. Han Dong took a change of clothes and went into the washroom. Dongzi just came out of his home and still retains his rural habits, so you have to bear with me a bit. Han Shan looked at Ruan Danqing with apologies. Aha! Ruan Danqing said faintly. When Han Dong took a bath, he found a layer of gray viscous substance washed down on the surface of his skin, smoky and vomit-inducing, and he knew that it was the impurities and toxins washed out by the essence of the sun. After these gelatinous substances are removed, the body seems to shed its shell, and the original rough, dark skin is much lighter in color and more finely textured. Taking a look at himself in the mirror, he felt that although his features hadn't changed much, he was obviously a lot smoother, and that earthy temperament had been improved. The Golden Crow body tempering technique was truly heaven-defying. After only refining it once, it had such an effect that stretched his expectations to the limit. When Han Dong washed up and put on his clothes and came out, Han Shan and Ruan Danqing looked at him suspiciously. Is it an illusion? This kid seems to be taller than yesterday? Obviously still dressed in cheap ground goods, tens of dollars t-shirt and big pants. That blindly visible dirtiness was removed quite a bit, and there was a significant improvement in temperament. Dongzi, how tall are you? Han Shan couldn't help but ask. 1.72 meters. Han Dong replied instinctively. This was the figure when he had his physical examination before the college entrance exam. He remembers it well. It's not right. I'm 5 feet 4 inches. Yesterday when you came, I felt that you were to be a little shorter than me. Why do you feel almost the same as me today? Han Shan wondered. Yeah, I don't know yet. Han Dong could not explain and could only play dumb. He was originally 172. After training in the morning grew 2 centimeters taller. Is not 174. Han Shan didn't continue to dwell on it, and quickly changed the topic to something else. Tuko, do you have any plans for today? Brother, today is the day for new students to report. Oh, we're going to work later. Your sister-in-law's unit is on the same line as JNU, so take her car to the school. No. I'll just take the bus myself. Don't delay your sister-in-law from going to work. It's fine. By the way, Ruan Danqing's face was expressionless. Han Shan looked at his wife in surprise. Usually she wasn't this nice. Chapter 04, Another Year of School. After dinner, the three came to the underground garage. Han Shan's car was a Volkswagen Maiden, which was more in line with his status. Ruan Danqing drove a white Volvo SUV, a relatively low-key brand. Han Shan waved his hand and left first. Ruan Danqing opened the driver's door and was about to sit in it when Han Dong stopped him. Sister-in-law, I'll drive. You have a driver's license? Ruan Danqing was slightly surprised. From Han Shan's mouth, she still has a little understanding of the situation of Han Dong's family. Both parents are farmers, not high income and have 4 children. The family financial burden is relatively heavy. Even in their hometown, a driver's license costs 3,000 to 4,000, which is a bit extravagant for them, right? After the college entrance examination, I gave tutoring in the county, and I earned the money for the driver's license. Now the big city chauffeur-driven brother is not very hot? I thought about working half-time. If I can't find a job I'll be a chauffeur. It's also an extra way out. Getting to Ruan Danqing's doubts, Han Dong explained a little. Aha! Ruan Danqing didn't say much, but inwardly he was still more or less touched. This was a good, hard-working and progressive child. It is said that the children of the poor are born early, and this saying is true. She heard Han Shan say that this cousin's family is not very rich. With many children, the financial burden is very heavy, but the children are all very understanding, and also very competitive. Han Dong had learned very seriously in the driving school. His driving level was already good, and after practicing the Golden Crow body hardening technique, his reaction was even more sensitive, and his control over his body was far superior to that of ordinary people. So after a little bit of familiarization with the car, he was more comfortable driving it. This automatic luxury brand is much better to drive than a manual Porsche in driving school. Are you really a beginner? Ruan Danqing was slightly surprised. Well, I just got my license a week ago, and after a pause, continued. The instructor at the driving school said I'm very talented. Ruan Danqing nodded. There were geniuses in all walks of life, and it seemed that this cousin of Han Shan was exceptionally talented in the area of driving. Since Han Dong's car drove smoothly, Ruan Danqing leaned back and closed her eyes. Bishuiyuan was only about 10 kilometers away from Jiangda, and along the city expressway, it would be there in 20 or so minutes. Since today is the first day of school for new students, the traffic in front of the school stretches for more than a mile. Han Dong pulled over and took out his duffel bag from the trunk. At this time, Ruan Danqing also got down from the back seat and came in front of Han Dong. She took out a stack of Mao Grandpa from her wallet and passed it forward, saying blandly, Take it to buy some good food. Don't aggravate yourself. Sister-in-law. I haven't spent all the money I earned over the summer. It's enough for me. You should put it away. This is the intention of your brother and I. We're family. Don't be polite. Ruan Danqing didn't allow any explanation, and directly stuffed the stack of bills into the duffel bag. Han Dong was still about to excuse himself when a figure next to him suddenly jumped out and slapped him on the shoulder. Dongzi, you're here too? Looking back, he saw a somewhat handsome boy with a mohawk looking at him with a grin, but it was a high school classmate, Zhang Zikai. Next to them were two women and one man, all of whom were classmates from Iha County First High School, just in different classes. This year's college entrance exam. A total of 5 people from their school got into Jiangzhou University. All of them are here. Hello guys. Han Dong greeted his classmates. Dongzi, who is this big magnesium and aluminum? Zhang Zikai looked at Ruan Danqing and scowled at Han Dong. My sister-in-law. Han Dong was not happy in his heart and faintly answered. Zhang Zikai rely on his handsome family a little money. See a beautiful girl cannot help but open screen. Really annoying. I'm going to work. When you're free, remember to come home for dinner. Ruan Danqing ignored Zhang Zikai and turned around to sit in the driver's seat. I know, sister-in-law. Ruan Danqing waved through the car glass, started the car, and drove into the rolling traffic. Holy, your sister-in-law is so wow, isn't she? What does your brother do? I haven't heard you talk about it before. Zhang Zikai looked at the Volvo's taillights and his eyes filled with light. Let's go inside. It's time to report. Han Dong did not want to answer his question and took the lead in stepping into the campus. Dongzi, why didn't you give me a call before you came? So you could come along in my dad's car. It's not lonely to have company. One car can't fit, right? Han Dong looked at the remaining 3 students, who were supposed to have gotten a ride from the Zhang family. A 7-seat business car. More than enough. Zhang Zikai slightly reproachful. Dongzi not I say you. You are too out of touch. A phone call, why waste the ticket money? In the future, when you step into society, relationships are very important. And when you go to college, don't be as raw as you were in high school. Aha. Han Dong said no more, but his heart was like a clear mirror. The reason why Zhang Zikai was suddenly so cordial was not because he had a beautiful sister-in-law. In high school, he didn't pay much attention to himself. After all, Han Dong is from the countryside, and the city students have their own circles, usually not to a piece together. Don't look at Zhang Zikai words so beautiful. If Han Dong really call him and ask for a ride, he will probably find an excuse to push back. The rest of the 3 students, the boy called Zhang Peng, tall and thin, wearing a pair of myopic glasses, looks quite gentlemanly. One of the women is called Yu Li, the other is called Chung Yusen. Both look quite beautiful, although in Ruan Danqing kind of goddess level of the top of the absolute color cannot be compared, but in the general population is definitely counted out of the ordinary. Yu Li is a pure and cute girl. Chung Yusen belongs to the sisterly and flirtatious type. 5 people in high school belong to different classes, although usually not much interaction, but from the county to the big city, no eyes, invariably closer to each other. A few people talked and talked, all the way into the campus. The boulevard was filled with colorful banners. There were slogans everywhere welcoming new students to the campus, and the sky was filled with balloons of all colors. One by one, the green and excited faces greeted the receptionist brothers and sisters, with a little apprehension and more anticipation. Zhang Peng was a software engineering major. Yu Li was from the English department. Cheng Yusen and Zhang Zikai were from the journalism department, and Han Dong was from the law department. The reason why Han Dong chose to major in law was, on the one hand, the law discipline of Jiangzhou University was famous and was the school's ace major, and on the other hand, he also referred to his cousin Han Shan's opinion. Han Shan himself was from the law faculty of JNU, and he felt that after graduation it would be a good way out, whether it was to take the civil service exam or the judicial exam. Each major checked in at a different place, and when we got to the fork in the road, we all went our separate ways. Chapter 05, Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Han Dong came to the law school's new student registration center, checked his identity, received a campus card and living supplies. The whole process was uneventful. Everyone was very enthusiastic and patient, and if there was anything that they didn't understand, there were older siblings next to them to show them the way. No one laughed at him, even though everyone else brought a brand new suitcase and he carried a woven bag, the kind commonly used by migrant workers. The only regret was that the few schoolmates were all average looking, no legendary beauties. Come to think of it, the truly stunning women were often very reserved and wouldn't run to do this kind of reception of new students. Han Dong was assigned to dormitory room 513 in building 7, and he was just about to ask about the location of the dormitory building when a voice beside him rang out at the right time. Sister, may I ask where dormitory building 7 is? This is a handsome boy wearing a hipster brand. Kind of like the fresh meat idol Wang Yibo in the entertainment industry. Which should be the one that the girls of today like. Han Dong, who was dressed in ground goods, stood next to him, full of the immediacy of a mountain chicken with a peacock. Ever since he appeared, the gazes of the schoolmates changed, as if a pack of hungry wolves had seen a fat chicken roasted to a crisp. Senior, you guys just came here. It's normal for you to be unfamiliar with the school. Let me take you there. A schoolmate with big waves next to her smiled. The girl was only moderately good looking, but her body was pretty hot. Then I'll trouble the schoolmates. The little fresh meat spread a smile, teasing the crowd of school sisters into bling bling. No trouble, no trouble, this is what we should do. The schoolteacher was delighted. As the two of them turned to leave, Han Dong clearly saw the jealousy in the eyes of the remaining schoolmates. Sure Lei, you organize people to distribute these boxes of mineral water to the students. A clear and melodious female voice came out, causing the crowd to turn around and look. A woman in a little Hepburn-style white dress, holding a delicate parasol, was seen directing several boys to work. Her hair was dark, straight and shiny, and fell over her shoulders like satin, and her figure was slender and slim. The half of the calf exposed under the hem of the skirt was white, polished, like a tender lotus root out of the water. Bright eyes and white teeth, eyes hazy, looking between, such as do like electricity. The attraction of a beautiful woman is amazing, especially at this level of earthly beauty. The eyes of both freshmen and veterans were drawn to her. The fresh-faced man who had followed his senior sister away couldn't help but stop in his tracks as well. Is this a teacher from our department? He asked the schoolteacher. Well, her name is Shin Yun. She is the secretary of our law school's reunion committee. That schoolmate was obviously unwilling to talk more about this beautiful teacher, and just urged the fresh meat hottie to leave quickly. Hearing that this beautiful teacher was a cadre of this institution's youth league committee, the fresh meat handsome man's eyes flashed with a trace of dissimilarity, but he quickly hid it. Without moving, he followed behind the hot schoolmate and walked towards the dormitory building. Han Dong lowered his head, quickened his pace, and followed the two of them as if there were hounds chasing behind him. Gai Jin, the long black young lady, he had seen before. The same one who walked in the wrong door yesterday and saw people dancing. After the golden crow body quenching, his five senses were sharp and his ear power was amazing. He heard the introduction of his schoolmate clearly, and after knowing that this beautiful teacher called Shin Yun was the leader of the youth league committee of this institution, Han Dong was simply going to cry. It's over. Barbecue. You haven't even joined the school yet, and you're leaving a negative impression on the leaders. So how are you going to get through the next 4 years? So he hurriedly fled the scene with his tail between his legs, fearing that he would be seen by Mr. Shen. If it wasn't for the fear of his dad breaking his legs, Han Dong would have wanted to quit school. Sooner or later, you have to go through a social death. The older sisters sent them to the No. 7 dormitory building and exchanged micro-signals with the fresh meat handsome guy before reluctantly leaving. Han Dong did not have this kind of tie and went into the 513 dormitory first, where 2 of his classmates had already arrived first. One of them was a fat man with a big faceplate, but his features were squeezed together in such a way that he looked a bit funny. The other is a bore and keeps his head down playing handheld games. Dude, are you Han Dong, or Si Chun? The fat man's small eyes blinked. Han Dong. Then you're staying on my upper bunk. Get acquainted. My name is Wu Yuenda. You can call me Fatty Wu. Hello, Ada. You're out of line, but brother likes it. This is Hong Tao. Here comes a new partner. At least fart. Wu Yuenda kicked the bed next to him. Put. Hong Tao raised his hips and farted. WC, do you call this poisoning? Wu Yuenda was stunned. Hong Tao didn't say anything again. That's how he says hello. Wu Yuenda spread his hands. Ha. Han Dong refrained from commenting and began to return his luggage. It was a 4-person dormitory room with the owner's name attached to each bed and desk. As Han Dong was cleaning up, the door to the dormitory opened and the fresh meat handsome guy in front walked in. I didn't expect to be in the same dorm room as him. The brothers are all here. Ha! The fresh meat handsome man extended his hand and smiled. I'm Si Chun. Get acquainted. Hello, my name is Wu Yuenda. Hello, my name is Hong Tao. Han Dong. The 4 men climbed into conversation for a while, getting a general idea of each other. Wu Yuenda's hometown is Sichuan in Sichuan province, ranked the oldest in terms of age. Si Chun is a provincial person, ranked the 2nd. Han Dong is from the rural areas of Zhongbei, ranked the 3rd. Hong Tao is Lingnan, the youngest. Si Chun and Wu Yuenda are from a relatively large city, more knowledgeable. The 2 of them hold the dominant power of speech. Hong Tao has a right to insert 2 sentences. Han Dong simply do not speak out much. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, repeatedly chewing on the legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor. striving to integrate it. The golden crow body tempering technique was running all the time, absorbing the sun's energy and infiltrating every meridian and every cell in his body. Every second, he was getting stronger. Cultivation was the first priority. And as for the relationship with his roommate, just go with the flow. He wouldn't deliberately avoid it, but he also didn't want to be someone's comic relief. In the evening, Wu Yuanda, as the dormitory boss, proposed to go out to rub a meal. Enhance feelings, but Si Ying-chun received a WeChat voice call, said that the evening to meet a hometown, the gathering can only be postponed. Han Dong's superhuman ear power, heard very clearly. Is the daytime send him to the dormitory of that schoolmate about out? Not at all. What hometown? Ha! Han Dong smiled. Si Yingchuan's college life is not destined to be lonely. It's only the first day, and she's being targeted by her schoolmates. After a silent night, early the next morning, Han Dong went to the rooftop of the building and spat out his thoughts to the rising sun, practicing the golden crow body tempering technique. After the completion of the 77-49 weeks, he felt that his body continued to strengthen and every cell in his body was filled with vigor. Chapter 06, The Pure Yang Body Becomes Small. Starting from this day, the freshmen will participate in a 4-week military training. After receiving the camouflage uniforms for training, thousands of freshmen from all over the school assembled in the playground for the military training pledge meeting. The school is unique in that it is not based on faculty classes, but rather randomly breaks up the order, with students from all faculties in one square. Han Dong Square had a total of 108 people, and was divided into a company according to the Army's organization, sorted as the 7th, which was jokingly called Steel 7 Company. Boys 60 people, girls 48 people, coincidentally. In addition to the 513 dormitory brother 4, Han Dong's 4 high school classmates, there are 3 are divided in this square. They are Zheng Zikai, Yu Li and Shan Yusin. During the intermission, Han Dong centered his introduction, not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing the goods. Zheng Zikai was originally a handsome man, but when compared with Si Ying-chun, it was a bit inadequate. When Si Ying-chun saw Yu Li and Shan Yusin, the greed in his eyes flickered, and although he hid it well, Han Dong still detected it. Yu Li and Shang Yusin, one pure and one charming, each with their own flavor, much better looking than that schoolmate yesterday. However, Si Ying-chun showed a lot of restraint and didn't climb too much into conversation with the 2 women, nor did he ask for contact information. On the contrary, it was Wu Yuanda who desperately displayed his sense of humor, constantly telling jokes to amuse them. Hong Tao is as stuffy as ever, seemingly uninterested in anything outside of the game. Zhangzhou University is full of beautiful women, and there has never been a lack of stunning colors on earth. The overall quality of the girls in this square of the 7th company was relatively high. Yu Li and Shan Yusin were considered to be more outstanding, but they were not quite as beautiful as the rest of the girls. There was one girl who attracted the attention of all the animals as soon as she appeared, and even the young instructor couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It is often said that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. That is for the general public. If the beauty to the extreme, even cloaked in a broken sack, can be upside down, this girl clearly falls into that category. Clothing like camouflage clothing, which is very detrimental to the face and body, is worn on her, and still can't hide its dazzling light. Yu Li and Shang Yusin were both considered departmental flower-level beauties, but beside her, they were completely compared to her, just like little turkeys beside the white swan. Han Dong felt that this girl was very much like the young Sophie Marceau. Marceau, not so much in terms of looks, but in terms of the unique temperament that was both pure and lustful. On the first day of practicing formation, the entire square was divided into 2 groups, and Han Dong and the girl were just about face to face, wide-eyed. I have to say, this girl is so eye-catching, it's hard to resist looking at her. Perhaps Han Dong's gaze was too aggressive, or perhaps it was that bit of indefinable magnetism. When Han Dong stared at the pure lust girl, that girl also sneaked glances at him from time to time, and when she was discovered by Han Dong, she shifted her gaze as if nothing had happened. It seemed calm, but Han Dong clearly detected a hint of blush on her alabaster-like cheeks. This made Si Ying-chun, who had been keeping an eye on that girl, feel very upset. Nima, what kind of eyes ah? This young man is the most beautiful cub in this square formation. Han Dong is just a country bumpkin from the countryside. What are you looking at with him? During the break, a few of my buddies hid in the shade to cool off. Fatty Wu panted and ran over, whispering, I've gotten all the information on that girl. Who wants it? Sell it cheap and just treat me to fried chicken for a week. Hong Tao drank mineral water to himself and didn't bother. Han Dong and Si Ying-chun smiled without saying anything. Zheng Zikai hurriedly said, Fatty, sell it to me, sell it to me. A week of fried chicken? Deal. Her name is Josie. She's 18 years old, from the software engineering department. Lives in Building 8. Dormitory 506. Where is your hometown? What are your parents' occupations? I don't know. What about contact information? Like a QQ number, a micro signal or something? No. WC, is this all the information you're talking about? Zhang Zikai's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Yeah, all the information I could get my hands on. You are committing fraud and the engagement is cancelled. Son of a, are you playing with me? Fatty Wu was so angry that he even bared his native language. Whenever you get her contact information, the promise will naturally be honored. Dongzi, Ing Chun, you two testify for me. At that time, if you jump the gun again, I'll beat the out of your son of a. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me, Buddy will naturally satisfy you too. Han Dong frowned. What is this special bruise word for tiger and wolf? Josie is a beautiful person, and her name is also beautiful. I will put down my words first. This girl I will pick up is a brother's. Don't rob with me. Zhang Zikai looked not far away. Xiaoxi is sitting under another tree to rest. Around her, there was not even a single companion. The girls didn't want to go near her. The boys did want to lean in but didn't have the guts. She seemed to have gotten used to this situation, leaning her back against a large tree and looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above her head in a relaxed manner. The corners of Xiangxuan's mouth were slightly turned up in a subtle smile. He did not feel that Zhang Zikai could pose any threat. Instead, it was this Han Dong fellow that made him vaguely wary. With his experience of reading countless people, he could sense that the girl was looking at Han Dong in a not so unusual way. According to reason, it should not be whether it is face value, temperament, or family history. Xiangchun felt that he easily dumped Han Dong 17 or 18 streets. The gap between the two was blindly visible. Why did the girl refuse to look at him more than once? Instead of eyeballing the hick from the countryside? Taste heavy? Or are you tired of looking at the city boys and want to ride on a different track? Xiangchun was puzzled. The first week of military training was all about practicing formation, marching in unison and marching in the right direction, which was boring and tasteless. Playing hide and seek with Josie's eyes was the only fun Han Dong had. He persisted in practicing the Golden Crow body tempering technique every morning, progressing by leaps and bounds. On the morning of the 7th day, after he led the essence of the sun to run for 49 weeks in his body, in an instant, it was as if Han Dong heard the sound of a certain critical point shattering. The bones in his body clicked, and his whole body scurried upward another notch. The 5 senses and 6 senses were extremely sensitive, and the chi of supreme yang in his body was extremely abundant. This was precisely the sign of a small accomplishment of the body of pure yang. Today is the weekend. No military training tasks. After Han Dong ate breakfast, he came to the nearby university town. First spent $1. Measured his height on the measuring device at the entrance of the mall, and actually grew to 177 centimeters, 5 centimeters taller in 7 days. The transformation of the human body by the Golden Crow body tempering technique was simply heaven-defying. I went to a more reliable hair salon in the neighborhood and paid $50 large for a stylish and sporty medium break haircut. It's the kind of hairstyle where the sides are pushed short, the top is thinned and cut in layers, and the bangs poke out of the forehead. This slightly chubby Tony teacher's handiwork is quite wow, and after the cut, all the guests around said that the cut is particularly good. Looking at himself in the mirror, Han Dong was handsome by himself, absorbing the essence of the sun daily to quench his body. Han Dong's entire person underwent a radical change. The face is still the same, but it gives off a very different vibe. Every cell in his body was filled with pure yang qi, and the whole person was vigorous and juvenile. That earthy, dark, black air from the countryside disappeared without a trace. Chapter 07, There are goddesses on the bus. Inside the hair salon, 2 women who were coloring their hair were talking about something that caught the attention of those around them. You know what? A couple of bandits robbed a cash truck this morning, injured someone and took 2 guns. Really? Where did that happen and how come I don't know? The crossroads? It's only 2 streets away. What happened then? Did you catch them? No, ran off before the police got there. To dye after dyeing your hair hurry home, scaring people inverted strange. Han Dong could not help but frown. The robbers robbed the money truck, took the gun, and escaped without incident before the police closed in? This isn't your average criminal. Tough, well-built, and organized with a mind that possesses excellent counter-surveillance skills. Otherwise it would have been impossible to escape. The danger of such a group of people flowing into society is not ordinary. However, this kind of thing was, after all, rather distant from the lives of ordinary people, and Han Dong did not care too much about it. Han Shan had called him last night and asked him to come to the house for dinner on the weekend, so after coming out of the hair salon, he went straight to the JNU bus stop, ready to take the No. 15 bus to get there. It was a hard train to wait for. and there was already a crowd gathered on the platform. Among them was a young girl that caught Han Dong's attention. Nothing else, it's just so beautiful. Casually tied a ponytail, wearing the kind of loose school uniforms common among middle school students. So ordinary dress, but it is difficult to hide her beauty bones. It looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old and already had the beginnings of a goddess. A couple of young guys were standing around her, scratching their heads, looking like they wanted to go up and hit on her but couldn't muster the courage. The girl had her hands in her pockets and headphones in her ears, oblivious to the world around her. When Han Dong came over, the girl could not help but glance at him, and when she realized that Han Dong was also sizing him up, her pretty face slightly reddened, and then she shifted her gaze. The body of pure yang has an uncanny attraction to any female of the right age. At this time, a white Bentley coupe stopped at the curb. The driver's seat came down a young woman in her 30s, looking slightly ill, and walked up to the platform to make a phone call. The car broke down, parked at the Jiangda bus stop. You immediately come over to deal with it. 15 Road is coming over. I take the bus. This point is not good to take a taxi. That's it. Hanging up the phone, the beautiful woman joined the crowd waiting for the bus. If that young girl was like a budding hibiscus, then this young woman was like a peony, with a heavenly fragrance, dressed in dark green silk dress, covered with a light green thin jacket, the neck of the silk scarf swinging in the wind. The finishing touch. Dressing, although you can't see the obvious big brand logo, but the workmanship and materials are extremely sophisticated. Noble. Beauty is a scarce resource, especially the top beauty. Usually it is already difficult to see one. I did not expect that this small bus stop actually converged to a large small, eye-catching degree is simply bursting. The beautiful woman could not help but stop for a moment as her gaze swept over Han Dong. Secretly, he drank in a sigh of relief. She hadn't seen a handsome man with so much teenage sensibilities in years. In a way, men and women are just two genders of the same species, and if men are bad, then women are no better. Just as older men love beautiful girls, older women, likewise, love fresh meat. Old cows eat young grass, regardless of gender. Just today's young people, most of them make themselves very greasy, very non-mainstream, simple and honest vitality and vigor with a few bratty sense of juvenility. It has been very difficult to see all of these qualities Han Dong happens to have. Despite the fact that he was wearing a cheap t-shirt and big pants, his unique aura attracted the attention of the beautiful woman. Han Dong smiled slightly and displayed his friendliness, and the beautiful woman nodded haughtily. The young girl next to him saw Han Dong and the beautiful woman eyeballing each other. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, obviously a little upset. The number 15 bus arrived quickly, and Han Dong followed the two beauties up after they got on. Because there are more people on the car, Han Dong sat in the last row, a small two beauties, just sitting in front of him. The bus was about to start when 5 more people came up. 5 burly men, each wearing construction helmets and masks, could not see their faces, showing only a pair of eyes. He was wearing dirty work clothes with the words XX Construction Company printed on the back. Everyone was carrying oversized canvas bags in their hands, bulging with stuff. After the body of pure yang had become a small success, Han Dong's ears and eyes were bright and his senses were sharp. And even though these few people were well disguised, he still detected ferocity in their eyes, as well as nervousness, anxiety, and being on guard at all times. These migrant workers are so nasty, full of sweaty odor. Disgusting. A woman with dyed yellow hair next to her fanned her nose with disgust. Oh, the countryside is definitely dirty. Don't talk to them. Sitting next to the ticket to help voice. 5 people looked at the pair in unison. What are you looking at? You're dirty and smelly and you don't want me to tell you? Do not want to listen to go back home the yellow-haired girl blared back. Han Dong clearly felt a hint of killing intent in the eyes of those 5 people. Strangely enough, they held back. One of the canvas bag zipper is not completely zipped. Han Dong extraordinary vision. Can vaguely see inside a stack of stacks of reddish banknotes. Thinking about what he had previously heard in the hair salon, Han Dong could almost conclude that these 5 masked men should be the bandits who had robbed the money truck. How can an ordinary civilian worker have so much money in his bag? The focus of the police's pursuit should be on the vehicle in which they fled the scene. It is absolutely unthinkable that these guys would be so bold as to dare to take a bus to escape. The city was changing rapidly, with skyscrapers rising from the ground and construction going on feverishly every day. A man like this, carrying a canvas bag and dressed as a migrant worker, is too common to arouse any suspicion. Han Dong was sure that they had long changed their clothes on the way out. Now this outfit, all prepared in advance, is no longer the same set worn during the crime. Of course, Skynet is not a vegetarian, but since the focus of the clearance is not on these public transportation vehicles, it is impossible to react immediately. By the time they reacted, the guys were probably already out of Jiangzhou City. Indeed, a brilliant move by Goldilocks, and perfectly timed. It seems that the operation was well organized long before it took place. The bandits are all outlaws, and the reason they hold back in the face of verbal humiliation is that they don't want to cause trouble and attract the attention of the police. Seeing that she alone sprayed the other 5 big old men dumbfounded, the yellow-haired woman was proud as a proud hen. Han Dong's first reaction was to call the police, but if he called 110, even if his voice was low, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't find out. These tough guys have guns in their hands. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he was only at the beginning level, not to the point of being able to ignore bullets. Tweet your friends in your address book and tell them to call the police. This was the best way Han Dong could think of. However, he had just pulled up a couple of reliable contacts and was about to edit a text message when the bus quickly arrived at the next stop. There were quite a few people at this stop as well, a dozen or so young, strong men crossing their fingers on the platform. The bus driver, Lao Wang, was just about to stop the bus when a low drink came from his ear. "Keep driving, no stopping, or I'll shoot you." The black hole of the gun was pressed against the right temple, carrying a cold, deathly aura. Old King pulled back in fear, his heart beating like a drum. The one who raised the gun and threatened Lao Wang was one of those 5 migrant workers. At this moment, his face was fierce and full of hostility. Where was he still the honest appearance before? Chapter 08, The Great Bus Robbery. The bus went away. Waiting to get on, the passengers do not know the reason, have stomped their feet and cursed, and some people want to call the bus company to complain. Mixed in the crowd of plainclothes quickly reacted to the first time to report to their superiors. "Report, Captain. The rats are alert. We may be exposed. Return to the team quickly and execute Plan B. Everyone be careful. The robbers have guns in their hands." "Yes, Chief." The supreme commander of this operation, the city's criminal police chief Shi Guodong, quickly laid out the next step of the plan, wanting to join forces with the traffic police department to create a fake car accident at the Jinji Lake Bridge, blocking the way of the No. 15 bus. Only if the car stops do they have a chance. As for those of them, they drove in the rear and clung on, with a blockade in front and pursuers behind. They didn't believe that the gang of humongous bandits could go to the sky. A dozen or so cars that had been hidden in the traffic suddenly accelerated and trailed toward the No. 15 bus. On the bus. "What's the matter, Dick?" one of the migrant workers asked. "There are cops on the station. We should be exposed. They're catching up. These guys, they really aren't vegetarians. But what can we do if we find them? We have this truckload of hostages. Are we still worried about running out of Zhengzhou? If we can't, we can kill a few people and throw them down." "Ah!" a woman screamed out in terror, clutching her head and shivering. The scream was like a fuse, igniting panic among the passengers, with screams coming from all over the carriage, and some even trying to jump out of the window to escape, creating chaos. At this time, the other 4 people have taken out guns from the canvas bag. 2 of them are standardized firearms, should be escorting the lost shotgun. The remaining 3, non-standardized pistols, should be the kind of illegal channels to get imitations. One of the most burly one raised the pistol and shouted angrily, "All give me shut up. Who ghost howl old son will shoot him." The clamor in the carriage came to an abrupt end. Everyone sat in their seats with their heads in their hands, shivering. Brothers only seek wealth, not lives. As long as you cooperate obediently and assist us in escaping from this city, I guarantee that I won't hurt a single hair on your head. Only, if anyone doesn't know what's good for them, they're looking for death themselves. The carriage was silent. The burly man slowly came next to the yellow-haired woman's seat, backhanded her with 2 big mouthfuls, and scolded, "The little beeper is quite crazy. Kneel down for me." The yellow-haired woman and her male counterpart hastened to their knees, no longer feeling superior as they had before. "Lick my toes," the burly man shouted angrily. The yellow-haired girl shook her head violently, her tears going out like no money. "Big brother, give a face," begged the yellow-haired woman's mail ticket. With a click sound, the burly man kicked him in the mouth, blood splattering and spitting out a few bloody and slimy teeth in the process. "Oh!" The man covered his mouth and fell to his knees wailing, "Trashy thing, you have no face in front of me." Turning his head to look at the yellow-haired woman, he said in a sinister voice, "Are you going to do it or not? If you don't do it, I'll kill you with one shot." The blackened muzzle of the gun was pressed against the yellow-haired woman's forehead. I do," said the yellow-haired woman, frightened out of her wits. She nimbly removed the lanky man's shoes and, forcing back her nausea, did as she was told. "Ha ha 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 ha, you don't mind me being dirty now, do you?" The lanky man was smug. The car was full of passengers. None of them dared to make a sound, and they all averted their faces, not wanting to see this ugly scene. Han Dong knew that previously. They had held back because they did not want to scare the snakes. Now that they had been discovered by the police, they had nothing to worry about instead. If you piss off this group of outlaws, you could kill someone at any time. It's a capital offense anyway, and the result is the same whether you kill someone or not. The humongous bandit's eyes lit up as his gaze swept to the young girl in front of Handong. The young girl looked out the window. Only the side of her face could be seen, but it was stunning enough. He kicked the yellow-haired girl away and walked quickly to the young girl's seat, reaching for her school uniform. Lao-san, can't you be a bit of a ing good boy? Sooner or later, you'll die on a woman's belly. The leading bruiser laughed and cursed. This chick is so hot. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it. What's that saying? If you kill her, you'll get life imprisonment and death penalty. Come on you, make it quick. The cops are following us closely. It's important to escape first. Good riddance, big brother. Seeing the lanky big man's big dirty hand grabbing over, the young girl couldn't bear it anymore and stood up to angrily fling him a big mouth. Nima. Burly Hummer did not expect this little beauty to be so rigid. Raised the butt of the gun, about to smash the girl's head. Stop. The noblewoman next to her frowned. You are all just seeking wealth. Why do you need to hurt people? Previously, she had kept her head down, and when she saw the full picture, the lanky man was once again stunned. Although she was a bit older, her face and body were not half bad, and she was even much more material than that young girl. Anyone who's been there knows that it's the mature women of this age who are the boon in bed. A windfall. I didn't realize there was such a superb girl on the bus. And still two of them. Ha 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 ha. The burly humongous bandit pulled the arms of the two women, and with a forceful tug outward, he flung them onto the aisle. Though they fought back, how could a weak woman defeat a strong man with a tiger's back? Slow down. Seeing the strong man about to pounce, the noblewoman snapped. Fast or slow is controlled by me. Are you in charge? The burly man's eyes were filled with a teasing flavor. I'm a member of the Gusimu family. Aren't I just seeking wealth? How much do you want? Name a price and I'll give it to you. There was a gasp from the car. Jiangzhou City, the ancient name of the city of Gusu. Gusumu family, that has stretched for more than 100 years of the rich and powerful family, from the Republican period began to do business. After the liberation of the country because of various reasons to go overseas. After the reform and opening up again back to the country. 30 years of reform dividends, and again become a famous rich family in Jiangnan. Industry throughout the country, involving more than a dozen industries. Gusu City is their home base, but also run a thriving business. In Jiangzhou City, even a 3-year-old knows about the Gusumu family when it comes to mentioning it. These people at the bottom of the ladder really didn't expect that they would also have the opportunity to share a bus with the Mu family. Jin Yong wrote about the national hatred of the Gusu Morong clan in the 8 books of the Heavenly Dragon in great color. What he didn't know was that in reality, there really was a Gusu Morong. Only it didn't refer to the Morong clan, a descendant of the great Yan imperial family, but rather the two great clans, the Mu family and the Rong family. These two families had been fighting openly and secretly for hundreds of years. Their strength was half a catty, and neither one could overwhelm the other. When the Mu and Rong families stomped their feet, Gusu City would have to tremble 3 times, showing their influence in this 1,000-year-old city. I don't care if you're a member of the Wood family or the Iron family. It's now up to the laborer. You obediently submit and suffer less physical pain. If you want to resist, then the laborer will also take it all. The beautiful woman froze, and so did the passengers on the bus. Even the Gusumu family doesn't know. It's awesome. It's over. Barbecue. Can't reason with these jerks. For the first time, the beautiful woman felt panicked. There's a good chance that something extremely scary will happen next. The consequences were more than she could bear. All the rules of civilized society are bull ***** in front of these outlaws. The lanky tough guy put his gun in a canvas bag and pounced on the two women with a maniacal grin. The passengers on the bus lowered their heads and held them, unable to look any further. Bang! There was a muffled sound, followed by the big man's shocked cry. Everyone looked up in surprise, only to see an extremely bizarre scene. The burly man was flying backwards in midair at an extremely high speed, cutting a parabola before landing heavily on the aisle. Put! A mouthful of old blood spewed out, hitting the yellow-haired woman who was kneeling on the ground in a daze right in the face. Ah! The yellow-haired woman screamed hysterically, wiping her face hard with both hands. Who is it? Come out here. The leader of the bandits raised his shotgun warily, his eyes darting back and forth over the faces of the rear passengers. The two women hurriedly got up from the aisle and sat back down in their seats. Lao-san, do you know who it is? The bandit leader asked in a deep voice. No, didn't see it clearly. Too fast. The burly man coughed up another mouthful of blood and couldn't even lift his arm. Obviously, he was seriously injured. The bandit leader noticed a distinct footprint on the lanky strong man's chest, which had been kicked. Damn, I can't be so unlucky, can I? I just got on a bus and actually met a master? The burly man, who was 1 meter 9 and weighed 200 pounds, was kicked from the back of the bus to the front. How much power did he have to have? So much for being hit by a speeding truck, right? Chapter 09 The True Strength of Immortal Cultivators. The good thing is, even Kung Fu is afraid of a chopper. Not to mention the fact that they had guns in their hands. The leader of the bandits, gun in both hands, quickly marched to the back row and droned. Who is it? Come forward before it's too late, or I won't mind executing all of you. Forced by the gun, the bus driver stepped deep on the gas and overtook the bus all the way to the outskirts of the city in a desperate attempt to escape. The atmosphere in the car was tense to the extreme, like a powder keg about to ignite. The slightest spark could trigger a disaster. Don't admit it, do you? Then I'll send you to hell. The bandit leader pulled the safety and was about to go on a killing spree. A figure violently vertical up, such as pouncing cheetah brisk body straight up, double feet chain, left foot kicked off the gun in the hands of the bandit leader. The right leg popped up, a foot stomped between the bandit leader's chest and abdomen. So the familiar scene appeared once again, that the bandit leader, such as the front of the stout man, was kicked by a great force to fly in the air, and then gracefully glide. Poof! This guy is not as resistant as the big burly man, flying into the air and started to bleed. A spray of blood mist, splashing the passengers along the way ahead and a face. The figure didn't stop, and after kicking the bandit's head away, he stomped up with both feet, sticking close to him in mid-air as the two of them glided together. This is to prevent the other side from shooting. What about using the bandit leader as a meat shield? The remaining 3 bandits, one in control of the driver, the other 2 armed control of the car passengers. Seeing the boss flying in the air, they would like to shoot, but the man is cunning, actually jumped into the air, hiding in front of the boss. Cannot aim. Everything happened too fast. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the bandit's head fell to the ground, and the figure cut in like lightning, so fast that only a stump could be seen. Before the 2 tough guys had time to react, the guns in their hands had already reached each other, and then they felt as if their cheeks had been hit by hundreds of pounds of sledgehammers, and under great inertia, the 2 of them flew towards the car windows, one on the left and one on the right, and with 2 crunching sounds of thump, 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 they crashed through the glass and flew out. At this time the bus has been traveling to the Jinji Lake Bridge. The drivers in the traffic will see such a scene, the front of the bus, 2 figures a left and a right from the window to fly out, in an extremely ugly and awkward posture, in the air at breakneck speeds gliding, actually flew over the bridge, and finally wailed and fell into the lake water. The police officers in pursuit behind them were also stunned, and for a moment they couldn't tell if it was a robber or a regular passenger flying out of the car. Immediately contact the nearby harbor and send the marine police forward to salvage. Whether it's the passengers or the robbers, make sure they are safe. The leading captain, Shi Guodong, gave orders to his team members on the walkie-talkie. Aye, Chief. Police vehicles continue to follow the buses so that they can respond to unforeseen situations in a timely manner. Inside the wagon, after drying the 2 bandits, the figure did not stop moving. A 360-degree spinning side kick, the right foot heavily smashed on the neck of the last bandit. The man did not even say a word. His head was soft, lying on the coin box. This set of movements was lightning fast. By the time the crowd could see, all 5 bruisers had already been taken care of. 2 flew out the window and fell into the Golden Chicken Lake. 1 flopped over the front of the car alive or dead, and 2 lay in the aisle, totally disabled. It was only then that everyone could see the person's face, and it was actually a student-looking teenager. It was Han Dong. Although he was already an immortal cultivator with a small completion of the body of pure yang, his cultivation time was still short, and mentally he hadn't completely gotten rid of the traits of an ordinary person. In the beginning, he was just like the others, just wanting to meet out. After all, the other 5 had guns, and he was not absolutely sure. Han Dong held back when the burly tough guy humiliated the yellow-haired woman. It was a bit over the top, but the previous comments by the yellow-haired woman and her mail ticket were truly disgusting. The punishment they received was not enough to be fatal, so Han Dong did not intend to make a move. However, when the lanky Hummer got horny and wanted to get his hands on that young girl, he was ready to fight back. After all, that young girl was just a middle school student, and if she was spoiled by the humongous bandit, her life might be ruined. He couldn't stand by and watch something beautiful be destroyed in front of him. Unexpectedly, that noblewoman was quite righteous and actually helped the young girl out. Right at that moment, he was filled with respect for the noblewoman. In such a situation, she could still stand up for a girl she didn't know. Not only was her courage commendable, her character that was quite hard. Don't forget, she's a rich person. Most rich people, they think their lives are more precious than others. He had just come to Jiangzhou City not long ago, and naturally, he did not know about the Gusamu family or whatever. When the humongous bandits extended their claws to these two wonderful women, Han Dong could no longer tolerate it. He also didn't expect that his fighting strength was actually that strong. After kicking the lanky tough guy, his confidence was completely shot. The movements of these people were as slow as an 80-year-old woman in his eyes. Soon he realized that it wasn't that the others were slow, but that he was too fast. So fast that he could end the fight before his opponent could react in time. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. After quenching his body with the golden crow, his speed and strength were far beyond normal, and these 2 points alone were enough to kill these brigands in seconds. Besides, his current physical fitness was fully capable of supporting him to accomplish the movements he wanted to do. Sure enough, after a flurry of electrifying tussles, the 5 men were over. This battle had completely established Han Dong's confidence. He had only been cultivating for 7 days and he could be so powerful. Wouldn't this go against the heavens if he cultivated to the later stages? The inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor was truly overbearing. Han Dong's mouth was twisted with joy. The crowd stared straight at Han Dong, all of them dumbfounded. It was a full minute before anyone responded. "Young man, you're great." A middle-aged man smiled with a wide-eyed smile and slapped his palm. Then the whole compartment began to applaud enthusiastically. "I used to watch heroes on movies, but I never thought I'd meet them in reality." 1 to 5. Instant knockout. "Man, you're too good for that. Little brother is 2 man. Can you add a WeChat? Uncle, are you Kung Fu Man?" The passengers were talking and praising, which made Han Dong blush a little. The sky-shattering applause and cheers made his goosebumps graveyard. The original feeling of helping people and being respected and admired. So wonderful. At this time, the beautiful woman smiled and walked over, softly saying, "Little handsome, you are a student of Jiang University, right?" "Yes." Han Dong looked at the noblewoman with a nice smile. "A great favor. Leave your contact information. Find a chance. I will repay you properly. I'm glad you guys are okay. Repayment is nothing. It's just a show of hands." Han Dong reported his phone number and the noblewoman entered it into her cell phone and asked with a smile. "Name? Han Dong." The noblewoman deposited into the phone book and then dialed, smiling, "Remember, my name is Mu Wanji." Han Dong also deposited the name and phone number of the noblewoman in the phone book. The young girl's lips quirked and eventually said nothing, but she silently memorized Han Dong's name and phone number. Chapter 10, The Years of Slightly Drunkenness. The driver quickly pulled the bus to the side of the road and it didn't take long for the police to rush up. The first thing he did was to open the canvas bag in the car, which was full of bills and bundles. Seeing that there were no casualties in the car and that the culprits were under control, they were relieved but deeply shocked. How did a busload of unarmed civilians overpower 5 armed brigands? When they inquired, everyone pointed their fingers at Han Dong. "It's him. It's this youngster who saved us." Several of the detectives looked at each other in a bit of disbelief. So everyone on the bus was taken back to the police station for statements. When they heard that Han Dong had knocked over 5 gun-toting toughs with his bare hands, the police were incredulous. "It sounds like bragging anyhow." Until they pulled the car's surveillance. That teenager in the video, like a cheetah, like a flying eagle, lightning, rabbits, and a breath of air, he solved the 5 humongous bandits. The enemy clearly had a gun in his hand, but he was moving so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to pull the trigger. "Is this a human being? Which style of kung fu is this for you?" Detective Captain Shi Guodong asked. "I don't know which sect it is. I learned it from the old Taoist priest at the Taoist temple near my old home when I was young and have been practicing it for so many years." Han Dong could only dump the pot on the scruffy Taoist priest residing in the mountains of his old home. The old man goes around giving people feng shui and exorcism to cheat money. Only God knows whether it works or not. In Han Dong's mind, he was an old liar. This old crook went immortal last year and dumped the pot on him, dead in the water. The cops taking statements nodded at each other. It was the only reasonable explanation. The land of China hides crouching tigers and dragons, and everyone still believes that there are worldly masters hidden among the famous mountains and rivers. Even though he did not want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him that Han Dong's stature was indeed far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this point, the police department shook the money truck robbery officially solved. Before and after only 3 hours. No loss of life in the middle. All 5 tough guys were caught, with every penny of the stolen money. The guns that were robbed were also recovered. "You can go back. We'll contact you again if there are any problems." After making a statement, Captain Shi gave Han Dong a thumbs up. "Young man, good job. I had just walked out the door of the city hall when my cousin called. Dongzi, why aren't you home yet? Had an encounter. Just got out of the police station." "Ha?" Han Shan seemed to turn his head and say something to his daughter-in-law. And soon Wan Danqing took the call. "Tuko, are you in trouble?" Han Dong's heart warmed. Although this cousin's wife usually always had a cold face, She actually cared about him. So he recounted the situation. There was silence there for a few seconds. You send me a WeChat location. Stay there and I'll pick you up right away. Ruan Danqing hung up the phone after saying that. Han Dong sent a localization over. And in the light of about 20 minutes, Ruan Danqing's Volvo arrived. The first time she saw Han Dong, she froze. What's going on? It's only been 7 days. Why has this kid changed so much? Seems like he's a lot taller and more handsome again. What the hell? However, there is no time to explore this for the time being. She said to Han Dong, you go wait in the car first. I will go to the police station to understand the situation. Han Dong nodded. He knew that his sister-in-law was a journalist and was responsible for the livelihood and law and order piece. This case is very good fodder for her. It didn't take long for Nguyen Danton to return to the car. Slightly surprised, she asked, Dongzi, you still know Kung Fu? Ha? Well, I learned it from an old Taoist priest on the mountain when I was little, and the first time I used it, I didn't know it was actually this powerful. You've gotten a lot of credit this time. Just lucky. Han Dong laughed, then started the car and drove towards Bisui Court. Dongzi, what you've done this time is very valuable, and if you publicize it, it will be an extremely positive energy for the entire society. Would you be willing to help your sister-in-law with an exclusive interview? Ruan Danqing faintly said. Grandpa has always told me that one must keep a low profile. I didn't want to publicize this matter, but if it's for my sister-in-law, I'm willing. Thank you, Tonko. Sister-in-law is really impressed with you. Ruan Danqing was calm on the surface, but the waves inside were not small at all. At the police station, when Captain Shi showed her the video of Han Dong overpowering 5 gunmen by himself, her entire body was shocked. Too handsome, too cool. I didn't realize that the kid who came out of the mountain village was actually a deep-seated expert. Thinking back to the first time they met, his rustic and naive appearance, it was really hard to connect with the hero who struck out like lightning. The city council is not far from home and will be there soon. The first time Han Shan saw Han Dong, the surprise was the same as that of his daughter-in-law. Dongzi, did you eat the ginseng fruit? Such a big change? This morning, I opened up the 2 chakras, shifted my meridians and transformed my bones. Han Dong blurted it out. Anyway, there's a consensus that he's a martial artist, so let's just put it all on that front. Hey, what country's weird language is this? Why can't I understand it? Han Shan was stunned. Ruan Danqing heard and understood that Han Dong had sort of explained why he had changed so much, so she told Han Shan about Han Dong's heroic deed on the bus. Han Shan's mouth opened wider and wider, and he didn't close it for half a day. It was hard for him to believe, yet he had to. It seemed he knew so little about this cousin. Soon, Han Shan seemed to have thought of something and whispered, Wife, this matter, whether it's for you and me or Dongzi, is a good thing that can be written about in a big way. Not bad for working in a city department. Good political acumen. Ruan Danqing nodded. To put it bluntly, Han Dong caught 5 outlaws with his own strength, saved the country a huge amount of losses, and saved a carload of people's lives, which is not a normal act of bravery. It is foreseeable that it will soon be honored by the city, and fame and fortune are a sure thing. As the big hero's brother and sister-in-law, Han Shan and Nguyen Danton are 100% going to eat the dividends from this. A promotion and a raise may not be that far away. In the evening, Ruan Danqing cooked a large table and opened 2 bottles of red wine. Congratulations, Dongzi, for becoming a city hero. When brother and sister-in-law are proud of you, Mr. and Mrs. Han Shan raised their cups and clinked them with Han Dong. Thank you, brother Shan. Thank you, sister-in-law. Han Dong was embarrassed by the compliment. It was the first time he had ever had a drink, and the first time he understood what it meant to be slightly drunk for years. After Ruan Danqing was slightly drunk, her face was flushed and her eyes were beautiful. Han Dong, the little virgin, didn't know how many times he had sneaked a look at it in one night. Early the next morning, Han Dong quietly woke up and went to the rooftop of the building to continue his great cultivation endeavor. Chapter 11 Interviews. Han Dong opened his eyes. It was already 3 pulls of sunrise. Cultivation knew no age. Unconsciously, 2 hours had passed. He leapt to his feet and was about to turn around and head down the stairs when he realized that someone not far away had been staring at him. This person is the beautiful teacher from next door 603, Shun Qian Yun. With long hair draped over her shoulders, she was wearing a long home dress and slipped on flip-flops on her feet, revealing her white and delicate little feet, which were very beautiful. There was also a bed of silk quilts cradled in his hands, so he should have come up to the rooftop to dry the quilts. May I ask, what you were just doing? The girl was filled with curiosity. Nothing, just sunbathing. Han Dong did not dare to talk nonsense when he knew her identity. But your posture is so strange. Like you're practicing. Oh, the kind depicted in martial arts novels. Well, you can think of it as a breathing and exhaling method. and it's not as exaggerated as it is written in novels. Master said it can strengthen the muscles and bones. It's just practicing. Then you still say it's sunbathing. Shin Xianyun glared at him. Han Dong was disliked and did not dare to talk back. Women will always be a presence to be messed with. He didn't want to dwell too much with Mr. Shin and walked towards the stairs with his head down. Hey, haven't we met somewhere before? Shin Xianyun's voice came from behind. Han Dong's image and aura had changed quite a bit, so she did not recognize him for a moment. But then again, she felt that this person was familiar. Pretending not to hear her words, Han Dong's footsteps quickened as he hurried into the elevator room. What's the point of running? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. Shin Xianyun stomped her foot, a few moments of displeasure inside. Since she was a child, which man saw her and didn't try to get close to her by all means? It was the first time that a man like Han Dong only wanted to run away. I'm a big magnesium aluminum who is loved by everyone. Okay? What are you running for? What a nuisance. However, this kid really had quite a flavor. How to put it? There was an attractive energy about him. She couldn't tell what it was. It just felt special. Blah, 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 blah. He's handsome and it's none of my business. When she thought of the scene where Han Dong fled from her, she was suddenly heartbroken. Early in the morning, what is this all about? Bad mood. When Han Dong returned to 602, Ruan Danqing had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen. Where's my brother? Where did he go? Han Dong looked around. Oh, something came up at the office today to take care of, and he left early. Han Dong nodded. After breakfast, Ruan Danqing went into the bedroom and changed into a set of light gray professional suite. Her hair was coiled up high, and she wore a pair of black framed glasses. An OL outfit. The beautiful and capable appearance allowed Han Dong to see another side of her. You're going back to school tomorrow for military training, so I called my co-workers. So how about an extra shift today to get the interview done? I'll listen to my sister-in-law. Han Dong smiled. After getting into the car, Ruan Danqing did not sit in the back row as usual, but sat on the passenger side. Han Dong clearly felt that this cold-mouthed and cold-faced sister-in-law had gotten closer to him from the inside. He started the car and followed the navigational route to the city TV station, passing a mall downtown. Nguyen Dan Tan said, "Turn in. Aren't we going to the unit?" Han Dong wondered. "Get you some additional lines. It's not very photogenic dress like that." Ha! Han Dong looked at his cheap t-shirt, big pants, and plastic-feeling sandals and smiled to himself. Nguyen Dan Tan said not too photogenic, already taking care of his self-esteem. In fact, it's just too corny and low. The two entered the mall and Ruan Danqing led him, browsing through a few men's brand stores. None of them are world-class brands, but the workmanship and style are well thought out. Not too ostentatious, but also very visible quality. Although Ruan Danqing had never bought men's clothing, her aesthetics were obviously ceiling level. The clothes and shoes she picked for Han Dong were extremely suitable, plus Han Dong's body that had been transformed by the essence of the sun was practically a walking clothes rack, and he looked good in everything he wore. Beige and white thin section sweater, with a pair of gunmetal gray sweatpants, foot stirrups gray and white color collision AJ1 barb, simple wear, vibrant, energetic, show youthful handsome. This is how I remember college students should look like. Beauty. Your mail ticket is so handsome. The shopper lady had a face of infatuation. Han Dong awkwardly stubbed his toe on the ground for 3 rooms and hurriedly looked at Ruan Danqing. It was good to see that she looked as normal as she did, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. He's my brother, Ruan Danqing said blandly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blurted it out, the shopper said in a panic, but you two look less like siblings and more like lovers. It's a perfect match. Ruan Danqing stopped explaining, swiped her card to pay the bill, pulled Han Dong, and went to other stores to pick out a few more outfits. Wear it first, I'll buy it for you when the season changes. Ruan Danqing faintly said, these are already enough. I can't let my sister-in-law break the bank again. Han Dong awkwardly scratched the back of his head. How does it feel? Like you've been adopted by a rich woman? I'm your sister-in-law. What's wrong with buying you some clothes? Ruan Danqing's face was expressionless. You guys have a car payment and a mortgage to pay, and it's pretty stressful. It doesn't matter. There's still money for clothes. Ruan Danqing glanced at him. Let's go. To the flat. Good riddance. Han Dong grinned, started the car, and drove towards the TV station. The city television station was close to the street, a 16-story building. Sister-in-law's editorial office was on the 3rd floor, and when they entered, they found that the rest of the staff had arrived. Sister Ruan, is this the little brother who saw the righteousness? So handsome. Several young female editors saw Han Dong and immediately surrounded him. Hello everyone, I am Han Dong. Han Dong greeted with a smile. Woohoo! There are dimples when you smile. Super sweet. The girls wowed strangely. Little brother. Exchange contact information. There were bold girls who took the initiative to open their WeChat QR code. No problem. Han Dong graciously pulled out his cell phone. The girls swarmed around and added Han Dong's WeChat. Ruan Danqing's eyebrows knitted slightly. A pang of discomfort in her heart. For the first time, I felt that the girls under my command were too cheeky. What are you trying to do by asking for a boy's contact info on your first meeting? Stop it. We're here to work. Ruan Danqing coldly said. The girls hastily dispersed and returned to their posts. And one naughty one spat her tongue at Han Dong. Into the work. These seemingly flamboyant girls immediately demonstrated their professionalism. All hands and feet. A professional expression. With the previous like a different person. The interview is done by Ruan Danqing, whose eloquence and reaction are very impressive. And with each topic, seemingly random, but with a great sense of rhythm and logic, she leads Han Dong, step by step, to what the audience wants to know the most. Chapter 12, True Martial Fist. This made Han Dong feel very stunning. At home, she is a good housekeeper, can get down from the kitchen and get into the hall, and when she is working, she shows her talent as a senior journalism student, with her eloquent speech and clear thinking, and her speech is like a fresh breeze on the face, which makes the interviewee feel extremely comfortable. Ruan Danqing's versatile charm pleases Han Dong. It only took 40 minutes to complete this interview. Load this material into the computer. The girls on the keyboard, fingers flying. Some are editing the text. Some are editing the video. About an hour's work. A video interview with the manuscript has made a finished product. Ruan Danqing carefully reviewed and corrected to make sure there were no problems. Then the editors posted the interview on the TV station's online platform. The title was titled, This Era. Does it need chivalry or not? Today is the era of mobile internet. Few people watch news on TV. Ruan Danqing led the creation of this network platform, called Gusu Vision, through the TV, tablet, cell phones and other terminals, but also because of its fashionable short grounded characteristics, loved by young people. Off duty, you guys can go back. Hard work everyone. A rare smile appeared on Ruan Danqing's face. Long live Sister Ruan. The girls cheered in unison. Nguyen Dan Tan is a workaholic, and after the editors under her command leave, she has to stay behind to write a plan for the program. Toko, if you're bored, drive around. I might not be done until this afternoon. It's fine. Sister-in-law, you're busy. I'll just go to the nearby park and play for a while. Okay, I'll call you when it's over. Next to the TV station is the People's Park. It's Sunday, the weather is sunny, and there is a steady stream of people coming to the park to relax. Han Dong came to the lawn beside the artificial river and picked out a set of immortal martial skills from the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor and started practicing them. He actually didn't have the slightest foundation in martial arts, and in the bus robbery, when dealing with those few tough guys, he relied solely on the instinctive reaction of his pure yang body to subdue his opponents by relying on speed and strength. It was no problem to deal with ordinary people, but if he met a real martial arts expert, these might not be enough. Therefore, it was still necessary to practice a set of martial arts for the evening. Of course, his current cultivation was not high, at the primary stage of body hardening, so he could only practice the most basic immortal martial arts. For example, this set of True Martial Divine Fist was the introductory kung fu of the ancient immortal sect True Martial Sect. Back then, the True Martial Emperor used martial arts to enter the Tao, cultivating the supreme immortal body, and then opened a sect to promote the True Martial Sect. In the immortal cultivation world at that time, in terms of melee combat strength alone, the True Martial Sect was the best in the world, unrivaled. Even the most basic techniques of the immortals are a proper descending blow to today's martial arts world. Han Dong practiced this set of True Martial Fist technique on the lawn. At first he was still a bit rusty, but after a few consecutive rounds, he gradually got into a good mood. A set of movements down, like a shocking, straight as a swimming dragon, sometimes like the Yangtze River, sometimes like silk winding continuous, rigid and flexible. Each move is implicit in the mystery of heaven and earth. Every punch that hit the air made a popping explosion with a stunning sound. After hitting the last stance, Han Dong made a closing motion. Tai. A mouthful of turbid chi was exhaled, like a sharp arrow, hitting the willow tree 10 meters away, shocking the willow leaves to fall, and the birds on the tree fled in panic. Worthy of being an immortal martial art, it is extraordinary. Han Dong was very satisfied with this fist technique. Throughout the day, Han Dong practiced the True Martial Divine Fist. When he returned home in the evening, he hurriedly ate his dinner and delved into the house to delve into the medical arts of the Heavenly Doctor sect. He felt that medical and martial arts should be the most practical skills for walking in the city, and it was necessary to learn them carefully to become his own evening skills. Immortal's medical skill is different from mortal's medical skill. It doesn't need to use all kinds of instruments. As long as you have opened your spiritual eyes, you can see all kinds of foci of the human body. And then you can cure all kinds of stubborn illnesses with the combination of spiritual qi and immortal medicine. Then with the combination of spiritual qi and immortal medicine, one can cure all sorts of stubborn diseases with the help of white bones. Han Dong did not have an aura in his body yet, but the essence of the sun could have a similar effect. Following the spell, Han Dong smoothly opened his spiritual eye. The spiritual eye is the third eye hidden in the spiritual platform. After opening the spiritual eye, even if both eyes are closed tightly, one can still see everything in the world. And one can also see things that normal people cannot see. The medical methods of the immortals were far beyond what any human could imagine, and Han Dong was happy to study them until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, Han Dong drove Ruan Danqing to work. Since he wrote the planning book too late yesterday, Ruan Danqing actually leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. When he passed by the school, Han Dong did not wake her up, but kept sending her to the unit. Sorry, I fell asleep. After waking up and realizing that he had arrived at the flat, Nguyen Dan Tan had a little self-condemnation. It's okay, I knew my sister-in-law was having a hard time, so I purposely didn't wake you up. How are you going to get back then? Take the bus. There's a 15 stop across from the TV station. No, take a cab. I'll reimburse you. No, it's only 3 or 4 kilometers. It's not worth it. Okay, remember to come home for dinner next weekend. Got it. Han Dong parked his car and waved goodbye to Ruan Danqing, his back arrogant and upright. Ruan Danqing looked at his energetic appearance and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With that, he quickly walked into the unit. Han Dong did not take the bus. It was the peak of the workday. The bus was definitely overcrowded. It's only 2 stops away, so it's better to run back rather than pile up with people. After leaving the TV station, he shook off his long legs and ran down the sidewalk for all he was worth. With the essence of the sun in his body to support him, this level of exercise was easy and enjoyable for him, and he didn't even need to sweat. Jiangda High School is right next door to Jiangzhou University, and when Han Dong passed by the entrance of the high school, he had to slow down due to the constant stream of students entering the school. Pretty girl, don't go to class today. Today is my birthday. I'll take you out for a day of fun. A gangly voice attracted Han Dong's attention. Looking over at the sound, he saw a couple of oddly dressed scumskins, blocking a girl on the side of the road and molesting and pestering her. Passing students saw this and ducked away, slipping over the edge. The girl was full of impatience. Her eyes searched around and saw Han Dong on the sidewalk. Dong! She spread a smile and ran over to him, bouncing like a deer in headlights. This girl, whom Han Dong recognized, was the stunningly beautiful girl who was in the bus hijacking case that day. Although everyone went to the police station to make statements, Han Dong was questioned alone, and of course asked the most questions. By the time he came out, the passengers had all left and had not been seen since. Hello. Han Dong nodded with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 13, Saving You Again. It wasn't surprising that the young girl knew his name. He had given his name when he exchanged contact information with Mu Wanji, and this girl was right next to him. What Han Dong did not expect was that the beautiful girl actually took his arm. When did we get to know each other so well? Why don't I know? Han Dong looked at her in dismay. The group of scumskins followed suit. Who the hell are you? Dare to steal the girl with me? The young man at the head of the arm tattooed with a large scorpion. The corner of his mouth clamped a cigarette. A heavenly king is not afraid of the hanging style. The ponies behind him are also oddly shaped. 7 disobedient and 8 disobedient. He's my boyfriend, a senior at Jiang University. The young girl pressed a little tighter and raised her chin provocatively. Han Dong understood for a second. The young girl was scared of being pestered by the scumskins, so she used him as a shield. This young girl beside her, a goddess at a young age, will certainly not have fewer flies and cockroaches around her. For example, the large group in front of you. Boyfriend? Impossible. How come I've never seen him before? The scorpion man exhaled a smoke ring and shot a suspicious glance at Han Dong. See asterisk 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 is another big handsome guy. Lao Zi hates handsome guys the most, and all those who are more handsome than me deserve to die. Scorpion man thought hatefully. Joke. You haven't seen many people. I have to report to you guys when I have a boyfriend. The young girl sneered several times. If you're sensible, get the hell out of here. This girl is Scorpion's girlfriend, our sister-in-law. If you dare to pester him, I'll beat the out of you. Behind Scorpion Man, a big man stood out, bare-chested, holding a spring-loaded armbar in both hands and folding it around. His muscular body looked quite intimidating. Han Dong lightly relaxed his long arm and wrapped it around the young girl's waist, quickly lowered his head and gently pecked on her soft lips, purposely making a tisk-smack ringing sound. The young girl was caught off guard and her body suddenly froze. Staring blankly, she stared at Han Dong in death. Stop. Stop talking. Scorpion Man's eyes turned green with anger. Cam, it's none of your business if I kiss my own girlfriend? Han Dong laughed contemptuously. King Kong, beat him up, the out of him kind. Scorpion Man said angrily. Alright Scorpion, just prime. Big Muscle Buster waved his armbar and ruthlessly smashed it towards Han Dong's head. Bang! After a muffled sound, the crowd only felt a flash of light before the large muscle bar took off. It came up fast and flew backwards even faster. It made a less than beautiful parabola through the air and fell heavily into the green belt. Put! A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, staining the surrounding flowers and grass. The young girl narrowed her eyes with a pained look. This was an episode she had seen on the bus. The scumskins won't have that eye candy. King Kong, what the are you doing? Acting me? Scorpion Man was dumbfounded. Brother Scorpion. I think I was hit by a car. The big muscle buster sat up with difficulty, covering his chest and baring his teeth. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's a car on the sidewalk? Stop acting. Get up and beat the hell out of him. The big muscle buster tries to get to his feet but can't ever get there. Ha ha, I have 20 years of strength in this leg, and he still wants to stand up? Han Dong snorted. See Nima, blowing what powerful it. Scorpion Man scolded. Snap. The expletive was halfway through the curse before he received a big smack on the left side of his face. WC. Snapped another blow to the right cheek. Little Master hates it when people say dirty words in front of me. Han Dong raised his hand and wiped it on top of the young girl's school uniform as if it was stained with something dirty. Ugh. Hi. School uniforms cost money too. The young girl beamed. Scorpion Man in this street is accustomed to rampage. One after another was slapped too big mouth. Face really can not hang. I'll waste you. The bastard took out a folding knife from his waist and viciously lunged over. Bang. The crowd's eyes flashed before they saw Scorpion Man wailing as he flew backwards and fell beside Big Muscle Man. Together. Get him. The remaining few scumskins shouted and prepared to beat Han Dong in a group. Bang. 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 Exactly the same action. Exactly the same plot. The onlookers saw the guys flying through the air, screaming and falling, and then ending up in a heap in the green belt. Well played. Let's see if you still dare to pester me again. The young girl crossed her arms with a cold face. Han Dong slowly paced over, his hands in his pockets as he looked down at them playfully. Not trying to beat the out of me? Go ahead. Keep it up. If Scorpion Man can't see that, he's been living for nothing for over 20 years. It's obvious. This kid is a kung fu master. Tying them together wouldn't be enough for someone to beat them with one hand. Big brother, I admit it. The Scorpion Man was also honorable, knowing that the gap between them was too great, and putting out harsh words would only result in a more venomous beating. If I see you guys pestering my girlfriend again in the future, it won't be as simple as beating you up. Han Dong coldly said. Don't worry, definitely not anymore. The Scorpion Man reluctantly asked, can I get your name? Trying to get revenge on me? Don't dare. With your battle prowess, I couldn't avenge you even if I practiced for 10 more lifetimes. I just want to know who planted it in the hands of J University Han Dong. Scorpion Man nodded and limped away with a few of his men. Han Dong turned to look at the young girl. Why did you kiss me without my consent? The young girl grimaced. Did you have my permission before you used me as a shield? This is me being able to fight. If I was just an ordinary person, wouldn't I be screwed over by you? I came to you because I knew you could fight. I don't screw people over. The young girl looked at him stubbornly. It's my business if I can fight. It's up to me to decide if I want to help you or not. Being passive is not my style. But, that was my first kiss. The young girl blushed slightly. What's your name? Lin Rong. I said Lin Rong. Just a slapdash touch. What kind of first kiss? What's that? I have military training later. I'm going to be late. Bye bye. The young girl was stunned by the lecture, and by the time she reacted, Han Dong had already run out a long way. Put. Looking at Han Dong's back, the young girl laughed out softly. Running up the road is quite handsome. However, taking advantage of my cheap want to sneak is not so easy. She took out her cell phone, opened the WeChat add friend function, found Han Dong's cell phone number from her address book, anchored his micro signal, and then sent a friend request. Cocking her head for a moment, she changed her WeChat avatar to a picture of a beautiful woman working out, wearing a cool, hot body. Humph. I don't believe you won't add me. The young girl looked at the avatar and a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 14, Fear of Acquaintances Suddenly Cowcups. Han Dong looked back to make sure that the young girl was not chasing after him. Then he breathed out and quickly entered the campus. Military training started at 8 o'clock, and when I looked at the time, it was already 8:11. The girl was delayed, actually late. His camouflage clothes were stored in the Spirit Ruin Ring, and he was about to find a secluded place to change his clothes when his cell phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Wu Yuenda's big face, and Han Dong immediately connected. Fatty, what can I do for you? Dongzi, where did your baby run off to? The teachers in the institution are looking for you. Which teacher? I met her the day of freshman orientation. Superb. It can't be called Shin Xianyun, right? Han Dong's heart flinched. Did something happen? Yeah, that's her. How do you know? Han Dong's first reaction was to run. Mr. Shen is the leader of the college committee, so it's not like he can't handle a freshman. The key is that he did see a scene that he should not have seen. So what? Duh, why don't you take a vacation for me? I have something to do, so I won't go over today. There was a sudden pause on the other end of the phone, and after a few seconds, a melodious female voice came through. Han Dong? It's me. You are Mr. Shen. Well, Shin Xianyun paused. I heard you wanted to take a vacation? What's the reason? Mr. Shen, what do you want to see me about? Han Dong thought to himself, I want to take a vacation or not. It all depends on what you find me to do. It's not me looking for you. It's the school looking for you. Shin Xianyun's tone was slightly agitated. If there's no important matter, please make sure you don't take a leave of absence. And you can't afford to be absent on this occasion today. Okay, Mr. Shin. I'll change into my training clothes and be right there. No need to change. Hurry up. They're all waiting for you. Got it, Mr. Shin. He could already be sure that Mr. Shin was looking for him, not for the matter of jumping to the gods. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Hanging up the phone, Han Dong accelerated his pace and arrived at the playground. Today's bout was a bit unusual. Thousands of freshmen, divided into squares, sat on the green lawn, mingling and making buzzing noises. The podium was filled with people, school leaders, a few unfamiliar faces, and even police officers. Below the stage, came a lot of reporters, and cameras, long guns. At the podium, Han Dong accidentally discovered that Ruan Danqing was among them. He understood that this was going to be a recognition meeting for bravery. No wonder Mr. Shin was looking for him everywhere. On this occasion, it really wouldn't work without him. After Han Dong appeared, all eyes, in unison, focused on him. Bathed in the morning sun, each strand of his hair shone. Ruan Danqing felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate when she saw Han Dong striding towards her. What's wrong with me? She thought a little uneasily. Seeing this, Shin Xianyun, who was waiting under the stage, hurriedly greeted him. It's you? Seeing Han Dong's face, she was slightly stunned. Isn't this the handsome guy who meditated and practiced on the rooftop of her neighborhood? He's actually a student at Jiangnan University? Good morning, Mr. Shin. Han Dong grinned, revealing 8 small white teeth. Hurry over, the leaders are waiting, Shin Xianyun whispered. Han Dong nodded and followed her closely. The square where the 7th company was located was in an uproar when they saw Han Dong on the podium. Why is Dongzi up there too? Zhang Zikai stretched his neck. I don't know. The city leaders came. The police uncle also came. The TV reporter also came. The battle is so big. But what does this have to do with Dongzi? Fatty Wu was even more questioning. It can't be that you made a mistake and want to hold a criticism meeting. Zhang Zikai bristled. Just take a look. Wu Yuanda whispered. Xiang Chun frowned and looked at Han Dong on the stage, feeling that this guy was obviously different. White slim tee, blue-gray jeans, coconut shoes, simple dress. Actually by him concave out of the male model sense of vision, because the t-shirt is a slim model. The muscle lines that are vaguely visible, layered, beautiful and smooth. The face is still the same, but the overall feel is very different, with a different hairstyle and a different outfit. Is this kid actually this handsome? Xiang Chun, who had always been very confident in her face value, felt the threat from her side for the first time. He knew that Han Dong's change was by no means just because of his hairstyle and wardrobe, but he didn't know exactly where it was. College does exercise people, and it is common for many children from the countryside to study in the big city for a few years and eventually transform into fashionable handsome men and women. But the change of temperament is not something that can be done overnight after all. It is only less than 10 days after the start of the school year, and Han Dong has completely shed his earthy temperament and turned into a big handsome man in a second. That's not very scientific, is it? Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Xiaoxi, who was not far away, and saw that she was also staring daggers at Han Dong on the stage. Xiang Chuan's mood worsened. Asterisk. I don't know if you guys have noticed. This brat Dongzi seems to have gotten taller and more handsome. Am I the only one who thinks so? Wu Yuanda whispered. I found it too, Hong Tao said in a jarred voice. Xiang Chun glared at these 250%. Chu Nimrod, even a blind man can see it. Okay? I need you guys to remind me. After Han Dong boarded the stage, Shin Xianyun led him to find a seat on the side. Zhang Yuason, the president of Jiangnan University, was the first to speak, receiving notification from the city police department. Han Dong, a freshman from the law school of our university. In the 9-10 banknote truck robbery case, when the lives of the people were threatened, he stood up to the police and assisted them in subduing the 5 thugs, saving a car full of people's lives, and salvaging tens of millions of dollars of the country's property losses. So the university has decided on an ad hoc basis to convene this recognition assembly, together with the leaders of the city government and the city police department, to honor student Han Dong for his righteous and courageous act of bravery. The students were in an uproar. WC, I watched this news. I heard that the robber had a gun in his hand, and when he got mixed up with the No. 15 bus to escape, he was done in by a man of God with his bare hands. So, that legendary man of God is Dongzi? Wu Yuan and Hong Tao looked at each other. Each could see shock in the other's eyes. Who would have thought that the legendary great hero was hiding around? If it's true, this guy Han Lao-san is too low profile. The greatest fear is that the air will suddenly be quiet, and that acquaintances will suddenly cowcup. Wrong, right? When Han Dong was in high school, he was still blackmailed by small ruffians and he didn't even dare to say anything. How could he be so capable? Zhang Zikai's tone was sour. The police shouldn't make a mistake, right? Brother Dong is so handsome today. I think it's reliable. Next to her, Chung Yusin's marvelous eyes flickered as she looked at Han Dong for an instant. Zhang Zikai heart. You a fierce big brainless know the fart. Nymphomaniac. Who said that good looking is reliable? I'm handsome too. When have I ever been reliable? I also don't think the police will make a mistake. Maybe Dong is deep in hiding. Yu Li said. Zhang Zikai was distracted for a moment. Although he had made it clear in front of his brothers that he wanted to pursue Qiao Shi, he actually wasn't too sure inside. Yu Li and Chang Yusin had long been internalized as his spare tires. If he couldn't pursue the goddess-level Qiao Shi, it would be acceptable to fool around with the two of them. After all, they were all departmental-level beauties too. Listening to them call out Dongo Dongo made my heart pang. Damn. When did it get so intimate? Chapter 15, Highest Honors. After Principal Zhong finished his speech, it was the turn of Shi Guodong, the head of the criminal police of the city bureau, to speak, briefly recounting the solving of the 9-10-foot robbery, affirming that Han Dong had played a key role in it, and that without him, even if the police had been able to catch those thugs, they would have paid a larger price. The entire criminal police team, as well as all the passengers on the 15 bus, were extremely grateful for Han Dong's behavior. At this time, it was the turn of Kong Yang, the mayor of Jiangzhou, to speak, first giving Han Dong an extremely high appraisal, affirming the positive orienting effect of his behavior on society as a whole, and then announcing, on behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government, I would like to award the certificate of Hero of Courage and Courage to fellow student Han Dong, and at the same time, a reward of 1 million yuan. Boom! The square of students on stage exploded. Anyone with a little knowledge in this area knew that the title of Seeing Courage was divided into 3 grades, which were Seeing Courage Citizen, Seeing Courage Warrior and Seeing Courage Hero, and what Han Dong was awarded was precisely the highest grade of honor. This one was to be approved by the provincial people's government. The invisible benefits of obtaining this certificate were still good. For example, Han Dong could apply to settle in this city at any time, and if he took the civil service examination after graduation, he would be given priority. As for the prize money, the regulations of each city were different, mainly depending on the local tax level. Jiangzhou City, as the 5th metropolis with a GDP second only to North, South, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, has a well-developed economy, so the rewards for bravery will not be stingy. Depending on the size of the contribution made, it ranges from 3 to 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan is definitely the top reward. Moreover, bonuses of this nature were not subject to personal income tax, meaning, Han Dong could get the full amount. Mayor Kong Yang personally handed over the Hero of Courage certificate to Han Dong in a precious manner. The giant check for the amount of $1 million, on the other hand, was presented by Captain Schur of the criminal police, holding the certificate in his left hand and the check in his right. Han Dong stood with the mayor and the chief of the criminal police on either side, grinning, his small white teeth gleaming, crackling, a flash of magnesium lights on the stage. The reporters recorded this precious moment with the camera. The room erupted in thunderous applause. I would like to invite Mr. Han Dong to make a speech, the principal said aloud in a spirited manner. Han Dong slowly came to the front of the microphone, condescendingly scanned the room and said aloud, I'm a freshman who just enrolled in the school. If I say that all of this today is thanks to the school's cultivation, you'll definitely think that I'm hypocritical. So I'm sorry, headmaster, and forgive me for not being able to say that. If you want to become a qualified Jungda-sama, you must first cultivate the quality of sincerity. Ha ha ha. The students on the playground laugh heartily. Zhong Yuasong nodded frequently with an anti-smile. This child can talk, but even if I only enroll for one day, I am still a part of Jiangzhou University. Wherever I go, my body is labeled with the label of Jiangda University. I am proud to be a member of this century-old university. That day, I witnessed the atrocities of the criminals on the bus, and it was this sense of honor and sense of mission as a member of JNU that prevented me from standing idly by. Therefore, this honor that I have received is closely related to Jiangda. This, for sure. Zhong Yuesong couldn't help but glance at Mayor Kong, and it so happened that he also looked back and smiled. This kid Han Dong can handle it. At the critical moment he is really giving the school a face. Zhong Yuesong's heart blossomed. I was born in the rural area of Zhongbei, and the vast majority of the reason why I am where I am today is due to my cousin. His name is Han Shan. He is a senior who graduated from the law school of our Jiangbei University, and now he is a civil servant in the Jiangzhou City Hall. He was the first child from our village to go to a prestigious university, and it was because of him that we village children realized that knowledge can really change your fate. He is my role model, my idol, and under his guidance, I followed his footsteps and got admitted to JNU Law School, where he had struggled. Mayor Kong immediately turned his head to confirm with the secretary beside him. Look up this person Han Shan and give me his information later. Yes, boss. The secretary hurriedly agreed. In his heart mirror, because of Han Dong's words, Han Shan has entered the eyes of the Lord Mayor. The future career should not be bad. The secretary squinted his eyes and scrutinized the eloquent Han Dong. This kid, I wonder if it was intentional. If it was deliberate, it would be horrible. My brother, Han Shan, and my sister-in-law, Ruan Danqing, are both high achievers who graduated from Zhang University, and even though they're not my full brother and sister-in-law, they really can't say enough about me. This time I came away from my hometown to study in the big city, and they gave me a lot of help. In the past, I often heard people say that city people look down on us rural people, but in my brother and sister-in-law's home, I do not feel this kind of alienation and discrimination. Because of the love and warmth I felt from them, I was willing to help others when they were suffering as much as I could. I think kindness and love are really contagious. I hope that those who receive my help on the bus will also pass on this kindness, and when others are in distress, they will also be able to step in and help. If that really happens, then it will have a little bit of meaning for me to do this. Han Dong's words were so plain and sincere that the crowd was creepily moved. Several leaders of the TV station exchanged low voices and looked at Ruan Danqing with a meaningful gaze. Wen Dan Tan's eyes moistened. As intelligent as she was, how could she not understand Han Dong's true intention of specially mentioning her and Han Shan on such an occasion? He's trying to let his brother and sister-in-law get some glory and make some political capital too. Ruan Danqing knew that Han Dong was very good, but he did not expect him to be able to cope with such an occasion. It is reasonable to say that a child from the countryside will be a little restrained in a big scene, but look at Han Dong's performance. Seemingly clumsy, simple and sincere without losing heart. The people he's trying to lift are in the words. Even if you suspect that he did it deliberately, it's hard to believe. After all, he was just too young. I'll treasure the certificate of honor, and I'll take the $1 million prize, although I would love to donate this money. As I said earlier, sincerity should be the most important quality of Jiangde. We have 4 children in our family, so my parents are under a lot of financial pressure, and this money, I'm going to give it to them as a family education fund. So, sorry Mayor Kong, I really can't return the bonus. Ha 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 ha. The stage doubled over with laughter. Mayor Kong picked up the microphone and smiled. Mr. Han Dong, this prize money is what you deserve. Your righteous act, protecting the safety of the country and people's lives and properties. Every Jiangzhou person should take off his hat to you. Our thanks to you is real money. This bonus is completely at your disposal. There will be no one to you moral abduction, much less ask you to return. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. President Zhong pressed his hands together, and when the clamor subsided a bit, he said aloud, after the school's research, it was decided to exempt Han Dong's tuition and fees during his school years, accommodation fees, and to appoint him as the deputy secretary of the law school's youth league committee. Mr. Han Dong is the hero of the whole Jiangzhou city, but also the hero of our university. I hope that he can make persistent efforts in his new work position and open up a new situation. Thank you. Again. Han Dong bowed down. The audience applauded for a long time. Chapter 16, Water as a Hibiscus. The commendation of Han Dong was over, but the conference did not end. Since the city leaders were invited, how could the school authorities miss this good opportunity? Naturally, the stage was set up so that the leaders could inspire the students present. Naturally, today's military training session was cancelled, so the students sat honestly in the playground and listened to the speech. When he was bored, Han Dong took out his cell phone and casually swiped it. Seeing a new friend application on WeChat, I clicked on it and looked at it, and the avatar was actually a hot beauty, looking like she was working out, with a tight sports tank top, peaks and peaks, thin waist and long legs, and every cell seemed to be flowing outward with 2 words, vigor. The beauty was wearing a high ponytail and her eyebrows were suffused with vibrant Englishness. It's really and valiant. The WeChat name is simple. Just 2 words, Linlin. Who is this? Han Dong searched his memory and could not find any information about this person, but he nodded in agreement. Of course, Dongzi students will never admit that it is because of people's hot body to add. Readers, what has to do with the body? Who are you? He sent a series of question marks. Did you really add me? Is it because the avatar is sexier? Lin sent a bad joke emoji. Psycho. Who are you? Don't we know when we meet? By the way, we have a code word for the joint. Yo, when we meet, you have to write a 3-letter word on my palm. What the hell kind of name is this? Han Dong frowned. Enough for now. I'm going to class. Lin quickly got offline. A lesson? What kind of classes? A fitness class? Han Dong guessed. What are you doing? Shen Qianyun, who was sitting next to her, came over. Han Dong wanted to say asterisk, but he didn't dare. The principal has just appointed him a deputy secretary of the college league committee, and Mr. Shin is the secretary of the college league committee, which happens to be his top boss, and he will have to deal with it often in the future, so he can't be too reckless. Nothing. Han Dong collected his cell phone. Ruan Dansheng is your sister-in-law. Ha? Shin Xianyun's expression seemed to be smiling. Yes, Mr. Shin knows my sister-in-law? We live next door, don't you think? Why dislike people if you know them? That day you went to the wrong door, right? Shin Xianyun's expression suddenly went cold. What did Mr. Shin say? Why can't I understand? Han Dong could only play dumb. Alright, stop pretending. I recognize it. Shin Xianyun very stealthily pinched the soft flesh on the side of Han Dong's waist and twisted it with force. Ah hiss. Shen teacher. Gently. I didn't mean to peep. Who knows you are at home by yourself jumping on the gada. You want to die? Keep your voice down. Shin Xianyun was embarrassed. Pinching his soft flesh and twisting it half a circle again. Gritting her teeth, she said, that matter, if you dare to mention a word of it to anyone else, I'll kill you. Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone. There are some things that are only good for you to reminisce about. It's only silly forks who share them with others. You, Shin Xianyun pretty face flew up 2 red halos, angrily said, no reminiscing, immediately give me to forget. Okay, I've already forgotten. Han Dong casually made a perfunctory remark. Forget it? Go to hell. Let me ask you, the last time you saw me on the rooftop, why did you run away in such a hurry? Am I that scary? Shin Xianyun grimaced with a tiger's face. Come on, by then I already knew you were a teacher in our institution, so if I didn't run, should I wait for you to recognize and resonate me? That's more like it. Shin Xianyun looked quite satisfied with this answer and her expression eased up quite a bit. You really defeated 5 gun-toting bruisers all by yourself. Ha? False. I don't have that skill. It's all because my police uncle blew it. Who are you? The leader of the city council would fake it for you? With your intelligence, I can hardly bluff you. Look, I told you that you are practicing kung fu on the rooftop. Right. And you still don't admit that you are obviously a martial arts master. And you have to pretend to be low-key and dishonest with me. Beauty's brain circuits are full of potholes. Han Dong could only choose to shut up. Give me the cell phone. Shin Qianyun reached out. What for? Stop nagging and bring it. Han Dong had to hand over his cell phone. Shin Qianyun had some operation, added each other's WeChat, and saved each other's phone numbers at the same time. Since you're also a cadre of the mission committee, it's inevitable that you'll have to deal with it in the future. So leave your contact information so that you won't be unable to find you. Understood. Han Dong took the cell phone and said blandly. It was hard to endure until the speeches of the bigwigs were over and it was time for lunch. Han Dong, as the protagonist of this commendation ceremony, was pulled along by Principal Zhang to send off the leaders. Guodong was the last group to leave, and when he came over to shake hands, he was followed by a beautiful woman in a police uniform. The straight uniform could not cover her hot body. A bar of 3 stars, commonly known as a Harry 3. So Young is actually a first-class police superintendent. Han Dong froze. The cover was impressive because he recognized this beautiful woman, especially the Englishness of her brow. It was the hot woman who added him to WeChat earlier. Just the avatar that photo dressed more cool, and at the moment wearing a police uniform looks a little different. Classmate Han Dong. She is my colleague. When the 9/10 robbery happened, she went out of town to work on the case and didn't participate in it. When she came back and watched the video of you subduing the robbers, she very much recognized your stature. so she specially followed this time and wanted to get acquainted. Sure, Guodong introduced. Hello, Lin Fu of the city's criminal police department. The beautiful superintendent smiled and reached out her hand. Hello. Han Dong gently shook her hand. Her name is Lin Fu? WeChat nickname Lin Lin. It should be her, right? Thinking of her, WeChat said. To meet in her palm to write a 3 words. As a joint code. Heart. This Lin police officer looks righteous. Inside living a small naughty So he followed the instructions and wrote a 3-letter word on her palm with his finger. What are you doing? Lin Fu's face turned cold. Then she shook off his hand. That's what you said. Han Dong said blandly. Go away. Lin Fu grimaced and turned around. Ugh. What's going on here? Sure, Guodong had to say goodbye. And then followed. Lin Fu. Didn't you want to get to know this great hero? Why are you suddenly leaving? Humph. What great hero? Just a womanizer. Lin Fu snorted coldly. I can't. I see that this kid is quite decent. Sure, Guodong said doubtfully. You were tricked by him. Lin Fu frowned. If the kid hadn't done the police force a huge favor, she would have slapped him across the face. How dare you molest me? You're so impatient. Seeing the 2 policemen walking away, Principal Zhang patted Han Dong's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. You're young. Don't be so hasty. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you see my little maneuver? Principal. It's not what you think. It's her. Alright. No need to explain. I was also young once. How could I not understand the thoughts of your age group? You've made a great achievement this time. So if you work steadily in the future, your future won't be bad. Girls like Officer Lin can't be taken lightly. If you want to chase people, you must first be strong yourself. Understand? Ha! I didn't realize that you know a lot about it. Principal. Nonsense. Haven't you ever eaten pork? Haven't you ever seen a pig run? The kind of small action just now. Don't do it in the future. It may work on normal girls, but it will only backfire on her. Also, if you encounter any difficulties at school in the future, call me directly. Principal Zhong handed him a business card of his own. Han Dong took the business card and was about to say something when Zhong Yusong turned around and walked away. Hey, Principal, listen to me. It's really not what you think. WC, relentless. Can't you listen to a good explanation? She's the one who seduced me in the first place. It's true that older men are stubborn. Han Dong opened WeChat and exasperatedly sent a message to Lin Lin. What do you mean? What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Lin Lin answered back in seconds. You're the one who said you wanted some kind of code word. And now you're making a face at me? No way. You met up with Milk Tiger? Lin Lin sent a horrified emoji. Milk Tiger? Han Dong was stunned. You mean Lin Fu? Yeah, she's milky and mean. Doesn't she look like a milk tiger? Han Dong thought to himself. I don't know if it looks like a tiger, but it is quite fierce. Then he woke up and realized that Lin Lin wasn't Lin Fu at all. Fine. How dare you privately post Officer Lin's life photos and impersonate her to solicit? I'll call her right away and report you. Don't. Please don't. If you do this, Milk Tiger will beat me to death. Lin Lin eagerly sent out a voice. Han Dong heard it out. Wasn't it that ghost girl Lin Rong? Stinky girl. I know who you are. Han Dong huffed. Is this how you get back at your savior? How can this be called retaliation? This is handing out benefits. Lin Lin explained. You punked me. Officer Lin must think I'm a pervert. Don't you? Would you add me if I didn't post such a hot, beautiful avatar? Can't talk this day. Little master will pull the plug on you now. Han Dong was infuriated. If you try to pull the plug, I'll tell Milk Tiger that you forcibly kissed me. Asterisk. You threatening me? I'm telling the truth. I just gave you a peck to teach you a lesson. How is that a forced kiss? Counting before and after. I've already saved you twice. I'm considered your benefactor, right? Is this how you repay favors? Don't pull the plug on me. People will take their time to repay you in the future. I swear. Stay on probation. It depends on your performance in the future. Han Dong said indifferently. In addition, we've obviously met several times. What kind of joint code is that? How childish. Twice. Well, goodbye is the third time, so I'll let you write a 3. Don't you think that's romantic? Romance your ass. This girl, is there some misunderstanding about romance? Han Dong actually suspected that it was Lin Rong at first, but her request for a secret code for the joint was a tiresome maneuver that disturbed his thinking. He had already met her before. So what kind of password was needed? It should only be needed for strangers to meet. Lin Fu, Lin Rong, Hibiscus, Pro Sisters. Ha! Han Dong sighed. Dong is so smart. He thought of the origin of our sisters' names in a flash. Han Dong rolled his eyes. It wasn't hard to guess, alright. It's almost 12 o'clock. Go ahead and eat your lunch. I have things to do. Talk to you later. Okay, de brother Hanon. For nothing. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong let out a breath. These sisters are no slouches, but pretty that is. Lin Fu is valiant and has a hot body. And Lin Rong is bright-eyed and extremely white and young and thin. Let's keep it in the fish pond for now. Chapter 17 Gusumu Family. After dinner, Han Dong went to the ICBC branch near the school and deposited the $1 million bonus into his account. Thinking twice, he transferred $800,000 to his mother, Zhao Huilan. 5 minutes later, Mom's call came through. Dongzi, why did you transfer so much money to me? The big city is full of flowers. You don't want to go down the evil path. 2 days ago, by chance, I helped the police solve a case, and this is what they rewarded me with. Really? You can't reward so much money for seeing justice. Call and ask Sean if you don't believe me. He knows about it. You wait, I have to ask Dashan. It's not that I don't trust you, son. I'm afraid you'll be tricked. Zhao Huilan hung up the phone, and before long, she called back. Dongzi, is it true? I've heard it all from Dashan. Can I lie to you about something this big? You dead kid. You've got a lot of guts. Those people had guns in their hands, and you dared to charge up there? Mom's voice suddenly raised an octave. Han Dong withdrew his cell phone slightly outward. This is his own mother. Since childhood, the magic sound has penetrated the ears, and was yelled out of the shadow. But it was clear to him that this was the way his mother loved them. She wasn't as gentle as city mothers, with a loud voice and the occasional rolled-up sleeve to beat someone up, but she loved her children no less than city mothers. It makes my mother's heart happy that you can make a contribution to the country. But if these will threaten your life, mother would rather not have the money. I want my son to grow up in peace. It's okay, Mom. I know what I'm doing. But, when did you practice martial arts? How come we don't know? Just learned it from that Taoist priest on Qingfeng Mountain. Practiced it since I was a kid. And he wouldn't let me tell anyone. So I didn't tell you guys. Oh, it seems like that old Taoist is still a high-level person. Zhao Huilan sounded quite happy. Right. The kung fu he teaches is indeed quite impressive. Han Dong smiled and continued, here's what I think. Isn't the bonus $1 million? I transferred $800,000 to you and kept $200,000 for myself. You won't have to give me living expenses in the future. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a few seconds, and Han Dong's ears were sharp enough to hear his mother's sobs. Dongzi, you are a good boy. However, this money is what you traded your life for. We won't touch it, and it will be used for you to buy a house and get a wife in the future. For the family's expenses, your father and I will find a way to earn it, so you don't have to worry. No, Mom, you don't have to worry about buying a house and getting a wife. You guys have already overdone it by paying for me to go to college. So let's look to my son for the next step. This money is at your disposal. Trust me, I can earn more money. Okay, Mom knows. Your 200,000 yuan should be spent, should not be spent. Don't mess around. A person outside of school. Don't aggravate yourself. Alright, Mom. After a little more family talk with his mother and a report on how things were going at school, he hung up the phone. Coming out of the bank, he heard someone call his name, Han Dong. Looking around, there was a white Bentley coupe parked on the side of the road, and looking through the lowered passenger window, a beautiful woman was waving at him. It was the great beauty, Mu Wanji, whom she had befriended in the bus robbery. Hello, Mr. Mu. Han Dong approached the car and greeted with a smile. Get in. Mu Wanji beckoned. Han Dong opened the passenger side and sat in. Don't call Mr. Mu in the future. It seems awkward. Just call sister. Okay, Sister Mu. For this kind of request that did not violate the principle, Han Dong had always been amenable to goodwill. Come to the bank to do business. Ha? Mu Wanji asked. Well, I got my merit bonus today, came to the bank to deposit it, and transferred it to my mom on the way. All for the family? Mu Wanji looked at him unexpectedly. Not really, transferred $800,000 to the family and kept $200,000 for myself. What a filial good boy. Mu Wanji sighed in heartfelt admiration. For young people nowadays, when they suddenly get such a huge sum of money, most of them will spend it on themselves, and rarely will they give it back to their parents. Sister Mu, where are you going? Han Dong digressed. He doesn't want to talk to people too much about what's going on at home. Going home. Visiting the old master. Mu Wanji frowned slightly, looking a bit depressed. Passing by here, happened to see you. So I said hello. Did you encounter any trouble? Han Dong casually asked. My father and I don't have a very good relationship, and I haven't gone back for many years. Now that he's bedridden and in a bad way, it's only logical that I should go back to see him. Han Dong understood for a second. Another one of those dog-blooded grudge stories among the gentry, right? No matter which script it is, what is certain is that Mu Wanji was not well received in the Mu family. so she cut ties with her family in a fit of pique. Now that her father is seriously ill, she 100% wants to go back, but after years of grudges, there are still lumps in her heart. Do you know what kind of disease the old man has? Han Dong asked in a deep voice. He had been studying the medical skills of the heavenly doctor sect, so perhaps he could help. I spoke to my father's attending physician on the phone, and according to him, the condition is very peculiar. The source of the disease could not be detected by all means, but the physical condition is getting worse and worse. From time to time, he falls into hallucinations, speaks nonsense, and is aggressive, previously nearly strangling a caregiver to death. Since yesterday, he has been in a coma, and the doctor said that he is afraid that he cannot be saved. Mu Wanji voiced some choking. Even though father and daughter had turned against each other, it was her father after all. Blood is thicker than water, and emotionally speaking it can never be broken. I'd like to come along if I can. Hey, Mu Wanji looked at him suspiciously. My master not only passed on my martial arts, but also taught me the art of healing. Maybe I can help. If that's the case, then that's great. A light suddenly flashed in Mu Wanji's beautiful eyes. Han Dong's stature is what she saw with her own eyes. If the medical skills are also that powerful, perhaps, can really save her father? Thinking of all the humiliation and discrimination she had once experienced in the Mu family, Mu Wanji's wariness steamed up. Let's go. Go to the Mu family with sister. Mu Wanji started the car, and with the roar of the engine, drove into the rolling traffic. Gusu City, humble villa. The famous Mu family of Jiangzhou is located in this Chinese-style mansion, named Mu Mansion. At this moment, the sky over the Mu Mansion was covered with a layer of sorrowful clouds. Mu Tiansheng, the head of the Mu family, was tortured by a strange disease, dying and unconscious, and his children and grandchildren, like a dead mother, all gathered outside the door of the room, looking at each other without words. The door opened and Professor Wu Qinglin, the director of the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou City, walked out. The Mu family's descendants looked at the expert in unison. I've done my best. Wu Qinglin had a sullen look on his face. Wow, cried one of the latter. Elder Wu, is there really no other way? Mu Tianqing's wife, Yun, had tears in her eyes. With the medical care available, it really is hopeless. It's not disrespectful to you since there's no way out, can we let other doctors try? Mu Shui, the second son of the Mu family, hurriedly said. There's no need. Professor Wu has said it's hopeless. Just don't toss the old man anymore. The Mu family's son, Mu Shouren, said in a deep voice. Eldest uncle, are you in such a hurry to do grandpa's funeral, so that you can take charge of the Mu family, right? Mu Shui's son, Mu Yunhai, sneered back. Eldest, mind your children. How do you talk to your elders? Mu Shouren said angrily. The second Mu Shui was silent. If the father died in this way, according to the rules passed down by the Mu family is indeed to be inherited by the eldest house. Unless the former head of the family appointed an heir, their second house wouldn't stand a chance. If you want to turn the tide, your father must not die. At least not at this time. So many doctors have come before and after. The bounty has been increased to $10 million, but in the end it's still futile? Mu Sharan looked angrily at his second brother's family. Don't think I don't know what you guys think. As long as there's a day I'm alive, it's not your turn. Without the constraints of their father, the conflict between the two brothers has come out into the open. Old Mrs. Mu's face turned blue. Kai, if you get another doctor, let him take a look. Yes, grandmother, Mu Yunhai respectfully said. This divine doctor I invited is already waiting at a nearby hotel. I'll go fetch him. Go on. Yun nodded slightly. Seeing that their mother had spoken, the two Mu family brothers didn't dare to say anything else. Chapter 18, 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. When Mu Wanji and Han Dong drove to the Mu mansion, it coincided with Mu Yunhai's return from picking up someone. The two cars met as they parked in front of the gate. Mu Yunhai's car is a brand new Porsche Panamera Turbos, the top version. The color scheme is the manufacturer's main cement gray. Under the sunlight, shining with a very high-class luster, both sides of the body outlined with a red waistline. Simple and beautiful, like a finishing touch, set off the entire car's sports temperament. At the moment, the rear side of the three-section rear wing slowly closed. Really have the sense of immediacy when the Autobot transformed. Bilateral 4 exhaust. Each pipe can be stuffed with an adult fist, highlighting its strong power. The red calipers, in harmony with the color of the beltline, are an eye-catching accent on the cool gray body. The car had a provisional license plate and had obviously been picked up not long before it was due to be registered. This car is definitely the most wanted object in most men's dreams, and Han Dong is no exception. So he couldn't help but look at it a little more. Only after seeing Mu Yunhai and a middle-aged man in a tang suit go inside did Mu Wanji get out of the car. Who is he? Han Dong asked. My second brother's son. Mu Yunhai. Mu Wanji faintly said. Oh, then let's go in too. Mu Wanji nodded and followed Mu Yunhai, entering the house. When the Mu family members saw Mu Yunhai bring the doctor in, they had just exchanged a few pleasantries, but when they saw Mu Wanji bring in a college student-looking young handsome man, their faces all changed. Mu Wanji, what do you mean? The family is like this and you still bring a white boy back to add to the chaos? Mu Sharan's wife couldn't help but reprimand. Mu Wanji did not look away, not bothering to talk to this sister-in-law at all. Yo, the daughter who hasn't come to the door for over 10 years is only showing up now. This is to see that the old man is going to be gone and come back to fight for the family property, right? The second Mu Shuyi's daughter-in-law said in a conspiratorial manner. Okay, I'll say less. Old Mrs. Mu looked at her daughter, her wrist trembling slightly. Wanji, your father, may not be able to do it. Dad won't be without. Mu Wanji's eyes were resolute. I've invited a godly doctor. He might be able to cure Dad's illness. The divine doctor? Who is it? Where is it? Mu Yunhai looked outside. It's me. Handong smiled faintly and pointed to his nose. I'm the divine doctor that Mr. Mu invited. Put. Mu Yunhai had just taken a sip of mineral water and nearly sprayed it out. You're a divine doctor. So what have I invited? Mu Yunhai pointed at the tang-suited middle-aged man beside him. This little white boy is still pretending to be an elephant with his nose stuck up his ass. He looks like he's 20 years old at most. How dare he pretend to be a miracle doctor? The man had a slightly chubby figure and a graceful demeanor. And he did have a bit of gravitas. Don't recognize. Han Dong said blandly. Turtle. This is Lingnan's most valuable famous doctor. Mr. Lin Zhongchuan. Mu Yunhai did not bother to pay attention to Han Dong and fired directly at his aunt. Mu Wanji. What are you trying to do? Going home to cause trouble? How dare you? Who taught you to yell at your elders? No wonder the Mu family has been left behind by the wrong family over the years. So it's because there's something wrong with the family's teachings. Mu Wanji said angrily. How come my son has no family discipline? At the very least, he hasn't gotten into a scandalous affair with someone outside and disgraced the family. The Mu family's second daughter-in-law bristled. I don't know if he's been screwing around, but it's a true fact that you've been screwing around. Do you want me to break the name of that cowboy? You. Spit blood. Although Mrs. Mu Er's voice was stern, her aura was obviously weak. Mu Shuyi glared at her fiercely, frightening her so much that she didn't dare to speak again. Mu Wanji, you are at least Grandpa's own daughter, and there's no reason for me to stop you from coming to give him a ride when he's dying. But what kind of a thing is this Yakuza? What gives him the right to meddle in our family affairs here? Be sensible and get out immediately. Mu Yunhai had a wave of evil fire that had nowhere to vent, pointing at Han Dong and cursing bitterly. Snap! A crunching sound. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they fixed their eyes again, they only saw Mu Yunhai covering his left cheek, and half of his face instantly swelled up. This slap tells you that no one dares to speak ill of me. Han Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. His immortal cultivator aura leaked out, and the crowd felt a sense of oppression, as if they were facing a mountain. With Mu Yunhai's violent temper, he froze and didn't dare to have a seizure. Han Dong is here to cure Dad. You guys better show some respect. Mu Wanji looked at the stupid family members with contempt. Professor Wu has said that the old man is hopeless. What right does a brat have to save his father? Mu Sharan's wife questioned loudly. If he can save Grandpa, the Mu family will give him $20 million. Mu Yunhai snorted. The original bounty was $10 million. When he says that, it's a direct double. Do words count? Han Dong's eyes narrowed. Of course, we Mu family members are credible. A mouthful of spit is a nail. I don't believe it. Han Dong faintly said. Sister Mu was naturally trustworthy, but you guys can't say the same. Han Dong said in a deep voice. The old man hasn't even left yet, and jumped into a tawdry maneuver of competing for the family's property. People who are trustworthy can't do it. So, write down what you just promised, in black and white, and thereafter when you guys renege on the debt, I can have a proof. Okay, I'll write it for you, but if you can't save Grandpa, what should you say? Mu Yunhai received a slap in front of everyone and was at a loss as to how to retaliate. Do with it what you will. Han Dong smiled faintly. That's good. Mu Yunhai found a pen and paper and wrote down the promise he just made. Plus that car in front of your door. Han Dong faintly said. Okay, no problem. Mu Yunhai wrote another stroke on the paper. To wit, if Han Dong can cure his grandfather, he is willing to pay $20 million for the diagnosis, plus a new Porsche Panamera. Sign your name at the end. Young man, do you really have a way to save old Mu? Wu Qinglin was curious. It should be fine. Han Dong smiled faintly. Mo Yunhai scoffed. Will you come first, or will Mr. Lin come first? Lin Zhongchuan's gaze toward Han Dong was filled with disdain. The mouth is not a good place to be. How dare you steal food from me with your milky face? I am a person who abides by the rules. You arrived a few moments before me, so naturally, you came first, Han Dong said indifferently. You won't stand a chance if I make a move. That's not necessarily true. Han Dong grinned. Lin Zhongchuan snorted coldly. Carrying the medicine box, he took the lead and entered Elder Mu's hospital room. The others followed. After Han Dong entered the door, he felt that the entire room was very chilly. There was a huge difference between the indoor and outdoor temperatures, as if he had suddenly entered winter from summer. Moreover, this kind of coldness was very unusual, giving rise to a chill from the bottom of one's heart. Han Dong had the pure yang qi protecting his body and was not affected in the slightest. However, the others suffered, and after entering the room, they shivered in unison. It's getting cold in Grandpa's hospital room. It's freezing. Mu Yunhai couldn't help but spit. Han Dong frowned as his eyes searched around the room. It finally settled on a jade beast ornament above the bed. Elder Mu was lying on his back in the hospital bed. His breath was like a swimmer, relying on the ventilator to barely maintain his life. The electrocardiogram fluctuations on the screen were extremely weak and could be interrupted at any time. His face was ghastly white, his lips were black and blue, and he looked almost lifeless. Han Dong opened his spiritual eyes and examined inside Elder Mu's body for a while before he knew where the crux of the matter was. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Lingnan Divine Dr. Lin Zhongchuan carefully looked over Master Mu's eyelids, tongue, and took his pulse. After gazing and pondering for half a day, he opened his mouth and said, "It's no wonder that the commonly used medical means can't cure it. This is not a disease for the old gentleman, but a yin evil entering his body." "What do you mean by yin evil entering the body?" Wu Qinglin asked. "Yin evil entering the body is commonly known as bumping into evil, which means ghost possessed." "Ha!" Wu Qinglin smiled perfunctorily. It was obvious that he didn't believe in these strange powers. The Mu family members all looked at Mu Yunhai. Is this a doctor or a magician he invited? Is it reliable? Lin Zhongchuan knew that people didn't believe him, so he didn't explain much, took out a dozen silver needles from the medicine box, and began to administer the treatment. When Lin Zhongchuan inserted 13 silver needles into Master Mu's Ghost Gate points, Wu Qinglin suddenly exclaimed, "You are Ghost Gate 13 needles?" Wu Qinglin studied Western medicine, but he was knowledgeable and had seen a Chinese medicine master perform the Ghost Gate 13 needles, so he was impressed. "Not bad, Prof. Wu has good eyesight." Lin Zhongchuan nodded haughtily. "I sealed the 13 Ghost Gate acupoints with silver needles, except for the acupoints at the base of the tongue where I left the shangmen, and after my unique method of repelling them, the yin evil will escape through the shangmen. The patient will naturally be fine." Han Dong nodded slightly. It had to be said that this Lingnan divine doctor still had 2 brushes, and among mortals, his medical skills were considered good. He's healing in a direction that is at least closer to the truth than the others, but it's only close. The difference is 1,000 miles. Chapter 19. The Golden Crow Emperor's inheritance naturally did not contain such mortal medical techniques as the Ghost Gate 13 needles, and Han Dong would not be able to use them. However, he was certain that even if Lin Zhongchuan's needles were higher, he would not be able to cure Elder Mu. Sure enough, after Lin Zhongchuan tossed and turned for a long time, Elder Mu remained motionless. "This evil spirit is too powerful. Mr. Lin can't do anything about it. You guys should hire another expert." The Lingnan divine doctor sighed in dismay. "That's $10 million. It's not easy to earn." When Mu Yunhai saw that the miracle doctor he had invited couldn't handle it, he couldn't keep up his face any longer. "This divine doctor, it's your turn, please." He glared at Han Dong without any good humor. Mu Wanji's pair of wonderful eyes swirled around Han Dong's body, and she was also curious to know just how good Han Dong's medical skills were. $20 million and a car. No cheating later, haha. Han Dong raised 3 fingers and grinned. "Don't worry, as long as you cure my grandfather. Money and car, hands down." Mu Yunhai disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "That's good." Han Dong came to the bed. His right palm covered the top of Mu Tianqing's head, and in accordance with the immortal medical technique he had learned from the heavenly Dr. Sek's inheritance, he inputted a stream of pure yang qi into the patient's 100 hubs point. This yang qi, which was born out of the essence of the sun, was refined by the secret techniques of the heavenly healer sect, and transformed into the everlasting pure yang qi. This was one of the wonderful uses of the pure yang body. If Han Dong was not a pure yang body, he would not be able to produce pure yang qi within his body. Although his pure yang body was only a small success, it was still more than enough to drive away some yin qi from a mortal's body. This yang qi carried hot energy and ran through Mu Tianqing's body. The crowd couldn't see the doorway, but they could see a hint of redness gradually creeping up on Elder Mu's face, and then this redness spread rapidly to the side like a snowball. The ghastly white face gradually returned to normal, and the auburn on his lips slowly disappeared. After 10 minutes had passed, Han Dong suddenly withdrew his palms and joined his fingers like knives. poking several times swiftly and incomparably at Elder Mu's shoulders, waist, and legs. He then removed his breathing equipment. Ah, Tai! Master Mu suddenly sat up from the bed, opened his eyes roundly, and opened his mouth to spit out a pile of black blood clots, which actually froze, with cool air rising from the top of the silk. The crowd was so scared that they took a few steps back in unison. What are you guys doing surrounding my room? Elder Mu's face was filled with a puzzled expression. Born. You are well? Old Mrs. Mu leaned over excitedly. Good. Of course it's good. The body has never felt so relaxed. Elder Mu stretched his muscles and bones and was overjoyed. Wu Qinglin hurriedly leaned over, gave him a checkup, and joyfully said, normal temperature, normal heart fluctuations, old Mu has really recovered. Prof. Wu's words were authority, and the crowd began to feel a sense of truth. Divine. Simply divine. Little guy. Mr. Han, how did you do it? Wu Qinglin could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Zhongquan also opened his eyes wide and stared at Han Dong. Dr. Lin has actually seen some clues. However, Elder Mu is not possessed by a ghost, but rather, he has been eroded by the extremely yin and extremely cold corpse chi, and that's why he has lost his vitality only. Han Dong explained. Corpse chi? Wu Qinglin was puzzled. How could old Mu be infected with corpse chi? That's it. Han Dong pointed to the strangely shaped jade beast pendant above the bed. If I'm not mistaken, this jade beast should be a tomb artifact, and that tomb happens to be in an extremely yin and cold place, because the tomb is filled with yin and cold air. The corpse of the tomb's owner does not decay for years, and after a long time, it has raised corpse chi. All the antique jade in the tomb, a long time by the corpse gas infestation, slowly become evil. How these grave goods unearthed is not known. Regular people, if and it is accompanied by night and day, will be this extremely cold corpse gas infiltration, gradually lose vitality. This is not the most terrible. Han Dong paused, and the crowd looked at him with bated breath, hoping that he would hurry up and tell the answer. What's the more terrible thing? Mu Wanji was the first to ask. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief as she asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Even if a person dies, it is highly likely that the corpse will turn. Moreover, after a necrophilia only remembers the people closest to him. If that really happens, the Mu house will turn into hell on earth. He will slaughter all the people he remembers. The ward was silent. There are indeed historical accounts of zombies slaughtering villages. If what Han Dong said was true, the consequences were unimaginable. The Mu family members, including Mu Tiansheng, had their backs instantly moistened with cold sweat. But, how did you solve the corpse chi in Mr. Mu's body? Wu Qinglin was puzzled. Heaven and earth are nothing but yin and yang. No matter how scary a zombie is, it will also fear the sunlight. I am a martial arts practitioner, and what I cultivate happens to be pure yang chi, which is the nemesis of yin and cold corpse chi. You just covered the top of your head with your hand. You were channeling pure yang chi into the patient's body? Wu Qinglin's eyes widened. That's right, the yin cold corpse chi met the pure yang chi. Just like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, it quickly melted. In the end, when I poked him a few times on his body, I was using chi to unclog his joint muscles that were numb from lying down for a long time. So he sat up instantly. Miraculous, just too miraculous. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, Mr. Wu would never have been able to believe that there is such a horrible disease in the world with such a miraculous method of healing. Mr. High and Mighty, please accept my obeisance. Wu Qinglin respectfully bowed to Han Dong. There is no need for Professor Wu to be too self-effacing when there are specialties in his profession. Han Dong smiled and righted him. Late bloomers, Lin Zhongquan sighed. I think Lin, boasted of medical skills Lingnan first, did not expect to come to Jiangnan for the first time, was defeated by a young man, is really outside the people, outside the sky. He laughed, rather forlornly, carrying his medicine chest. The crowd didn't bother with him. So, this jade beast ornament has to be disposed of quickly? Mu Tiancheng was really a bit scared. That is not necessary. Han Dong reached out and rubbed his hand over the pendulum a few times, and a pure yang chi lingered, instantly eliminating that gloomy and cold corpse chi. No problem now. Even sleeping with it in your arms won't hurt you a bit. Mu Tiancheng boldly touched it. Sure enough, before this pendulum threw the body cold, now actually is warm. Dad, did you find this ornament yourself, or did someone else give it to you? Mu Wanji suddenly reminded. My father's greatest hobby was collecting antique jade, and since he put this jade beast ornament on his bedside, it meant that he liked it very much. If it was a deliberate setup by someone throwing their hat in the ring, it would be horrible. Mu Tiancheng seemed to have thought of something, his brows deeply locked. Mu Wanji didn't say anymore. Her father was a smart man. A little goes a long way. You can't do harm to people. But you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. She didn't think it was that simple. If not for Han Dong's timely intervention, the entire Mu family might have been annihilated. This Mr. Han was invited by Wanji. Old Lady Mu said in a warm voice. Wanji, Mu Tiansheng swallowed hard. This time thanks to you. Although the disconnect is still there, the fact that Mu Tian is willing to talk to his daughter is already a huge step forward. The rest can only be left to time. Mr. Mu, I have cured your grandfather as promised. Now it's time for you to honor your promise, right? Han Dong stared at Mu Yunhai with a smirk. Mu Yunhai watched his eyes and nose, pretending not to hear. A young master of a big family is nothing more than that. Han Dong snorted. What is it? Elder Mu asked hurriedly. Mu Wanji then showed her father the promise that Mu Yunhai had written. It also briefly explained the bet between Han Dong and Mu Yunhai. Elder Mu immediately knew what was going on. Chapter 20, Becoming a Millionaire. This bastard. At first he thought that people were bragging, so he dared to bet against them, but now that he saw that Han Dong really did it, he wanted to renege on his debt. Previously, when he was dying, Master Mu also had a moment to return to the light. His 5 senses and 6 senses were particularly sensitive, and when he heard the conversation of this group of ungrateful children and grandchildren, he was suddenly furious. I'm not even dead yet, so I'm in a hurry to take the throne. If the Mu family is handed over to you, the foundation that I have worked so hard to build will soon be swallowed up to the dregs. How much weight do you have? Aren't you clear? Mu Shaoran and the others were sprayed with their heads hanging low, not daring to fart. We can't break faith with strangers, let alone with our benefactors. Since Yun Hai made a promise, it must be honored. Get this done as quickly as possible. 20 million, 10 million for each of your 2 families. Is there a problem? Mu Tianshan glared at a few unfilial children and grandchildren. Yes, father. Mu Shouren and Mu Shuyi pinched their noses and admitted it. And you, Mu Yun Hai, a man cannot stand without trust. As a male member of my Mu family, you must keep your word as the first iron rule. Since you are willing to gamble, you must accept defeat. You dare to bet heavily when you think you're sure to win, and then you're heartbroken when you finally lose and want to renege on your debt. With such a gambling character, who will dare to play with you in the future? Men want to do great things. We must learn to give up. The pattern is so small. How to hand over the Mu family to you in the future? Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Mu Yunhai lowered his head, his face full of shame. You're still young. It's not too late to learn from your mistakes. Mu Tiansheng sighed. Mu Yunhai immediately took out the car key and handed it to Han Dong, saying in a deep voice, from now on, that car is yours. Han Dong was not polite and casually put the key into his pocket. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. If Mu Yunhai wasn't so arrogant, Han Dong wouldn't bother to teach him a lesson. The whole family is overjoyed as Elder Mu recovers. The Mu family sincerely retained Wu Qinglin and Han Dong at home for dinner. During the meeting, Wu Qinglin asked Han Dong to teach him a lot of medical problems. Han Dong casually a sentence of the answer will make Wu Qinglin enlightened. See another world in medicine. After all, Han Dong's inheritance is the immortal means, compared to the mortal medical skills, do not know how many times superior. Wu Qinglin exchanged contact information with Han Dong with trepidation and addressed him respectfully as Mr. There was no order of learning, and the one who reached the top was the teacher. Although there was a large age difference between the two, Han Dong's realm in medicine was too much higher than his, giving Wu Qinglin a mountainous feeling of admiration. During this period, Han Dong received the arrival text message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. It was the Mu family brothers transferred in 2 tranches, 10 million each, confirming that the number was correct. Han Dong did not move on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. From today, brother is also a millionaire. Calm down, you're an immortal. After the midday meal, Mu Wanji still had to stay at home to talk with her mother, so Han Dong and Wu Qinglin took their leave first. When Han Dong left Mu's house, he realized that the Porsche coupe already had a license plate, and the number was Jiangyi HD 820. HD is the letter abbreviation of Han Dong's name, and 820 is his birthday. August 20th. Mu Shouren personally handed over the title and driving license to him. The Mu family is worthy of being the top 2 big families in Jiangzhou City, treating people and moisturizing them, and these small details are indeed taken care of. Previously, Mu Shouren had asked for his ID card to take a picture, saying that it was needed for huge transfers, and I didn't expect that even the license plate was on it, and also bought a good 3 years of insurance, in addition to sending a 20,000 amount of gas card. Mu Tianqing's pattern was indeed unusual, and he was very generous and thoughtful to him as his savior. Sitting in the car, The center control area that combines both luxury and technology makes you marvel at the charm of a $1 million luxury car. The interior is the most popular Bordeaux red for young people. Stylish and flirty. This is the top-of-the-line PAME turbos. The 8-cylinder 4.0T can explode 650 horsepower. 0-100 acceleration in as little as 3.1 seconds. And the addition of Germany-imported Kull exhaust system. The sound is thick and explosive. On. He started the car and adjusted it to sport mode. The engine roared like a tiger and leopard thunder. And the sexy sound waves shook people's eardrums. Putting it in gear and kicking the gas, the car instantly catapulted out like an arrow off the string amidst the heart-stopping sound of the exhaust cannon backfire. Moo Yunhai looked at the new car he had just brought up and gradually went away. His heart was dripping blood. That's mine. That's my damn. The seeds of resentment and hatred take root in the heart. This beam, it's kind of a knot. Father, $20 million for a consultation. Isn't that a bit expensive? Moo Sharun whispered. Moo Yunhai wasn't his own son, so why should the eldest house pay for the trouble he caused? Moo Sharun's heart was more or less stifled. That's $10 million although it's not that much to break his bones, but who would mind too much money? The lives of my entire Moo family. Is $20 million expensive? Even if what he said won't happen. Your father and my life alone. Is $20 million expensive? Is it worth $20 million to know a miracle doctor who can save your life at the critical moment? The patterns still need to open. Man, big man. Don't just focus on the little bit of silver in front of you. Mu Tianshan glared at him. These two sons. None of them are like him. All of them are short-sighted. Father's lesson is correct. Mu Sharan bowed his head respectfully. Han Dong quickly familiarized himself with the car. The most beautiful coupe on the surface. Under his hands like a tamed big cat. Like an arm and a hand. Smooth and silky. On. Poof poof poof. On. With a mellow exhaust backfire sound. Kull's exhaust never disappoints in its sound. Worthy of being $1 million coupe, the power is at your beck and call. A foot of throttle down. A strong sense of thrust and the roar of the engine makes people's adrenaline instantly soar. The direction is extremely precise. Where to hit. Some fine micro-operation can also be easily completed. Such a big car is like a toy in Han Dong's hands, handling it as he pleases. And the fun of driving is much stronger than his sister-in-law's XC40. Han Dong maneuvered it with one hand to the edge of Taihu Lake and rode a dozen laps on the lakeside avenue. The windows on both sides of the car were open, blowing the cool lake breeze, enjoying the song from the world's top Bose sound system, traveling in the streets and buildings, in the heart of the steed and the hunting ground. A young heart that gradually soars. The inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor was too powerful. Just by practicing a little bit of it, he was able to seize huge amounts of wealth in the modern city. In the future, as his cultivation became higher and higher, there was no telling what kind of miracles he would be able to create. Half a month ago, he was a rural student who rode the ordinary train to a foreign country to study, and could not afford to sit on the high-speed train. At that time, if someone told him, half a month later, you will have more than 20 million deposits, a Porsche worth 3 million, he will certainly be in the hand of the baked sweet potato paste on the face of the other side. By the way, with a slightly yellowish urine bared to wake him up. But today, he really did. Not only did he earn a large sum of money, but he also saved a family from being reunited and won the friendship of the Gusumu clan. The harvest is full. Chapter 21, Touching Wherever I'm Afraid. This Porsche coupe is so tight that it sucks up a lot of sperm on the road. And when a young lady whistles at him, he dares to blow back. It's true that when you have a large balance on your card, you get fat, and you dare to molest a beautiful woman. After an hour of driving around and getting over the car, Han Dong turned the car around and headed for the city. First, I went to Huawei's flagship store in University City and replaced that used Android with a Huawei Mate series Porsche model. Bought another tablet, and a laptop. Also bought a latest model Huawei folding screen as a backup. Boys have a different kind of obsession with cars and electronics, and Han Dong is no exception. It's just that in the past, he was so shy that he couldn't afford it. Now that he has more money, of course he wants to fulfill his materialistic desires. I was thinking of transferring another sum of money to my mother, but on second thought I'll put it aside for now. 800,000 is a lot of money for a rural family, enough to last them a long time. It's hard to explain a lot of things over the phone, so let's wait until we get home for the holidays. When driving back to the school, Han Dong simply applied for a parking space for the convenience of parking in the future. Jiangzhou University is located in the affluent Jiangnan region. Driving a private car to school freshmen quite a lot, but Han Dong's Porsche is undoubtedly the most beautiful cub. During the formalities, several security guards circled around the car. Hala nearly flowed out. 600 large a year to rent a fixed parking space not far from the school building. Classmate, what does your family do? Driving such a nice car. The security guard on duty that day couldn't help but ask. Farming. Han Dong smiled blandly. The guard had a mouthful of the old groove stuck in his throat. Nima, are farmers so arrogant now? If that's the case, I might as well be farming in my hometown. What's the point of coming out to be a security guard? After paying the money and receiving the electronic remote control key for the floor lock, Han Dong drove his car into the campus. In the past, he used to watch other people driving their cars whizzing by on campus and occasionally envied them, not realizing that he had also become a member of the campus car family. Han Dongzi, you special brew drops also have today. This handsome four-seater coupe, emitting a low roar that shakes the heart, whistles along the campus boulevard, and I have to say, it's so handsome that every student who passes by can't help but stop and watch. Even in JNU, where luxury cars abound, the Porsche Palmer Turbos stands out from the rest. It had to be said that Han Dong enjoyed this feeling of being noticed. No wonder so many people like to pretend. From the human herd attribute to analyze, be recognized, be envied, be admired, which belongs to the psychological needs. Who is this handsome pot? I haven't seen him before. The cheeks of a few senior sisters were red with excitement. Handsome pot and luxury car. Together they are the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. Looks like a freshman. Otherwise sis would never not recognize it. I lost it. Are schoolmates so fierce nowadays? Driving a Porsche to school? Which department? Which dormitory building he lives in? Within half an hour. I want all his information. As long as a schoolmate is Thai enough, no schoolmate can't push her over. The old cows were dumbfounded. And Han Dong, the young tender grass, had already arrived at the parking lot and backed the car into the parking space with extreme panache. Just as he got off the bus, Wu Yuanda's phone called. Dongzi, where have you been? The brothers have been looking for you for half a day. Went out to run some errands and just got back. What did you guys want to see me for? You've made a big appearance in school today. How can we have a celebration banquet? It just so happens that our dormitory has not had a dinner since the beginning of the school year. So two good and one good. What do you think, Secretary Han? Wu Yuanda teased. President Zhong's appointment of Han Dong as the deputy secretary of the law school's youth league committee at the commendation meeting was no less shocking than his receiving $1 million bonus. This was because there had never been a precedent in the history of JNU for a freshman to hold this position. The starting point was too high. So let's put it this way. As long as Han Dong didn't make any mistakes of principle during his studies, his future was very bright. Wanting to stay in school is also a very simple matter. $1 million spent and gone, but enough political capital accumulated to last him a lifetime. It was this that everyone envied the most. It could be said that half a month into the school year, Han Dong had already left the majority of his classmates behind by a large margin. It was no wonder Wu Yuanda had addressed him sourly as Secretary Han. I'm fine with that. All the spending. Secretary Han pays the bill. You don't mind if we eat dog big time, do you? He. Han Dong laughed. Just pick a place and send me a WeChat location directly. The phenomenon of eating large amounts of money between classmates is also a tradition from the time of study. Han Dong received such a large sum of money, it was inevitable that he would shed some blood. This season, naturally, is a jerk habir Wu Yuanda laughed. Go to the backstreet barbecue stalls. Rest assured that all brothers will not lead you to high-grade restaurants can be vigorously slaughtered. What time to go over? Come on now. Let's meet at the back of the school. I've informed everyone else. Good. Han Dong hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was actually after 5 o'clock. It's time for dinner. Just as he was about to leave, he saw two familiar figures coming down the boulevard. It was actually Si Yingchun and Chang Yusin. The two people leaned their heads together, perhaps watching some funny video. Chang Yusin covered her mouth and blossomed. Si Yingchun was obviously not as involved as Chang Yusin, and the remaining light from the corner of his eye swept over the figure on the side of the road, and he was suddenly stunned. Han Dong? Si Yingchun was surprised. Upon hearing this name, Chang Yusin trembled for a moment and hastily retreated to the side, looking at Han Dong with a gaze that was clearly a bit weak. Dongzi, we met in the middle of the road. Chang Yusin blushed. Her speech was incoherent. Ha! Han Dong laughed. Whatever you two are doing, you can't explain it to me. Congratulations, Dongzi, the brothers are all proud of you. Si Yingchun did not deliberately try to explain, and came up to pat Han Dong's shoulder. I didn't realize that your kung fu was so good. Teach me a couple of hands when you have time. It just happened to happen. Just lucky. Han Dong smiled. That's because you're modest. One person fighting 5 gun-toting bad guys can't win with luck alone. Speaking of this, Chang Yusin burst into a frown. Dong, you really earned Ariha people's face. Tonight, let's honor our warrior Han with a few drinks. It won't be fun until he vomits. Fine. Walk. Han Dong laughed. The corner of Si Yingchun's eye swept the Porsche Palmer next to him. Turtle. Fear where to touch. This is my dream car. Ah, Guso City's rich second generation is rich. Actually have to drive this car to school. Seeing-chun was envious. What kind of car is this? How much is it? Chung Yusin curiously surveyed the beast that looked like it was not to be messed with. The latest Porsche Panamera turbos. With options, modifications, all sorts of taxes, insurance, landed in fear of more than $3 million. Mom, more than $3 million. Can buy a suite in Jiangzhou? Chung Yusin's mouth opened into an O shape. Seeing-chun didn't connect the car to Han Dong at all, so he didn't ask him. Han Dong was also too lazy to take the initiative to recognize it. It's time to know. Sooner or later. And it's better not to blow his ego for the time being. Sooner or later. I'm going to put you in my private room. Bang! Seeing-chun and his fingers fired a false shot at the car. Chapter 22, A Gathering of Fragrances. The three of them talked and laughed as they arrived at the entrance of JNU. Wu Yuanda, Hong Tao, Zheng Zikai, and Zhang Peng had all arrived. As soon as Han Dong appeared, a few detrimental friends pounced on him. Zheng Zikai and Hong Tao pulled his arm, and Wu Yuanda reached out his claws for a seafloor strike. The vital part was attacked, and Han Dong's right leg instinctively bounced out. Bang! A muffled sound. Nearly 200 pounds of body directly flew out 5 meters away, fell on the grass by the side of the road. This was still the result of Han Dong collecting his force at the critical moment. Otherwise he would have to be seriously injured. The silhouette flashed, and before the remaining few people could see it, Han Dong had already arrived at Fatty Wu's side and hurriedly helped him up. Are you okay? Fatty Wu bared his teeth and examined himself. Luckily, the old man was thick with fat and escaped. Who the hell let you play monkey picking peach without saying hello? You're lucky you didn't you up. Han Dong glared at him without any good humor. Isn't this a desire to dip into Secretary Han's dragon energy? Fatty Wu's small eyes squeezed into slits. So what Uncle Policeman said is true. Dong is really a martial arts master. Hong Tao marveled. Hearing is not believing. Han Dong single-handedly picked 5 thugs of the famous scene did not have the chance to see, but inadvertently witnessed him kicked 200 pounds of big fat man. This leg? I'm afraid it doesn't have hundreds of pounds of strength. Nonsense. Do people's police uncles commit forgery? Wu Yuanda gave him a blank stare. So the gazes of several people looking at Han Dong became more and more complicated. Zheng Zikai was obviously a bit tasty. He used to look down on Han Dong, this rural child, the whole high school period, counting Zheng Zikai most out of the limelight. Good academic performance. Handsome. Or city people. Rich family, Han Dong in addition to good homework. Other aspects of the lack of good. There is basically no sense of existence in the class. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the university, Han Dong instead became the most dazzling one. This made Zheng Zikai extremely unbalanced inside. Especially Chang Yusin's flamboyant expression made Zheng Zikai feel a little tired in his heart. Where's Lily? He deliberately digressed to distract everyone from Han Dong. Here, over there. Zhang Peng pointed in the direction of the school entrance. They only saw Yu Li and another girl, who were standing not far away looking at them. To the crowd's surprise, the girl who came with her was actually the goddess in the hearts of several brothers, Josie. Take off the camouflage uniform. The girl is wearing a white chiffon shirt. Below is a peacock blue wide-legged pants. Footsteps, white shoes. Very casually tied a high ponytail. All alone. Looks so maverick. The girl had her hands in her pants pockets and looked around like there was starlight swirling in her eyes. Dressed in a floral dress. Yuli, well, a good pure system of cute girl. Standing beside her. Living like a little follower. Even Mako. Am I hallucinating? Fatty Wu pinched his thigh. Zhang Zikai and the others were also surprised. But of course, it was more of a surprise. This girl usually looks like a stranger. And after so long together in military training, she hasn't even spoken to anyone yet, not to mention asking out. Seeing the gazes of the crowd focusing on her, she smiled faintly. Yuli said that it was Han Dong who invited me to your celebration banquet, but I know that it was not his idea. The expression on his face just now makes it even more certain. Han Dong touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't take that, but I still came, because I admire Mr. Han Dong. What he did is worth floating a big white. Although I know full well that you didn't invite me. I would like to attend your celebration because you are a hero and I admire you. That's basically what Josie expressed. What Han Dong did not expect was that this soft-looking girl actually had a bit of bravado in her words. Worth floating for? This was not the language style of an ordinary girl. Just as he was about to speak, another big beauty came out of the school entrance with a quick step. But it was Shin Xianyun, the beautiful teacher of the law school. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Shin Xianyun had sharp eyes and was the first to spot Han Dong. Teacher Shin, we're going to go to the backstreet to jerk off Habir and celebrate Han Warrior's success. Why don't you join us? Wu Yuanda had a doggy expression. Fine, I'm going to watch you brats. so I don't get drunk and go out and get into trouble. Shin Xianyun guffawed. She came out the back door, intending to take a shortcut home, but she didn't expect to run into a dinner party. It was supposed to be dinner anyway, and Han, the kid, had just gotten a huge sum of money, so how could he get rid of his hatred without eating a big dog? Shin Xianyun thought so. It's really possible. A few of the livestock looked at each other, all feeling quite surprised. There was still a bit of distance between teachers and students in college, unlike the teachers in middle school who were as closely connected, especially leaders like Mr. Shin, who basically rarely had any contact with students. I didn't expect her to agree to such a casual invitation. But, Ms. Shin, we are going to eat a big stall. You are dressed like this. It is not quite appropriate, right? Han Dong kind of didn't want her to go. After all, there was a handle clutched in the hands of others, and his heart was weak. Shin Xianyun today wearing a light green bottom, brown twill Hermes dress, crossbody bag of the same brand, looks fairy and expensive. How to look in big stalls are not hitched. Seeing Chun is very sensitive to luxury goods. His heart moved. This teacher Shen, the family is not generally superior. This outfit, plus that Vacheron Constantine on his left wrist, adds up to several $100,000. What do you mean? Not welcome? Shin Xianyun's large eyes narrowed. Welcome, just afraid that you won't be used to it. Han Dong smiled sarcastically. Humph, that's more like it. Shin Xianyun gave him a sanitary eye. Seeing Chuan's eyes darted back and forth between Han Dong and Shin Xianyun, and out of his rich experience with the sexes, he felt that the relationship between these two was not that simple. It's hard to say exactly what the nature of it is, but it feels a bit unspoken and ambiguous anyway. Thinking of this, Seeing Chuan's heart was like overturning a bottle of Shangxi old Chengguan vinegar, sour to the point of no return. Mr. Shen Qianyun is simply his ideal type. Being that many years older wasn't a problem. The key was that her looks, temperament, and family background were all perfectly suited to Seeing Chuan's needs. How did such a superb human being cross paths with Han Dongzi, a village boy? What a waste! What a waste! Coming out of the back door of the school was the famous snack street in the neighborhood, which everyone called Back Street. The students of Jiangda University, the students of the attached middle school, as well as the residents of the neighborhood, all liked to go to this street to eat their teeth. There were even foodies from other parts of the city who drove halfway across the city to spend money here. It was quite lively at night with a lot of people. Jiangji's Seafood Grill is the most famous store on this street. Spicy crayfish and grilled seafood are their specialty, attracting many repeat customers. Wu Yuanda chose this one. Luckily they were early and there were still seats outside under the pergola. Any later and they would have been taken. Chapter 23, Meeting Lin Rong again. In early September, it was still a bit hot, and there were quite a few customers who were bare-chested and yelling in the city. Han Dong's group, handsome and beautiful, polished and beautiful, really did not fit in with the surroundings. While Chao Shi was fine, Shin Xianyun showed a needy sense of excitement, her big eyes roaming everywhere. Ms. Shin, you haven't come to a place like this to eat before, have you? Han Dong smiled. It's not that I don't want to come. It's that no one has brought me here and I'm afraid to come myself. So, that's easy. In the future we'll come out to jerk off and call you one, isn't it? Wu Yuanda's eyebrows smiled. Here, what you said, I memorized it in my little book. Shin Xianyun pointed at Fatty Wu and laughed. It's not too good for you, a leader of the academy committee, to fool around with us freshman eggs all day long. Is it? Han Dong frowned. Aren't you also a cadre of the league committee? What's wrong with me getting together with my colleagues? Shin Xianyun gave him a sanitary eye. Yeah Dongzi, there's nothing wrong with what Mr. Shen said. Wu Yuanda smiled. Nothing wrong with that. Zheng Zikai grinned oddly. Han Dong, this kid is really too. Which people think that the beautiful women around them are in the way. Naturally, more is better. There were 10 people in their party, including 4 beautiful women, and 2 of them were goddess-level stunners, which drew the customers around them to turn around and pay attention frequently, causing the teenagers' vanity to swell in place. Zheng Zikai enjoyed this sense of vanity and did not understand why Han Dong always pushed the beautiful teacher out. Seeing Chun was more and more certain that between Han Dong and this beautiful teacher, there was bound to be some story that was not enough to be told to outsiders, and both of them were behaving a little bit abnormally. It's depressing. Their group was so large that the owner brought in a large round table, which would have been impossible to sit at the original square table. Originally, the main character of the meal was Han Dong, but because there was Ms. Shin in the room, naturally, she was the center of the seating arrangement. Shin Xianyun sat in the center, Han Dong sat next to her left side, and the lower head was Yu Li, Xiao Shi, Hong Tao, Zhang Peng, Wu Yuanda, Zheng Zikai, Si Yingchun, Chang Yusin in order. Everyone else was fine. Except Zhang Zikai, who wasn't too happy. There were 4 beautiful women at the table and he didn't get any of them. When he was in high school, he was the man of the hour at school. And his buddies were basically the only ones who looked up to him. I didn't expect to go to college, but was actually crushed by Han Dongzi, the village boy. Zhang Zikai felt very unconvinced and had nothing better to do for the time being. Everyone took their menus and started ordering Wu Yuanda and a few other livestock to 2 large pots of spicy crayfish, grilled oysters, scallops, swordfish, prawns and other seafood. Lamb kebabs are naturally indispensable. Zhang Zikai this guy also ordered a few roasted lamb waist. The girl's taste is light. Point is roasted eggplant, roasted mushrooms and other vegetarian dishes. Also asked for 2 large cans of cold draft beer. Hong Tao, the youngest, poured a glass of wine in front of everyone. Thanks, I don't drink. As the glass was pushed in front of Josie, she smiled and politely declined. Tonight is Dongzi's celebration banquet, so there's no harm in drinking a little bit while everyone is happy. Zhang Zikai tried to persuade. I'm underage, Josie said blandly. Everyone realized that Josie had started school early and was under 18 at this time. Get her another drink, Han Dong asked. What flavor do you like? Orange juice it is, Josie said. Wu Yuanda called to the waiter and brought her a bottle of fruit orange. The dishes have been served one after another. Wu Yuanda raised his cup in his hand. Enthusiastic, tonight, thanks to the blessing of Han Dongzi's classmates, good friends gathered together. The first drink. Let's jointly congratulate Brother Dongzi. Won the heroes of justice this honor. I hope that he has a bright future. The road wider and wider. Cheers. Congratulations to Mr. Han Dong. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses of beer in front of them and took a drink. This chilled draft beer. It's pretty good. Shin Xian Yun guffawed. Mr. Shin, you haven't drank it before? Wu Yuanda asked. No. Shin Xianyun shook her head. I've only had red wine. A little bit. That's also true. For a goddess-like figure like MS. Shin, who would have the nerve to take you to a barbecue stand to drink raw beer? Where's the goddess? I'm just an ordinary teacher. Shin Xianyun smiled. If you were ordinary, there would be no outstanding people in the world. The crowd secretly spat. A few people had a glass of wine and talked, all in good spirits. Dong. A pleasant female voice suddenly came over. The crowd followed the sound, only to see 2 girls wearing the uniform of Jiangda High School, standing not far away and looking this way. The girl on the left side was very pretty, and even the wide school uniform couldn't cover up her unassuming demeanor. The girl on the right was cute too, but her face wouldn't compare to her sidekicks. Lin Rong? Han Dong froze for a moment. What are you doing in the backstreet at this hour? Eating? Lin Rong smiled. I'm tired of the food in the cafeteria, so I came to the backstreet for a change of taste. Dongzi, who is this? Introduce her to the brothers. Zhang Zikai couldn't help but open his screen again when he saw the pretty girl. I am Han Dong's girlfriend, Lin Rong. You can call me Lin Lin. Lin Rong walked over and graciously took Han Dong's arm. The cute girl next to her had her eyes nearly out of their frames. Yo. Phew. A couple of the animals started to get up in arms. Dongzi, can't see it. You actually betrayed the organization and secretly had a girlfriend. Wu Yuanda had a grumpy face. All eyes were gathered on Han Dong's face. Shin Xianyan seemed to be smiling. Xiao Shi was pondering. And Yuli and Shang Yusin both seemed to be a bit tasty. Xing Chun didn't move. And Zhang Zikai was obviously a bit upset. Damn. How come a random pretty girl passing by is related to this dirtbag? When brother was in the first middle school of Iha, he didn't know who he was hiding behind to eat farts. Hong Tao and Zhang Peng were purely eaters with no thoughts. Lin Rong, if you keep talking nonsense, I will really pull the plug on you. Han Dong glared at her without any good humor. Just kidding, why so serious? Lin Rong held his arm for a while and shook it. Stop it, you have this dinner on me. Sit there and eat honestly. Thank you Brother Dong. Brother Dong is the best to me. Lin Rong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Alas and alack. You girl, why are you so shameless? Chang Yusin couldn't help but sneer. Han Dong kissed me like this too. Is there a problem? Lin Rong had a naive face. Where did he kiss you? Yuri asked. Of course it's the lips. Lin Rong honestly sat next to Han Dong, squeezing Yuli to the side and withdrawing. Put. Wu Yuanda had just taken a sip of water and nearly sprayed it out. Chapter 24, The Goblin and the Monk's Meat. Han Dong picked up a bunch of golden needle mushrooms and stuffed them into Lin Rong's small mouth in one go. Eat yours. Hold your tongue. Aha, aha. Lin Rong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, chewing it up very obediently. Classmate, come join us. Han Dong waved at the cute girl. Hong Tao added a stool next to him and invited the girl to sit down. I'm Wang Keilang. You can call me Coco. The girl who grew up eating Cutio smiled. I'm Lin Lin's deskmate plus bestie. Hello Coco, my name is Han Dong. It's Lin Lin's friend. I know. Lately Lin Lin has been chanting about you every day. My ears are getting calloused. Wang Kuling's nose wrinkled into a ball. How could I? Lin Rong hurriedly cried out. Hold your tongue. Even delicious food can't plug your mouth. Han Dong glared at her. Lin Rong's newly braced shoulders instantly collapsed, closing her mouth and not daring to say anything. Little beauty, tell your brothers how you met Han Dong? Wu Yuanda was like a big gray wolf that was assiduously seducing. He won't let me talk. Lin Rong pointed at Han Dong. I'll say. I know. Wang Keilang raised her hand. On the day of the bus robbery, Lin Lin was on Route 15, and it was brother Han Dong who saved her. Oh, the crowd let out a long breath. As if in a state of realization, the hero saves the beauty is always a fairy tale, although the plot is a bit cheesy, but girls eat this. That's not all. This morning in front of the school, I was pestered by a gang of hooligans, and it was brother Han Dong who posed as my boyfriend and fought them off. Lin Rong couldn't help but interject. What do you mean I'm pretending to be your boyfriend? It was you who took the initiative to lean over and pretend to be my girlfriend. Okay? Han Dong glared. Nope. Did I tell you to talk? Lin Rong made a zipper-locking motion over her mouth and said nothing. It wasn't spelled out carefully, but everyone was smart enough to basically figure out the entanglement of the two. A couple of the women were uncharacteristically relieved. It seemed that Han Dong had nothing at all to do with her and had only saved her twice by chance. A young girl of this age is in love and must have a hazy affection for Han Dong. But Han Dong does not seem to have that kind of meaning for her. Seeing Chun couldn't figure it out even more. This turtle is a peach blossom luck. Right. Randomly pull a girl. Is a goddess level. This special brew drop extreme white young thin. Dongzi, what are you doing? Scaring the little beauty. Wu Yuanda smiled. It's okay, don't be afraid of him, brother protect you. Creepy uncle. Lin Rong skimmed her mouth. Wang Keilang covered her small mouth and giggled. I'm the same age as Han Dong. Why should he be the older brother and I be the older uncle? Wu Yuanda cried out. Because you're obscene. Lin Rong added. Put. Fatty Wu had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his lungs. Alright, eat your meal. Eat your fill and hurry back to your evening study. Han Dong said in a deep voice. Got it. Lin Rong hung her head, and together with Wang Kuling, she went to concentrate on the food in front of her. At that moment, 2 plates of spicy crawfish were served. Yuli and Chang Yusin each peeled the shrimp and sent them to Han Dong's plate at the same time. Then the 2 hands met awkwardly in midair. Yuli and Chang Yusin looked at each other, and both of them froze. Thank you sister. Lin Rong calmly received the shrimp peeled by the 2 men and distributed one to Wang Kuling. Oh, you're welcome. Yuli and Chang Yusin spoke in unison. Everyone here is so smart that they can naturally see what's going on. Han Dong was even more embarrassed to be able to gouge out 3 rooms on the floor. Yuli is just fine. But what's wrong with Chang Yusin? Wasn't she in hot water with Seeing Chun? And why is she still openly displaying her goodwill on such an occasion? Shin Shenyun narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Dong expressionlessly. The corners of Josie's mouth curled up in a soft smile. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao heart selfless, although surprised at the oldest 3 women's edge of the flourishing. But there is nothing else to think about. Seeing Chun, Zhang Zikai, and Zhang Pang, their interactivities could be a bit complicated. Although Zhang Zikai fell in love with Xiao Shi at first sight, he didn't give up on Yuli and Chang Yusin either. The intention was to keep them in the fish pond as a spare tire first. However, that scene just now gave him a sudden sense of crisis. Don't end up with Josie not catching up and the alternative fish swimming to someone else's pond. Seeing Chun recently did hook up with Chang Yusin, although the heart has other plans, but before those plans are completed, there is always someone to accompany through this boring window period. Yuli and Chang Yusin conditions are actually good. Yuli feel more innocent. Seeing Chun do not want to get into trouble. After all, just choose to pick up friends. Or the hotter Chang Yusin is more suitable. These days the 2 people often send WeChat. Seeing Chun always intentionally or unintentionally send some dirty jokes to tease her. And Chang Yusin did not explicitly express her aversion. He thought Chang Yusin had already been ensnared by his small means. But that scene just now made Seeing Chun's heart feel like it was blocked with a piece of lead. By virtue of high face value in the love field without any disadvantage, Seeing Chun, after the university, actually repeatedly frustrated. The fish that he stared at. It seems that all of them are a little bit involved with Han Dong, that village boy. It's so damn irritating. Zhang Peng's mind is the purest of all. Because Chang Yusin and he were in the same class. He had liked Chang Yusin since the first year of high school. Chang Yusin is charming and sexy, and has the potential to become an otaku goddess. And it just so happens that Zhang Peng is a program otaku. So naturally he fell in love with her at first sight. At this moment, seeing his 3-year crush on the goddess, actually openly courting other boys, the geek's glass heart broke all over the place. A small shrimp peeling action, but stirred up the dark current. The scene of the people have their own intentions. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wu Yuanda mentioned 2 more glasses of wine one after another, which slightly alleviated that embarrassment. Lin Rong and Wang Keilang's schoolwork was rather tight, and they had to attend evening self-study later, so after eating their fill, they excused themselves at the first opportunity. The 2 of them had just left when Han Dong received a WeChat. Lin, you've become a donkey. Han Dong, what do you mean? Lin, 4 goblins on the table, all craving your body. Han Dong, go. Kid knows a door. Lin, those 2 who peeled the shrimp for you. Sima Zhaoshi. The other 2 are hiding in the shadows, looking at you in a way that is definitely unusual. Han Dong, you don't study hard. You think about these useless things all day long. Lamb, what's the need to figure that out? You can smell it with your nose. Han Dong, are you a dog? Such a good nose. Lin, I'll bite you to death. Woof. Han Dong, alright, hurry up and go to class. Try to come out as little as possible at night. It's not safe. Lin, Emma. I'm so touched. Brother Donzi finally knows how to care about people. Han Dong lazily ignored her and directly exited the chat interface. Lin Rong didn't continue to harass him either. Han Dong ate Jiangji's barbecue for the first time. And you don't say. The flavor was really awesome. The spicy crayfish and grilled seafood were both very flavorful. And everyone raved and ate heartily. Chapter 25, Handsome Josie. Xinshen Yun is the first time to eat this kind of stall. Compared to the elegant environment of high-grade restaurants, this place has a different flavor. Surrounded by people yelling and drinking, alcohol and sweat fly together. This kind of big-mouth drinking, big piece of meat life, let Xinshen Yun feel very novel, especially have the human fire atmosphere. Josie was reserved as always. She didn't drink and didn't fully immerse herself in the hijinks, but she didn't deliberately exclude herself either. She's super quiet, rarely speaks, and occasionally spreads a smile that draws the attention of all the boys. Even with a great beauty like Xinshen Yun holding down the stage, it was hard to suppress her light. At that moment a little girl passed by carrying a basket of roses, repeating under her breath, "Sir, buy a flower for your beloved." "How much for one?" Zhang Zikai's eyes lit up. $10. "Give me 2. Thank you, sir." The girl took the 20 yuan bill Zhang Zikai handed over and gave him 2 red roses. With one in his mouth, Zhang Zikai came over to Josie, planted himself on one knee, and held up the other flower with both hands. "Josie, I love you. From the first day I met you, my DNA moved. I hope you can give me a chance to accompany you through these unforgettable youthful years. I don't know what the future holds, but as long as I stay by your side for one day, I will treat you with all my heart, even if I sacrifice my life." It should be said that this guy, Zhang Zikai, still had some acting skills. This is spoken with a great deal of voice and emotion. Plus, he did have a handsome appearance, so if it were a normal girl, she might have surrendered. If it was usual, Zhang Zikai might not have been able to muster up the courage. But tonight he had drunk a lot of wine and was 6 or 7 points drunk. As the saying goes, wine strengthens one's courage, and he suddenly felt that confessing was no big deal. Look, there's a handsome guy confessing over there. The girls are pretty good looking too. More than beautiful. It's a god-face good dig. Together. The crowd of gourmets, unsure of what they were doing, began to rise up and set up the rice patties. Why bother? Isn't it good to concentrate on the gathering? Josie frowned slightly. You shouldn't have chosen a time like this to confess. It's actually giving the girl being confessed to a hard time. If she likes you, it's all happy. If she doesn't like you, she still has to consider how to reject you without hurting your self-esteem. I don't want to do anything I'll regret. Zhang Zikai was passionate. If I don't confess today, years from now, I'll look back on this night with remorse. At that moment, the little girl who had just sold the flowers, went to another table not far away to peddle roses. However, the quality of those people was not as high as Han Dong and his table. Among them there is a flowing uncle, threw a few drinks, hard to the little girl into the arms. The other hand is not honest, began to lift people's skirts. "Don't do that, please, sir, I'm still a child." The little girl was terrified, and the tears were streaming down her face. Ha. A table of scumskins let out an obscene laugh. "Did you just say that you would do anything for me, even at the cost of your life?" Josie teasingly looked at Zhang Zikai. "Yes. I swear." "Good." Josie suddenly stood up, walked quickly to the lewd man's table, picked up a bottle of beer, and ruthlessly smashed it onto his head. Bang! There was a crunch and a splash of hops. The lewd man covered his head and tried to stand up, but he felt a heavenly spin, and after swaying twice, he rolled his eyes and collapsed on the ground. The little girl looked at the paralyzed lewd man and was so dumbfounded that she even forgot to cry. The scum on that table stood up with a tang when they saw their companion's head being opened. 7 or 8 sociopaths, all bare-chested, with dragons and tigers depicted on their bodies, were no good at all. Bitch, you're a ing asshole. I'm going to gang up on you right here on this table. Believe it or not? A young man at the head of the table was full of hostility, evil and fierce. Josie looked back at Zhang Zikai and made a pleased gesture. Zhang Zikai would like to rush up in front of the beautiful women to show their boyfriend power, but the table is too ing fierce. This is the look of the street hooligans. He just with these people, is not looking for death? If it is in the old home county, can rely on the family's relationship to smooth things out, but here is 1,000 miles from home in a strange city. Even if he was put in a sack and thrown into the Taihu Lake, there is no one to stand up for him. Which, he stood up, took 2 steps, then shrank back, sat back in his seat, and hung his head low, not daring to say a word. Xing-chun and the others, who had never seen such a battle before, were stunned for a moment by the gang's aura. You too, frame this little for me. I'll cam her here. The youth in the lead shouted angrily. Come on, Snake. When you're done enjoying yourself, let the brothers enjoy themselves too. A few of the remaining minions grinned, seeing several of them closing in on Xiaoxi. Shen Shenyun ran over like a whirlwind, shielded her behind herself, and angrily said, I'm a teacher at Zhengde University, so if you don't want to sit through the bottom of a jail cell in your next life, get out of here right now. Yo, this is the day I went out and hit a peach blossom. Net met this kind of hot character beauty. Brothers, the benefits have doubled. Roll up your sleeves and work hard. Nice try, Snake. That would be great. The group of ponies roared in agreement, grinning badly as they made their way to the 2 girls. The surrounding dinner patrons had long since ducked out of the way, raising their cell phones to the side to take pictures. Bang 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 bang. The crowd only saw a silhouette flash by, followed by a series of muffled sounds. When I fixed my eyes and looked again, I only saw that the few rotten boys who rushed up had disappeared, and there were a few lying on the sidewalk 10 meters away, one hanging from a branch on the side of the road, and 2 more lying on the roof of Zhengji Barbecue. A handsome-faced teenager with his hands in his pockets stood gracefully across from Snake, staring at him with a smirk. The breeze blew the teenager's hair, handsome and dashing. No one saw when he went over, and no one saw how the rotten boys flew out. By the time it was clear, he was standing there. Han Dong? Shen Shenyun froze and looked at him. Alright, go back and sit down. This kind of thing, which turn is it for girls to take the lead? Han Dong was like an old mother hen protecting her cubs, blocking the 2 of them behind him. Shen Shenyun and Xiaoxi glanced at each other, both feeling something strange in their hearts. It turned out that being protected by someone tasted quite good. Who are you? Snake was surprisingly a little nervous about facing a student-looking teenager. What had just happened was a little beyond his knowledge. In hell, 1 second ago he was fine, and 1 second later, all of his minions were suddenly lying flat. It's confusing for anyone. Chapter 26, Treating all kinds of disobedience. Look carefully, I'll show you again. Han Dong suddenly threw out his leg and stomped between Snake's chest and abdomen. Then, he was hanging on the landscape tree 10 meters away. Han Dong still kept his hands in his pockets and slowly paced to the tree. Now, do you realize what just happened? Do you know Brother Scorpion of Cross Street? He and I are sworn brothers. Messing with us won't do you much good. Brother Snake was hanging upside down on a tree, and blood kept spilling out of his mouth. How about I give you a chance to call and shake people? Han Dong said indifferently. Snake was no stranger to slowly climbing down from the tree and stepping to the side to make a phone call. In about 10 minutes, a gold cup car came rushing in and stopped by Zhengji Barbecue. A dozen or so scumskins came down from the car, each with weapons such as throwing sticks and newspaper-wrapped watermelon knives in their hands. The head of a person wearing a sleeveless undershirt, revealing a large red scorpion tattoo on the arm. The corner of his mouth was holding a cigarette. A grizzled look of the old man who was the first in the world. Who dares to mess with my scorpion's brother? Are you tired of living? Scorpion Man snapped. It's me. Han Dong grinned. The Scorpion Man's ruthless expression froze when he saw his face. How are you, mister? The Scorpion Man's face squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry. They had just been beaten up by Han Dong in the morning and had not yet recovered from the blood they had lost. They didn't expect to run into him again at night. Snakeskin. Snakeskin. Who are you messing with? Why are you messing with this bogeyman? The person he swung to is you. Ha! Han Dong laughed lightly. A grumpy little brother was not involved in the morning's events and did not recognize Han Dong. Seeing this guy's arrogant attitude, he waved his throwing stick and was about to charge, but was pulled by the Scorpion Man and then smacked a big mouth. Boss, why are you hitting me? The little brother was smacked dumbfounded. Am I hitting you? I'm loving you. Scorpion Man had a mouthful of the old groove stuck in his throat. If you rush up there, I'm sure you'll be worse off than those 2 lying on the roof. Sir, I don't know how my brother Snakeskin offended you. If the situation isn't that bad, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go. I, Scorpion, accept this favor from you and will definitely repay you in the future. It's that person. Snakeskin pointed to the lewd man lying on the ground. It's him who drank too much cat urine and molested that little girl selling flowers. It was opened by Mr. Han's friend. So that's why we stepped in. He's actually not one of us. Just a customer. And it's the first time we've met with him. The Scorpion man's heart dropped. It didn't look too bad. Sir, you see. The Scorpion man looked at Han Dong respectfully. I have a few conditions. First, wake that scum up and make him apologize to the little girl who sells flowers. Second, compensate her for her mental damage. The amount is up to you. Third, in the future, as long as she sells flowers on this street, you have to guarantee her safety. Whoever dares to bully her again, it won't be as simple as getting a kick. No problem, Mr. Han. The Scorpion man replied with a full reply. Someone brought half a basin of cool water, doused the lecherous man and woke him up, whispering in his ear next to him. When that scum heard that Han Dong was so powerful, he was so scared that he knelt down in front of that little girl and vigorously slapped his big ear. I'm sorry, I drank too much cat urine. I hope you'll forgive me. The little girl was so scared that she did not know what to do. Han Dong softly asked, are you willing to forgive him? If not, let's call the police and send him to the police station. I don't want to go to the police station. The little girl shook her head. Grandma is sick. I want to sell more flowers and make enough money so that I can give her medical treatment. At this time, the Scorpion man and the Snakeskin called on a group of juniors to put together all the money on their own, plus the 10,000 yuan in the lewd man's purse, a total of more than 30,000 yuan. Sir, that's all we have. The Scorpion man scratched his head. Han Dong took the large stack of yuanzi and handed it over to the little girl, saying in a warm voice, this money, take it back to your grandmother for her treatment. The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at Han Dong in confusion, not understanding why he was giving her so much money. This is their compensation. Don't worry, it's what you deserve. Han Dong smiled. Thank you, big brother. The little girl's eyes were moist. She took the thick wad of genji and put it into her satchel. Then go home early. Don't come out at night to sell flowers in the future. Study hard and try to get into a good university in the future. I know, big brother. The little girl waved them off with tears in her smile. Sir, thank you for your high-handedness. Scorpion will keep it in mind. The Scorpion man said in a respectful voice. Let's go. There is a way to steal. And there are many ways to be a hooligan. So don't do those underhanded things in the future. If I meet you again, you won't be so nice. Sir, the lesson is right. We will change. Snakeskin and a bunch of his buddies limped away from the scene with each other. Scorpion man and his brothers got into the gold cup and left faster than they had come, like there were hyenas chasing behind them. Good on the lad. Thunderous applause erupted around them. Xiao Shi looked at Zhang Zikai and slowly said, now, do you still dare to say you love me? Zhang Zikai's head was about to shrink into his pants. 1 second they swear that they can give their lives for others, and the next, when they need protection, they hide themselves out of cowardice. He's punching himself in the face. Zhang Zikai knew that he would never be able to chase Josie in his life. The remaining few people finally understood why Han Dong was able to dry out those 5 robbers and get the $1 million bonus. They had witnessed his superb skill with their own eyes. Xiang Chun felt a little heavy in his heart. After all, when Ms. Shin Xianyun and Xiao Shi stepped forward, he also backed down because of timidity. The WU Yundas are no better, usually think they are a role. But see those fierce social people, they realized that they are actually quite cowardly. It turns out that they can really do that kind of embarrassing thing of watching a girl suffer and not daring to take the lead. This feeling, it's so bad. On the contrary, Han Dong not only dared to step forward, but also had the ability to smooth out this kind of scene, beating those arrogant punks to the ground and making them willingly admit defeat. That kind of ability is something they'll never have in their lifetime. It's only freshman year, and the gap between each other is so big yet. A few of the boys were very squirmy inside, and everyone was silent. There was no point in continuing the drinking game here. Han Dong bought the bill and everyone said goodbye at the school gate. You guys go back to your dorm rooms first. I will send Ms. Shun home. Han Dong said indifferently. No. I'll just take a taxi back myself. Shin Xianyun's small face was flushed and drunk. You're drunk. Aren't you afraid of being picked up by others? Han Dong said in a deep voice. Shin Xianyun didn't say anything. I didn't feel bad about it, but now my head seems to be even dizzier when the wind blows. It's hard to tell what will happen if you fall asleep in the car. You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. We all said good night to each other and parted at the door. Chapter 27, A Chubby Man is the Best Man. Seeing his classmates disappearing into the campus boulevard, Han Dong pulled Shin Xianyun and also entered the campus. Didn't we have to take a cab home? Where is this going now? Shin Xianyun was surprised. It's not a good time to take a cab, so I'll drive you back. You have a car? Parked over by the school building. I can't. You've had a lot to drink tonight. How can you drive? Don't forget, I'm a martial arts master. This bit of alcohol has long been forced out of my body with my internal energy. Han Dong did not brag, as he evaporated the alcohol in his body with a slight movement of his pure young qi. Shin Xianyun could only obediently follow him, trying to ignore the hand that was being pulled by Han Dong. Aha! He's just my student. It makes sense that he's holding my hand because I'm drunk. But, how the heat of his hand was distracting. I must be drunk. It's booze, not some other emotion. Yes, that must be it. Han Dong led her to the parking lot, opened the rear door and shoved Shin Xianyun in. I go, Panamera. Shin Xianyun's family was well off, so Portia definitely recognized it. Aha! Han Dong sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove out at the first opportunity. As far as I know, this car has to land at less than $2 million, right? Where did you get so much money? It couldn't have been bought with the prize money for bravery, could it? Shin Xianyun frowned slightly. If that was really the case, she would have to criticize him twice. What are you thinking? I transferred the bonus to my family. Han Dong rolled his eyes. I earned the car with my skills. Ha? How did you earn it? Shin Xianyun instantly became interested. What a skill to earn $1 million luxury car in such a short period of time. Han Dong then briefly recounted what happened in the Mu family. No way. You really cured Mu Tianqing's strange disease? Shin Xianyun was shocked. You know Mu Tianqing? Han Dong had just mentioned only Elder Mu and did not say Mu Tianqing's name. So when Shin Xianyun said Elder Mu's name, Han Dong was a bit surprised. Well, our family has business dealings with the Mu family, and we've met a few times. No wonder. Han Dong smiled. To be able to do business with the Mu family, Mr. Shin's family is not ordinary. It's possible. Student Han Dongzi, I didn't expect you to not only know martial arts, but also medical arts. And it's also so powerful. In the future, if Teacher Shin accidentally gets some strange disease, she will be relying on you. Why don't you live well? You have to think about getting sick. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. It's not like human beings can control it. Shin Xianyun smiled. The two talked, and in less than half an hour, they drove to Bishuiyuan. A good man does what he does, and sends the Buddha to the west. Given that Shin Xianyun's intoxication was getting stronger, Han Dong had no choice but to drive the car into the underground parking lot and assist her to the elevator. Arriving at the 603 door, Han Dong looked at 602 next door and wondered if his cousin and sister-in-law had rested yet. Shin Xianyun pressed the room code and actually lost the wrong one twice. Hey, how come it won't open? Shin Xianyun blinked in dismay. If you can't hold your liquor, remember to drink less next time. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Who can't hold their liquor? Another tankard is fine. No problem, no problem. You're the great drinking god, alright. Han Dong cried and laughed. Drunken cats never think they're drunk. At that moment the door to the room opened and a dark-haired head poked out. Hey, got it. This is my wife, the big Wu Yu beauty. Shin Xianyun giggled and hugged the wench with a kiss. Well, that's a lot to drink. The girl's face scrunched up into a ball. Han Dong sized up the woman. The woman's hair was coiled on top of her head. Wearing a housecoat, her appearance was really very delicate. Only her figure was not as slim as Shin Xianyun's. It was slightly plump. It was said that a slightly chubby person was a true goddess. And if he was talking about this woman, Han Dong believed it. Skin and white and delicate. Every move is flavor. Walking, chest slightly trembling. Trembling people little heart poof. It's true that things come in small packages. And friends around goddesses are often goddesses as well. Are you? Will you also sized up Han Dong? Oh, it's been a while since I've seen such a flavorful little fresh meat dig. Handsome men have seen a lot. Like this first meeting let people swing, is indeed a scarce resource. My name is Han Dong. Han is in Han Fei Zi. Dong is in southeast, west, north, and west. A student of the law school of Jian University. Give me a hand getting her in. Woody Moon had a nice voice. Together with Wu Yu, Han Dong assisted Shin Xianyun, a big drunken cat. Indoors. I'm going to drink another bottle. Shin Xianyun's bravado was overwhelming. Another tankard is fine with me, my great lady. Woody Moon poured her a glass of lemonade and handed it to her mouth. Cheers. Shin Xianyun took it and gulped it down. Then like a scarecrow, he instantly collapsed on the couch and huffed and puffed. Look at this. The goddess of Jiang University Law School. In private she is this virtuous. Wu Yu shook her head in a good-natured and amused manner and said, "Don't be infatuated with your teacher Shin. She's just a little one-dimensional idiot. I can't even avoid her. How dare I obsess over her?" Han Dong laughed bitterly. "Hey," Wu Yu looked at him suspiciously, "you don't like guys, do you? You can really dare to think." Han Dong had a black line on his head. "I have a normal orientation. That doesn't make sense. Your teacher Shin's beauty has been famous since she was in elementary school. What boy wouldn't be attracted to her? What do you mean by actively avoiding?" Han Dong truthfully told Wu Yu the embarrassing story of their first encounter. "I see. No wonder she was so angry that day. Smacked me for going home and not locking the door." Wu Yu laughed evilly. "You kid broad to ah. To your teacher Shin, that super love face character. You have to thank her for not killing the Grace." This was something that Han Dong did not know how to take. "With my understanding of your teacher Shin, she should not hate you. In the place of other men, she would be immortal and would definitely not drink with you." Wu Yu's eyes were watery as she stared at Han Dong thoughtfully. "What is the concept of not hating?" Han Dong could not help but ask. For girls with little relationship experience, not hating usually means liking it. That can't be right. I'm just a freshman from the countryside. How could Mr. Shen like me? I'd also like to know what's going on, because it doesn't fit with her usual behavior. First of all, she's never been out drinking and she's never brought a boy home. And secondly, you've seen her letting her hair down, and I'm surprised that she hasn't fought back, and that she's still hanging out with you. That's hard to explain if she's not having mortal thoughts about you. I think Mr. Shin just appreciates me because I did something that ordinary boys can't do, and tonight's drinking game is to celebrate me. Wait, your name is Han Dong. This name is so familiar." Wu Yu frowned and suddenly said, "By the way, you should be the man of God who helped the police to solve the banknote truck robbery, right? You heard that too? Your teacher Shin has been netting about this for the past 2 days." Wu Yu guffawed. "If you put it that way, it makes sense. She does appreciate you quite a bit." "See, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean that she doesn't like you. Like among them originally contains appreciation." Wu Yu smiled. "Although it is said that she is a few years older than you. But, I guarantee with my personality, if you marry her, blood earns no loss. That's not all. It's not a matter of age. It's a matter of status." Han Dong frowned slightly. "She is my teacher after all. The so-called once a teacher, always a father. To put it bluntly, this is 2 generations. There is an ethical barrier. Can't tell you're quite traditional." Wu Yu smiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. "That's for sure. We kids who grew up in the countryside don't have that many tricks." Han Dong said slowly. "What about you? How did you and Mr. Shen meet?" "We're old girlfriends. We've been dorm sisters since we were in college. Then we went to grad school together, went to doctoral school, came out to work and still live together. And unless one of us gets married, we'll always live together. If you look at it from an outsider's point of view, it's likely to look like you're a couple of lovers. Do you think no one is saying that? It's even been rumored that way by quite a few of my classmates. But only we know that we are just pure friendship. Your teacher Shin and I both like men. That's for sure." Wu Yu poured a cup of boiling water for Han Dong and brought it over, smiling. "Have a drink before you go. Thank you for tonight." Han Dong was just about to receive it when a strange change occurred. Chapter 28, Please behave yourself. Miss Shin Yun didn't know who he was fighting with again in his dream, muttering under his breath. His long leg was a smooth kick that happened to be on Wu Yu's butt. "Emma!" Wu Yu exclaimed. Her body could not control herself and fell forward, the cup of boiling water in her hand, all splashed on Han Dong's pants. "Ah, hiss!" Han Dong cried out in pain as he was scalded. I'm sorry. Wu Yu was so scared that she lost her color, hurriedly climbed up, and said in a trembling voice, "Quickly, hurry to take off the clothes to prevent the boiling water from seeping into the clothes and expanding the area of scalding." Han Dong hurriedly removed his jeans and pulled the hem of his t-shirt with both hands to cover his important parts. Wu Yu took out a medical treasure chest from her locker and came to Han Dong. "Alright, what are you covering up at this time? Let me take care of it for you." Wu Yu frowned with a solemn face. "Hey, you, helped me with it?" Han Dong was startled and stuttered a bit in his speech. "I'm a professional doctor. What's the problem?" Wu Yu took out a bottle of burn cream and picked her chin, signaling Han Dong to lift the hem of his t-shirt. "You're a doctor?" "Forensics," Woody Moon said blandly. "Don't forensic pathologists deal with corpses? People are a big living person." Han Dong had a mouthful of old grooves stuck in his throat, but he still ruffled the t-shirt. "This place cannot be lost. Must be dealt with in a timely manner. Do not fall into any after effects, then it will be a pity to hold a lifetime." Hiss. After seeing it clearly, Wu Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. I'm a doctor. Wu Yu murmured the 4-letter word to calm her restless DNA. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu's wildly beating heart calmed down a little, and took a close look at the scalded wound. Fortunately, it was only slightly red, and didn't peel off the skin or ulcerate or anything like that. At the moment Wu Yu squatted in front of Han Dong, pretending to calmly for him to deal with burn wounds, because the body is wearing a loose housecoat. From the neckline to look down, the scenery is so delicate that people want to swear. How does that make a young bloodthirsty guy feel? What are you up to? Shin Qianyun, who had been sleeping on the sofa, suddenly sat up, her drunken eyes mesmerized, looking at the two of them in a daze. Like a rabbit hit by an arrow, Han Dong abruptly jumped up, turned around and rushed out of the 603. Wu Yu hurriedly put the medical kit down and went over to calm her best friend. After feeding her a few sips of lemonade, the girl fell back into a deep sleep. Looking in the direction of the gate, Wu Yu covered her burning cheeks and muttered, "Sinning." Han Dong came out from 603 and went to the stairwell, took out the big pants from the spirit market ring and hurriedly put them on. Looking at the time, it was also almost 10 o'clock. He didn't want to disturb his brother and sister-in-law, so he took the elevator to the parking lot at the first time, drove his own car, and drove all the way back to the school. After parking the car, Han Dong went to the playground, walking along the track and blowing the wind, trying to blow out the steaming desire. "Tuko?" a girl suddenly called out as she passed by the bleachers. "It's so late. Why haven't you returned to your dormitory?" Han Dong fixed his eyes on him, but it was Chung Yusin. It was looking at him with her hands on her cheeks, full of surprise. "I don't want to go back." Chang Yusin frowned. "Why? Did someone bully you in the dormitory?" "That's not true. We are very close." Chang Yusin mumbled her lips. "I have something on my mind. You can say it to Seeing Chun." Han Dong smiled. No, Dongzi, I have nothing. With Seeing Chun, Chang Yusin hurriedly explained. "Recently he did tease me, but I know he actually just wants to date me. What he really likes should be Qiao Shi. So, he and I, at the moment, are just friends. There's no ambiguous relationship." "Chang Yusin, there's no need to explain to me what exactly your relationship with him is. We are also just old hometowns, and we were not actually familiar with each other before," Han Dong said indifferently. "Dongzi." Chang Yusin sensed Han Dong's coldness and detachment and said urgently, I like you. The first time we met, I had such a small feeling for you, and as time went on, I found myself falling deeper and deeper, especially on the day of the award for bravery and courage. You spoke on the stage, all glowing. I fell then." "Hey," Han Dong was a bit dazed. "Have you had a bad day lately?" "This," Han Dong mused, trying to think of wording on how to refuse. Chang Yusin has the looks of a female god of the house, and Han Dong naturally does not hate it, but his vision now is really different from before. There is Qiao Shi, Shin Qianyun and other perfect colors on earth then. She is really a little light dim. I know. Chang Yusin somewhat apologetic. "I know I'm not worthy of you. Only goddesses like Qiao Shi can get into your eyes. I just want to give myself to you, or I will regret it." "How many meanings?" Han Dong raised his eyebrows. "Please believe me, it's still intact," Chang Yusin said sincerely. "I want to offer my first time to the boy I love, and swear that I won't pester him with this in the future. I will fall in love with other boys, so you don't have to worry about getting into trouble." "Why do you have to do this? It's too condescending." Han Dong sized up Chung Yusin. Tonight she was wearing a chiffon blouse and a short skirt, revealing two big snow-white legs. This girl, based on her body alone, is no match for any beautiful woman she's ever seen. "I originally just had this thought, but I never thought that I would meet you on the playground, so I guess it's the will of God." Chang Yusin put her heart on the line and hugged Han Dong's waist tightly, her head buried in his chest. Put. In the middle of the quiet night, the heartbeats of the two men were like drums. Before in Mr. Shin's home, was Wu Yu that microfat world goddess tease bling bling? Han Dong is like a gunpowder keg that is about to be ignited. At this moment warm and soft embrace full of jade, gunpowder keg almost exploded. But anyone who is a normal man, will not be able to hold Han Dong a pair of big hands, quietly swimming toward her waist. Before the body of pure yang comes to fruition, it absolutely cannot be close to female color. The admonition of the benefactor rang in the ear at the right time, like a pot of cold water pouring down from the head. "I am not that kind of person." Han Dong gently pushed her away, his face full of righteousness. Tears were wailing inside. "I'm sorry, brother Dong." Chung Yusin deflated her mouth, on the verge of crying. Taking the initiative to throw themselves in the arms of others do not want. The sister feels self-esteem broken all over the place. "I don't think this kind of thing can be so hasty. It's better to take a gradual approach." Han Dong forced down his hormonal agitation and spoke with a crying voice. "Who the hell invented the word progressive? Remove it. Doesn't hasty it smell good?" "Hey!" Chang Yusin's eyes lit up. Brother Dong, are you saying that I'll still have a chance after? We don't know each other too well, so we have to spend some time together, right? So it's better to start as friends first. Han Dong slightly arched his back and gritted his teeth. Alright, all listen to Brother Dong. Trojan horse. Chen Yusen smiled with her eyebrows and quickly booped Han Dong on the face. Is it worth it? Han Dong looked at her. When it comes to things between a man and a woman, there's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. There's only whether you want it or not. Chen Yusen said slowly. As long as I'm willing to do it, the whole world doesn't care. Okay, I understand. Let's go back tonight and talk about it later. Okay, Dong. I'm going to leave first, so wait for a while before you go. I'm afraid that if others see it, it'll be a bad influence on you. I didn't expect the girl Chung Yusen to be so understanding. I didn't see it before. Chung Yusen looked around and didn't find anyone, so she left in a hurry. After about 5 minutes had passed, Han Dong also stepped out of the darkness and headed in the direction of his dormitory. A figure scurried out from a short distance to the scene of the crime. That girl just now is clearly Chung Yusen. I didn't expect that she would actually take such initiative. The man spat hatefully, but who is that boy? Walked too fast. Couldn't see the face clearly. Can only tell that the guy is quite tall, at least 180 or more. The man looked around and didn't see anyone, then headed in the direction of the dormitory building as well. Han Dong returned to 513, and surprisingly, Fatty Wu was the only person in the dormitory who was lying on the bed eating chicken. Where are the two of them? Han Dong was surprised. Si Lao San should have gone on a date to pick up some bubbles, and that kid Hong Tao said he went to the playground to run, and hasn't come back until now. Fatty Wu was having fun and didn't even raise his head. Not more than a few minutes later, Hong Tao pushed the door in, came over with a mysterious face, and whispered, I've discovered a secret. Not interested. Fatty Wu didn't bother with him. Han Dong smiled and didn't pick up the conversation. Just now, Chang Yusen was cuddling with her boyfriend in the playground and getting bored. Hong Tao aggravated his tone. Hey, she has a boyfriend so soon? Fatty Wu sat up in a flash. Han Dong's heart immediately hangs in the air. WC can't be. This is seen? However, I was far away for fear of being discovered, so I didn't see who the boy was. Han Dong was slightly relieved. Could it be Si Ing Chun? It feels like he's been teasing Chun Yusen lately. Fatty Wu mused. No, that boy is a bit taller than Chun. Hong Tao sighed. Chun's head is destined to be a bit green. If you want to live a good life, you need a little green on your head. Fatty Wu sighed. But don't tell him. That kid has pretty strong self-esteem. If the one who is with Chun Yusen is not Chun, then who is he with if he hasn't returned by now? Hong Tao's soul tortured. That's a good question. Fatty Wu said in a serious manner. Young man, mutual green is the truth of life. You'll understand later. I don't want to understand. It seems that it's better to be a single dog honestly. Hong Tao drilled into the restroom to wash up. Han Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. It does seem like it's not very safe out there. Anyway, there's money in the card. So it's time to put buying a house on the agenda. Chapter 29, the tree wants to be still but the wind doesn't stop it. After washing up and going to bed, Han Dong sent a Weibo message to Mu Wanji. Sister Mu, resting? I didn't expect Mu Wanji to reply in seconds. I just put my mom to bed and I'm about to rest. You saved my father. It's a great favor. I'll be sure to pay you back someday. The Mu family has already paid for the diagnosis, so there's no need to thank me. It just so happens that there's something I want to ask Sister Mu for a favor. Tell me about it, and if it's in my power, Sis will help you. I'd like to buy a house, preferably one close to the school. That's no problem. I have 2 friends who develop real estate, so I'll ask for you tomorrow. By the way, do you want a villa or a flat? Any of them, I guess, without too many qualifications. If it's a flat it's best to have a penthouse, the kind with a rooftop, considering that you have to absorb the essence of the sun every day. Living on the top floor is the most convenient. Okay, I know. Thanks sis, you have an early night. Good night. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong washed up and went to bed. Today had indeed been quite an experience. Simply the most informative day in his lifetime. I originally thought that harvesting $1 million in prize money was already a large sum of money, but I didn't realize that the next step was to net $20 million by relying on the medical skills inherited from the Golden Crow Emperor, and I also won a luxury car. Ever since he got the inheritance, this speed of his reversal was simply amazing. He is looking forward to a happy life in the future. The night was silent, and the next morning, it was routine to go to the rooftop to quench the body. Progress a little bit every day. For quantitative accumulation. Until the qualitative change occurs, the realm will be leapfrogged. Back to the dormitory. Eat and change clothes. Continue to the playground military training. Because of yesterday's awarding assembly, Han Dong became popular and became a celebrity among the freshmen. Everywhere he went, the girls would pay attention and even whisper about it with their friends around them. That's him, so characterful looking. Sis is super in love. Handsome, capable of fighting, and rich, just the ideal type of the dream. It's only $1 million in prize money. It's not rich, is it? At least 4 years of college can be comfortable. It's not like we're going to marry him. Han Dong's ears were superb, and he could hear all these discussions. Some girls nowadays are so realistic that it sends chills down one's spine. There's not much of a bottom line anymore. Great women, however, exist to any age. It's up to you to meet them. Dong, brother Dong. Yuli and Chang Yusin greeted him at the same time when they saw him, smiling like flowers. Morning. Han Dong grinned. These two girls, they actually became so proactive. After all, she was a department flower level beauty, and when she was in Iha First Middle School, she was also the white moonlight in the eyes of the boys. At that time, Han Dong did not even dare to think about it. It's true that the only way to attract high-scoring girls is to be strong yourself. If you bloom, butterflies will come. What happened last night had quite a big impact. Si Ying-chun, Zhang Zikai and the two of them deliberately kept a little distance from Han Dong and did not pile up as usual. Wu Yuanda and Han Tao were not much affected and were still frolicking around Han Dong. The two guys' gazes roamed back and forth over Chang Yusin's body, their expressions containing bad jokes. How many times do you two mean? Chang Yusin blinked. I found that Sister Yusin is so feminine today. Nourished by love? Fatty Wu's small eyes flashed with cunningness within them. Chang Yusin instantly blushed. What are you babbling about? Where is love coming from? Stammered the man, not even able to speak properly. Han Dong smiled. This was typical of being a thief. Not far away, Xiangchun looked at Chang Yusin and did detect a hint of something different. Moist and slippery, cheeks flushed, the corners of her eyebrows hinting at spring. It's a lot more feminine with your hands and feet. What's going on? Xiangchun was suspicious. Chang Yusin, looks like she was nourished by love. Who did this? That's when Josie arrived and naturally joined their little circle. Morning. She smiled and nodded at Han Dong. Morning. Han Dong smiled. Phew. There is J-Love. This is. Luo Yuanda and Han Tao coaxed from the sidelines. Josie looked as if she hadn't heard a word. Her psychological quality was much stronger than Chang Yusin's. Don't be a special brood drop of nonsense. What J-Love? We are fighting side by side in a revolutionary friendship. Han Dong laughed and scolded. Don't explain. Explaining is a cover-up. Hong Tao came to the rescue. J-Love often begins with revolutionary friendship. Wu Yuanda laughed. Even if there is a J-Love, what does it matter to the secretary? Josie disliked back with a smirk. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao unexpectedly lost their words for a moment. I shuddered at the thought of how spicy this chick was last night when she quenched someone's brain with a beer bottle. This is a tough guy. Not like Chang Yusin. She's not like Chang Yusin. She really dares to make a move if she's pissed off. So they both simply kept quiet. Ignore them. These two goods can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Han Dong laughed. Zhang Zikai looked at the few of them from afar as they talked and laughed, and the feelings in his heart couldn't be more complicated. The two squares of the 7th and 8th companies were adjacent to each other, and the scene of Josie and Han Dong talking and laughing made the livestock of the 8th company bling with envy. Although there were quite a few high-value girls in this class of freshmen, those who had reached Josie's level were absolutely rare. There were a few squares nearby, and Josie was the only one. In the 8 company square, there is also a small group, headed by a boy who looks a bit like Korean star Lee Joon-ki, very hip and handsome, with a slightly feminine brow. This kid's been on a roll lately. A triangular-eyed boy next to him crooked his mouth. Gimme a break. A rustic turtle from the countryside also presumes to eat swan meat. The feminine boy smiled coldly. Rat, you're just going to tolerate him getting his hands on the chick you're eyeing? Triangle Eyes arched his fire from the sidelines. Go over and meet him. The feminine boy sneered. A couple of guys walked past with their hands in their pants pockets, schmoozing. Yo, if it isn't the big hero of justice, doing what this is. Triangle Eyes deliberately raised his tone, attracting the attention of the nearby students. Han Dong glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Brother asked you a question. Why don't you answer? Country people really don't know how to be polite. Triangle Eyes skimmed his mouth. There are many people looking for me to talk to. Who are you? Han Dong coldly said. Little Yakuza. You're lucky to have won a small prize. Don't you know your own surname? This is Gusa City. It's your turn to show off as a village boy? The triangular-eyed face instantly turned cold. Han Dong was about to make a move, but Xiao Shi reacted quickly and immediately held his wrist. Her beautiful big eyes looked up at him, gently shook her head, and whispered, "This is in school. Making a move will be detrimental to you." Seeing how close Xiao Shi and Han Dong were, The hearts of the Triangular Eyes and a few other boys became even more sour. What's the matter? Aren't you a hero who can take down robbers? You only hide behind a woman to be a shrinking violet. Ha! Triangle Eyes continued to irritate him. Han Dong flicked his left foot. A half-sized slab flew in the air. Han Dong lightly threw a punch. And with a bang, he knocked that brick into powder. Several people were caught off guard and took a few steps back in unison in fear. Chapter 30, You're jealous of me. Xiaoxi pulled me back because she was afraid that I would beat you guys to death on impulse. Han Dong said blandly. However, there is a limit to my patience. Those who practice martial arts have a knack for controlling their force, and the thing of beating someone to death is definitely something they will not do. However, it is still easy to make you lose face in front of so many people. Think about it, if you were to be beaten up by me in public, it would be a big loss of face, and I'm afraid it would affect your right to choose a spouse for the 4 years of college. If you want to try, you might as well keep provoking me and see. Triangle Eyes mumbled his lips a few times, but he didn't dare to say anything back after all. It's the vulgar people who solve their problems with their fists. The corners of the feminine boy's mouth curled. You're just as good a fighter as you are a gun in the hands of a smart man. The truly superior people rely on their brains, not their fists and feet. You think you are smart? Han Dong said indifferently. At least I don't solve problems with my fists. The feminine boy laughed contemptuously. Let me guess. The reason why you guys are looking for me is actually a jealousy, right? Han Dong laughed. On one hand, it is because I received the award for bravery and stole the limelight from you guys. On the other hand, I am so close to the goddess Xiaoxi, can it be tolerated? For you group of giant babies who grew up being held in the palm of your parents' hands, the limelight, all have to be yours. The beautiful women, also all have to be yours. I, a small character from the countryside, can't even play mahjong. Winning is the original sin. Is that right? Who the are you calling a giant baby? The triangular-eyed boy said angrily. Keep your mouth clean. As I said, my patience is limited. Maybe the next second a big slap on your face. If a mouthful of teeth are broken, you still have to spend money to fill them. Quite a suffering. Han Dong glanced at him faintly. Triangle-eyed lips quivered, hardened, not daring to continue just. Han Dong's strength in shattering the slate with a single punch was still something to fear. You continue. Han Dong looked at the feminine boy. Kid, don't rely on the fact that you have a bit of kung fu and don't know the sky. The feminine boy narrowed his eyes. If you continue to be so wild, others can play you to death in minutes. Don't talk about others, talk about you. The corner of Han Dong's mouth turned slightly. Don't you mean that you have countless ways to play me to death? Tell me how you want to play. I'll see if I'll die. Are you sure you want to go against me? The feminine boy's face went cold. Nuts. I'm standing here fine. It's you guys who have to come over here to beep and beep. Who's against who? Han Dong said in an unfavorable manner. Yes you can. You really can. The feminine boy laughed with exasperation. This is what rookies who haven't survived the beatings of society look like. Then please, can you do it by beating me up on behalf of society? If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, off. You want to play? Then I'll play with you. The feminine boy sneered. You know that the second week of military training has a target shooting program, right? Knowing that, so what? Compete in the big match. Dare you? Okay, how do you propose to compare? 2 out of 3. You lose. Get the hell away from Josie. What if I win? You can't win. That's not necessarily true. If you're afraid of losing, forget I said anything. If you win, I, Chui Hao, will only look up to you from now on. So your name is Chui Hao. How next to the character for water or Ritian Hao? Day. Okay, just wait until you get down on your knees and call your dad. Chui Hao's face turned green. If he hadn't been worried that he couldn't beat him, he would have slapped and hollered at him. Chui Hao's father, Chui Hongji, was a famous real estate developer in the Jiangnan region, who had money and connections. He really had countless ways to deal with Han Dong. However, he still wished to defeat Han Dong head-on through his own ability, in order to score points in front of Josie. Otherwise wouldn't bother playing games with him. See you on the range. Chui Hao felt that if he talked to him more, he might get angry and have a heart attack, so he simply stopped talking. A couple of guys came and left hanging with their hands in their pants pockets. Have you taken me as a bet with my permission? Josie gave him a faint look. Don't worry, he can't win. Han Dong grinned. You've played with guns. Ha? No. Slingshots are played. Josie was speechless. Could a slingshot and a gun be the same thing? Since Chui Hao took the initiative to shoot the target to decide the winner, it was obvious that he was confident in his shooting skills. He must usually be a regular at the shooting club. Isn't this still time to study? Han Dong smiled. Well, it's good that you're happy. Josie was non-committal. At this time, Fatty Wu came over, not without concern. Said, Dongzi, Chui Hao, this guy is a bit of a head. His father is a big real estate developer in Jiangzhou City. The family took advantage of several billion it. This kind of sitting tiger. There is no need to get too stiff with him. I'm afraid you will suffer. As you can see, it's him who messed with me, not me who messed with him. Han Dong smiled. Fatty Wu shook his head, not knowing what to say. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Han Dong has indeed been too much in the limelight for a while now. Zhang Zikai and Si Yingchun watched with cold eyes, surprisingly feeling a hint of pleasure inside. You're an outsider from the countryside who dares to fight with a local rich kid. Won't they play you to death? They immensely hoped that Chui Hao would teach Han Dong a lesson. Make him lose face and make him fall flat on his face. It's best to recognize who you are and keep your tail between your legs from now on. When military training began, the main training subject of the day was, indeed, target shooting. Jiangzhou University is still very willing to spend money. Military training time, although only 1 month, but the project has, unlike some schools, just practice a little bit of formation pace to muddle through. All of them traveled by bus to a nearby military camp, entered the range, and practiced with real bullets. The firearm for practice was a Type 95 automatic rifle. The instructor first taught everyone to familiarize themselves with the parts of the firearm, how to load bullets, load magazines, how to push and pull the safety, how to aim, and how to shoot. Before formal shooting, they first learn how to disassemble the gun. Han Dong was an immortal cultivator. Whether it was his memory, body coordination and reflexes, they were far beyond normal people, and this kind of thing was simply easy and pleasant for him. The instructor only demonstrated it once, and he learned it, and the disassembly and installation was done in one go, even setting a record for the fastest within the army. You have played with guns before? The instructor was dumbfounded. No, first time playing, Han Dong blandly said. The instructor looked him over carefully and asked, what's your name? Han Dong, of the law school. Then come over here and shoot a few rounds and see. The instructor brought him in front of the target. Following the method taught by the instructor, Han Dong aimed at the bullseye and then pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 shots in a row. All hit the bullseye. Chapter 31, I'm a marksman. As a cultivator of the body tempering stage, Han Dong's eyesight, spiritual perception, body coordination, and nerve reaction ability are all several times more than those of ordinary people, and a little nudge to shoot such a small thing is a top expert. Is this really your first time playing with a gun? The instructor asked carefully. Of course, my family is from the countryside, so I didn't have access to this before. I did play with a slingshot. The instructor was instantly petrified. Instructor, what's wrong with you, instructor? Oh, it's fine. I'm just so shocked. The instructor sobered up and said eagerly, do you want to become a soldier? If you come to the army, you will definitely become the best sniper. Sorry, instructor. I have no plans to become a soldier. Han Dong smiled. That's too bad. The instructor sized up Han Dong a few more times with a look of regret. Instructor, can I practice pistol shooting at the same time? No one else can. You can. The instructor was obviously fond of him as a shooting genius, and ran off to apply to his superiors for pistol target shooting. This is a 6.4 domestic pistol. Under the guidance of the instructor, Han Dong quickly familiarized with the gun, disassembly and installation of familiar and flow, and then raised his hand as a number of shots all hit the bullseye. Genius. Ah, a talent like this is 1 in 100,000. If he enters the army, he can be trained into a soldier king in a year's time. The instructor muttered to himself, feeling that it would be a waste for Han Dong not to become a soldier. Han Dong does not pick up his stubble. Love to joke. Tang, immortal cultivator. How many great things to do outside. Go to the army is not a waste of time? Instructor, it's fine for only you to know about me. Don't publicize it widely yet. I'm afraid that my classmates' motivation will be dampened. Han Dong actually did not want Chui Hao to know that he was so powerful, lest something else would happen. Good. I won't tell anyone for a while. You'll be a hit when the final acceptance of the results comes. It's for the best. While the other students were still learning to disassemble their guns, Han Dong had already started practicing target shooting. In just one day, he had achieved the unity of man and gun, familiarizing himself as if he was a part of his own body. The instructor looked at him like he was an alien. The unity of man and gun. This was a very high realm. Even top marksmen would need to spend years to develop this feeling. However, this freshman student named Han Dong had actually done it within a day. This is a ing genius among geniuses. The instructor couldn't help but burst out. After the end of the military training, Mu Wanji came to the phone and said that she had already looked at a house for him, and if she was interested, she would go to the field to see it. Han Dong said he could, and then Mu Wanji sent him a WeChat location. It's a place called East Garden, about 5 kilometers away from JNU. After politely declining Fatty Wu's invitation to have dinner together, Han Dong drove to the East Garden. East Garden was not in the villa area, but a garden-style compound. Together with the surrounding blocks and blocks of Chinese-style courtyards, it formed a classical architectural complex on this street with a rich cultural heritage. There was a small square in front of the door, so Han Dong parked his car here. Mu Wanji and an elegant middle-aged man around 40 years old were already waiting at the door. Han Dong, let me introduce. This is my friend, the boss of Hongji Real Estate, Mr. Chui Hongji. Hongji, this is the divine doctor I told you about. His name is Han Dong, a senior student from the law school of Jiangzhou University. Mu Wanji guffawed. Mr. Han, nice to meet you. Chui Hongji was very polite and shook Han Dong's hand with a smile. Mr. Chui, nice to meet you. Han Dong smiled. The real estate boss, surname Chui. I wonder what is the relationship with Chui, how that pouncing that boy. Mr. Han is so skilled in medicine at such a young age. Much better than my son who just knows how to have fun. Oh, and he's also a freshman in the Department of Economics and Management at Zhejiang University. Choi Ho? Yeah, how did you know? Oh, he's famous among the freshmen. Humph. I'm only afraid it's not a good reputation. Chui Hongji obviously knew his son well. Let's not talk about him for now. Mr. Han, come and take a look at this house first. Good. Chui Hongji led the way, and the three of them arrived in front of the East Garden. There were 5 flights of steps at the entrance, signifying step by step, and after going up, there was a hugging drumstone on the left and right sides. At the General's Gate, the plaque was inset with large traditional Chinese characters, East Garden. Pushing open the mahogany front door, you are greeted by a photo wall with a circular framed view window in the center showing the welcoming pines inside. Walk along the weathered connecting porch and enter the courtyard. The entire courtyard covers 10 acres, which is quite extravagant in the old city where every inch of land counts. Chui Hongji smiled. I built this house for my own residence, so the decoration inside, the layout, took a lot of my effort. The main building had 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground, covering a rather vast area. There were 4 small 2-story buildings on each side, and together with the main building, they formed a pattern of 9 palaces of the human character, which showed the grandeur of the building. The house is divided into a front and backyard, both of which are quite large. The whole house has white tiles and white walls, flying eaves and warped corners, typical of the classical style of the Soviet Union. In the courtyard, there are rockeries and waterfalls, bridges and waterfalls, pavilions and pavilions are distributed, and the paths lead to secluded paths, which is a typical garden in Jiangnan. The interior is tastefully decorated with a large number of mahogany furniture and all household items. It is ready to move in. Mr. Han, how do you feel about this house? After touring it once, Chui Hongji asked. A Chinese garden mansion like this should be very expensive, right? Han Dong smiled. Frankly, the cost used over $200 million, and I was offered $500 million, and I didn't sell. Then this is way over my budget. Han Dong said frankly. Mr. Han, I heard from Wanji that you are a miracle doctor with miraculous skills, and you even cured Elder Mu's strange disease some time ago. Is there such a thing? Chui Hongji did not answer Han Dong's question head-on, but asked another seemingly unrelated question. Han Dong glanced at Mu Wanji, and the beautiful sister smiled warmly and nodded gently. Mr. Chui, could it be that he is physically ill? Mr. Han is truly intelligent. Chui Hongji gave a thumbs up. Han Dong opened his spiritual eyes and examined Chui Hongji's body. It was found that at the very bottom of the belly, there was a mass of black qi. Bowel cancer? He raised an eyebrow. Mr. Han really is a divine doctor. Just by taking a look, he knows where the lesions are. If there was some skepticism before, he was really a bit convinced now. The fact that he suffered from colon cancer was known only to himself, and Mu Wanji only knew that something was wrong with his body, and didn't tell her exactly where the problem was. Mu Wanji looked at him in surprise. Hongji, you have intestinal cancer? Advanced colon cancer. The doctor said. At most, he can still live for 3 months. Chui Hongji's complexion dimmed. So, you told me that a brother wanted to buy a house, and that he was a miracle doctor who cured your family's old man. That's why I asked to definitely meet with him. You told me you hadn't been feeling well lately and wanted to seek medical attention, but I didn't realize it was this serious. When I was young, I desperately pursued my career. I didn't care about my body, and now that I'm spoiled and broken, I understand the truth that without health, everything is a mirror. What mansions and cars, what billions of dollars, all of them have no significance. Chui Hongji sighed. I asked Mr. Han to come and see this house, the meaning of which is, as long as you can cure my disease, this house, even if it's a consultation fee. I hope Mr. Han won't mind. Cancer. Ha! Han Dong smiled slightly. In my eyes, it's no big deal. Chapter 32 Curing Colon Cancer. Mr. Han, are you saying that you can cure me of this disease? Chui Hongji's eyes were about to stare out of their sockets. His body was shivering with excitement. A mole cricket can still steal a living, let alone a rich man like him who can have anything he wants. Of course I can. Han Dong nodded slightly. It will just consume some yang qi. Cancer wasn't that difficult for the heavenly healer's sex immortal means. It would just consume the hard-earned pure yang qi in his body. If there wasn't a good reason, he wouldn't be willing to take it lightly. After all, cultivation also required energy and time. But, naturally there is little hesitation if the house is used as payment. Yang qi? Mu Wanji and Chui Hongji spoke in unison. It is internal energy, right? The qi that I have accumulated after years of bitter cultivation. Han Dong deliberately said it in an exaggerated manner so that Chui Hongji would cherish it more. Otherwise, how could he exchange it for a Chinese-style mansion from someone else? If Mr. Han can cure my humble self, apart from this mansion, I, Chui, will have another great thanks. Chui Hongji couldn't contain himself with excitement. Han Dong stopped talking and directly held Chui Hongji's wrist. A stream of warm qi flowed into Chui Hongji's body along the meridians. Under the guidance of his intention, it quickly surrounded the mass of black qi below his belly. The spiritual eyes of an immortal cultivator were more precise than a surgeon's microscope, and were able to easily find the location of the lesion. Yang qi tightly surrounded the mass of black qi and began to mercilessly strangle it. Although the black qi was very cunning and stubborn, it was powerless in front of the yang qi refined by the essence of the sun. After only a few minutes of effort, the black gas was wiped out. Yang qi was like a stream of water, flushing Chui Hongji's intestines, and soon the necrotic tissues that had been engulfed by the cancer cells regenerated as if they were springing up. This is the magical power of yang qi. In particular, the qi refined by the essence of the sun is more conducive to the growth of all things. It was only a quarter of an hour before and after. The cancer cells that had tortured Chui Hongji to death were killed off by Han Dong. Moreover, his damaged organs were restored in the process. Chui Hongji was oblivious to all this, thinking that Han Dong was just taking his pulse. However, since Han Dong's cultivation time was still short, and he was only at the body tempering stage, he had not accumulated yuan qi in his body, and the qi he used to cure his illness was the pure yang qi that he had refined by virtue of the heavenly healer sex techniques. The qi used for healing was the pure yang qi refined by virtue of the heavenly healer sex method, which was 100,000 miles away from the yuan qi in the body of a qi refining stage immortal cultivator. Therefore, the process of killing the cancer cells still left Han Dong quite overwhelmed and drenched in sweat. If one cultivated to the qi refining stage and used yuan qi to heal, it wouldn't be so laborious. How's it going, Mr. Han? When Han Dong's hand left his wrist, Chui Hongji asked hurriedly. Cured. Han Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Scared? Chui Hongji was a bit confused. The colon cancer has been cured. You can take the time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Turn around and I'll give you a prescription for a few courses of medicine, so you won't be able to do it again in your life. Han Dong said indifferently. Really? Mr. Han, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Chui Hongji's breathing began to catch. The world's top doctors cannot do anything about the terminal disease. He so touched the wrist to cure? No one would dare to believe it. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Han Dong looked solemn. Chui Hongji froze for a full minute. Wanji, Mr. Han, this matter is too important to me, so I have to go to the hospital to confirm it personally. Don't worry, Chui's promise absolutely counts. You go ahead and get in touch. Han Dong said indifferently. The three of them went out of the East Garden and Chui Hongji left in a hurry. You can really cure cancer. Ha? Mu Wanji blinked her big eyes. Aha. Han Dong nodded slightly. What virtue and ability do I, Mu Wanji, have to know you? The wonder of the world. It's just a little carving. It's not going to make it to the top. How can you call it a sculpture when you can even solve a cancer that the world can't do anything about? Han Dong thought to himself that for an immortal cultivator, this was a small carving skill. However, he was too lazy to explain more. Where are we going next? Take you to see another house. I'm sure you'll like it. Mu Wanji guffawed. Still looking at houses? This is the set that my sister chose for you, so please do give me the honor of taking a look. Mu Wanji smiled. Have you heard of fifth generation housing? Saw it online. Then go see it. The two men got into their cars, one after the other, and drove out of the square. The place Mu Wanji was talking about was not far from Jiande, 3 kilometers at most, and was called Sky Courtyard. The neighborhood is super green, with residential buildings rising up one after another, each surrounded by greenery. With one staircase, each home has a sky garden, allowing you to live in an apartment building and enjoy the space of a villa. Cars can drive right up the spiral driveway and park in front of your door. The house they were looking at was on the 28th floor of Block 8. Mu Wanji's car was in front. Han Dong followed behind, and the two cars went up the spiral driveway one after the other, then drove all the way to the penthouse. On each floor of this building, there is only one family. Two cars were parked side by side in front of the door. Loosely, Mu Wanji pressed the password and opened the very sci-fi silver gray door. After entering, Han Dong just turned around and fell in love with the house. The house is a top-floor duplex structure, upstairs and downstairs, totaling 6 rooms and 2 halls. There is a courtyard outside the first floor, about 100 square feet, full of greenery and flowers, as well as hammocks, deck chairs, gazebos, koi ponds. It is really a perfect leisure area. The most extreme is the rooftop. Going out from the second floor, the whole rooftop is vast and boundless. A 25-meter-long standard swimming pool was actually built in the middle. Next to the paved lawn, there are tables, chairs, umbrellas and other leisure equipment. The neighborhood is built right on the edge of a beautiful lake. Standing on the rooftop and looking down, the lake view is breathtaking, smoky and beautiful. Like it? Mu Wanji smiled sweetly. Very much. Han Dong did not hide his love for the house. Then would you like to be neighbors with Sister Mu? Hey! Han Dong was stunned. At first I also saw the house here, so I bought 2 floors, and I occasionally live on the 27th floor. If you're willing to be neighbors with Sister Mu, this one on the top floor can be transferred to you. Although it's second-hand, no one has ever lived in it since it was renovated, so it's considered a quasi-new house. No problem, Sister Mu. Han Dong grinned. It's really great to be your neighbor. Since you're willing, then there's no problem. Mu Wanji smiled. Starting tonight, you can stay here. For formalities and whatnot, I'll find someone else to do it for you. In half a month at the latest, the real estate license will be in your hands. How much is it, Sister Mu? I'll transfer it to you. Han Dong said. If you recognize me as your sister, don't talk about money. Mu Wanji had a serious face. On the bus, you saved my life, and later cured my father and saved the entire Mu family. Isn't it only natural for me to send you a house? The Mu family has already paid for the diagnosis, so sis, don't talk about that. All they paid was the consultation fee for saving my father's life. What about you saving mine? Doesn't that count? Didn't I receive an award for bravery? That is what the state gave you. This is my private intention. There is no conflict. Mu Wanji softly said. Han Dong, just accept it. There is no need to feel psychologically burdened. In a person's life, who can guarantee that there will be no illnesses or disasters? Consider it as a prepayment of the consultation fee from sis. If I get any bad disease in the future, I still have to count on you to save my life. Han Dong pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, I'll take it then. This house property license area is 1,000 square feet. The average price of this lot is about 60,000. The overall calculation, worth more than 60 million. Mu Wanji sent him such an expensive gift. This pattern is indeed not small. On the one hand, it is to thank for saving his life. On the other hand, there must be some plans in the future. But Han Dong wasn't worried at all. Since he dared to accept it, he was confident that he could fulfill Mu Wanji's needs. What mortals wanted was nothing more than health and riches, which were no matter to immortal cultivators. That's a good boy. Mu Wanji smiled like a flower. In the future, the rooftop will be your private turf. Except for the top floor, the residents of other floors can't go up there. You young people like to be lively. Occasionally bring your friends to have a pool party or something. Just play. I know. Thanks sis. You can stay here tonight. There's everything inside the house. No need to make any more purchases. Mu Wanji said warmly. I'm also living alone, and my family hired a nanny, so you don't need to cook for yourself, or do housework. There's no need to worry about things in your life. What else could Han Dong say? It was true that older sisters were the ones who could hurt people. Chapter 33, You've got the wine. I've got the story. Mu Wanji went back to the 27th floor and ordered her own nanny, Precious, to make dinner, in order to celebrate Han Dong's housewarming. So all the meals were served. Mu Wanji also opened a few bottles of her own treasured red wine. Cheers! The two men clinked glasses and drank. Han Dong has little experience with red wine, but the good stuff is good stuff. The entrance is sweet and mellow, the aftertaste is long, and there is no bitterness of most red wines, and the flavor can be smacked out vaguely. 2 glasses down, and the slight drunkenness sets in. Mu Wanji's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were beautiful. She was 33 years old, the ripe age of the peach, fresh, full and juicy, especially in a slightly drunken state of charming posture, such as peach blossom blooming, falling colorful, lonely man, romantic dinner, lights and nights so moving. It's hard not to make a bloodthirsty little virgin's heart go pitter-patter. Sister Mu, Why did you fall out with your family so much? Han Dong had to think of ways to divert his attention. It wasn't that he disliked Mu Wanji's age, but the body of pure yang hadn't yet come to fruition and didn't dare to break the rules. You want to hear Sister Mu's story? Mu Wanji looked at him, a hint of sadness hidden in her eyes. If you don't want to talk about it, don't force it. Sister's story, in fact, is nothing special. Almost every powerful family has it. Mu Wanji's voice was gentle and low. More than 10 years ago, affected by the global financial crisis, the Mu family experienced a catastrophe, and if there was no help from external funds, 80% of them would have gone bankrupt, and my father's way of solving the crisis was the same as most tycoons, that is, marriage. Han Dong nodded. It seemed that the script of the high society was similar to what was played out in the movie and television dramas. You must have thought that it was me who joined the marriage, but it wasn't. I was less than 20 at the time and still in college in England. My sister, on the other hand, was in the prime of her life, and was well known throughout the rich and powerful circle of Jiangnan. That's why my father wanted her to marry the second son of the Zhao family in the provincial city, to get $1 billion of financial assistance from the other side. But my sister, she already has a boyfriend. That is her college classmate, a very excellent boy, although just an ordinary family origin, but he is very smart and full of ambition. After graduation, in a biomedical company did 3 years, with their own drive and talent, all the way to the vice president of the seat. Then he came out to start his own business. Together with like-minded classmates, he developed several new drugs that filled gaps at home and abroad. It just hit the market and caught fire. He and his sister are also in a very stable relationship and are looking forward to the future. However, for the sake of family continuity, my father beat up the lovebirds and tried to forcibly split the lovers. My sister, being of a more rigid character, did not agree to the breakup no matter what, so my father went after her boyfriend. At first, it was lure, gave that boy $10 million, wanted him to leave Jiangzhou, completely cut off the connection with my sister. He did not agree. Later it was coercion, with the power of the Mu family to suppress. He still did not give in. Then later, my father set up a trap, let the boy and a married woman in bed together, and photographed the evidence. The other man's husband brought people to the door to catch the adultery, broke both of his legs on the spot, and poured acid all over his face. He was crippled, disfigured and completely heartless. He handed the company over to his partners, left Jiangzhou overnight, and has not been heard from since. And when my sister saw those so-called evidences, she was so sad and desperate that she could only marry the second son of the Zhao family under my father's arrangement. The Mu family received assistance from the Zhao family and finally survived the crisis. But my sister was so depressed that she eventually fell ill and died half a year later. My sister and I were extremely close, and her death hit me hard. And from my mother, I learned what happened and broke out into a heated argument with my father. I called him a monster full of profit, a murderer, who had killed his own first daughter. In a rage, he wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with me and throw me out of the Mu family. So that's how I got out of the Mu family. After graduating from college, I joined that company founded by my sister's boyfriend and have been doing it until now. Han Dong sighed. This was another tragedy of the mansion. He couldn't judge who had done wrong, and in their respective positions, neither of them had been wrong. Mu Tiansheng was trying to save the whole family, while the poor couple was trying to defend their love. What position does Sister Mu hold in the company? Han Dong casually asked. I'm now the president of the company, Mu Wanji said quietly. The partners left behind by my sister's boyfriend were all tech geeks who weren't good at business management, and I happen to have inherited my father's genes in this area. So after a few years of crawling around at the grassroots level, I ended up sitting in this position. This company, which carries the dreams of both of them, has also witnessed my sister's love, and even if it's tough, I can't let it fall. The company is in trouble? Han Dong keenly caught the message in Mu Wanji's words. Mu Wanji glanced at Han Dong in surprise. This kid, really smart. The company's development has indeed reached a bottleneck. Some years ago it was fine, but in the last 2 years it didn't develop any new explosive models. Coupled with the industry roles, the competition is becoming more and more intense. The market share is gradually being eaten up, and it's already a bit weak in the aftermath. Mu Wanji sighed. Han Dong's heart stirred. There were countless miraculous prescriptions in the legacy of the Heavenly Doctor sect, and taking out just any one of them would make today's medical world go crazy. Sister Mu's character is first class, and she treats him well, even on the basis of this mansion she gifted. It's worthwhile to go out and give her a hand. Of course, the main thing is that he also needs a doorway to make money. Always getting money by treating the rich and famous is unstable and unsustainable. At that time, he took out a few scarce prescriptions and used the technology to take up some of the shares of Sister Mu's company, letting them run the business and just sit back and wait for his share. However, this matter needed to be considered in the long run. Because his current strength was not strong enough. He would wait until the pure yang body had become a great success and had the ability to defend himself. After all, an immortal's medicinal formula. A random pair of them could shock the world. And in case it aroused the covetousness of someone with a heart of gold. The energy of those predators was not something he was able to fight against at the moment. It's better not to harbor the wrong when you're not strong enough. I am researching a few remedies that will benefit the people. If it comes to fruition, I can rather hand it over to you, Sister Mu, to take care of. Won't you be able to resolve the current predicament at that time? Han Dong smiled. Really? Mu Wanji's eyes widened at once. She had seen Han Dong's amazing medical skills with her own eyes. Not only did he cure her father's strange disease, he was actually able to conquer cancer. The prescription that came out of the hands of such a great miracle doctor must be extraordinary. Of course it's true. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Han Dong said with a straight face. That's great. Sis will wait for the research results of this great miracle doctor of yours. Mu Wanji's eyes were glowing with excitement. Don't worry. Sis won't let you pay for nothing. By then we will negotiate a suitable proportion of the share. Or even let part of the company's shares go to you. That's good to know. Han Dong smiled. Pro brothers are clear. Favors are favors, and benefits are benefits. So he naturally wouldn't refuse. Here's to the good news. Chess. Shredded. The next morning, Mu Wanji woke up from her sleep and realized that she was lying in a strong embrace, and the scent of male hormones stimulated the goosebumps graveyard all over her body. Dying. The atmosphere was so good last night. The two of them talked and drank and ended up getting drunk. I don't know when, but I actually rolled into bed. Mu Wanji checked the clothes on her body. Luckily, the most feared thing didn't happen. She was relieved, while at the same time there was a vague hint of loss within her. It said that drunkenness can be a mess, but I didn't expect this kid, Han Dong, to actually hold on to it. Does it mean that he is really old? No more charm? The second young miss of the Mu family, who was so colorful and famous in the upper-class circles of Jiangnan, had actually begun to have self-doubts. If Han Dong knew about it, he would probably even be able to spray out his nose. You think I'm not in pain? Holding a big magnesium aluminum that's soft and warm and can't be touched. My mind is about to explode. If he had already cultivated the body of pure yang, he must have feasted last night. I don't know how much perseverance was expended, counting hundreds of millions of sheep before I could barely fall asleep. Chapter 34, The Girl in Leopard Print. Because Han Dong was a body of pure yang, Mu Wanji was fascinated by the aura on his body. She felt that she didn't even want to go to work at the office anymore. She just wanted to lie in his arms and stay intoxicated. But she can't do that. If Han Dong woke up, how embarrassing it would be for the two. Jedi large social death scene. With her strong willpower, Mu Wanji climbed up from the quilt, opened the door and slipped back to the 27th floor like there were hyenas chasing behind her. Even though she knew no one was watching, she still felt like a thief. To make matters worse, after opening the door, he looked right at Precious, his own babysitter. Mr. Mu, what are you? Precious sized up Mu Wanji suspiciously. Got drunk last night. Mu Wanji pretended as if nothing had happened. Oh, you wash up. I prepare breakfast. Precious didn't dare to ask again. Prepare another serving and send it upstairs. The portion should be sufficient. My brother is still young. It's the time to grow his body. Mu Wanji said slowly. Okay, Mr. Mu. Precious readily agreed. After Han Dong woke up, he realized that Mu Wanji had already left, and the woman's fragrance like orchid and musk still remained in the comforter. The thought of last night's agony made him smile helplessly. Before the body of pure yang became a great success, one could only continue to endure it. After getting up and washing up, he went straight up to the rooftop and faced the rising red sun for his regular daily practice. Looking down from the roof of the building, the lake, illuminated by the red sun, sparkled with a reddish haze. It was too beautiful to be described in words. Cultivating here was much better than on the rooftop of the dormitory building. After completing a big week, I came home to get a drink of water when I heard someone knocking on the door outside. Turns out it was the little downstairs nanny who brought breakfast. Hello, here's your breakfast. Ajin smiled amiably. It was specially ordered by Mr. Mu. Sister Mu's taste is not bad. Even the nanny she hired for her family looks very showy. Thank you. Where is Mr. Mu? Han Dong took the plate in her hand and thanked her sincerely. Already went to work. I'll go back first. Precious saw that Han Dong was bare-chested. The muscle groups between his chest and abdomen were cascading, and his entire body was as shapely as a sculpture. A pretty face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. She returned to the 27th floor in a burst of jogging, closed the door, and patted her chest with her back against the wall, so nervous she could hear her heart beating. Put. Mother ****** her come on. It's not like I've never seen a muscular man before. Why does this make people blush? Too much desire, too much desire. After Han Dong finished his breakfast, he left the clothes and shoes stored in the spirit market ring as well as the electronics and such at home. Now that you have a permanent nest, there's no need to keep all your valuables in storage. Of course, some of the ones that needed to be carried around were still left inside the spirit ruin ring. Changed his clothes and went out, drove his fear of where to touch and made his way to the school. The empty court is less than 3 kilometers away from JNU, 10 or so minutes away. As soon as he arrived at the playground, he was caught by Fatty Wu. It's true that men become bad when they have money. Last night you didn't sleep at night. Did you go on a date? Not brother, said you. As a good learning and progressive new era of good young people, how can you do this kind of dirty things? Next time not allowed to go again. Really want to go if can bring me? Fatty Wu's turn was so big that he almost flashed Han Dong's waist. Not with you. Han Dong's face was expressionless. Xiao Shi, Yuli, Chun Yusen, 3 chicks are on the side of it. Blindly say what the big truth. Affect the old man in the eyes of the beauty of the glorious image. Did you really go to a room? Fatty Wu asked with a shy face. Get lost. I'm going to my cousin's house. Han Dong glared at him without any humor. Han Dong's cousin and sister-in-law worked and lived in this city. As everyone knew. Misunderstood. Fatty Wu grinned. Everyone came together again to talk and laugh. Today's military training was the same as usual. Still target shooting. After the other students familiarized themselves with the guns, they began to formally learn to shoot. Han Dong was still enjoying the instructor's special cooking, as his level was too far ahead of the other students. The long and short guns did not fire in vain, and the static targets were no longer challenging, so the instructor began to teach him to shoot at moving targets. He had expected to be able to bring him some challenges, but he did not expect that after practicing a few times, he would be able to hit 100 shots again. No matter how tricky the angle and force the instructor used to throw the moving target, Han Dong was able to hit it accurately. Nima, if he was born in the war era, this thing is definitely a terrifying killing weapon on the battlefield. He loved his talent so much that he wrote a report on Han Dong's performance in target shooting and gave it to his superiors. There was a faint glimmer of hope inside, thirsting for the superiors to take the upper route and ask Han Dong to join the army. It really is a rare talent. Polished up properly, definitely a top Republican defender. At 4:30 p.m. The military training ended on time. Han Dong received a call from Mu Wanji, saying that Cui Hongji was hosting a banquet at the One Piece Imperial Banquet in order to thank him for saving his life. Naturally, Han Dong would not refuse. The first-class Imperial Banquet is the top high-end restaurant in Jiangzhou City. It is said that the owner's great-grandfather was the imperial chef of the imperial court, and he has the secret recipe for all the dishes of the Imperial Banquet of the Imperial Palace. Later, he opened a restaurant in Jiangzhou City, and soon ruled the city's high-end restaurant market. People who come here to spend money are either rich or expensive, and ordinary people simply can't afford to eat. Cui Hongji's sincerity was evident when he chose to feast on Han Dong here. A piece of Imperial Banquet was also in the old city, about 15 kilometers away from Zhongde. Han Dong followed the map and turned on the navigation. The car drove to the intersection of Cross Street and People's Road waiting for a red light when an orange Lamborghini EVO convertible pulled up to the side. The driver was a girl with dyed pink hair and heavy makeup. It looked young, full of brashness, and chewing gum in his mouth. Han Dong had the windows open, so the girl could see him when she turned her head. Seeing Han Dong's face, the girl frivolously blew a rogue whistle. Han Dong had a bone-deep distaste for this kind of rich second generation who did not know the sky and the earth, so he just glanced at her and paid no more attention to her. Handsome. Nice car. How about a ride? Seeing that Han Dong ignored her, the girl directly provoked her with her words. The red light was on its final readout and would soon turn green. Han Dong pretended not to hear. The moment the reading seconds cleared, the girl pressed the gas pedal deeply, and the EVO sports car catapulted out like an arrow. Han Dong started normally and accelerated normally, paying no attention to her provocation. After driving for a few hundred meters, the EVO sports car in front of him gradually slowed down. When Han Dong approached, the body suddenly hit a cross, stopping in the middle of the road on the street. Han Dong reacted quickly and came to a sharp brake, stopping the car before the front of the car could hit the top of the sports car. Other vehicles on the road were not so lucky. One red Mazda, in its haste, scurried into a roadside greenbelt, luckily stopped by bushes. There were also 2 small cars that were caught off guard and rear-ended. The scene was a mess. The girl got out of the car and knocked on Han Dong's window. Han Dong opened the car door and stood in front of her. The girl was wearing a short leopard print dress, with a pair of long bare legs and a surprisingly good figure. Judging from her facial features, the girl had a pretty face, but it was just a shame that it was made tacky by the pink hair and off-the-wall heavy makeup. What? Don't give face to your sister? The girl looked at him with a mischievous face, her eyes narrowing slightly. You're sick, aren't you? Han Dong glared at her without any humor. How dare you curse me? The girl flew up and was about to kick Han Dong in the crotch. This severed sun kick completely enraged Han Dong. Where in CNM do you get monsters that have no human heart at all? Doesn't take other people's lives seriously. Chapter 35 Lessons for the Second Generation. Old me will not only scold you, but also beat you up. Han Dong lightly relaxed his ape arm and caught the girl's flying leg, and with a slight force, he flipped her over and plopped her down on the EVO sports car. Pa! Han Dong hooped a slap on her rotund ass. Yikes! The girl exclaimed. Slap slap slap. Han Dong swung his arm, and it was a hard smack. A second-generation ancestor like you just owes a lesson. Your father doesn't care. I'll take care of it. Otherwise I don't know how many people will be harmed. Hit and reprimand at the same time. Owners of cars that were forced to stop behind them gathered around to see what was going on. No matter what, Han Dong had helped them get out of a bad mood, and he still felt quite relieved inwardly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know who I am? Even dare to do it to me. You live impatiently you. The girl was ferociously ruthless, struggling desperately and cursing with her mouth. Nay, Han Dong's strength was too great. One hand pressed on her back like a big mountain. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from Han Dong's grip. Going to be like the other second-generation kids again, who have to report their dad's name when they get into trouble. I damn well don't care whose brat you are. If you do something wrong, you have to be taught a lesson. Han Dong hit the real fire. Slaps like a storm, ruthlessly downward. Though he stayed strong, the girl was after all delicate. How could she withstand such a tarting up? At first there were 7 disobedient, 8 disobedient, and after a dozen slaps, their voices had weakened. They're children. No, not afraid to beat. The question is whether the parents are willing to do it. After scolding and threatening again, and finding that Han Dong was not at all moved, and the slaps that landed on her buttocks instead became heavier and heavier, the girl finally conceded. Well, don't hit it. I'm convinced not good enough. The girl began to choke. Her makeup was all blurred by crying. The girl started to choke. Her makeup was all blurred by crying. Know what's wrong? Got it. Will you dare next time? Don't dare. Seeing that the girl recognized her mistake, Han Dong immediately stopped and released her from the car. I don't care what your origin is and how powerful your family is, but the road is not driven by your family. You can't be so capricious. So many vehicles are traveling. Behind each one of them is the burden of a family. And it's highly likely that you'll cause a serious car accident if you don't care like this. If any driver really loses his life because of you, you are destroying a family. This is sinning, do you understand? Han Dong became angry when he looked at her that way and could not help but lecture her again. The girl gave him a condescending look and didn't dare say anything back. Well said, young man. The onlooker drivers applauded Han Dong. Someone had called the police earlier, and that's when a police motorcycle came whizzing up and pulled over. The traffic police uncle came over to ask about the situation and gave the girl a stern lecture, at the same time to give her the appropriate punishment, demerit points and fines. As for the cars that had minor collisions as a result, the girl's car's insurance company also paid for the damage. After the treatment was over, Han Dong took the lead in starting the car and left the scene. The girl wanted to call out to Han Dong. Her lips moved, but in the end, she did not call out. Instead, his eyes stared at Han Dong's license plate and secretly memorized it in his heart. When Han Dong arrived at the One-Piece Imperial Banquet, Chui Hongji, Mu Wanji had already arrived, in addition to a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit and cloth shoes, who had been playing with Z beads in his hands. Let me introduce. This is the bigwig of Gusa City, Mr. Lian Shanglong Lian. Chui Hongji was all red and laughed brightly. Shanglong, this is the folk miracle doctor I told you about. Mr. Han Dong Han. Brother Han is young and promising, Lian Shanglong said with a leathery smile. He, Mr. Lian is too kind. The corners of Han Dong's mouth curled up slightly as he let out a light laugh. Mu Wanji frowned slightly. I wonder what Chui Hongji meant by calling Lian Shanglong here. As a sitting tenant of Jiangzhou City, she naturally knew the identity of Lian Shanglong. It is the head of the gangsters who started by demolition and relocation by the east wind of the booming real estate market. Only Lian Shanglong is very clever. Mixed better. Became the underground king of Jiangzhou City. Game halls, discos, nightclubs, internet cafes, movie theaters, and even bathhouses, clubs, KTVs, but any entertainment-related industry, almost all have his figure. Lian Shanglong was ruthless in his early years, and was said to have many lives in his hands. Only after mixing well, began to whitewash, transformed into a company boss. But what is in his bones? Urine. Jiangzhou City, the scene of people are clear. For an occasion like this, What does Choi Hong-ki mean by inviting a mobster here? A few people were drinking and tasting the food, saying some unsavory and polite things. Han Dong felt that the dishes were good. After all, they were what the emperor had eaten back then. So he did not talk much and just buried his head in the food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the theater meat came up. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor in charge said that the colon cancer was most likely a misdiagnosis. Otherwise it couldn't have been cured so quickly, and it was just an intestinal dysfunction, Choi Hongji said in a salty manner. Regardless, for Mr. Han, I'm still grateful. Without him pointing it out, I probably wouldn't have gone for another checkup and wouldn't have known that there was actually nothing wrong with me at all. Misdiagnosis in hospitals happens from time to time, Lian Shanglong said lightly, although it's a false alarm. But Brother Han is a friend we must make. Our brothers in Jiangzhou City is still a bit of weight. In the future what trouble, despite the opening, as long as it is not murder and arson felonies, can give you a smooth. Mu Wanji understood. Choi Hongji is unloading, sick and ready to renege. The reason why they found Lian Shanglong was to use his identity to deter the two of them. Choi Hongji, in vain I have been friends with you for many years. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Mu Wanji was truly enraged. Wanji, where are you starting from? Choi Hongji looked innocent. What did you say when you were in the East Garden? As long as Han Dong can cure you, that mansion will be the consultation fee, and you will be thanked for it. He cured you on the spot, but now you are reneging on the debt. Had I known that you are such a person, I would never have introduced him to you. Before Han Dong could do anything, Mu Wanji was furious. After all, Choi Hongji was the friend she introduced to her, and now she was actually doing this to her savior, making her feel disgraced. Ms. Mu, it's unfair for you to say that. Lian Shanglong sipped his tea and said slowly, Hongji's attending doctor said that the colon cancer was a misdiagnosis or else it couldn't have been cured so quickly. Do you believe that anyone in this world can cure cancer in a quarter of an hour? I don't believe it anyway. If there is, wouldn't he be a god? Since he didn't cure it, the promise of a consultation fee doesn't count, does it? We Jianghu people, we emphasize the word righteousness. We must not take what doesn't belong to us, or else we will lose our righteousness. Mu Wanji was still about to retort when Han Dong threw over a look, signaling that she did not need to say any more. In fact, he had predicted that Choi Hongji would not hand over the house so painfully. Chapter 36, If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it? After all, this is one thing and this is another. When he knew that he was terminally ill, he felt that his possessions and other things were just things outside of his body that he could not bring with him in life or take with him in death. Not to mention a house. If you asked him for half of his family's assets, as long as you could cure his disease, he would not hesitate to agree. Finding out that you're really well, the thoughts are certainly borne out. At this time and feel the property is important. Worth $500 million of national-style mansion. How to give up the hand. Naturally, he wanted to use his status as a more powerful person in the community to pressure the other party and achieve the effect of white whoring. After all, a rural examination out of the field child can turn out what waves? The only thing that is a little bit scrupulous is Mu Wanji, and having Lian Shanglong step in will deter her. Of course the Mu family is not afraid of Lian Shanglong, but Mu Wanji is just an outcast of the Mu family, and has long since stopped interacting with the family for many years, and all that is left is that only a little bit of blood relationship with the Mu family. Although Han Dong was not very old, he carried the memories of the Golden Crow Emperor's entire life in his mind, and his insight into human nature naturally far exceeded that of ordinary people. That was why he had long since left a backhand. Since Mr. Choi thinks that I didn't cure you, then it's not. Han Dong smiled. Just, if any problems occur in the future, please harden your bones and never come to beg me. I should be the one to say this, right? Lian Shanglong looked gloomy. Since you don't know how to honor me, don't come begging me for any trouble in the future. Words are not enough. Han Dong stood up and pulled Mu Wanji out of the room, waving his hand without looking back. Goodbye, never again. Seeing the two men disappear out the door, Choi Hongji and Lian Shanglong smiled at each other. A milquetoast student, a woman who has lost her power in the family, a little scare, and lay off. After leaving the door of the one-piece imperial banquet, Mu Wanji gasped. I didn't expect Choi Hongji to be this kind of person. How could I have been blind in the first place and made friends with him? Which side of the friend? Han Dong asked. Mu Wanji looked up at him. Where do you think? I just have some business dealings with him. Absolutely no other entanglements. Mu Wanji's pretty face reddened. This little villain. Thought she was that casual? That's best. Han Dong coldly said. I'll be able to screw him without fear. You have a way? Mu Wanji queried. I already knew he would do this, so I left a hand in the treatment. Don't worry. In a few days, he'll turn around and beg me. By then, it won't be as simple as a mansion. Mu Wanji looked at him in amazement. This little guy. At times it felt like he was a simple child. At other times it gave the illusion of a 1,000-year-old demon. She didn't press on. Though, a smart woman knows when to shut up. A man will naturally tell you when he wants to. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. After Cui Hongji and Lian Shanglong parted ways, he was in a good mood and drove to the home of a female college student he had adopted. I hadn't come over to visit her in a long time because I was diagnosed with cancer a while back and wasn't in much of a mood. Now that his body was restored to health, his heart was on fire when he thought of this delicate little goblin. After a bit of maneuvering, there wasn't much of a prelude, so we just tried to get to the main table. Unexpectedly, just a few times, he felt his intestines like being stabbed violently by a steel awl, and he let out a pig-killing howl in pain. Ow! After the pain flares up, it's all over the place and has a tendency to get worse. Cui Hongji covered his belly, his body curled up into a shrimp, rolling on the ground and howling miserably, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. The girl was scared half to death and rushed to dial 120. Soon the ambulance came roaring in and dragged Cui Hongji back to the hospital. After a checkup, he was surprised to find that there was no lesion in the area of pain. In other words, Cui Hongji was healthy, but Cui Hongji was still in unbearable pain, and his howls tore through his lungs. The doctor had to give him some painkillers. After the medicine took effect, the pain was finally not felt. But once the medicine wore off, the pain of a steel cone stabbing one's internal organs came back. So I had to keep on giving fluids and painkillers. Cui Hongji vaguely felt that perhaps only Han Dong could save him. But previously, he had united with Lian Shanglong to pose for others. He really couldn't pull this face to prey. Originally, Mu Wanji could still intercede, but he even offended this friend. So, Cui Hongji made a decision of last resort, to transfer to a hospital. If this hospital can't cure you, then find a better one. Anyway, the cancer is gone and I can't believe no one can cure this inexplicable pain. Jiangzhou City cannot be cured. Then go next door to Shanghai. If Shanghai can't cure you, then go abroad. I've got plenty of money and I'm not afraid to toss it. So, Cui Hongji took a plane and was either transferred to a hospital or on his way to one. Nah, every hospital gives the same result. He's not sick, but he just felt pain. It hurt like hell. It got to the point where the painkillers didn't really work anymore, so I had to get an anesthetic. The doctor told him that if this continued, he would probably be poisoned by the anesthetic. If he doesn't die of pain, he'll be poisoned. Cui Hongji lowered his head in despair. He knew that only Han Dong could solve this problem in this world. Deep remorse welled up inside. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? That week had passed, and he was only half dead from that same conical pain. Forced to do so, he shyly called Mu Wanji. Hello, who is it? Wanji, it's me, Hongji. Cui Hongji is holding back the pain. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Mu Wanji's voice suddenly went cold. Alas and alack. Don't hang up yet, Wanji, please. Cui Hongji's voice was humble and fawning. I was wrong. I apologize to you. And to Mr. Han apologize. Please forgive me. Mu Wanji first froze, then understood. It should be the backhand that Han Dong left behind. And it happened. Otherwise he would never have arrogated himself to such an extent. We've already finished our friendship. It doesn't matter whether we forgive or not. As for whether Mr. Han is willing to forgive you, you'd better ask him. Mu Wanji coldly said. Wanji, I don't have Mr. Han's contact information. Please mediate and convey my goodwill. Cui Hongji swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. I have another problem with my body. As long as Mr. Han helps to solve it, not only will the East Garden be offered as scheduled, but there will be another heavy thanks. Oh, Mu Wanji sneered. Write a blank check and then go back on your word? No, 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 no. This time, we'll sign the property transfer agreement first, and as long as Mr. Han cures my illness, we'll do the transfer procedures immediately. What do you think? What position do I have to speak in front of Mr. Han after that trick you played last time? I'll give you my phone number, so talk to him yourself. Mu Wanji hung up the phone in a bad mood and then sent Han Dong's cell phone number to him. It was noon, and Han Dong and his dormitory brothers were eating in the cafeteria. Cui Hongji's phone call came through. Hello, who is it? Han Dong took his cell phone out of his pocket and walked over to the window to answer it. Hello Mr. Han. It's me, Cui Hongji. Something's wrong? A mocking smile hung at the corner of Han Dong's mouth. Mr. Han, I was wrong about what happened last time, and I apologize to you. This time, as long as you can help me relieve my pain, the promise from last time still stands. Wait, didn't you say the last time was a misdiagnosis? How can there still be a problem? It's not a misdiagnosis. You cured me. It's me who larded up my heart and said that on purpose. The purpose is to renege on the bill. I was confused for a moment and got greedy. I hope that Mr. Han, who is a tall man and a good person, will forgive me for being a mere mortal, Chui Hongji nearly cried out. This week of dead and alive torture had worn away all his dignity. Now that Han Dong asked him to kneel in front of him, he would do it without hesitation. Chapter 37, Playing with the Palm of Your Hand. You should have known better. Why did you have to do it in the first place? Han Dong faintly said. You don't want to think about it. Is cancer that easy to cure? I only used my qi to destroy the cancer cells and partially repaired your damaged internal organs. But if you want to be completely eradicated, you need to take the tonics I prepared and consolidate for a few sessions. Otherwise, the cancer cells will come back and you will die even faster. Mr. Han, help! Is my mistake. You have a big heart. Forgive me once. Chui Hongji nearly pissed himself. Previously, he thought he was hopeless, and although he was unwilling, he could only accept it. Now that he saw the hope of life, just like a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood, where else would he be willing to let go? I'm sorry, I have military training in the afternoon. I'm not available. Han Dong hung up the phone decisively. Choi Hongki soon called again. What else? Han Dong was impatient. Mr. Han, you can rest assured that I will not go back on my word this time. If you don't believe me, we can sign the real estate transfer agreement first, and when the problem is solved, we'll immediately do the transfer procedures. Is this okay? I said I'm not available. Don't you understand Chinese? Han Dong was not in a good mood. I heard that when you treated Elder Mu, the Mu family gave you a Porsche Panamera, right? I'll give you another new Lamborghini SUV. I hope you smile. Chui Hongji was full of compensatory smiles. The car was bought after my son had softened up with him for half a year. It was intended to be given to him as a gift for entering school. However, just after it was shipped back from the harbor, he encountered this situation. I can only take care of my own life first. It's not a Lamborghini thing. Of course, the car is just a small gift. You give me a card number and I will first transfer $50 million to your account as a deposit. At the same time, I will send the car and the real estate transfer agreement to your residence. Is this okay? I didn't ask you for $50 million or a car. All by yourself. Mr. Han, what do you mean by that? Your character is so bad that I don't trust you. Han Dong coldly said. Who knows if you'll turn around and sue me for extortion? How could I, Chui Hongji, not so good and bad as to frame my savior? Chui Hongji said eagerly. Whether it's a property, a car, or a $50 million deposit, it's all paid by me voluntarily. With you it has nothing to do with you. Chui Mao at least have billions of dollars. Spend this money can change back their lives. I feel earned. Mr. Han's medical ethics are noble. Don't bother with a profit-oriented businessman like me. Previously, it was indeed me who had a dirty mind. I'm really not available right now. So if you want to be cured, after 4:30. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji thanked him profusely. Han Dong hung up the phone and stopped caring about him. Chui Hongji waited for half a day and did not see Han Dong send the card number over, so he had to contact Mu Wanji again. Mu Wanji had long saved the heart of repayment, so when the Mu family transferred money to Han Dong, they saved his card number as well as photos of the front and back of his ID card, so she sent Han Dong's account number and identity information to Choi Hongki. Chui Hongji was overjoyed, and hurriedly ordered the people below to operate the transfer. On this side, after Han Dong hung up the phone, he was about to go back to his seat, but he realized that there was a girl sitting by the window seat at some point and was looking at him with a very strange look. It was as if he had run away from some mental institution as a senior patient. Well, this girl is pretty decent. Eyeballing the height should not be low. How to be above 170? Just sitting there. It is half a head taller than the other girls. A full head of green hair is black and shiny and has an amazing amount of hair. On her head, she wore an orange-colored sports hairband that tied her long hair behind her ears, revealing a pale, glossy forehead. The girl's eyes were very large, larger than the eyes of an average girl, but they didn't go against the grain at all, instead giving an extremely deep impression. These beautiful big eyes, coupled with delicate features, resembled a heroine who had walked out of a manga, dressed in an orange short tee and white denim shorts, revealing a pair of round, snow-white, long legs that were reaching under the chair across the room. The body is not like Ruan Danqing, Mu Wanji and other mature women so full and plump, but concave and convex, delicate and smooth, filled with the vitality of a young girl should have. A face full of collagen and soulful eyes made the girl look like a freshly picked orange. Fresh and juicy. Vivid, this was the word that came to Han Dong's mind in a flash, and it could not be more apt to describe this girl. Class, what's wrong? I have roses growing on my face? Han Dong smiled. Freshman? The girl replied. Yes, from the law school. My name is Han Dong. What about you? Senior sister? How did you know I was a schoolmate? If there was such a pretty girl among the freshmen, I would have met her a long time ago. That statement reveals at least one thing, you're horny. The girl gave him a sidelong glance. School sister is wrong. The sun said, food and color are also sex. Saints are still like this, let alone mere mortals like me. At our age, it's only natural to pay more attention to the good-looking opposite sex. If everyone stops being horny, how can the human race flourish? Don't you think so? That's saying something. A smirk floated to the corners of the girl's mouth. At least you're honest as a person. The biggest advantage of me as a person is that I am not hypocritical. Han Dong laughed. A bright person does not say anything in the dark. I think it is quite appropriate for you, senior sister, to be my girlfriend. Of course, if you can't wait, it's fine to get married first. He recalled that there was an actor named Sui Kam Kong in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, and the first time he saw his current wife on the street, he just went straight up and asked if she was willing to be his wife. It turned out to be true. Most people pick up girls are gradual and silent. This girl is so beautiful. It is estimated that all kinds of sets have encountered. Why not try this trick Su Jin Zhang, directly under a dose of strong medicine? At least it can give her a different impression. Human beings themselves are, in fact, quite a creature at heart. The more you treat her with immense respect and seriousness, the less she may see you. Being a little more relaxed and slightly more careless will, on the contrary, stimulate her desire to win. Put. The girl nearly spat out the sip of orange juice she had just taken. You're marrying me? The girl pointed to her nose incredulously. What? No? You're only a freshman. Can you afford me? I think it should work. Got a room? Yes. Right next door to the courtyard in the sky. The legendary 5th generation housing. 1,000 square foot penthouse duplex. Well, there's also a 10-acre landscape Chinese-style mansion on Gusu Street. Got a car? There's a Porsche coupe. Oh, and a Lamborghini SUV that should be here this afternoon. Where's the deposit? There's 20 million now, and it's going to be 70 million by this afternoon. No surprise. What's wrong with you, schoolmate? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Go away. I don't deserve you. The girl was defeated. The reason why she had previously looked at Han Dong with strange eyes was because he was talking about Lamborghinis and $50 million on the phone and felt like a mental patient talking to himself. Her first thought was that the boy was pretending to be rich again to approach her. It's no wonder she thinks this way, because there aren't one or two people who have done this before. Whether it's worthy or not, I'll decide. Han Dong smiled. Can we not brag? I don't have a problem with rich kids, but pretending to be rich in front of girls is disgusting. I'm not a rich second generation. Han Dong looked innocent. So I'm a member of the rich generation. Han Dong grinned. All the money is earned by myself with my own skills. The girl held her head and sighed. Originally thought that this big new growth is quite tasteful, and those so-called fresh meat without masculinity is very different. At least there is something to attract her. I didn't realize that he was so vain and a liar. He thought it would increase his leverage to attract the opposite sex, not realizing that girls hate boys who are full of lies and love to pretend. Seeing her expression, Han Dong immediately understood. The girl should have thought he was a douchebag who purposely came over to her side of the phone to brag and show off his wealth in order to get her attention. What a not so beautiful misunderstanding. Do you think I intentionally used this method to approach you? Han Dong said indifferently. Isn't it? The girl gave him a blank look. You are pretty and have many people pursuing you, but that is not a reason for you to defy all the opposite sex. Han Dong said blandly. I just saw you for the first time and thought that you fit in well and that it should be not bad to be my girlfriend. But that's all. You haven't reached the level that makes me dig my heels in and desperately want to get close to you. Moreover, I won't do that for any woman. Because I never treat women as goddesses, so you don't have to be too self-absorbed. At least not in front of me. The girl gave him a slightly surprised look. She could feel that arrogance in the boy. Shouldn't be able to fake it. Did really misunderstand him? The girl was a little puzzled in her mind. But a freshman boy said he has more than $70 million in savings, and luxury cars, luxury homes, and it's all earned. How to listen to it? Like the ravings of a mental patient, right? My name is Han Dong. Han as in Han Fei Zi, East as in East, West, South, and North. Freshman in the law school. You will hear this name sooner or later. Han Dong said no more and turned to leave, leaving her with a dashing back. Weirdo. The girl rolled her eyes and then focused on the plate in front of her. Chapter 38, You Can't Live Like a Man. When Han Dong returned to his seat, Hong Tao saw the cell phone in his hand and was like Columbus discovering a new continent. Brother Dong, is this Huawei super expensive folding screen? Hong Tao's eyes were glowing as he grabbed it. With such a big screen after opening it, playing games must be super cool, right? Haven't seen the world. Fatty Wu knocked his head. Dongzi got $1 million bonus. Changing a $10,000 cell phone isn't like playing. He also has a mate Porsche model. I found it out a long time ago. Hong Tao was like a treasure and grinned as he ate the chicken. Don't bother to pay attention to Fatty Wu anymore. Dongzi, what did you just talk to school sister Wei about? Wouldn't have failed to hit on her, would you? Fatty Wu's small eyes blinked, revealing a bad smile. Sister Wei? You know her? Nonsense. Who doesn't recognize the school flower on Zhejiang University's 5 best list? There is still this list? Han Dong was curious. You see, lately you've been staying out all night and not being with your brothers. The news is closed, right? Fatty Wu gave him a smug look. The 5 best list is assessed by a bunch of livestock on the campus network. And those on the list are the 5 prettiest and most beautiful women in our Zhejiang University. The young lady who just accosted me is one of the 5 best. Her name is Wei Shuqing. Her height is 175 centimeters. And she is the ace of the women's basketball team of Jiangnan University. With her butterfly-like floating ball style and manga-style beauty girl looks, she gained the reputation of Akaji Haruko of Jiangda University, ranked high in the top 3 on the school flower list, on par with Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei. How about it? Isn't it hard to tease? Just like that. Han Dong smiled. Actually, if you want to pick up Haruko-senpai, the hardest part is still how to get past the gymnasium livestock. Wu Yuan aside, Wei Shuqing is the ace of the women's basketball team, and also the flower of the gymnasium, practicing sports all tall and big, and also embraced the group. How can they allow boys from other faculties to get their hands on the goddess of the hospital? There were many boys who pursued Wei Shuqing, but all of them were eventually repaired by the boys of the gymnasium in various positions. The boys from the other faculties were so scared that they didn't dare to approach Wei Shuqing. Just a bunch of paper tigers. Not enough to fear. Han Dong skimmed his lips. Wu Yuanda remembered the heroic manner in which Han Dong alone had flipped over a group of punks that night and said no more. After finishing his meal and hearing the text message beep drop sound, Han Dong took out his other Porsche cell phone and looked at it. Well, it's the $50 million deposit Choi Hong-ki promised that arrived. It's really a no-brainer. In fact, at first, Han Dong did not want to receive any payment. For Mu Wanji's sake, it was not a problem to be free. After all, Mu Wanji had given him a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars, so it was no big deal to expend some energy for her friend. However, the out-and-out white whoring scheme that Choi Hongji played afterward really disgusted Han Dong. It's hard to get over it without cutting him hard. After the afternoon's military training, Mu Wanji sent him a WeChat saying that Choi Hongji personally sent that Lamborghini URUS and the property transfer agreement to the air courtyard. Also posted a picture of that car, and a thumbnail of the protocol. Han Dong doesn't know much about cars, and searched on Baidu according to the picture. This is a new Lamborghini URUS, known as the fastest SUV on the ground, or a relatively rare and expensive carbon fiber body. After the options plus taxes and insurance, landing is also a small 5 million. Alright, he's got some goodwill. Han Dong returned home on foot, and Choi Hongji had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Han, you see, his smile was full of flattery. Originally, Choi Hongji is still very rich, chubby, stomach slightly protruding. Just a week's time, the whole person has lost a big circle, as if the pierced urinary blisters, swelling with a sprinkle of gas. Looking at his bearded and haggard appearance, Han Dong barely managed to hold back his laughter. Yo, after not seeing you for a week, Mr. Choi has slimmed down, Han Dong faintly said. Mr. Han is laughing. Choi Hongji laughed dryly a few times. Sit there, I'll take a look. Choi Hong-ki sat in his chair in a regular manner, like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. That look Mu Wanji felt a bit funny. Han Dong held his wrist, and with a movement of his mind, he then withdrew the chi needle that was stuck in his colon. This chi needle is yang chi condensed, formless and intangible, and can't be detected at all with instruments. As long as his blood flow accelerated, the chi needles would activate and keep jabbing his intestines. That kind of pain was beyond human endurance. It was no wonder that Choi Hong-ki was tortured to the bone. How does it feel? Han Dong asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all. Choi Hongji was ecstatic. Although it was anesthetized out, but vaguely can still feel that needle-like discomfort. But Han Dong slightly touched his wrist. That discomfort disappeared. And suddenly incomparable ease. Cancer isn't that easy to cure. For the time being it doesn't hurt. But if you want to eradicate it, you'll have to take a few courses of tonics. In fact, it had already been eradicated. And Han Dong deliberately exaggerated, not wanting him to think that the treatment was simple. Thank you, Mr. Han. Choi Hongji thanked him 1,000 times. That tonic. Give me an address and I'll have logistics send it to you when I've matched it. No. When you've dispensed it, tell me. I'll just come pick it up myself. How dare Choi Hongji give the medicine to someone else? It's about his old life. Yes, as long as you don't mind the trouble, Han Dong said indifferently. Mr. Han, I've set up a banquet at the Epeen Imperial Banquet. Why don't you and Wanji reward me and let's have dinner together? Chui Hongji's look was very sincere. No need. The appreciation banquet has already been eaten. There is no need to do it again. Han Dong shook his hand. This way. Chui Hongji obviously came prepared, then took out 2 black cards from his body, smiled and said, these 2 cards. One is the One Imperial Banquet Diamond VIP card. You can go at any time. At any time there is a seat. Do not need to book in advance. And all consumption will not need to pay the bill. It will automatically hang on my account. Reservation. And all consumption. Do not need to pay the bill. Will automatically hang on my account. Another card. Is Lian Shanglong gave me? As long as in the Dragon Shang Entertainment under any store consumption. All 50% discount. And enjoy the Supreme VIP free box service. This is a little token of my appreciation. I hope Mr. Han smiles. You've paid for the consultation. So these are not necessary. Han Dong said indifferently. A little gift. No respect. Don't be polite to me, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji was truly afraid this time. Afraid that he would offend Han Dong. Since he's so sincere. Just take it. Mu Wanji softly said. Han Dong nodded. Seeing Han Dong's approval, Chui Hongji was relieved. He was very sensible and did not bother him much. And after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he quickly took his leave. The next day, Han Dong casually dispensed a prescription for health maintenance, went to the herbal store and bought a bunch of cheap herbs, ground them into powder, mixed them together, wrapped them into n number of small packets, and called to inform Chui Hongji to come and get them. The first time he was given only 7 packets, 1 a day, enough for a week. He was also told to take another course after a week. Chui Hongji was like a treasure and left with 1,000 thanks. He did not dare to make trouble again. In accordance with the agreement, find someone to the housing authority to do East Garden of the transfer procedures. This garden-style national-style mansion, with the word Dong in its name, is destined to belong to Han Dong. When Mu Tiancheng was cured, he spent only $20 million, while Chui Hongji spent more than $500 million. It's so self-inflicted. By the end of the month, the property certificates for both the Sky Courtyard and the East Garden had come down, and Han Dong looked at his name on them, and really had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Thinking back to a month ago, he was still a poor boy who came from the countryside to the city to pursue his education, and now he is already a tycoon who owns 2 mansions, 2 luxury cars, and hundreds of millions of deposits. Is this going to be justified? Chapter 39, The King of Guns. As military training draws to a close, it's time to accept the results. On this day, the leaders of the school and the leaders of the army converge and sit on the podium for a routine review. One by one, the squares came along the runway. Under the instructor's call, the movements were neatly organized, and everyone's face was full of vitality. March in unison, march in unison. With the instructor's call, the students meticulously completed the action. They are quite a bit of military temperament. In the formation competition, Han Dong's 7th company won 3rd place, which is pretty good. The real showstopper will be the big match that follows. Because of the limited time for military training, the programs such as wilderness survival and 5 kilometers cross-country stretching were cancelled, and only 2 programs, crossing obstacles and target shooting, were retained. Han Dong absorbed the essence of the sun daily to quench his body, and with his strong physical body, he easily won the 1st place in the individual event of traversing obstacles. This was still accomplished on the premise that he avoided shocking the world and purposely slowed down his speed. Even so, his result broke the record held by the Army Soldier King. The key is that his movements are as fast as lightning, as athletic as a cheetah, whether it is walking a single log, drilling barbed wire, crossing the 5-meter-high fence, or hanging rings, prostrate, are instantaneous, from beginning to end in one breath, smooth and dashing movements. Ornamental is very high. By the time he had conquered all the obstacles and made it to the finish line, the cheers from the crowd nearly pierced the sky. The leader of the army came to Principal Zhong's ear and whispered, "This baby has good qualities. It's a pity he didn't become a soldier. He's been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He has a good foundation, and he even helped the police catch a few armed robbers some time ago." Principal Zhong smiled auntie throughout. Han Dong, this kid can handle it, and can really give him a long face at critical moments. But even if you're a soldier, it's the school's prized possession, so you can't just let it go. The final shooting target competition was fully attended. However, in the end, only 2 people remained, Chui Hao and Han Dong, and everyone else was eliminated. You actually managed to last until now, which is something I did not expect. Chui Hao looked at Han Dong with a powerful confidence in his eyes. The fact that the instructor had given Han Dong a small cooking session had not been leaked to the public, so not many people knew Han Dong's true strength. There are more things you can't think of. Han Dong smiled blandly. Your dad got the S from me. Can you imagine? Really? It's no fun to shoot fixed targets. Let's try shooting moving targets. Dare you? Chui Hao provoked. Come on. Who's afraid of who? The leaders on the podium also found it interesting to hear that the two little ones were going to shoot moving targets. So they were given the kind of marching shooting moving targets that special forces often train for. Within the time limit, they had to shoot 100 moving targets from all angles and directions. According to the order of drawing lots, Chui Hao started first, only to see him carrying an assault rifle, bursting sharply into the field. Splat! Hit the human-shaped target that flashed out from behind the broken wall, and then took a few more steps and hit the dog-shaped target that came out from the ground. The movement is really sharp enough, and it looks like he has not played a lot of real-life CS. All the moving targets were shot in 7 minutes and 18 seconds, hitting 87 of them. That's a pretty impressive score. The crowd applauded as the magistrate announced the results. How about it? Still want to compete? Chui Hao held his gun and looked at Han Dong confidently. This is it? Han Dong smiled contemptuously and rushed into the venue with his gun. Bang! Take out a man-sized target. Serpentine assault, take out another man-sized target. His movements were obviously faster than Chui Hao's, and they were clean and ethereal without a trace of smoke or fire. Bang 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 bang. Crisp gunfire sounded unceasingly. Between the smoke, one target after another fell. No matter how tricky the angle is, how perverse the speed is, he can hit accurately. The shooting is smooth and dashing, much better looking than Chui Hao. When all the targets were finally completed, the instructor looked at the timer and it took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The most appalling thing was that Han Dong hit all 100 targets and hit the bullseye with every shot. Where did this ing pervert come from? The magistrate's jaw nearly dropped. Because of too much excitement. When announcing the results, he stuttered, no. 73 Han Dong completed all the target positions, taking 3 minutes and 17 seconds, hitting all 100 target positions, and hitting the bullseye with his gun. Scores 100 points. This is impossible. Chui Hao's face turned green as he loudly questioned. What? Can't afford to lose? Fatty Wu drank contemptuously. This is something that even a sharpshooter in the army would have a hard time doing. What gives him the right? Chui Hao insisted on his opinion. If you don't believe me, go check it out for yourself. Han Dong extended a hand and made a please gesture. Chui Hao, of course, would not be polite and hurriedly ran in, checking one target position after another. The more he looked at it, the more he was shocked, and in the end, the whole person was like a frosted eggplant. Wilting. Is there a problem? The magistrate gave him a disgruntled glare. Is this questioning Han Dong? This is questioning his impartiality as a magistrate. No. Chui Hao hung his head low. Don't think that what you can't do, no one else can do. A well-frog mentality will limit your vision. Han Dong lightly glanced at Chui Hao. Chui Hao didn't talk back. In front of thousands of students, fell in their best project, and lost to the zone looked down on the rural children. This blow, indeed people cannot bear. Willing to gamble, call out boss as promised. Han Dong Su said. What? Want to go back on your word like your father? Chui Hao gave him a strange look, wondering where this dad stunt came from. Boss. Chui Hao pursed his lips tightly and crumbled out from between his teeth. Although it was humiliating, but Xiao Shi was watching from the square. If he went back on his word, people would definitely despise him even more. So he gritted his teeth and bowed his head in front of Han Dong. Waves of hatred raged inside, vowing to get this back in the future. Well, Han Dong nodded haughtily. Better than your father, and knows to keep his word. Filled with resentment, Chui Hao did not notice Han Dong's wording and returned to his own square resentfully. Han Dong gave a handsome military salute towards the podium. The whole room applauded, and cheered almost piercing the firmament. He's so handsome. The girl's eyes were filled with little stars. Josie had a smile on her lips and clapped along with the crowd. It's true that Han Dong is not quite like other boys. He's so handsome when he's serious about what he's doing. Yuli and Sheng Yusin both looked wet. Who would have thought that this child who came out of the small county with them would be so outstanding? Zhang Zikai and Si Yingchun became increasingly jealous. The two of them had deliberately distanced themselves from Han Dong during this period of time, but they did not expect that this fellow was getting stronger and shining more and more, directly turning them into dregs in seconds. All the girls' eyes were focused on him. Where was the time to pay attention to the others? With the existence of this pervert, it will be hard to pick up girls in the future. The military training was over, and Han Dong got the individual award of military training pacesetter of this session of Jian University, and was once again honored by the military and the university. The head of the army asked him on the spot if he would like to join the army family and serve his country. Han Dong pondered for a moment and replied in an unassuming manner, "If it was a time of war, I would be 100% willing to pick up my gun, drive away the jackals, and defend my country. Even if I have to bury my body in horse leather, I would not hesitate to do so, but now that it's a time of peace, I think it should be more suitable for me to learn my skills on a university campus for the time being. Whether or not I will become a soldier in the future, I don't know, but I have more important things to do right now, so I can only fail the chief's love." Good boy. This is the essence of a contemporary college student. Principal Zhong, you've recruited another good seedling, the army chief praised angrily. Principal Bell smiled from ear to ear and led the applause. Slap on the wrist. There was renewed applause. The 4 weeks of military training have come to an end. The freshmen have completed their tasks successfully, and the results of the acceptance are very satisfactory to both the university and the military. The university sent dozens of buses to pull all the freshmen back from the barracks. Chapter 40, Mr. Shin. You're not normal. Today is the last day of September, followed by a small 4th of July vacation. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Han Dong was looking for where to go on vacation when Shin Xinyun's phone call came. Han Dong, where is it? Just finished dinner. What can I do for you? I'm in the office of the house committee, so come over now. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Han Dong walked toward the law school's administration building. The reunion committee's office was on the top floor, not far from the dean's secretary's office, which was sort of the power center of the law school. When Han Dong entered, Shin Xinyun was writing in a serious work mode. "Ms. Shin, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Han Dong hung back and sat on top of her desk. Shin Xinyun ignored him. Her fingers chained together and crackled as she typed. It wasn't until one of the reports was finished that she shut down her computer, grabbed a bag from under her desk, and set it on her desktop. "Here." Shin Xinyun's face was expressionless. "What?" Han Dong was stunned. "The clothes you left at my house," Shin Xinyun faintly said. Han Dong remembered that the last time he escaped, he left his pants at her house. He wasn't sure if Shin Xinyun had seen the scene between him and Wu Yu, so based on the principle that the enemy doesn't move, he just took the clothes and didn't say anything. "Do you have nothing to explain to me?" Shin Xinyun had a stern face. "What needs to be explained?" Han Dong said indifferently. "Why did you leave your pants at my house?" Shin Xinyun's face was not kind. "That damn well has to be asked of you," Han Dong angrily said. "You don't know how to drink. What are you trying to do? Drinking like a drunken cat? I sent you home. You lay on the sofa and fell asleep. Sister Wu Yu gave me a cup of boiling water to drink, but you suddenly gave her a kick, and she was caught off guard, and a cup of boiling water was poured into my crotch. If it wasn't for Sister Wu Yu's timely treatment, our old Han family would be extinct, you know? So, you just undressed in front of us two girls? What else? With boiling water that hot? If you don't take it off you'll continue to expand the burn area. Did Woody Moon take care of that for you?" Han Dong was slightly stunned as he did not know what Wu Yu had told her. "Why don't you say something? She's a doctor. It's her duty to save lives. There's nothing wrong with that. Forensics. And not a doctor." Shin Xinyun pouted slightly. "After all, the injury is a more special part of her like that. Always feel that something is not right." Han Dong couldn't answer that. However, why did it feel like mess? Shin's look wasn't quite normal? Could she be jealous? This is really a bit out of Han Dong's expectation. Could it be that what Sister Wu Yu analyzed is true, and that Mr. Shin is interested in her? That's interesting. It seems that I can't drink in the future. I almost got into trouble. Seeing that Han Dong did not pick up her words, Shin Xianyun hurriedly changed the topic to ease the embarrassment. "You'd better stop drinking. You're clearly not up to it." Han Dong-su said. "You have no problem there. Now, right?" Shin Xianyun lowered her voice, her pretty face blushing. "Ahem. No problem." Han Dong was still more or less embarrassed. That's good. Is there anything else? Mr. Shen, I'll leave first if there's nothing." Go back first. We'll talk about work stuff after the holidays." "Good. See you later, Mr. Shen." Han Dong waved goodbye and left the administration building. Shin Xianyun stared at Han Dong's upright back. Her eyes were mesmerized and she did not know what she was thinking. Many students chose to go home for the 7-day-long vacation, but Han Dong decided to stay. The winter break is long, so it's not too late to go back and reunite with your loved ones then. Freshmen, the first time away from home so far, homesickness is generally more eager, so the National Day holiday most of them went back. Han Dong's dormitory of 3 roommates are no exception. Zhang Zikai, Zhang Peng, Yuli, Chang Yusen, also returned to their hometown in Iha County. The 2 girls also invited Han Dong to go with them, but he politely declined. 7 days of vacation, or a little short. home to stay a short time and then have to return. The time is wasted on the road. After a call to his mother, she didn't advocate for her son to go back either and instructed him to take a good break from school to prepare for his college life. It's just a few days of vacation. No need to toss and turn. Coinciding with Mu Wanji's business trip to the field, Han Dong suddenly realized that he had become a bare-bones commander. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's a clean slate. After leaving the school, Han Dong went to the East Garden to have a look and was quite satisfied with the Chinese-style mansion that covered an area of 10 acres. Cui Hongji had been very well behaved during this time, and had even sent housekeepers and gardeners from time to take care of the yard for free, keeping its interior and exterior tidy. After drinking the soup medicine concocted by Han Dong, he felt that his body was getting better and better, even healthier than before he fell ill. Inwardly, he was more and more in awe of Han Dong and no longer dared to engage in any tricks. Frankly speaking, even if you are powerful and rich, but your little life is in the hands of others, which is equivalent to holding your 7 inches, what else is there to struggle for? Of course, he did not fail to publicize it in his own circle, and although it was unconscious, Han Dong had already gained a certain amount of fame in the upper-class society through the case of healing the 2 big shots, Mu Tiancheng and Cui Hongji. Half of the rich people in Gusa City knew that there was a young miracle doctor at Jiangzhou University who could even cure cancer. The only drawback is that the consultation fee is rather expensive. If Han Dong knew about it, he would definitely feel that he was a big wrong seed. He had never taken the initiative to ask for consultation money. It was always the patients themselves who had to give it. After boating on the artificial lake in the center of the courtyard for a while, Han Dong felt that it was indeed a bit lonely for a person to live in such a large mansion. For the time being, it was better to live in the empty court. When he has a big family and has a wife and children in the future, then he will bring his parents and relatives over, and a big family will live here. Then it will be lively. As Han Dong was drinking tea and rafting on the lake in a crow's nest boat, Cui Hao drove up. The kid was driving a BMW X6 with a fair and tall beauty on the passenger side. You are from out of town. You may not be clear. Gusa Street is located in the old city center of Jiangzhou. Most of the buildings on this street are protected ancient buildings. Our family can build a mansion on this street. You can imagine how difficult it is. The East Garden covers an area of 10 acres, with 3 courtyards and 9 buildings. And my dad said that this is a mansion that can be handed down from generation to generation, and will be passed on to me when I get married in the future. After the two got off the bus, Cui Hao introduced this mansion to the beautiful woman beside him. Cui Hao introduced this mansion to the beautiful woman beside him, and his words were full of superiority. Hey, whose car is this? The pretty girl looked at the Lamborghini Urus parked in front of the door. Cui Hao's BMW is also $1 million luxury car, but it's going to pale in comparison to a Lamborghini. Chapter 41, Why is it always you? It should be the new car Dad bought me. Cui Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the Urus. Previously, I mentioned to him that I wanted one of these cars, and I didn't expect him to give me a surprise. Your father is also there. I won't go in. Hearing that the parents are present, the beautiful woman is obviously a little bit of stage fright. It's okay, my dad won't eat people. What? Is he afraid of? Cui Hao smiled. He doesn't forbid me to have a female ticket. I'm not your girlfriend. The beauty gave him a slightly pouty look. Cui Hao smiled faintly and didn't pick up the conversation. There's no point in getting hung up on yes or no at a time like this. It has to be sooner or later, doesn't it? Let's go. I'll show you inside. It's no worse than any of the Jiangnan garden attractions. The gate of the mansion was hidden. Cui Hao led the way, and the two entered the East Garden one after the other. The 10-acre mansion covers a vast area, with small bridges and flowing water and winding paths in the courtyard, which can be described as one step at a time and one view at a time. It's not much different from those gardens that charge entrance fees. That beautiful woman marveled all the way and repeatedly said that if she could live in such a mansion, her life would be worth it. Look, someone is rafting on the lake. The beautiful woman pointed to the lake. It should be my dad. Come on, let's go say hello. Cui Hao was all smiles. The two men walked over the 9-quarters bridge to a small dock on the lake. Dad! Cui Hao shouted. Han Dong turned around in surprise, saw Cui Hao and the beautiful woman beside him, and instantly understood. Cui Hongji transferred the mansion to him. The family should not know. Cui Hao, the kid, was out picking up girls and brought a beautiful girl to this mansion to try to show off, mistaking him for Cui Hongji. So he grinned. Are you sure we're in this relationship? Cui Hao saw his face, and was so angry that he warped all over his body wherever he could. Why are you special code drop here? Han Dong stood at the bow of the boat with his hands clipped on his back to face the wind, and the small boat sailed quickly towards the shore without any wind. This is a very high level of pretense. That beautiful woman looked at a blank stare. How did it move through the water when it was clearly a manual outrigger with no other power and no one sculling behind it? To an immortal cultivator, it was very simple. Nothing more than releasing chi energy to add power to a small boat. But in the eyes of mortals it was incredible. Chui Hao's mind was not on this at all. And when Han Dong came ashore, he looked at his face and became angry. I'm asking you, why are you in my house? Let me guess. Han Dong glanced at the pretty girl and laughed, trying to pick up a girl. So you brought her here to show her off? Does it have anything to do with you? Chui Hao gave him a cross look without any good humor. Of course I have. Han Dong said blandly, because this is my home. It's not your turn to show off. Ha 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 ha. Chui Hao laughed back in anger. I think you've lost your mind. Just by you. You also equipped with such a mansion? It can't be helped. I seem to be a little more worthy than you. Get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police to arrest you, and you won't be able to eat a thing. Chui Hao was simply furious. You'd better call your father and find out once you ask. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Han Dong glanced at him coldly. CNM, give face don't have face right. Chui Hao couldn't help but burst out foul-mouthed. Han Dong's face suddenly changed. A hand reached out, grabbed the clothes on his chest and casually threw them into the air. More than 150 pounds of manhood, in his hands like a beanbag, only to see Chui Hao higher and higher, higher and higher. In midair crossed a gorgeous parabola, oling and landing outside the yard, only to hear Putong a loud sound. That beautiful woman's mouth opened into a big O and didn't close for half a day. You just dropped him to his death? The beautiful woman stammered as she came back to her senses. Don't worry, I have calculated the distance and angle. That kid fell in the moat. He can't die. Han Dong smiled faintly. This can all be calculated. Are you a god? The beautiful woman opened her mouth wide once again. If you think it is, then it is. Han Dong shrugged. Is this mansion really your home? The beautiful woman asked half-heartedly. It was indeed originally owned by the Chui family, but Chui Hao's father transferred it to me. That Lamborghini in front of the door. Is that yours too? Or what? But why would people turn over such a trenchant property to you? Just now you also saw that I am very powerful. They are probably afraid that they cannot defeat me. Han Dong grinned. This is obviously flirting. That beauty is not stupid. Naturally will not believe, but also did not continue to pursue. Softly laughed. I'm called Lu Lin, the Department of Finance of Jiangnan University. You, sophomore or junior? Han Dong glanced at her. This beautiful woman was pretty, but she smelled of green tea, and at first glance, she wasn't a saving grace. Junior. Willowin smiled. Yo, Chui Hao, this kid can cross 2 levels to pick up a schoolmate. Don't be so blunt. I just met him not long ago and our relationship isn't what you think it is. There is no need to explain. Han Dong waved his hand and said blandly, I don't care at all what your relationship is. You haven't told me your name. Han Dong, freshman in law school. No way? You're a student at our school too? Willowin was surprised. Not like that? That's not. Just that I think this freshman class is so awesome too. Willowin looked at him with growing amazement. Han Dong smiled without saying anything. It's not that freshmen are awesome. It's just that I am. Or rather, it was the awesome inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor. At that moment, sirens came from outside the door. Chui Hao he called the police? Lu Lin's expression was slightly stunned. That's not surprising. Han Dong smiled indifferently. Go check it out. He went first, and Lu Lin hurriedly followed. When he came to the door, he saw a police car parked in the square, and Chui Hao, soaked to the skin like a chicken in soup, was complaining about something with 2 policemen. When he saw Han Dong come out, his voice immediately raised an octave. That's him. This belongs to trespassing and also intentionally injuring people. Please arrest him immediately. The 2 policemen had serious faces as they came in front of Han Dong. Show me your ID, please, the older policeman said with a straight face. Han Dong walked to the side of his car, opened the door and poked in half a body, used the cover to transfer his documents from the storage space of the Spirit Market Ring, and then returned to the 2 policemen. Here, the ID card and real estate license are here. I'm the owner of this mansion. This person trespassed and physically attacked me. Please do justice to the police uncle. Han Dong smiled. The 2 policemen scrutinized the ID card and the real estate license, and the name was the same, proving that the mansion really belonged to Han Dong. Chapter 42. Sorry to embarrass you again. What's your name? The older policeman looked at Chui Hao with an unpleasant face. My name is Chui Hao, and my father is the chairman of Hongji Real Estate. Chui Hongji. You said that this mansion belongs to your family, so why is Han Dong's name written on the real estate license? Chui Hao rushed over to check it out and realized that what the police said was true, and inwardly pressed. That's impossible. The East Garden is clearly owned by my family. How could he have a real estate license? This must be a forgery. Please arrest him and interrogate him properly. This kind of countryside bumpkin has only been in Jiangzhou City for a month. How could he afford a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Just think about it with your brain and you'll know there's something wrong. What if Cui Hao's face rose to the color of pig's liver, and spittle sprayed the police uncle all over his face? Are you saying we have no brains? The older policeman's tone was unkind. No, I don't mean that, said Cui Hao, who was so agitated that he could not speak well. True or false? Wouldn't you know if you make a call and ask your father? Han Dong said indifferently. Cui Hao glared at him fiercely, and then stepped aside to make a phone call. Choi Hong-ki is with his young lover when the shrill ringing of the phone annoys him. Seeing that it's his son displayed on the screen upsets him even more. What are you doing calling me at this hour? I'm in a meeting. Choi Hong-ji grimaced. The young lover narrowly failed to stifle his laughter. A meeting? You're a fool. Dad, that mansion in our East Garden. Cui Hao asked carefully. I'm sold, Choi Hong-ki said without a word of humor. Hey, why do you want to sell a nice house? My mom said she'd leave it to me when I get married. Cui Hao almost cried. The development of the group needs money. If you don't sell the mansion you give the money? Or does your mom give money? Cui Hongji was on fire. Cui Hao's shoulders collapsed at once. His father was the king of the family. And he was just a parasite. Where did he get the right to say anything? I wanted to ask. Who you sold the mansion to? His name is Han Dong. And he's still your alumni. Look at him. He's the same age as you. And he's so capable. What else would you be able to do besides spending money to pick up girls? I'm hanging up. You're busy. Poof. Cui Hongji grunted angrily and hung up the phone first. Cui Hao's entire body wilted. There was no reason for his father to lie to him. So it seemed that the mansion had really been sold to Han Dong. He was not stupid and realized at this time that Han Dong was afraid that Han Dong was not as simple as he appeared. Mud. Playing pig in a poke. How about it? This real estate license of mine is not fake, right? Han Dong asked with a smile. Cui Hao awkwardly gouged out 3 rooms on the floor. Speak for yourself. Are we brainless or are you? Why did you call the police for something that could have been solved with a phone call? You have to take responsibility for lying to the police. Understand? The older policeman's face was unkind. Sorry, police uncle. Cui Hao also had to bow his head. Considering that you're young and it's your first offense, you'll be warned this time. And if you do something similar next time, you'll be directly detained. Do you understand? No. I didn't get the property ownership thing right, but I didn't lie to the police. Cui Hao was still reluctant. He almost killed me. You guys have to take care of this, right? What do you mean? The 2 policemen looked at each other. So Cui Hao recounted the conflict with Han Dong in detail. You mean, he threw you out of the yard? The younger policeman was surprised. That's right. If I hadn't had a hard life and happened to fall into the river, I would have surely fallen to my death. How much do you weigh? The older cop asked. 76 kilograms. He's King Kong. Can he throw 150+ pound strongman so far? Please have some common sense when you make up stories, okay? The 2 policemen didn't want to hear any more of his nonsense, got into the police car and left. Hey, Cui Hao froze. The world is so crazy that no one will believe you if you tell the truth? Han Dong, I don't believe you can afford this mansion, no matter what means you used to get it. Sooner or later I will make you spit it out as it is. The police ignored him, and Cui Hao could only send this evil fire on Han Dong. Know why I threw you out? Because you have a cheap mouth. Han Dong narrowed his eyes. Keep talking nonsense to me and I don't mind throwing you further away. He made a move, and Cui Hao giggled in fear and quickly fled. I can't believe I didn't even care about the female companion I brought with me. Willowin didn't seem to mind very much. She was now focused on Han Dong. School brother, doesn't invite me to sit at home ah? Willowin put on what she thought was a charming smile. Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Han Dong lazily ignored her, locked the door, and then got into his car. Ugh, where are you going? Let me get a ride. Willowin shouted. Not on the way. Take a taxi yourself. Han Dong started the car and drove away from the East Garden with the roar of the engine. See, men are no good. Didn't even ask me where I was going, just said it was out of my way. Lu Lin was so angry that she kicked on the road pier. Obviously, this mysterious, powerful and wealthy elementary school student didn't fancy her. Although she wasn't a schoolgirl on the 5 best list, Lu Lin was confident in her beauty. As the saying goes that female masters are separated from male masters, she decided that she would do everything in her power to get her hands on this schoolmate. If you want to be the mistress of East Garden, how can you do it without working hard? Han Dong was certainly not interested in Lu Lin. Obviously, this is a gold-digging woman, the kind who wants to use her looks and figure to catch a handsome man. She was willing to go out with Cui Hao only because she was interested in his identity as the crown prince of Hongji real estate. Seeing that Han Dong was mysterious and rich, she immediately switched targets again. Ambition and desire were written on her head. He had no problem with gold-digging women who had the right to choose how they wanted to live their lives, but he has the same right to choose to love and ignore. Girls like this are generally super thick-skinned and hard to get rid of when they're wrapped up in it, so it's important to cut off any ambition she may have from the start. Driving back to Air Courtyard, Chui Hongji's phone called, inquiring about Chui Hao. Han Dong briefly explained the situation. Mr. Han, the canine son has been spoiled by his mother, so if he has offended, you shouldn't get on his bad side. Chui Hongji had a humble attitude. For your sake, I only gave him a small lesson. However, if he continues to mess with me, the consequences will be hard to tell. You'd better make it clear to him, Han Dong said indifferently. Mr. Han taught me a good lesson. This bastard just owes it to himself to clean up. Don't worry, I'll resonate him again when I get home. Chui Hongji fawned. Mr. Han, I'm about to run out of my medication. You see, how does the body feel? Great. Very good. Feel more youthful than before the illness. The medicine can't be stopped. It must continue to be consolidated. Han Dong's mouth hung a mocking smile. In fact, Chui Hongji's disease has long since recovered, and these soups are just tonic for the kidneys and spleen, purely as icing on the cake. He was trying to make Chui Hongji understand that health was not easy to come by and that cancer was not that easy to cure. That way he would cherish it and not dare to make any more trouble. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji was in awe of Han Dong's tactics and did not dare to have any more crooked thoughts. In the afternoon, Chui Hongji came to pick up the medicine and actually brought a gift, a delicate square wooden box. What is it? Patek Philippe Nautilus is a piece of my collection of wristwatches, now on the market, has been discontinued. The price has also tripled from the original small gift. No honor, Chui Mao, for the dog's son to make amends. Chui Hongji had a sincere face. Although Han Dong did not understand watches, he had heard of Patek Philippe's name. In addition to being expensive, there are no drawbacks. He understood what Chui Hongji meant and was afraid that Han Dong would not supply him with medicine after he became angry. So give a gift and draw closer. Aha! Han Dong nodded faintly. Seeing Han Dong accept the gift, Chui Hongji was relieved. As long as he doesn't flip out and continues to offer the medicine. That son of a... He's going home to resonate with me. And he's almost ruined my career. He's a real asshole. Chui Hongji took the medicine and left with 1,000 thanks. Chapter 43, Supercars and Nightclubs Go Better Together. Happy to be alone. Han Dong continued to study the inheritance left behind by the Golden Crow Emperor. By the evening, I was thinking about going out to a restaurant, but I received a WeChat from my high school classmate Chen Gang. Chen Gang was on good terms with him, at least better than Zhang Zikai. However, his grades were not as good as Han Dong's and Zhang Zikai's, so he didn't get into Jiangzhou University and only attended an ordinary undergraduate college, Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology. This is a university merged by the original Jiangzhou Normal College and Jiangzhou Science and Technology College, and Jiangzhou University cannot be compared, but there are a few majors are not bad, belonging to the first-class institutions. JNU's main office was in the city center, while JNU was in the suburbs. Although they were a bit far apart, they were in the same city after all, so the two were in frequent contact. Chen Gang, Dongzi, how to spend the National Day holiday? Going home or staying in school? Han Dong, stay in school. What about you? Chen Gang, I'm staying in school too. Do you have any plans for tonight? Han Dong, read books and brush up on dramas to pass the time. Chen Gang, how boring is that? Going to a nightclub with your buddies to have fun? Han Dong, nightclub? Dongzi, you've fallen. Chen Gang, come on. You're an adult, okay? Hurry up and throw away the thinking of a middle school student. How many young people nowadays haven't been to a nightclub? Han Dong, just the two of us? Chen Gang, there are girls. Lots and lots of girls. Bad smile. Han Dong, tempt me with a girl paper? Little master is that kind of person? Time. Address. Speed. Chen Gang sent a mocking emoji and then sent over the WeChat location. It's a nightclub called High Party, about 15 kilometers from JNU. The time is 6 o'clock in the evening. Han Dong looked at the wall clock on the wall. 5:07 p.m. As a rural examination out of the poor students, previously spent the vast majority of time on survival and study. What nightclub, KTV and so on, that is not even dare to think about. Nowadays, with great skills, money and leisure, you have a lot of confidence wherever you go. It's boring to be alone anyway, so why not experience a young person's nightlife? When I left the house, I hesitated between the Lamborghini and the Porsche, but I chose the Lamborghini. None other than the fact that supercars and nightclubs go better together. Although the URUS is styled as an SUV, enthusiasts have dubbed it a 5-seat supercar, so it's still a supercar at heart. With the roar of the engine, Han Dong drove the URUS and drove into the rolling traffic. When the rush hour, there are many vehicles, all the way stop and go. It took 40 minutes to get there. Handsome car with a pretty boy. Attracted people along the way pointing. Envy sound constantly. I don't know which one of them is out hunting for women again. Under the guidance of the porter, Han Dong parked his car on the ground floor, surrounded by a dazzling array of sports cars of various colors. Take the elevator up from B2 and come straight to the first floor. The two rabbit girls at the door had sweet smiles and shouted welcome. Seeing Han Dong's good looks, one of them threw a wink at him. No wonder they say that the gentle land is a gold mine. Just this battle. Ordinary men really can't stand it. Han Dong noticed the Platinum Dragon logo next to Hai Pai, which was exactly the same as on the black card given to him by Chui Hongji, and immediately determined that this nightclub belonged to the assets under Lian Xinglong's name. Walking into the hall, ears filled with powerful heavy metal dance music, only to see a group of young people in the center of the dance floor, group of demons dancing, each high as hell. The air was filled with the scent of perfume, sweat, and unspeakable hormones, easily triggering the adrenaline of young people. Chen Gang stood in the hall and kept looking out. He did not even notice when Han Dong walked up to him. Gongzi, what are you looking at? Han Dong tapped him on the shoulder. Who the hell are you? I see, said Chen Gang, staring at him with wide eyes and eating. You're Dongzi? Where else? Han Dong grinned. Chen Gang circled around him twice with an incredulous expression on his face. We haven't seen each other for a month, right? How come you're so fast? Did you eat dinosaur feed? Absorbing the essence of the sun daily to quench his body, Han Dong's height had been quietly growing. It had now reached 180 centimeters. In addition to his height scaling up a notch, the entire person's temperament had also undergone a subversive change. Where exactly? Chen Gang could not tell, but only felt that Han Dong was completely different from before. Han Dong was still Han Dong, but it didn't seem to be Han Dong. Don't ask me. I don't know what's going on. Han Dong shrugged. Maybe it's accelerated development due to the high amount of exercise and good food in military training. Anyway, it's fine if it's a good change for me. That's right. Chen Gang nodded in recognition and didn't continue to dwell on this aspect. Let's go. Just waiting for you. Chen Gang led Han Dong to a table that was more in the center, surrounded by a vote of young men and women, as many as a dozen of them. Xiaoman, this is my iron porcelain from high school. His name is Han Dong, from the law school of Jiang University. Chen Gang introduced Han Dong to a round-faced girl. Several girls at the table looked over in unison. To Han Dong's eyes, these girls were all good-looking, especially the one sitting in the center, with a white dress, expressionless face, and a rather cold temperament. The round-faced girl called Xiaoman was cuter with her meaty face, exactly the ideal type for this kid Chen Gang, including the cold woman. The girls could not help but take a few more glances at Han Dong, and they all felt that the man looked very flavorful and had an indefinable attraction. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoman. The round-faced girl spread a smile. Hello. Han Dong nodded slightly. A few of the boys looked at him, and none of them took any notice, especially the guy sitting in the middle, his hair styled with mousse, wearing a more elaborate shirt and suit pants, all of them big brands. Even the direction of his nostrils exuded a sense of superiority. Glancing at Chen Gang and Han Dong, his face was gloomy. Chen Gang, you didn't book a box? If you want to chase my sister-in-law, you have to be a little sincere, right? A girl with dyed chestnut hair beside Wang Xiaoman skimmed her mouth. I called 3 days in advance. The box of the Hai Pai is not good to book. Chen Gang rubbed his hands in embarrassment. So you're just going to let us, a whole bunch of us, get loose and get high out here? Ha? The chestnut-haired woman said coldly. Who knew you guys would bring so many people? Chen Gang grunted. What did you just say? The chestnut-haired woman raised her eyebrows in displeasure. It's nothing, Chen Gang hurriedly said. Han Dong's ears were amazing and he could hear clearly. Immediately, it was clear what was going on. Chen Gang wanted to chase Wang Xiaoman, so he invited her and her little sisters to get high at a nightclub. Unexpectedly, each of these sisters brought another string of people over based on their connections. The consumption of the Hai Pai is not low. This is clearly a ing. Chen Gang is a fat sheep slaughterer. Han Dong pulled Chen Gang aside and asked in a low voice, do you really like Wang Xiaoman that much? There's no way. Met the ideal type. Chen Gang smiled bitterly. They treat you like a kaiju. Can't you see? Wang Xiaoman is still good. It's the sisters in the same dormitory who are a bit capable of making a fool of themselves, especially the one with dyed chestnut hair. Her name is Qian Dandan. She's green tea and gold digging, and she's got a reputation for being a gold digger. What is the name of the ice pick face in the center? Han Dong whispered. What? Fancy that? Chen Gang let out a bad smile. That's one of our school's newest schoolgirls. The suitors are almost lined up to Taihu Lake. You'd better not think too much. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Cut the crap and answer what you're asked. Her name is Lung Yin, freshman at the Foreign Language Institute. I don't have the contact information. If you want it, my brother will arrange it for you. The person is right across the street. What contact information do you need? Han Dong smiled blandly. No, you're really going to do it, aren't you? See that guy with the hair combed like a dog's lick? He's a local rich second generation. His family took advantage of several $100 million. He's courting Lang Yen. Han Dong smiled and did not comment. Home while a few $100 million of the rich second generation counted Marty. Chui Hao home while billions of it, but not by him to play urine. Chapter 44, tonight's consumption will be paid for by Mr. Wang. I'm going to the restroom. Han Dong patted Chen Gang's shoulder. Go ahead. I won't accompany you. Chen Gang's heart was tied to Wang Xiaoman. Han Dong borrowed a pee break and actually found a waitress and showed her the Supreme Black Card. The waitress hurriedly contacted the manager with her walkie-talkie. And soon, a slightly chubby young man in a suit sprinted over to personally receive Han Dong. Hello, honored Supreme VIP customer. I'm Lu Dong, the manager of Hi Pi. Everyone calls me James. May I ask what you need? The slightly chubby youth was full of smiles. Give me a box. Will you? Han Dong said blandly. Yes, of course. Lu Dong smiled. We have a VIP box reserved for our Supreme customers. Please follow me. Take them there. Han Dong pointed to Chen Gang's table and gave a special instruction. Don't mention me. He was on good terms with Chen Gang, so it wouldn't hurt to help out in passing. And it wouldn't cost him any money anyway. Lu Dong understood in seconds. Those who could hold the Shanglong Entertainment Black Card would not be more than 20 people in the whole Jiangzhou city. All of them were big shots among big shots. This teenager, I don't know which big shot's son, is going to play the game of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger again. Alright, as you wish. Lu Dong wore a smile on his face as he walked towards Chen Gang and the others. At this time, the boy, who was dressed very well, had just finished calling his father. My dad knows the owner of Hi Pi very well. The boy's expression was full of superiority. I just called him, and he said he'll have his secretary get in touch with this side and arrange a private room for us. Wang Xiao is awesome class. The few croupiers around him gave a thumbs up in unison. The boy cast a sidelong glance at Chen Gang and mocked. Wang Xiaoman is my sister. If you want to chase him, you have to weigh your strength. Wang Xiaoman felt embarrassed. Except for the fact that they were both surnamed Wang, she had no half-assed relationship with this Wang Xiao. Chen just said that the National Day holiday invited her to the nightclub to have fun. She was happy for a moment, and the sisters in the dormitory said, I did not expect Xian Dandan actually opened up so many people. It's fine. We'll just feel the atmosphere in the hall. Wang Xiaoman took the initiative to speak for Chen Gang. At this time, Lu Dong came over with a smile. A gentleman has reserved a box for you. Please follow me. Whoa, a tea. Wang Xiao just made a phone call after the box is fixed. This efficiency is also too high, right? That's right. Young Wan's family is very influential in Jiangzhou City. How many ordinary people can't get through even if they put their lives on the line? And they get it done with a single phone call. The comic beside Wang Xiao wasted no time in fulfilling his duties. Lang Yen glanced at Wang Xiao, her expression still icy cold. Let's go Lang Yen. Let's go to the box. This side is too noisy. Wang Xiao reached out and made a very gentlemanly invitation salute. Before Lang Yen could respond, she was hugged by Qian Dandan and forcefully pushed inside. The rest of the girls followed. Wang Xiaoman gave Chen Gang a slightly apologetic look. It's fine. Coming out to play is all about having fun. It's good that everyone is happy. Chen Gang didn't have any thoughts. Just in time to see Han Dong return, he pulled Han Dong to follow the crowd. Lu Dong led them to box 007, which was specially reserved for Supreme Black Card customers. Not only was the location good, but the interior decoration was also quite luxurious. And there was also the top-notch audio equipment for karaoke. Wang Xiao also didn't expect his father's secretary to be able to book such a good box, and his vanity was greatly satisfied as he listened to his followers fancy pontificating about him in his ears. Sir, you are a Supreme customer, entering the store for the first time and enjoying a free drink for the whole place. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Lu Dong was speaking at Han Dong, who happened to be standing behind Wang Xiao, so Wang Xiao assumed that Lu Dong was talking to him. Any drink will do? Wang Xiao was stunned. That's right, all drinks are free as long as they're on sale in our store. Thank you very much. You're welcome, this is a benefit that Supreme customers should have. Lu Dong smiled. Thank you very much. Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Dad, really? When did he become the Supreme customer of Hi Pei without saying so? Lu Dong smiled and nodded at Han Dong before leaving. Order me to death. Only the expensive ones, not the right ones. All the spending tonight will be paid for by Mr. Wang. A croupier jumped onto the table and twisted wildly. Ow, the boys in the box let out a guttural wolf howl. Long Yen, see, find a male ticket must choose like Wang Xiao, although not very handsome, but can carry things follow him, life will save a lot of trouble, Xian Dandan said quietly in Lung Yan's ear. Lang Yan smiled faintly and did not comment. Let's start with 5 bottles of Royal Salute. Wang Xiao rubbed his fingers dashingly and said to the service commissioner of the box. Okay. The waiter exited with a smile. Wow. 1 bottle of Royal Salute 8888, 5 bottles will be over $40,000. Thanks to Wang Xiao's blessing, we can also drink $10,000 level foreign wines. The dog leg stood out again to hold up his feet. Wow. A Royal Salute. If you don't follow young Wang, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to drink it in your life. Qian Dandan's eyebrows danced. The one who was supposed to be treating the guests was Chen Gang, who had been automatically removed as the proprietor. He really couldn't afford it either, so he sat in the corner and didn't say anything. Wang Xiao's gaze landed on Han Dong's face. You are not my friend. Wang Xiao's face was unkind. Indeed not. Han Dong smiled faintly. I only buy friends drinks, especially ones this expensive. Are you sure? Sure as well as sure. Then there's nothing we can do about it. Han Dong got up, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Have a good time. Dongzi. Chen Gang looked at Han Dong apologetically. He asked his brother to come and get high with him with good intentions, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. This girl is good. Take good care of her. Han Dong patted his shoulder. Have fun. After saying that, he turned around and left the box. Lang Yan looked at Han Dong's back and wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Chen Gang hesitated and followed out as well. Even though he loved Wang Xiaoman, he cherished the ***** love between him and Han Dong even more. Chen Gang. Wang Xiaoman also stood up. Ignore him, boys just can't be spoiled. Chen Dandan yanked her back to her seat. Listen to your sister. It won't be long before he comes back to you obediently. Ch. 2 poor bastards from a small place. One of Wang Xiao's followers snorted. Chen Gang went out of the box, but he did not see Han Dong's figure. There were too many people outside and it was indeed not easy to find him. He came to the bar and asked the bartender for a cup of gin and tonic and mulled it over to himself. Han Dong came out of the box and went to the restroom, and was happily taking a leak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 45, Meeting Lin again. A wonderful woman in a red dress rushed in hurriedly, scaring Han Dong so much that he nearly broke his flow. Ugh, you're at the wrong door. This is the men's restroom, he loudly reminded the other man. It's you? The woman was visibly stunned when she saw his face. You recognize me? Han Dong sized her up carefully. Humph, colorful lot of one. I don't want to know you. The woman snorted coldly, her face covered in frost. This expression, this tone, instantly activated Han Dong's memory. This heavily made up and dusty woman was actually that A+ and valiant elite of the police force Lin Fu. Big Officer Lin, why are you dressed like this? Could it be that you have a hidden profession? Han Dong lost his voice. Scram! Lin Fu's willow eyebrows rose and she roared in a low voice. Understood. Undercover investigation. Han Dong snapped his fingers and looked Lin Fu up and down. He had to say that dressing up like this was also quite good looking. Flavorful, very different from her original valiant appearance, showing her multifaceted charm. Shoo! Lin Fu held up a finger to signal him to keep his voice down. What's wrong? Someone is chasing you? Han Dong subconsciously looked towards the door. Bang! The door to the men's restroom was kicked in from the outside again. Instantly broken 7 or 8 big men in black short sleeves, each with dragons and tigers painted on their arms. Stinking, actually hiding in the men's restroom. You think you can escape like that? The one in the lead was a big bald guy who was over 1 meter 9 in height, with a face of horizontal meat and ferocious flames. Harmed us in the women's restroom a good search. Not to break your hands and feet. Difficult to eliminate the hatred of the heart. Another gangster gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? You don't know how to show mercy. The bald man laughed evilly. Beauty, if you are willing to hand over your cell phone, and by the way, promise to be my girl, I'll let my brothers let you go. How about it? Sister-in-law. The rest of the juniors shouted in unison. Scram! Lin Fu's almond eyes rounded up and she was about to rush up and strike. Suddenly, he felt a dizziness in front of his eyes, shook in place a few times, and was about to fall to the ground limply. Han Dong reacted quickly and held her at the first opportunity. You actually dared to drug me. Lin Fu immediately realized what the problem was. These scum, ostensibly punks watching the scene, were actually drug dealers. Lin Fu had long been eyeing this line, and approached them undercover in disguise, just to figure out their entire network of contacts and get evidence of their crimes. Previously, she, along with the rest of the princesses, accompanied the group for drinks and karaoke, and took advantage of the fact that they were all drunk to take the bald man's cell phone. As far as she knew, the bald man's cell phone contained all the records of their dealings, as well as contacts up and down the line. Unexpectedly, a call came from the bald man's cell phone in the nick of time, and when it rang, Lin Fu was exposed. In the heat of the moment, she fled into the men's restroom, anticipating that the first reaction of the pursuers behind her would certainly be to search the women's restroom first, and using this short time gap, she would be able to slip away from the ventilation ducts. I didn't realize that people drugged her while they were drinking. Lin Fu wasn't sure if they had realized who she was long ago or something else. Boss is wise and mighty. I've long since realized that you have problems. The little brother next to him snorted. Look at the other princesses. Which one of them is such a prude like you? Touching a little hand pushes 3 times. When we're little cuties. With you, you still want to check me? The bald man sneered. You also know what we do. Since we planted it, don't think about surviving. Brothers, take her away. Where's the other one? The sidekick pointed at Han Dong. Your first time out on the job? The bald man glared at him. Can you hit your head? Would it be okay to make a vegetable? Can you make it look like you fell? Do you want me to teach you? I know, big brother. That little brother shrunk his neck and was too scared to speak. The 2 men in black rushed over and were about to snatch Lin Fu away from Han Dong. Bang bang, 2 muffled sounds. In a flash of lightning, these 2 180-pound pugilists flew out, smashed into the opposite wall, and then slid down the wall like a potpourri, limp as a puddle of poop. I lack. The punks took a collective step back, each with a black question mark face. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Soul trifecta. It's you? The bald man was worthy of being the leader of a drug cartel, and his gaze was like a viper as he stared at Han Dong. Although he did not see Han Dong's movements either, he basically decided that it was this guy who had done it. Still have some eyesight. Han Dong grinned, revealing 8 small white teeth, harmless as a human animal. This kid is a bit evil. Everyone get together and cripple him. The bald man waved his hand decisively. Yes, big brother. The gangsters all pulled out their guys from their arms and viciously greeted Han Dong. Bang 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 bang. Same action. Same drama. The gangsters were all tall and big and covered in horizontal meat, but they flew up with a very light movement, and the muffled sound of smashing into the wall was quite dry, and in the end, they all turned into pot stickers and paralyzed into a pile of pasties. The bald man blinked and looked straight at Han Dong as if he had seen a ghost. I showed you again. See clearly? Han Dong grinned, that smile warm and innocent. No. The bald man shook his head, looking naive. Han Dong's movements were too fast to indeed see clearly, but he understood. This harmless-looking teenager was a super expert. He couldn't be sure if the teenager and the wench were in cahoots or if they just happened to run into each other. If they had stumbled upon it, then their luck was pretty damn bad. Did you just say, let them knock my head and make me a vegetable? Han Dong supported Lin Fu and approached step by step. Although he looked laid back, the bald man felt a powerful pressure. Big brother, I bald wrong have eyes and don't recognize Taishan. You raise your hand. Spare me this time. I have money. I can give you money. Big brother, say a number. How much can be? The bald man's speech is a little bit unlucky. From birth until now, the one who could bring him this kind of pressure, besides the big boss, was the young man in front of him. It was understandable for the big boss to have that kind of aura in his generation of lords. How did this young man in front of him do it? He looks like he's 20 years old at most, right? Breaking the bank. Ha! It's also possible. I am not greedy, so you can give $500 million. Han Dong smiled faintly. Put. The bald man had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Selling his whole family wouldn't be worth $500 million. And the point is he doesn't have that much. Big brother. $5 billion is too much. Can we get a discount? Discount? You're a real talent. Should I get you a VIP card? That's fine too. But. Han Dong slashed his neck with a hand slash. The bald man rolled his eyes and fell limply to the ground. Thank you. Lin Fu was weak, but her sanity was clear. She had watched the scene that had just happened. This Han Dong. No wonder he single-handedly toppled 5 bandits. His hands are really superb. If she had not met him today, the situation would have been unimaginable. The little loathing he had previously felt for him was worthless in the face of saving his life. No need to thank you. Helping the police to eradicate crime and deter evil is an obligation that every citizen should fulfill, Han Dong said in a serious manner. Good job. Lin Fu gave a thumbs up. Unfortunately, young people like you are getting fewer and fewer. Officer Lin, how do you feel? Do you need me to help you see what kind of poison you've been hit with? You know how to cure poison? My master is a great healer and martial artist, and he passed all his skills to me. Previously, I even cured Mu Tiancheng and Chui Hongji of their strange diseases. That miracle doctor they're rumoring about who can cure cancer. That's you? Lin Fu's eyes widened. Han Dong's miracle of curing Mu Tiancheng and Chui Hongji was widely rumored in the upper-class circles of Jiangzhou during this period of time. Lin Fu had heard about it from the leaders. However, she did not spend any energy to pay attention to it, so she was not aware that the legendary miracle doctor was Han Dong. It's just a trivial skill. It's not worth mentioning. Han Dong smiled faintly, his forced aura overflowing. Lin Fu rolled her eyes. It can cure cancer, and you still say it's a sculpture? You can die without pretending. Han Dong also stopped talking to her in vain and grabbed her wrist, forcing in a stream of pure yang qi. Whatever poison you have, I'll destroy it with a single qi. The pure yang qi that was now accumulating in Han Dong's body was refined from the essence of the sun by virtue of the heavenly healer sex refining recipe, and could only stray within the meridians, which was fundamentally different when compared to the yuan qi that had accumulated within the dantian of the immortal cultivators at the qi refining stage. Even if it wasn't comparable to yuan qi, but pure yang qi was used to heal mortals and detoxify them. It was a proper dimensional blow. The stream of qi flowed through Lin Fu's body for a circumference, like a high-pressure water gun, flushing the toxins in her body clean. Lin Fu felt a sharp pain in her belly and rushed into the cubicle, followed by a flurry of indescribable and strange sounds. Even though he knew that this was a detoxification process, Han Dong was still backed up by the stench. After a few minutes had passed, Lin Fu walked out from the cubicle, and although she looked calm on the surface, the bright red color that stretched all the way to the base of her ears still betrayed her. It was so humiliating, this kind of catharsis in front of the boys. She could never have dreamed of it. The question was too difficult for her to solve. She was even desperate enough to die with Han Dong. Feeling better? Han Dong looked as normal and asked. Lin Fu looked up at him. The concern in her gaze could not be faked. He warmed his heart, moved his limbs, and said slowly, that feeling of weakness has disappeared, so he should be fine. But, I want to know, how did you do it? No medication or injections, just a touch on the wrist, and that's it? I used internal true qi to help you detoxify. It's not as simple as you see. Han Dong blurted it out smoothly. Internal true qi? Lin Fu suddenly understood. No wonder she felt a hot, warm current in her body just now. It turns out that what's written in martial arts novels isn't all a lie. There was a trace of awe in the gaze that looked at Han Dong. Women all worshipped the strong, and Lin Fu was no exception. Han Dong's mysterious and inexplicable methods and superb stance could not help but cause even the well-informed officer Lin to look sideways. Since you've recovered, take care of the aftermath yourself. I still have to go out and pick up girls. Han Dong did not want to tangle with her anymore. Good. Lin Fu was baffled. I'm off then. Bye-bye. Han Dong turned around and left like there were hyenas chasing behind him. This kid. I'm not going to eat people. Run so fast for what? Lin Fu looked at his fleeing back, slightly hurt inside. I'm at least a flower in the city council. How many elite men are eagerly pursuing me? And you're actually leaving me behind to pick up a girl in a nightclub? Just very angry. Angry to be angry. Work things cannot be left behind. This mess in front of her still have to clean up. Now that the evidence is in hand, you have to control the bald man and others first. So she dialed the phone of her superiors. Let them hurry to come to arrest people. A guest came in to use the restroom, and when he saw the restroom floor lying all over the place, he was so scared that he retreated back. Linford unlocked the door from the inside and waited for his teammates to back him up. After Han Dong went out, he saw Chen Gang sitting at the bar drinking mulled wine from a distance and came to sit next to him. Out? Han Dong smiled. You're gone. Can I still sit down? Chen Gang sighed. What do you want to drink? Brother treats you. I can do both. Same as you I guess. Another gin and tonic. Chen Gang ordered the bartender. Right on. The bartender moved skillfully and quickly mixed a drink and brought it up. The two men clinked glasses and talked over their drinks. Han Dong's eyes were sharp and he saw two waiters holding a few more bottles of foreign wine into box 007, and he couldn't help a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. You're still laughing. Ha? Chen Gang was worried. Do you want to see that grandson surnamed Wang kneel down and call his father? The smile on Han Dong's lips deepened. Think about it, but how to realize it? The spirit of Q is no fun. Then watch. Han Dong saw Lu Dong, the manager of Hai Pai, walking this way and deliberately raised his glass, smiling. Mr. Lu, have a drink? Lu Dong was surprised. Mr. Han, how do you sit here kicked out? Han Dong's face was solemn. What? Lu Dong's voice immediately raised an octave. That's your compartment. Who dares to kick you out? Chen Gang looked at Lu Dong in confusion, not knowing what he meant by your box. Could it be that the box was not reserved by that bastard Wang, but for Han Dong? Han Dong smiled without saying anything. Lu Dong is a human savant and knows what is going on at a glance. This Mr. Han pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, and the group of young people inside had the eyes to not recognize Tai. and drove this big tiger out. Mr. Han doesn't need to worry. I'll take care of this matter. Lu Dong grimaced and ordered his men on the intercom. Bring me the consumption water of box 007. After 10 minutes had passed, someone brought Lu Dong a long consumption slip. Chapter 46, The Face Hurts. WC, more than $2 million of liquor. Really special to build. Lu Dong hatefully spat. Free can't be so messed up, when we wrongdoer it. Beckoning, he called for a couple of security officers and entered the 007 box with an air of aggressiveness. Wang Xiao was leading a group of small followers, and the opposite side of the female college students have fun. Tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of foreign wine, used as a cola drink. The box reeked of alcohol and the air was heavy with the odor of hormones. Wang Xiao held his glass of wine and came over to Lang Yan's side, mouthing off to show off his profundity. Lang Yan's lovey-dovey, occasionally perfunctory sentence made Wang Xiao's heart itch. When Lu Dong led the men to barge in, he was just about to make further moves, and naturally he was not happy inside when his big plan to pick up girls was interrupted. What do you guys mean? Wang Xiao stood up with a bad expression on his face. Did you order the drinks? Lu Dong's face was expressionless. Yeah, what's the problem? That's a total of $138,700. Please pay the bill. Didn't we say the drinks were free? Don't bring such blackmail. A little brother next to him shouted. Do you have a Supreme card from Victory Dragon Entertainment? We only have a free drink offer for the first visit for Supreme customers. Why didn't you say so in the first place? You guys are just blackmailing. Because the gentleman who booked this box has the Supreme card, but I noticed that you guys don't seem to have much to do with him. Wait a minute. The box was booked by my father's assistant. I'll know as soon as I ask. Wang Xiao hurriedly called his father's assistant. After 2 minutes had passed, Wang Xiao hung up the phone, as if he had died. Because his dad's assistant didn't even know about it, he called his father again, and hearing that his son had ordered more than $2 million worth of drinks at a nightclub in order to pick up a girl, Wang Antai cursed. Lick clean the you pulled out yourself. I don't care. Then he hung up. Cold sweat on Wang Zhen's spine instantly soaked his shirt. He knew his father too well, and if he said he didn't care, then he definitely didn't care. How? Lu Dong said coldly. Manager, my name is Wang Zhen. My father is the boss of Antai Home. Wang Antai. He has cooperation with you. You see, can you give a face? Wang Xiao's temper was a pot of cold water doused, hanging his head low, decongested with a scattering of gas. Who is Wang Antai? Don't recognize. Lu Dong said coldly. You dare to impersonate our supreme member to cheat drinks, and dare to order such expensive drinks. When we, Shanglong Entertainment, are vegetarians? The room was full of young people who were silenced and really shocked by the scene. Especially the gold-digging women led by Qian Dandan. How wildly they drank in front of them. How scared they were now. They were the ones who said they hadn't drank foreign wine that good before and urged Wang Zhen to order it. Pa! Wang Zhen was annoyed and turned back to give Qian Dandan a big mouth. Paralyzed. It's you who screams. To drink the most expensive foreign wine, you pay the bill. Wang Xiao. People are girls, which have let girls pay the bill. Qian Dandan covered her cheeks and tears in her eyes. Now that you know you're a girl, you're more greedy than a man when it comes to drinking. Just a bunch of green tea whores. Wang Zhen viciously cursed. Hey, why are you cursing? Lang Yan frowned. You're no good either. You've come to a nightclub to get high. What's the point of pretending to be pure? Lao Zi invited you to drink such an expensive drink, and you're not even allowed to touch a small hand. You think you're encrusted with diamonds. Wang Zhen glared at her. Several girls looked at each other, not expecting this well-dressed rich young master to be so unpleasant. Go outside if you want to be a bully, and buy the drinks bill first. Lu Dong coldly said. I don't have any money. Love what you want. If you have the ability to do so, you call the police to arrest me. Wang Zhen simply played rogue. He. Lu Dong laughed instead of being angry. We've seen a lot of people like you. Don't worry. Shanglong Entertainment deal with people who eat bully food. Never call the police. Our boss, Lian Shanglong, specializes in treating all kinds of old scoundrels. Wait, Lian Shanglong? Isn't that the dreaded mobster in Zhangzhou City? Legend has it that he has quite a few lives in his hands, and he once sealed a delinquent scoundrel in cement. And there are also deeds of sinking debtors in cages into Lake Taihu. Although it is just a rumor, it shouldn't be an empty cave. His father had warned him that it was okay to go out and play, but never mess with Lian Shanglong. I didn't realize that this nightclub was Lian Shanglong's property. Wang Zhen nearly pissed himself. Manager, we really do not know the rules of your restaurant. At first it is you said that the drinks are free, so we ordered. Ordering the most expensive ones for free, treating us as ingrates? The gangster watching the venue behind Lu Dong glared at him fiercely. Wang Zhen cowered in fear. I am speaking to the owner of the box, Not to you, Lu Dong faintly said. The owner of the box? Wang Jin scratched the back of his head, a little confused. That's that Mr. Han. He's the supreme customer of our Shanglong Entertainment. And this is his royal box, enjoying the offer of free drinks for the first purchase in our store. You mean, Han Dong? Wang Xiaoman's eyes lit up. That's right, Mr. Han's name is Han Dong. Lu Dong's face was expressionless. He saw his brother sitting in the hall, so he booked the box for him and his friend. And I didn't expect that. Some people couldn't figure out their own identities, so they actually kicked him out. Since the owner of the box is not there, why should we still give you a discount? Do you think it's the right thing to do? Wang Jin finally realized what the problem was. The image flashed back, and he remembered the mocking smile at the corner of the kid's mouth when he kicked Han Dong out. So it is that Mr. Han. Where is he? Wang Jin asked hurriedly. Bar. Come on. I'll go talk to him. Lu Dong nodded and led his men out of the box, with Wang Jin and his group following behind. Han Dong and Chen Gang were still drinking at the bar when they saw a large group of people walking over. What kind of battle is this? Chen Gang was startled. Mr. Han, right? Wang Jin forced a fake smile. Yeah, something wrong? Han Dong gave him a sidelong glance. It's like this. Wang Jin swallowed hard and recounted what happened in the box briefly, then said, Look, we're all friends, so please Mr. Han talk to the manager and give us free liquor bar. You're not my friend. Why should I buy you a drink? Especially such an expensive drink. Han Dong backhandedly attached back what he had previously said. Wang Jin felt that his face was very swollen, the kind of swelling that his mother did not recognize. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. I'll apologize to you. Wang Jin's posture was put very low. Introduce myself. My name is Wang Jin. My father is the owner of Antai Home. Wang and Tai. It's not too late for us to make friends. If you encounter any trouble in Gusu City in the future, feel free to speak. What trouble can you solve for me if you can't even smooth out the situation? Han Dong laughed mockingly. Swish. Wang Jin's face instantly turned red, itching to find a crack in the ground. Mr. Han, is it possible to give face? Wang Jin was close to pleading. He wasn't afraid of Han Dong, but he was afraid of Lian Shanglong. That's a big tiger that eats people. The thought of being caged and sunk into Lake Taihu made him urinate intensely. If he was asked to shell out more than $2 million, it would be even more difficult. Their family wasn't a rich and powerful family, and his monthly pocket money was only $100,000. Due to his life of uninhibited love of pretending and liking to call himself a godly man, this amount of money was simply not enough, and his credit card had long been overdrawn by millions, so where else could he afford to pay such a large bill? Chapter 47, The Way You Kneeled Down and Called Your Father. It's so handsome. I'm not your friend and I'm not your father. So why? Dad. Before Han Dong could finish speaking, Wang Jin nimbly knelt on the ground and called out Dad. But the liquor Chen just drank and spewed out directly. Those present were instantly petrified. Especially Wang Jin's gang of followers. All of them were so ashamed that they didn't know where to put their faces. Lang Yin, Chen Dandan and other girls inwardly despised it. Queenie had Richie. What a shame. Chen Gang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This Dongzi guy, when did he become so powerful? Han Dong is also a bit surprised. He stared at Wang Jin for a full minute. Su said, I didn't expect that you special brew drops are really a talent. Instead of despising him inwardly, he was flat out wary. People who can endure crotch humiliation are definitely not simple. This kind of person, like a viper, can endure humiliation when the situation is stronger than others. Once he finds an opportunity, he will definitely show his fangs and give you a fatal blow. At this time, some of the surrounding melon-eating young people also gathered around, extremely ridiculing. Mr. Han, look. Wang Jin was expressionless, treating the surrounding laughter as air. Han Dong glanced at Lu Dong. Lu Dong, being a human savant, immediately comprehended Han Dong's meaning and said with a cold face, For the sake of Mr. Han, I will give you a discount on the drinks. You only need to pay 630,000 and then you can go. Nightclub consumption of alcohol is the big head, and is profiteering. Lu Dong said this figure, basically the cost of those drinks. There should be a small profit. Wang Jin knows that white whoring is impossible. People's drinks don't come from the wind, so at the very least, the capital must be recovered. Still, it was worth the $1.5 million saved by kneeling. Without further argument, he swiped his card neatly and paid the amount. In the midst of the laughter of the whole audience, Wang Jin left. His head fell high, but his neck was meaty and bashful red. His lapdogs followed suit, keeping their heads down the entire time. Mr. Lu, thank you for your trouble. Han Dong smiled. That kid is a character. You have to be careful. Lu Dong couldn't help but remind Those who are tough enough on themselves will be tougher on others. Thanks for reminding Mr. Lu, I know in my heart. Lu Dong nodded and left with his men. What next? Chen Gang was a bit confused. Then play the music and dance. Han Dong laughed. Go back to the box. We haven't finished the drinks we ordered. Qian Dandan smiled with her eyebrows. The group re-entered the box. Wang Xiaoman's vote for the Jime. The attitude towards Chen Gang made a 180-degree turn. A mouthful of a brother Gang called. The enthusiasm was unbelievable. Chen Gang knows that this is all brought by his good brother Han Dong. The so-called love of the house is the meaning of this. Wang Xiaoman was overjoyed that the boy she had her eye on was finally recognized by the dormitory set. She took Chen Gang's arm and was overjoyed. Chen Gang's heart was blossoming. He didn't expect his buddies to come with a divine assist, directly advancing his relationship with Wang Xiaoman by one step. In the past, the two of them were only ambiguous, but they never had physical contact, and now they can directly cross arms. Although the Qian Dandan girls were more greedy for Han Dong, they did not quite dare to come forward, mainly because the strength shown by this guy was too intimidating. Even the local rich second generation like Wang Jin was made to kneel down and call his father. The girls were in awe. Lang Yan, this one is much more powerful than Wang Jin. Handsome and strong, you have to grasp it well. Chen Dandan whispered in Lang Yan's ear. Lang Yan stole a glance at Han Dong, and coincidentally, his gaze also looked over, and was instantly caught in the act. She turned her head without moving, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Han Dong smiled. This girl was quite capable of pretending. The looks and body temperament are no match, even compared to Qiao Xishan Shenyun, but Han Dong's favorable impression of her is very limited. She didn't know Wang Jin wanted to pick her up? She doesn't know what it means to come to a nightclub for an appointment? Where in the world are so many stupid white girls? No pretty girl is a good light. For Han Dong, Lang Yan this kind of girl. Walk kidney can. Walk heart is not necessary. Waste. The box has caisson equipment. Chen Gang and Wang Xiaoman, this pair of dog and boy fully displayed the McBeat nature. Has been there to engage in love songs duet. The rest of the small set of beauty while drinking. While uproar frame Yangzi. Han Dong sat on the sofa smiling and drinking while Lang Yan sat at the other end. He didn't take the initiative to tease, and Lang Yan maintained the same reserve she had always had. Chen Dandan brought her wine glass to Lang Yan's side and whispered, "Roommate, take the initiative. Don't you know how to grasp such a good opportunity? I don't know him well and I don't have the heart for it. Why should I take the initiative?" Lang Yan took a shallow sip of wine and faintly said, "It seems like he's a little bothered about you and Wang Jin." Chen Dandan smacked his lips. "I have nothing to do with Wang Jin. He took the initiative to offer, and I didn't bother with him. I know you two are fine, but this master doesn't know. He thinks you and Wang Jin are sitting around drinking together, and that you're just dogs. Don't say it so harshly, okay?" Lang Yan frowned. "You're the one who insisted on coming to the nightclub, and you're the one who dragged me and Wang Jin together. Before I came, you didn't even say that Wang Jin was coming, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have come. Originally, when I saw him there, I wanted to leave, but as a dormitory sister, I didn't want to make things too difficult for you. Frankly speaking, you've received a lot of favors from Wang Jin, right? I'm just saying this. Don't react so strongly." Qian Dandan's heart was weak, hastily digressing. "Okay, you decide your own things yourself. I'm not getting involved." Subsequently carrying a glass of wine continued to hang out with the Jimes. "Can't you help me explain?" Lang Yan looked at Qian Dandan's back grudgingly. Such a sister, in essence, cannot be relied upon. The two people have looked at each other. She knows that Han Dong has a misunderstanding of her, but she also has her own pride. "You are not my people. Why take the initiative to explain to you ah?" So the two men sat in separate corners, ignoring each other, drinking to themselves. Han Dong was indifferent. Lang Yan was indeed a bit depressed. It was easy to get drunk when one person drank mulled wine, plus Lang Yan's drinking capacity was very average. By the time everyone had enough fun and was ready to finish, they realized that Lang Yan had already gone numb from drinking. "Brother Dong, you have a car, right?" Qian Dandan asked Han Dong as the wine strengthened his courage. "Yes," Han Dong faintly answered. "The four of us just happened to take a cab. Please send Yun back, okay?" "Can." Han Dong was not stupid. He knew that this gold-digging woman wanted her sisters to have something with him. "Why not? I invited you to drink such expensive wine. Can't pay for nothing. Although it is Wang Jin that big wrong seed to buy the bill, but at least should be my name, is not it? Plus, Lang Yan came to the nightclub, was ready to be Wang Jin's gun rack, right? Since there is this realization, who hit is not hit. Although the pure yang body has not yet become a great success. In fact, he cannot hit this gun, but he can first brush a wave of existence, save up to fight later. So, he didn't refuse. Chapter 48, this is a big joke. That, Or why don't you four sisters join us? And I'll take Tuko's car. The drunken Chen Gang couldn't figure out the situation and was pulled over by Wang Xiaoman. Do what? Why are you dragging me? Chen Gang is still unconvinced. Have a little eye candy, okay? Chen Dandan wants to create a chance for your buddy and Yen Yen to be alone. Wang Xiaoman pinched him. Chen Gang froze for a moment, then grinned. This Dongzi guy, he's got a lot of good luck with women. However, how did he suddenly become so powerful? I'll have to interrogate him sometime in the future. The four of them waited on the side of the road while Han Dong went to the underground garage to drive. Not much later, a brand new Lamborghini SUV pulled up to where they were waiting. The window glass slowly lowered and Han Dong waved at them. Turtle, Lamborghini ah. Chen Dandan and a few other girls with two eyes, stomping their feet in excitement. Wang Jin, that guy boasts of being a god-rich second generation. Driving a car is only a BMW X5. Han Dong quietly, the seat is actually worth millions of Lamborghini. Girls may not know much about cars, but they know what people who drive luxury cars hold behind them. Resources, wealth, abilities beyond the vast majority of ordinary people. The roommate really caught the golden turtle this time. I'm so envious. Dongzi, this is your car? Chen Gang asked. Eating. Aha. Han Dong faintly said. How is this possible? I mean, hey, it's unscientific. Chen Gang was agitated and somewhat incoherent. He understands Han Dong's family situation very well, and should say that it is very general. A month ago, the two people also sat in the kind of hard seat train together to school. Just a short time, Han Dong can afford to open the top sports car, but also has the High Pi Supreme VIP card. Put aside who also cannot figure out I'll tell you about this slowly. Let's help Mr. Lying in first. Han Dong smiled. Chen Gang's reaction couldn't have been more normal. Even he thought about it occasionally, and it felt like a dream. Oh, a few girls helped and placed Long Yan on the back seat. You can't park here for long, so I'll just go ahead. Okay, be safe. Chen Gang waved his hand. The roar of the engine pulls full as the Lamborghini Urus pulls into rolling traffic. The iconic taillights of the Brute family shine brightly in the night. The room manager has stumbled upon a good man this time. Handsome and rich, the way he drives a supercar with one hand. So charming. Chen Dandan was envious. Gongzi, how is this buddy of yours in terms of character? Wang Xiaoman bit her lip with a worried expression. Very good my buddy's that Gangzi values. How can it be bad? Chen Gang drank so much that his tongue was a bit knotted. Xiaoman, what do you mean by that? Chen Dandan was stunned. Yun is drunk after all. She's so beautiful. I'm afraid that Han Dong can't help it. In case something happens, then how can it be? Are you 484? Chen Dandan looked at her like she was a dinosaur. Gangzi's buddy, handsome, rich, and able to smooth things over. The Chamberlain is with him. A sure thing. I'd like to see something happen to them. But, they've only met for the first time. Would it be too soon? Come on. What era is this? Sisters are more fierce than each other. On Han Dong's condition, if he is slow to start, he will be taken by another goblin in minutes. Do you believe me? It's a pity. If I had Yen Yan's face value, I would have gotten it on myself. Where else would it be her turn? The cab is here. Let's go up. Chen Gang greeted a few girls and got on the car, while comforting Wang Xiaoman. Don't worry. Dongzi is not that kind of person. Chen Gang is still young. He doesn't realize that men act completely differently in front of their buddies than they do in front of a beautiful woman. There is no such thing as an absolutely good person in the world. No. Han Dong also drank a lot of wine? It'll be over if the traffic police catch him. Wang Xiaoman worried. You're overthinking it. He can even rule Wang Jin, so it's obvious that his energy is not small. It's estimated that the traffic police don't even bring a stop when they see his car. Chen Dandan snorted. In fact, Chen Dandan thought wrong. Han Dong is not a heavenly background, but is emboldened, with the pure yang qi in his body to support him. If he encountered a traffic police check, he could vaporize all the alcohol in his body with a little breath. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traffic police along the way, so he didn't bother to use his special skills. With his immortal cultivator's control, he didn't have to worry about any mistakes in driving with just this bit of wine. Following the navigation, Han Dong drove all the way to the neighborhood of Jiangke University and stopped outside a star hotel. Lang Yan's flushed face and drunken demeanor was delicate and beautiful. Her body was sheepish, completely hanging onto Han Dong like a wombat. When registering, the male receptionist saw Lang Yan's face, and a wave of jealousy welled up inside. Such a beautiful little cabbage. And damn by the pig arch. Everyone else is a pig by default anyway, as long as they're not being arched by themselves. However, when he saw the Lamborghini key in Han Dong's hand, he could only lower his head grimly. The rich man is finally married. The poor boy has witnessed it with his own eyes. Finish the formalities, Han Dong helped Long Yan into the room. This girl felt a stomach churning, covered her small mouth and rushed into the bathroom, launching a burst of roar at the toilet. Vomit. Looking at the mess in the toilet, Han Dong also nearly vomited and hurriedly flushed away the filthy things. Even if there had been some thoughts about Long Yan, they had now dissipated, especially seeing the indistinguishable color of food crumbs still lingering in the corners of her mouth. A wave of nausea flooded through her. I can't get my mouth around it. Taking a paper towel, he wiped her face, half-straddled her, and transported her to the bed. As soon as this girl touched the pillow, she soon let out a light snore and slept soundly. Her drunken state was a far cry from her sober and cool image. Alcohol can be a real. Han Dong had also drunk a lot of wine, so he decided to sleep here for the night. Dude paid for the room. Gotta sleep back or lose out. It was good that this was a set of double rooms with 2 beds. Lang Yan occupied one and Han Dong occupied the other, not interfering with each other. After taking a shower, Han Dong lay under the covers and swiped his cell phone. Habitually looked at WeChat. The dormitory group is very active. Dormitory 3 brothers have asked where he went, why he stayed out at night, whether he met a suitable aunt. Do not want to make an effort. Han Dong laughed and cursed a few times, explaining that he was at the University of Science and Technology, and had a small gathering with his high school classmates, and would not go back tonight. Wu Yuenda, that guy, immediately reacted, saying that KU has a lot of beautiful women. You will not go to pick up girls. Han Dong jumped in shock. This special brew drop can guess the truth? There is indeed a girl beside me. Aura S-Class Extreme. If not for the body of pure yang has not yet become a great success, the little master will be off the virginity tonight. It's a sin. After a few moments of babbling with them, I ended the group chat and turned off the light to go to bed. The next morning, Lang Yan woke up with a hangover, feeling like her head was aching and her body was sore and weak. Opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he knew that he was supposed to be staying in a hotel. She shook her head, trying to remember everything about last night, but only remembered the first half of it. And after she left the club, she couldn't remember anything. Crap, drinking out of my mind. The faint snore of another man came to her ears, and she was abruptly startled, looking over at the voice and nearly toppling off the bed in shock. Man, there's a man in her room. She forced herself not to scream out and checked her body at the first opportunity. Fortunately, the clothes are wearing well, and there is no strange feeling. One's worst fears did not happen. She also recognized now that the boy sleeping on the bed next to her was that classmate of Chen Gang's, Han Dong. After the shock had settled a bit, the fuzzy memories became clearer. Turns out he was the one who dropped her off at the hotel last night. She was drunk and threw up, and he helped clean it up. Rarely did he take advantage of her. The character is really good. There really aren't many guys like that in this society nowadays. Lang Yan actually felt a little bit of gratitude inside. I wonder how she would feel if she knew the truth. Lang Yan hurriedly got down from the bed, thought for a moment, and took out 5 Mao Grandpa from her bag, placed them on Han Dong's bedside, and then tiptoed out. She had intended to split the room bill with Han Dong, and hadn't even bothered to think about the misunderstanding that might result. Obviously she hadn't done anything wrong, but she was inexplicably weak, putting on a mask to cover her face and slinking along the wall like a mouse, afraid of being seen by someone familiar. Getting a room out of the house for the first time in her life, and with a guy she didn't know very well, really embarrassed her a bit. At this time the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Xiaoman calling. Roommate, where are you? At a hotel near the school. Ha, you really went to a room with Han Dong? Don't be ridiculous. He sent me to my room and went back. Long Yan gritted her teeth. She didn't like to lie, but it wasn't like she could be honest about something like this. A man and a woman in a room together. Who would believe you when you say nothing happened? Really? Why don't I believe it? Believe it or not? I don't explain. Okay, I believe you, Wang Xiaoman said. Listen to your voice a little bit not quite right. Is it a cold? It's fine. Lang Yan's nose was sore. Maybe I drank too much last night. The girl was so remorseful that she couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. She used to be shallow even when there was a reason why she couldn't push back. And she never got drunk. Last night, always felt that the atmosphere was not right. The state of mind was not right. And everywhere was not right. Hotels usually have breakfast, so have some porridge to nourish your stomach, and don't drink so much in the future. Got it. Lang Yan was a bit touched. I'll walk outside after breakfast and go back in the evening. Okay, keep yourself safe, Wang Xiaoman urged and hung up the phone. Lang Yan sighed, then quickly walked out of the hotel. Half an hour later, Han Dong woke up. The first thing I saw was a couple of eye-catching Mao Grandpas on the bedside table. He counted exactly 5. Wait, what does that girl mean? Is this the whoring money she left behind? Am I being whored out? WC. The first thing he wanted to do was call and ask what she meant. I'm the one who keeps the money, not you. There is a big difference between whoring and being whored. I felt out my cell phone only to realize that there was no contact information for the person. He wanted to call Chen Gang's phone and ask, but he couldn't afford to lose that man. Do you want to tell your buddies? I slept with that whoever at your school, and they left me $500 for John's. Ask her what she means for me? I guess I'll be ridiculed by that Chen Gang guy for the rest of my life. The most depressing thing about Han Dong is that who whored who first is not entangled, but the key is that there is no whoring at all. Despite taking the money, he still felt the wave was a loss. Forget it, don't dwell on it for now. Find a chance to ask Chen Gang to ask her out again and make it clear in person. After getting up, Han Dong had breakfast at the hotel and drove home. Chapter 49, Stalked by a Viper. A townhouse in the suburbs. Living room. Wang Antai, the owner of Antai Home, grimaced and glared at his son who was hanging his head across the room. Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Jin didn't dare to look his father in the eye. Oh, well, tell me, what's wrong? I am ashamed of you. You mean about kneeling for people? Wang Jin had previously confessed to his father everything that had happened in Hai Pai. Aha. Although it's a bit humiliating, you did well in this matter. After all, Lian Shanglong is an existence that we can't afford to mess with. You kneeled down, seemingly kneeling down the boy surnamed Han. But in fact, it is also to show an attitude to Lian Shanglong. With that character, if you don't do something, he most likely won't be willing to let it go. Someone dares to eat in his own store. Spread the word. Where to put his face? If you kneel down like this, Lian Shanglong will have both face and honor. At the very least, he won't look for trouble from you in the future, and it will also save our family from worries. Wang Antai said in a deep voice. But this is detrimental to the face of our Wang family. Oh, face? Wang Antai bristled disdainfully. Half-grown children only value such things. Adults only look at benefits. Besides, our Wang family is not strong enough to the extent that we need to focus on face. Wang Jin understood in seconds. When you were powerful, you naturally had face, like Lian Shanglong. When you're not powerful enough to reach that realm, face is the last thing you need. My child is definitely wrong. But where exactly is he wrong? Please ask my father for guidance. After this incident, Wang Jin seemed to have grown a lot overnight. Son, remember the saying, never spend too much energy or time on women. They're not worth it. It's okay to pick up girls, but keep your costs under control. I hadn't thought of spending so much money. Wang Jin couldn't help but defend himself. But you still spent 630,000. Wang Antai said coldly. At this price, you can bag a female college student for a year. But what did you get? Wang Jin looked at his father in dismay. The old man was familiar with the market. That's them blackmailing me. No one is blackmailing you. It's you who didn't understand the situation clearly. Wang Antai coldly said. First of all, you simply didn't get the exact information from the assistant. So you took it upon yourself to think that the box was booked by me for you. Wrong in one way. Secondly, even if the box was booked by me, when people said that the drinks were free, secondly, even if the box was booked by me, people said that the drinks were free, so you really don't care about picking the most expensive order, which has crossed the line. Free of charge is just to give respect to the customer. Know how people will only mean to each other to stay decent, which can be like you. People as a great injustice kind of it? Wrong in the second. Lastly, the biggest mistake you have made is that you don't even know who owns the store, so you dare to cheat with others. Remember this for me. The first two mistakes are not a big problem and can be remedied. The last one, however, is fatal. An enterprise like us, in the economically developed Jiangzhou, it doesn't even count as a fart. If we mess with someone we shouldn't mess with, we'll be swallowed up in minutes without any bone crumbs left. I've told you before, it's fine to go out and have fun, but this Lian Shanglong person should never be messed with. But you just happened to cause trouble at his property. Is there a pit in your brain? Luckily, you handled the follow-up quite properly, kneeling down in public to soften up and paying the money that should be paid, or else old me could have been killed by you. Seeing his father's anger, Wang Jin was silenced and did not dare to say anything. The student that you clashed with, his name is Han Dong, right? After venting his anger, Wang Antai's emotions smoothed out quite a bit. Yeah, from JNU Law School. Find someone to investigate him. What exactly is behind him? Wang Antai's eyes narrowed slightly. He is him. Lian Shanglong is Lian Shanglong. If it's a real dragon, then we'll admit it. If it's just pulling Lian Shanglong's flag to fox fake tiger, hey, then our Wang family's bad luck is not so good to touch. Face or no face, it depends on to whom. To Lian Shanglong cannot want a face. To an ordinary person, that face has to be enough. Got it, Dad. I'll make the arrangements. Wang Jin's pair of triangular eyes flashed with a cold light. Han Dong was completely unaware that he had been targeted by a poisonous snake. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. The next morning, Han Dong had just finished practicing on the rooftop when he received a call from Chen Gang asking if he had gotten his hands on him last night, and Han Dong said categorically that he had not, and that he had just sent Leng Yan to the hotel and returned. Instead, it unintentionally corroborated what Leng Yan had said. It's the kind of thing that you wouldn't believe everything you say if you didn't have someone else, but suspicion is still suspicion, and there's not much evidence for it. Chen just asked him how he would change so much now. Han Dong said that he used to learn martial arts and medicine with the old Taoist priests in his hometown on Qingfeng Mountain, and some time ago he cured a rich man by chance, and in order to thank him for saving his life, he sent him a house, a car, and a ticket. Half true, half false, can say only so much. Chen Gang sighed, but was sincerely happy for him. After another round of nonsense, next door Precious brought breakfast, and Han Dong hung up the phone. After dinner, he was wondering where to go on vacation when Xin Xianyun's call came in. Dongzi, are you up? Teacher Xin calling him by his nickname was quite smooth. I've finished my breakfast, Han Dong said in a nonchalant manner. Start a report if you have a book. Roll up the curtain and retire from the court if you don't. You dare to speak to the higher-ups like that? Xin Xianyun's voice instantly raised an octave. Gu, what are your orders, Lord Xin? Whenever you need something, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Han Dong was serious. That's more like it. Xin Xianyun rolled her sanitary eyes. You don't have to go through fire. Just accompany us to have fun. You guys? Who else but you? Wu Yu's boyfriend came over from Shanghai. The two of them went to play and had to drag me along. How embarrassing for me to be a light bulb alone. Wouldn't I not be embarrassed if you came along? So you're asking me to go and share your embarrassment. How? Not work? Can't you get a guy? You think the mail ticket is a roadside dog's tail flower? Ah, just say you have it? Xin Xianyun was not in a good mood. Just say whether you're going or not. Give a quick word. Who dares to disobey the leader's request? Han Dong smiled. I'll go. It's good to be idle anyway, so it's good to accompany them to have some fun. Especially Miss Wu Yu. Remembering that night scene, she still had an itch in her heart. By the way, she also wanted to see what kind of god her mail ticket was, to be able to chase such an extreme young lady. Men, by nature, are a highly competitive species, never be subconsciously rivaled. So Han Dong picked himself up very seriously, put on his favorite clothes and shoes, and also wore the absolute nautilus that Cui Hongji had given him. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he was really handsome. For the car, it's definitely the Lamborghini off-road. When you go to the mountains, it's not appropriate to drive a coupe. After loading the replacement clothes and outdoor necessities into the box and bag and putting them into the trunk, Han Dong started the car and drove towards the Bishuiyuan neighborhood. Xin Xianyun had an appointment with him to meet at the entrance of the neighborhood, south gate of Bishop's Court. Xin Xianyun and Wu Yu carried a suitcase each and stood by the side of the road waiting. Two people are wearing a sun hat, white silk small cape lined with tender green camisole, below a pair of denim shorts, snow white long jade legs blind passers-by titanium alloy dog eyes. A beauty of this level was a beautiful sight when she stood everywhere, not to mention the fact that there were two of them all at once. Passing cars and pedestrians all look back frequently. Chapter 50, The Sven Beast. Where's Liao Shueji? Xin Xianyun held open a parasol to block out the harsh sunlight. Here, Wu Yu pointed to a Range Rover not far away. As soon as the car stopped, a well-dressed young man with gold-rimmed glasses came down from the driver's seat. Luna. The youth smiled and waved. Wu Yu smiled faintly in response. Yo, mister. Liao got a new car? Xin Xianyun smiled. Didn't Xiao Yu say that she was going to go camping in the mountains, so she temporarily brought up a car? The car I usually drive doesn't have off-road capabilities, the youth said seemingly offhandedly. TSK. Rich people are so luxurious. Xin Xianyun smacked her lips. Liao Shueji smiled and took the suitcase in Wu Yu's hand and put it in the trunk. He was about to take the suitcase in Xin Xianyun's hand, but Xin Xianyun rejected it. I'm taking a friend's car. Xin Xianyun took a step back. Friends? Male or female? Liao Shueji visibly froze. Male, and then a female. Wouldn't that be three beautiful women to accompany you on your camping trip? You're thinking beautifully. Xin Xianyun rolled her eyes. Liao Shueji's eyes clearly had a hint of gloom in them, but he quickly hid it. The biased Wu Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed it, and a playful smile grew heavy on her lips. A cool Lamborghini Urus came whistling. The roar of the engine was blood-curdling. Seeing Xin Xianyun has been staring at this car, Liao Shueji cannot help but show off his knowledge. This car is good. Known as the fastest SUV on the surface. 100 kilometers of speed as long as 3.4 seconds. 5-seater supercar is not just a name. Playing with this car, most of them are the rich second generation who sells their own fields without any pain. Too high profile. Shin Xianyan skimmed his mouth, talking as if you are not a rich second generation who was not heartbroken when the Cubs sell their fields. The car abruptly stopped next to them. The driver's seat down a long young man. Black hair thick. Knife cut like handsome features. Simple t-shirt jeans small b-board shoes. But he was concave out of the international male model sense of vision. A pair of ice blue, gold-rimmed Gucci sunglasses perched on the bridge of her nose added a stylish touch. Liao Shueji noticed that he was wearing an out-of-print Nautilus on his left wrist, and his heart sank. This kid has a bit of family money. The average thug can't buy this watch. Dongzi. Shin Shenyun waved her hand, smiling like a flower. Mr. Shin. Well, at least it's a public place. It's not too polite for you to call me a Jianghu, is it? Han Dong laughed bitterly. I'm a superior officer. Calling you a gag is a sign of respect. You're not convinced? Shin Shenyun's eyes widened. Come on, you win. Han Dong bared his teeth. Wu Yu covered her small mouth from the side. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Hello, sister. Han Dong's heart was on fire as he looked at the slightly chubby goddess. Hello again. Wu Yu looked at him with an unspoken sentiment. This is Liao Shueji's expression. There is a little bad. I thought this journey was a dragon with two phoenixes, but I didn't expect to kill a white boy in the middle of the journey. It's almost as bad as eating a fly. He hadn't looked in the mirror to realize that he was actually more of a gigolo. I'm from Jian University. Han Dong was just about to introduce himself when Shin Shenyun snatched him away. He is a colleague of mine from JNU, the cadres of the reunion committee. A co-worker? Looks a bit young. Oh. Liao Shueji frowned. He has a tender face. Shin Shenyun's face was expressionless. Han Dong understood in a second that Shin Shenyun definitely did not want Liao Shueji to know that he was her student. However, she did not lie. Han Dong is indeed a cadre of the Youth League Committee, and the two are considered colleagues. My name is Liao Shueji, a native of Shanghai. Liao Shueji extended his hand. May I ask your name? Han Dong. Korean Han? No. Han of Han Fei Zi. It's Korean Hanma. No. Han of Han Fei Zi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Han. Nice to meet you. The two men exchanged brief pleasantries, seemingly polite but secretly deadly. Liao Shueji, in particular, looked at Han Dong with eyes that flickered with a hostility that could not be concealed. Since cultivating immortality, Han Dong's divine sense was far stronger than normal people and naturally sensed this hostility. At first, he thought it was because of Miss Wu Yu. But then he realized that Liao Shueji was always stealing glances at Shin Shenyun's big white legs, and only then did he realize what the problem was. This guy has got what he wants. He's occupying Wu Yu on the surface, but secretly he's still hitting on MS. Shin's idea? Looked pretty svelte, didn't realize he was a beast. Set off. This is not the place to talk. Shin Shenyun interrupted the dark battle between the two men. Good. Han Dong put her luggage into the trunk. Wu Yu got into Liao Shueji's Range Rover while Shin Shenyun got into Han Dong's car. There's a detail. Wu Yu sits in the back while Shin Shenyun gets on the passenger side. The destination was a natural camping mecca at a place called Maikawa Falls in the western mountains of Zhejiang. There are not many decent mountains in Jiangnan province. All of them are hills with low elevation. If you want to find some big mountains, the closest is Zhejiang province. Han Dong turned on the navigation, and with a foot of floor oil, the URUS roared madly toward the highway entrance. Mr. Shin, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak. I have a feeling that the guy named Liao is a bit unorthodox. How many meanings? Shin Shenyun turned her head to look at him. He seems to be holding out on you. He. Shin Shenyun laughed coldly several times. Why else would I have to call you? You know that. Ha! Han Dong was quite surprised. I felt it the first time we met. He even intentionally or unintentionally made some small movements to tease. If it wasn't in the way of Yu's face, I would have smoked him. Shin Shenyun's eyebrows knit slightly. I'm also suffocating very hard but I cherish this bromance with Yu. Once it's out of the way, I guess I don't even have a sister to do, hoping I'm a tool man. Han Dong laughed. What's the matter? You're not happy? Shin Shenyun's beautiful big eyes glared up again. Watch your mood management. You're a college teacher, not a female bandit. Oof. Shin Shenyun gave him a sanitary eye. You took such a big advantage of my family, Yu. You have to pay a price. What did I take advantage of? Han Dong played dumb. You let people give you. Hey you brat. Looking for a fight. Right. Do I have to say it? Teacher Shin, pay attention to the pattern. We can't keep indulging in the past. We need to look forward. Han Dong spoke like an old cadre. Shin Shenyun had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Is this a ing pattern? Auntie would be a cutie if she forgot so quickly. Don't want to talk to you. Drive your car properly, you. Shin Shenyun adjusted the seat, looking for a comfortable position. and closed her eyes to fake sleep. Han Dong grinned and focused on driving. Chapter 51 Nominal Relationships. The Range Rover has been following behind. Liao Shueji looked at the URUS taillights and could not help but speak. Is this Han Dong really Shin Xianyun's colleague? Aha! Wu Yu's voice was a bit perfunctory. Do you know what he's from? Those who can afford to play with a brute bull must have an unusual family background. Unclear. What's the relationship between the two of them? From what I know about Shin Xianyun, she's not the type to find a random male co-worker to travel with. You know my bestie well? Wu Yu's gaze stabbed over from diagonally behind her, a hint of mockery still hanging at the corner of her mouth. No, I don't mean that. Liao Shueji felt a cool air at the back of his head. The journey is boring. Just talk about it. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into my friend's privacy. Woody Moon leaned back and closed her eyes. Liao Shueji glanced at her in the rearview mirror, a hint of ferocity fleeting. Jishi Mountain Range is more than 200 kilometers away from Jiangzhou City. The highway all the way over. Drove for more than 3 hours. The scenery of this big mountain was really beautiful. Going in along the disc road, all the way to the mountains. Birds chirping. The two women opened the car windows and enjoyed the cool breeze of the big mountain. And every now and then they let out a sigh of admiration. Turning all the way to the deep canyon of the big mountain, we saw a huge waterfall from afar, as if it fell from the sky like a giant dragon, accompanied by the sound of rumbling water and splashing waves. The two cars went down the mountain road one after the other, and drove into the wild road opened up by the foreman. Thanks to the strong off-road performance of the car, walking on these mountain trails is like walking on the ground. Below the waterfall converged into a pool of water that was so clear and deep and clean that you wanted to swear. The car stopped at the pool. After the four people got off the car, looking up at the huge waterfall, Shin Xianyun couldn't help but exclaim, the sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke. And in the distance, I see the waterfall hanging over the Qianchuan River. The waterfall flows down 3,000 feet, and it is suspected that the Milky Way has fallen to the 9 heavens. I finally understand why this place is called Qianchuan Waterfall. Too spectacular. Wu Yu took Shin Xianyun's arm and stood quietly, mesmerized by this nature's ghostly work. At this time there are already some donkeys who have been the first to go, and set up camp here. Liao Shueji opened the trunk, took out the tent and other outdoor equipment, found a location near the water pool, and began to install. After setting up the tent and laying down the air mattresses and moisture-proof mats, Liao Shueji said with a smile, well, it's a night's sleep in nature tonight. What about the other one? Woody Moon asked. What other one? Liao Shueji was a bit puzzled. Tents, Wu Yu said faintly. How can so many people sleep in one tent? At first you guys didn't tell me there were so many people. Liao Shueji spread his hands. Even if there's no Han Dong, there's still Chan Yun. I told you this, right? Could it be that you want the three of us to share a tent? That's not me. Liao Shueji stammered, not knowing how to explain. In fact, that's what he was thinking inside. 3 people in a tent. What a great opportunity. Han Dong smiled and opened the trunk of the car, taking cover to pull out a bunch of outdoor equipment from the spirit market ring. Not only do you have a tent, but you also have a canopy, tables and chairs, and a full set of pots and pans and a grill. He had bought these things a long time ago and kept them in his storage space in case of emergency. No, it came in handy. Wow, Dongzi, are you a magician? Where did you change so many treasures from? Shin Xianyun came over, her eyes glowing. It's good to be prepared. Han Dong smiled faintly. The two girls came over and set up a tent with Han Dong, supported the canopy, and also hung colorful lights around the area, pulling in the sense of atmosphere. Han Dong even prepared a curtain, as well as a small projector, which can play open-air movies. Although Liao Shueji was embarrassed, he couldn't stand idly by and just came over to help. The 4 men went about their business and soon had all their gear supported. Hungry? Han Dong laughed. Shin Xianyun nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and Wu Yu just laughed. I'm going to pick up some firewood from the woods over there, and when I get back we'll fire up the ground pot. I'll go too. Shin Xianyun and Wu Yu spoke in unison, and the two of them looked at each other with a little bit of embarrassment. Come on, Missy, when have you ever done this? Wu Yu dotingly rubbed her hair. It's better to stay at the camp and keep an eye on the house. Han Dong and I will just go. Yes, it's more efficient to divide the labor. Let them go. Let's support the ground pot first. Liao Shueji hurriedly helped. Isn't this the opportunity he's been dreaming of? Shin Xianyun looked at Han Dong as if asking for help. She didn't want to stay with Liao Shueji. That's fine. With Sister Wu Yu's help, we'll be able to eat our midday meal faster. Han Dong pretended not to see it and walked towards the woods first. Wu Yu followed behind without any haste. Shin Xianyun looked at the two of them as their figures disappeared into the woods. Her mind couldn't help but be flooded with the scene she had seen on the night she was drunk. and a strong feeling of jealousy surprisingly welled up inside her. Devilishly, devilishly, devilishly. Shin Shen-yun shook her head and hurriedly shook that nasty thought away. Seeing Liao Shuizhi smilingly approaching, Shin Shen-yun hurriedly said, I'm a bit tired. I'll go to the tent first to rest. Is it okay for you to support the ground pot? No. No problem. What else could Liao Shuizhi say? Shin Shen-yun gave a giggle and drilled into Han Dong's tent, still locking the zipper on the inside. It did not give Liao Shuizhi a chance to speak at all. Liao Shuizhi's eyes flinched, then squatted down to support the ground pot as if nothing had happened. Han Dong and Wu Yu entered the woods. There were scattered dry branches everywhere. They picked them up all the way to the depths of the woods. After hesitating for a while, Han Dong decided to remind Wu Yu that such a nice young lady, don't be pitted by a scummy man. Liao Shuizhi, that guy, seems to have a bad heart for MS. Shin. Han Dong said seriously. I am not stirring up trouble. I just feel obliged to remind my sister not to be blinded by him. So, hey, you're not mad? Why would I be angry? Wu Yu snorted. It's not like I like him. You're still dating him if you don't like him? Han Dong's eyes widened. He's my mom's chosen son-in-law. A mocking smile hung on Wu Yu's lips. Family marriage. The old story. But it's hard to get out of it when you're in it. How many years have you been dating? A year, Wu Yu said blandly. But I've been living with Chi Yun and haven't seen him a few times. Han Dong was stunned. When the young lady said that, she seemed to be revealing some information to him. For example, she and Liao Shuizhi were only boyfriend and girlfriend in name only. There was absolutely nothing super friendship entangled. Somehow, there was an internal pang of joy. In fact, MS. Shin also endured very hard. She was afraid that if she said it, it would affect your bosom friend feelings. Chi Yun told you that? I saw it first, and asked her about it when we were in the car before she said anything. Silly girl, the relationship between the two of us, how could it be destroyed by that kind of scum? Wu Yu smiled faintly. Let's go back. She should be anxious if we're a little late. Chapter 52, Han Dong is still reliable. The two men returned to the campsite, each carrying a bundle of branches. Upon hearing Han Dong and Wu Yu's voices, Shin Shen-yun came out from the tent. What took you guys so long to go? We need to pick enough firewood for the day. How dare you go into the woods after dark? Han Dong crossed her eyes. Wu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Liao Shuizhi has long supported the ground pot. That is, surrounded by a few stones to form a semi-enclosed space, and then the iron pot can be set up on it. Keep it simple for lunch. Just cook a noodle. Eat it well in the evening. Han Dong smiled. Yes. The two women spoke in unison. MS. Shin. You do it. Han Dong looked at Shin Shen-yun. Why me? Weren't you resting just now while we were picking firewood? Now it's your turn to work. Shin Shen-yun was furious and then wilted like a punctured balloon. I don't know how to cook. It's not that I'm talking about you. Such a big man. But you don't even have the most basic ability to take care of yourself. Serves you right for not being able to find a boyfriend. Han Dong carried his hands behind his back and was as serious as an old cadre. Han Dongzi, you're looking for a cut, aren't you? Shin Shen-yun's eyebrows were crooked with anger. Liao Shuizhi's gaze roamed over the two people's faces, somewhat doubting his judgment. It didn't look like the two of them were having an ambiguous relationship. Alright, I'll cook it. Wu Yu looked at Han Dong in amusement. Your teacher Shin doesn't even know which way the kitchen door opens. Gu, you've lived with her for so many years. That's how hard it must be. It's equivalent to raising a daughter. Han Dong grinned. Shin Shen-yun was on the verge of crying in aggravation, but didn't know how to fight back. When she thought about it, in terms of life, it was indeed Wu Yu who took care of her a bit more. Come on baby, ignore him. I'm just happy to take care of you. No one cares. Wu Yu gently patted her shoulder. You're still good to me. Han Dongzi is a bad guy. Shin Shen-yun deflated her mouth. Han Dong wanted to retort, but Wu Yu glared at him. This ninny is thin-skinned. She'll really cry if you hit her a few more times. Han Dong smiled and said no more. Maybe the family is too favorable. From a young age is too well protected. Do not look at MS. Shin, usually a goddess model. In fact, in the heart of the living a small public, Han Dong used some dry grass as a primer to ignite the firewood and began to burn the stove. Wu Yu began to prepare the ingredients. Chop some green onions, tomatoes, beat a few eggs and stir it into egg paste. The action is very skillful. It seems to be an old hand. The two of them, one burning the fire and the other chopping the vegetables, divided the work and the picture was extremely harmonious. Liao Shuizhi and Shin Shen-yun wanted to help, but they didn't know where to start. The two of them had grown up in a pampered environment, with clothes on their backs and food in their mouths. It was indeed difficult for them to cook. Whose idea was it to come camping in the mountains? Han Dong couldn't help but ask. Me. Liao Shuizhi pointed to himself. If I don't come, how are you going to eat? I don't think you guys brought any stove or cookware. The three men look at me and I look at you. You didn't bring it? Wu Yu asked Liao Shueji. No. Liao Shueji scratched his head a little. I thought you guys would bring it. Oh, you invited us to camp and we had to bring a pot. Wu Yu gasped and laughed. Where are the ingredients? There are always ingredients, right? Shun Qianyun asked. Neither. Liao Shueji awkwardly gouged out 3 rooms on the floor. He hadn't brought anything that would fill him up, let alone ingredients. For a young lord, food is never beckoned to his mouth without thought. When he used to come out camping, it was always his fellow travelers who prepared the food, and he never worried about it. It's still Donzi who is reliable. Otherwise wouldn't we be starving? Shin Shenyun rolled her eyes. Didn't you just call Donzi a badass? Wu Yu smirked. This time and another time well. Shin Shenyun vibrant words. When I'm needed, Toko is dependable. And when I'm not, Toko is the big bad guy. Combined, I'm a tool man. Han Dong and his voice. Yes, it's a good position for yourself. The air smelled of joy. Liao Shueji was quite upset because he felt that he was the only one who was an outsider. Wu Yu's hands and feet were nimble, and she quickly made a pot of tomato and egg noodles and served 4 large bowls full. Liao Shueji moved the table and chairs under the canopy, and the 4 people ate 1 bowl each. Sister Wu Yu's handiwork is good. Han Dong took a bite and gave a thumbs up. That's for sure. My family Yu goes up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Whoever marries her will have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Shin Shenyun was indeed hungry. Her mouth was stuffed to the brim. Liao Shueji did not know how to answer, so he buried his head and ate bitterly. It's amazing how pasta, which you don't normally look at, can be so delicious when you're hungry. My craftsmanship is just that. You guys think it's delicious because you're too hungry. Wu Yu smiled in a cloudy manner. Don't be modest. Delicious is delicious. Not much to do with being hungry or not. Han Dong praised from the bottom of his heart. Eat more if you like it. Looking at Han Dong's wolfish appearance, Wu Yu guffawed. Liao Shueji concentrated on dealing with the food in front of him, not paying attention to Wu Yu's expression, which was clearly tender only between a dog and a man. A large bowl of noodles went down, and Han Dong burped contentedly. It was true that man is iron and rice is steel, and only when you are full will you have the strength to think about other things. Finally survived. My life is given by the noodles. Shin Shenyun rubbed her belly and sighed contentedly. After eating and drinking, Liao Shueji put down his chopsticks and walked to the side to make a phone call. You'll brush the pots and wash the dishes. Han Dong looked at Shin Shenyun. I won't. Shin Shenyun's voice was like a mosquito. It's better for me to wash it. Wu Yu smiled. No way. Han Dong slammed his face. You cook. I burn the fire. And the 2 of them will have to make good. They can't just eat and put down their dishes and leave. At home you are the young masters and young ladies, but not in my place. I didn't say I wouldn't wash it. I just said I wouldn't. Shin Shenyun was a bit aggravated. You can learn if you don't know how. You can even get a PhD. Something as simple as washing dishes is hard for you. Okay, I'll learn. You teach me what to do. Shin Shenyun crossed Han Dong's eyes. In the end I am the teacher, you are the teacher. I don't know if there is another student who dares to be so fierce with the teacher. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Dong turned around, Shin Shenyun waved her small fists at his back, baring her teeth in a vicious manner. Under Wu Yu's verbal guidance, Shin Shenyun quickly became familiar with the business. Han Dong was right. With such a smart brain, how could a simple job like washing dishes not be able to learn? It just depends on whether one wants to do it or not. First things first, I won't wash Liao Shueji's bowl. Shin Shenyun frowned. I'll wash it, haha. Wu Yu soothed the fried little hedgehog. Han Dong originally wanted to stop Wu Yu and let Liao Shueji wash himself, but then he thought that it was not necessary. Nominally, Wu Yu is after all Liao Shueji's girlfriend. The way people get along with each other, he has no right to ask. It was meant to be an outing, and to make the atmosphere stagnant over it would be embarrassing for Wu Yu. The 2 girls helped each other out, talked, and soon the aftermath was done. Shin Shenyun wasn't unhappy because she had dipped into the Yanchun water. Instead she was quite accomplished. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had done housework. Liao Shueji came back from the phone call and never mentioned anything about brushing the dishes. Mr. Liao's business is quite busy. Shin Shenyun glanced at him without sarcasm. Next time, please brush your own bowl. Come out to play and act like a young master. Take us as your housemaid? This is not a temporary emergency call. I'll brush everyone's bowls for the next meal. Okay? Liao Shueji smiled. A man's word is his word, and I will monitor you. It has to be. Chapter 53, Catching Fish with Your Hands. It was noon, and there was still a bit of heat in the air as the autumn tiger ravaged the land. There were already a number of young men and women changing into their bathing suits and going for a swim in the pool. Presumably disturbed, A large fish suddenly leapt out of the water and made a big wave. Woohoo! This fish is too fat. I'm afraid it's not 5 or 6 pounds. Shen Qianyun exclaimed. The water quality here is good. The fish must be delicious. Eater Wu Yu laughed. I'll go catch a few and have grilled fish at night. Han Dong smiled. You brought fishing gear? Liao Shuiji asked. Didn't bring it. There's no fishing gear. To catch it by hand. Ha? What? You can't grab it with your hands? Liao Shuiji nearly shut his mouth at the dislike. You think you are a polar bear when you catch fish with your bare hands? Liao Shuiji grunted. Han Dong didn't bother talking to him and went back to the tent to change into his swim trunks. When they came out, the two girls, Shen Qianyun and Wu Yu, felt their breathing instantly miss a few beats. 2 large pectoral muscles were high and bulging. 8 chocolate-like abdominal muscles were clearly visible. A beautiful muscle group was full of vigor. And the whole person was like an athletic panther, exuding the ultimate androgenic aura. Wu Yu had seen Han Dong's real body, and after brainstorming for a moment, she felt hot all over. This brat is killing people just by looking at his body alone, even if he doesn't have a mind. When Liao Shuiji saw the 2 big beauties staring at Han Dong's body in a nymphomaniacal manner, a strong jealousy welled up within him. He also wanted to shine, but he didn't have the muscles of others. Bastard. Obviously I saved the game. Pussy all let him pretend. There were quite a few young people in the camp, with girls making up half of them, and when Han Dong walked to the edge of the pool, he triggered a burst of screams. There were even a few bold girls who blew rogue whistles. Holy, that body, it's lustful. The beauty of these muscles is better than Ping Yuyen ever had. Come on, this guy is much more handsome than Ping Yuyen. Okay? Qian, aren't you craving for a racy encounter? This one will definitely make you scream. The girls pointed at Han Dong and were close to drooling. Shallow. Liao Shuiji snorted. Inside Shen Qianyun's heart, a sour feeling actually surged up. Humph, a vote of nymphomaniacs. Just know to look at the face to see the muscles. You guys don't know him. Han Dongzi is even better than what you see. What? Why am I thinking about this? It's none of my business if he's good or not. He's my student, and I'm just a little proud to be a teacher. That must be it. Wu Yu, however, was not as entangled as Shen Qianyun, and her mood could be adequately described in 2 words, stealing joy. That's all you can see, but sis has seen what you will never see. Han Dong did a few warm-up maneuvers at the water's edge, then made a fish leap and jumped into the pool. The posture was graceful, truly as smooth and silky as a big fish, and it didn't even splash any water. The water is so cool and refreshing that the summer heat disappears after entering the pool. Han Dong dived into the deep water. The pool was clear and tranquil. Even at this depth, he could still see everything around him. After the golden crow body quenching, his body was supported by the pure yang qi, and even without breathing, he was able to maintain his body's normal functions, and there was no problem at all if he stayed underwater for a few hours. Therefore, there was no difference between him and a fish. The fish were swimming gracefully at the bottom of the pool, not panicked at all by the arrival of the behemoth that was Han Dong. Probably because they rarely saw humans, they were not too scared. These fish were snow white in color and all of them were very fat. Han Dong had never seen this species, probably unique to the mountain pool. 2 rather large white fish swept past, and Han Dong struck out like lightning, grabbing them in an instant without even giving a single chance to react. When his companion was caught, the fish next to him then began to panic, scattering in all directions, and in a few moments there was no trace of them. Han Dong's legs stomped hard at the bottom of the pool and sprang out of the water like a rocket. Shen Qianyun and Wu Yu are waiting anxiously by the pool of water. This brat went into the water after no trace. Will not be out of something, right? Shen Qianyun looked at the time. Already more than 2 minutes. If not come up, can be life-threatening. Coldly, a figure suddenly leaped out of the water and laughed. We have our nightly rations. Carry on. With a flick of his hands, 2 large fish flew up to the bank and came alive in the rock pile. Each one must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Wow. Such a big fish. Shen Qianyun and Wu Yu were overjoyed and rushed up to control the 2 fish and put them into the bucket. I go. Handsome yo. Seeing that Han Dong had caught 2 big fish with his bare hands, the young people around him all came over. While talking, Han Dong dived under the water again, and a few moments later, he threw up 2 more big white fish. He was so fast that wherever the fish escaped, he was able to quickly catch up with them, and the capture was as easy as a bag of tricks. The fish weighed 7 or 8 pounds each, and 4 was enough for them to eat. Liao Shuiji was really shocked. If he was not in the deep mountains, he suspected that Han Dong had pre-prepared the tour. Catching such a big wild fish with his bare hands? Is this still a human being? Can little brother help us catch 2 of them too? I'll pay to buy them from you. Okay? A girl in a ruffled colored swimsuit said in a petulant voice. This girl was around 20 years old, quite wild looking. The whole thing was standing up, fresh as a spring shoot after the rain. The other female standing next to her was just as fair and just as pretty, just 4 or 5 years older and a bit more voluptuous, especially the 2 big avenues in front of her chest, as high as mountain peaks. She was looking at Han Dong, pursing her lips with a delicate smile, and her pair of watery peach blossom eyes looked like they could talk. Han Dong laughed and plunged into the water with a jerk, and after a few moments, he poked his head out from another place, flinging his hands and dumping 2 large white fish on the shore. Alive and well. First time meeting, it's kind of a gift for you. No money. Han Dong grinned at the lotus leaf girl. You're so nice, little brother. Thank you, thank you. The girl hurriedly squatted on the ground and went to catch the 2 fish. The plump girl blinked lightly and secretly gave Han Dong an autumn wave. Where is this goblin from again? Actually daring to seduce our Dongzi. Shin Xianyun looked on and huffed. Are you jealous? Will you let out a light laugh? Eat? Jealous? What kind of jealousy am I eating? Shin Xianyun was stunned. The young man's characterization is insufficient. I am a teacher. I have to help him keep an eye on him. Ha! Wu Yu laughed meaningfully. This goblin fierce is quite big. Shin Xianyun looked down at her double C, slightly inferior, turned back to look at Wu Yu's avenue. Yu Yuan, the organization sent you to suppress her. Where do I go? Where do I go? Wu Yu was taken aback. Go ahead and move up. Show her, try to win with your boobs. No way. Wu Yu wiped her cold sweat, thinking I thought you were asking me to Han Dong, and said casually, I'm not that boring. How can you call this boring? It's called protecting the food. You know, Dongzi was brought out by us. If another goblin snatches it, how can you and I lose face? Go nurse if you want to. I have a guy. You mean Mr. Liao? Shin Xianyun squinted at Liao Shuizhi, who was hiding under the canopy to take a cool breath, and couldn't help but skim his mouth. I used to think that he's not bad, but now when you compare him with Dongzi, it's just an embroidered pillow. You might as well stomp him off and make a little daughter-in-law for Dongzi. Go, 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 don't mess around here. Wu Yu's pretty face reddened. If you think Dongzi is good, go be a daughter-in-law for him yourself. That won't do, Shin Qianyun muttered. After all, there is a difference between teacher and student, and there is a difference in seniority in between. Ch. Yang and Xiaolongnu are fine. What are you guys? Besides, the big deal is to resign. It's not like you have to be a teacher. Shin Qianyun was silent, resting her hands on her cheeks, looking at Han Dong who was freely traveling in the water like a big fish, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 54, The smell of rapture fills the air. At this time Han Dong touched up a few more big fish from the water and flung them ashore, drawing a good fight for them, and the air was filled with the smell of pleasure. Seeing Han Dong playing so happily in the water, the men and women in the campground changed into swimsuits and entered the pool to frolic. Seeing that big ferocious goblin swimming around Han Dong, Shin Qianyun winked at Wu Yu. You, let's go down as well. On the surface, Wu Yu was light-hearted, but in reality, she was also very concerned about Han Dong. How could she allow another beautiful woman to hook up with the playmate she brought along? Decisively following Shin Qianyun, he went back to the tent to change into his swimsuit. It should be said that whether it was their looks, body shape, or temperament, Shin Qianyun and Wu Yu were the only ones among the campground girls. Despite the fact that the 2 of them wore conservative swimsuits, when they came to the shore, they still attracted the attention of the majority of men. In terms of looks alone, only the pair of sisters just now could compete. Shin Qianyun and Wu Yu were both expert swimmers and quickly swam to Han Dong's side, weaving around him like 2 fish, intentionally or unintentionally chasing away the little goblins that tried to pounce on them. To be honest, Han Dong enjoyed the scenes of beautiful women fighting over him, which greatly satisfied his vanity as a man. Thinking back to a month ago, he was still a poor sculptor who could not pick up any girls. Who would have thought that a month later, he would actually become the meat of the Tang monk that even a top-level demon like Shin Qianyun Wu Yu coveted? Thanks to the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor, his destiny was fundamentally changed. Han Dong was born in the countryside. There is a big river behind his home. Since childhood, he has been soaking in the water. The water is excellent. After cultivating immortality, the control of the body has been upgraded by a few grades, and there is a pure yang qi to protect the body. There is no difference between a fish and a fish in the water. See him in the water and Han Wu, 2 women in the water together swimming, such as 3 free fish, smooth and silky, posture elegant and beautiful, attracting the surrounding people to watch and admire with their eyes. Pink arms and legs, occasionally skin to skin. All 3 parties are mindful of the ambiguity, enjoying the dark poke. Liao Shuizhi watched these 3 people lovebirds playing in the water from the shore. The picture so harmonious that he was so angry that his face looked like a freshly boiled pig's liver. Damn it, playing 1 dragon 2 wins in front of me. Think I'm a vegetarian? He would like to go down to stir up some trouble, but the swimming skills are average. Even if he goes down to the water will be mostly ugly. Can only put down this resentment, patiently waiting for the right time. Happy times are always short, and before you know it the sun is setting and night is falling. Han Dong started a campfire, and the young people camping nearby gathered around, each bringing their own chairs and sitting around the campfire in hot conversation. Dongzi, quite well prepared. Shin Shenyun came over and pushed Han Dong with her shoulder. You guys yelled about camping and you didn't bring anything. It's not as good as me, an outsider. Han Dong could not help but spit. You're not an outsider. Shin Xianyun gave Liao Shuiji a sidelong glance. He's the outsider. Sister Wu Yu doesn't think so. Yu Yu doesn't treat him well either. Shin Xianyun spat. The family marriage. She just can't help it. With the help of the two women, Han Dong began to roast the fish. As the saying goes, the poor man's child is an early starter. Han Dong not only knows how to cook, his cooking skills are quite good. However, this technique of grilling fish was not something he learned from his own adults at home, but something he figured out on his own while playing wildly in the wilderness since he was a child. He did not smoke the fire on the grill, but after hollowing out the fish belly, he put salt, onion, ginger, garlic, coriander, pepper, chili pepper and other flavorful seasonings in it, wrapped it up with lotus leaves and buried it in the sandy soil. Then burn a fire underneath and roast the sand. After about 40 minutes, when the flames burned out, the fish was dug out, and a strong aroma suddenly drifted along the night wind throughout the campground. The crowd's appetite. Teacher Shin, come and taste it. Han Dong laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Shin Shenyun smiled with her eyebrows raised. After peeling off the lotus leaf, the whole fish is open. Han Dong cut a piece of fish meat and handed it to Shin Shenyun. The fish meat is tender and fragrant, melting in the mouth, and the flavor of the seasoning is completely immersed, so it is really even swallowed by the tongue. Whoa. This is the most delicious grilled fish I've ever eaten in my life. It's just too delicious. Shin Xianyun's eyebrows were practically flying. This fish is divided between you and Sister Wu Yu. You guys eat first. Yes. Shin Xianyun nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and took that grilled fish in the first place. The two men took their plates to the table and ate, and Wu Yu raved about it. Han Dong grilled the other 3 fish as he had done and served them on the table. In passing, he took out 2 bottles of red wine from the spirit market ring and poured 4 glasses. Wow, Dongzi, you're too good at this. Actually even have red wine? Shin Xianyun couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. It's good to come out and have fun. Han Dong smiled. Liao Shuiji's face was ugly. Obviously he's older and more socially experienced. So how is he acting like a retard in front of this little kid? It's actually still chilled. What's going on here? Wu Yu picked up the wine glass and it was cold to the touch. I installed the car refrigerator. Han Dong made up his mind. In fact, it was the storage space within the spirit ruin ring where the temperature was completely controlled by his will. Chilling red wine was just a snap of the fingers. Shin Shenyun took a sip of red wine, looked at the not-too-distant Pied Piper-like waterfall, and marveled. Wow, with such a beautiful view and such a night, drinking chilled red wine, and eating delicious grilled fish, I surprisingly feel very happy. You, is it because I'm not pursuing anymore? Or is this moment too good? It must be that you're not pursuing it. Wu Yu smiled cheekily. No, it's that this moment is too good. Shin Shenyun raised her wine glass and yelled. Shredded. The atmosphere was quite wonderful as the 4 of them raised their glasses and drank. Liao Shuiji looked at the 2 girls with a pair of wonderful eyes. From time to time in Han Dong body flow, even more than a glance at him owed. In his heart, the boss is not a good taste. He had originally thought to take the opportunity of this camping trip to secretly take Shin Shenyun in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that a piggy bank would come out in the middle of the trip and disrupt all of his visions? This is great. Not to mention taking Shin Shenyun, even Wu Yu's heart will be stolen. It's a real loss. It's so nice to be full and slightly tipsy. Han Dong took down a folk guitar from the trunk, sat down by the campfire, and began to play and sing to himself. The mountain breeze was great, the waterfalls were great, and the beautiful women were damn good. So good that you wanted to sing at the top of your lungs. After a tinkling prelude as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring, Han Dong opened his mouth and sang. Once I dreamed of walking the world with a sword. See the world in all its splendor. Young hearts are always a little wild. And now you're all over the world. The girl who broke your heart. Now it's gone quiet. Sue song Once Upon a Time. Although it is an old song, but in Han Dong's interpretation, surprisingly added a belong to the contemporary young people's romance and vitality. High school 3 years, he has no other hobbies. In addition to studying hard, every day to take a little time to run to the playground to practice the guitar, follow the network video teaching, actually also practiced in a decent manner, at least can be skillfully played and sung dozens of tunes. He is not a professional vocal studies, but born with a good voice, coupled with a unique life experience, actually put the song out of a different flavor, soaring slightly with a few vicissitudes of life. Under the catchy, long aftertaste, poetic, evening breeze, waterfalls, campfires, guitars, oldies. Looking at Han Dong's glowing face reflected by the firelight, Shin Shenyun felt that her young girl's heart, which had been sleeping for many years, had awakened. Already slightly intoxicated, he was now somewhat more intoxicated. Beside her, Wu Yu's eyes were mesmerized, equally compelled. The sound of the piano, the singing, is indeed so fitting on a night like this. The young men around them, too, were infected. So when Han Dong finished Free as the Wind and started singing The Road to Ordinary, it quickly set off a full house chorus. I used to cross mountains and seas, and through the crowds, everything I've ever had, it's all gone in a puff of smoke. I was lost and disappointed, lose all direction, until you see that mediocrity is the only answer. The song went through the whole valley, penetrated the clouds, and resounded between heaven and earth. From a bird's eye view from the sky, a small campfire breeds boundless ambition. Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu were intoxicated, the Lotus Leaf sisters were intoxicated, and all the young girls by the bonfire were intoxicated by this night, this song. Some even danced around the bonfire. The scene was so poetic and picturesque that every young man in it was in the picture. Chapter 55, Strange Young Man. Liao Shueji looked at the star-studded Han Dong and felt that this kid was like a superstar, and for the first time in his life, he himself had an inferiority complex towards another young man. No, it's not. I come from a distinguished family, born with a golden key, graduated with a doctorate from one of the world's most prestigious universities, and my looks and demeanor are top-notch, so how could I possibly lose out to a hairy young man? He thought about it for a long time and a word came to him: competitive advantage bias. For example, in terms of musicality, he plays the piano, and he plays it very well, but this is the mountains, so you can't bring a piano here, can you? Playing the guitar and playing the piano are definitely not at the same level in terms of technical difficulty or artistic content, but in this kind of place, knowing how to play the guitar becomes an advantage instead, because the guitar can be carried around, but also suitable for camping campfires such an atmosphere. Also, Han Dong can catch fish with his bare hands. What kind of skill is that? It's just a skill for a mountain villager to make a living. It's not comparable to him, a finance graduate. If we were to compete on how to make money, Liao Shueji believes he would kill Han Dong, but in the middle of nowhere, he had no place to show his ability, and Han Dong was able to get a bunch of nymphomaniacs in love with his ability to catch fish with his bare hands. As soon as we get back to the city, Han Dong can't even see my taillights. Liao Shueji came to this conclusion. Originally, he only needed to endure for a while, and when he returned to the metropolis, he would be able to turn Han Dong into dregs in seconds. However, with Liao Shueji's vindictive personality, he simply couldn't wait. It's good to be young. A sigh escaped his side. Liao Shueji followed the sound and looked over, only to see a young man with a duffel bag on his back, sitting on a rock not far away, staring at the campfire. Looking at his age and dress, he was mostly a college student out on a trip. It felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but Liao Shueji was in an irritable mood and was too lazy to use his brain to recall. Without hitting on him, Liao Shueji turned around and went back to his tent to plot something. After the bonfire party, Han Dong turned on the projector and started playing the movie. Some of the donkeys went back to their tents early to rest because they were tired, but some of the young people still gathered together to drink beer and chat about the big day and watch an open-air movie. It was a French road comedy movie called A Bad Road, which took a light-hearted route and was so dense with laughs that the campsite gave out a burst of knowing coos of laughter every now and then. Han Dong also spotted the college student sitting in the back, and seeing that he was alone and far away from the crowd, he walked over and said hello. Hi there. Hello. The young man spread a smile and looked friendly. I haven't seen you during the day, but at night? Yeah. Why are you so far away from the crowd? Since we're traveling, let's have a good time together. It's better not to disturb everyone. It's nice to just watch a movie by myself. A hint of despondency crept into the corner of the young man's brow. I don't think I've seen a movie in a long time. Okay, take your time to enjoy it then. Han Dong returned to the campfire, and Shin Shenyun peeled a bunch of melons for him and naturally handed them to him. Where did it go? Familiarly spitting out 2 slices of melon rind, Shin Shenyun softly asked. There's a buddy over there who's pretty lonely by himself, and I was going to invite him over to join me, but he seems to be enjoying that state of affairs. Where is someone? Just over there. Han Dong pointed with his hand, then froze for a moment. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow on that boulder. He was just here, but he's gone so soon? Are you saying that there are people in that place? Shin Shenyun said doubtfully. Yeah, I was just talking to him. But, we didn't see it. Moon, did you see it? No. Woody Moon said with certainty. Han Dong seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly. No longer dwelling on the issue. The two beauties were so caught up in the hilarious plot of the movie that they laughed so hard they quickly forgot about it. At this time, the girl who asked Han Dong for fish at noon quietly came over and greeted him with a smile. Hi, hi. Han Dong waved his hand. The girl had a mori dress and a self-made garland on her head, and the campfire had reddened her face, so beautiful that she looked like an elf in the mountains and forests. My sister. She wants to add your WeChat. Is it okay? There was light flashing in the girl's beautiful big eyes. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Han Dong couldn't help but smile as he looked at the big fierce sister not far away who was acting as if nothing had happened. These two sisters. The sister looks very open. In fact, just sultry. The younger sister looks very pure. In fact, a bit of social cattle potential. No problem. Han Dong took out his cell phone and the two added WeChat to each other. Thanks. The girl smiled sweetly, then ran back with small steps and handed the cell phone back to her sister. Han Dong looked at his cell phone, and the big-breasted sister's WeChat nickname was Deman. What was the meaning of this? As far as he knew, there was only a small fullness in the 24 solar terms, but not a large fullness. Describe yourself as big and full of ferocity? I'll be damned. This is too Versailles. A movie plays and the night is late. The donkeys scattered, and Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu yawned, obviously sleepy. Dongzi, where will you sleep tonight? Shin Shenyun blinked. Definitely sleep with you guys. Han Dong was serious. 2A. You're looking for a cut, right? Go sleep in Liao Shueji's tent. Shin Shenyun bared her teeth in a vicious manner. Cuckoo cuckoo cuckoo. Wu Yu laughed petulantly. I'm not in the habit of sleeping with men. Han Dong stalked his neck. Gee whiz. You're still sleeping with several men in your school dorm room. Don't pretend. They're boys, not men. Han Dong perked up. Men in society are complicated. Who knows if they have bad intentions? Go sleep wherever you like. Don't try to enter our tent anyway. I'll beat you up if you dare to be a hooligan. Shin Shenyun waved her pink fist and gave him a threatening look. Then she pulled Wu Yu into the tent and even locked the zipper inside. Han Dong laughed and did not continue to tease her. The empty mountains are silent. The water is murmuring. Why not enjoy such a good night? Getting into the Liao Shueji tent was out of the question. He really disliked the man. It wasn't because he was Sister Wu Yu's nominal mail ticket. The key was that the bastard always gave off the feeling of an old silver coin. He picked out a hammock from the spirit ruin ring, tied it in the middle of two trees, and with a long leap, he lay down in it, swaying and looking up at the night sky dotted with stars. Not more cozy than sleeping in a tent? As for the night wind and cold dew, and even the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the mountain forest, to the body-hardening stage of the immortal cultivator, there is no half-threat. About half an hour's work, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Open it. It was a Weibo message from Wu Yu. May Moonlight, your family's Mr. Shin huffed and puffed. Tokyo, is that an invitation to sleep in the tent? Smiley face. May Moonlight, sister is just afraid that you'll freeze outside, so don't mess around. Han Dong recalled the online segment that girls are afraid of you messing around, but they are more afraid of you not messing around. Miss Wu Yu quietly invites him to sleep in the tent. That's a little too much information, especially since her nominal male partner, Mr. Liao, was in the tent right next to her. No matter how you think about it, it's kind of exciting. Originally, he was a bit of moral cleanliness, digging people as corners of things, do not bother to do. But Liao Shueji, this old silver coin, the long for shoe, keep the bowl and look at the pot. Actually to Mr. Shen malicious intentions, then there is nothing to be polite. Han Dong exited the WeChat chat interface, jumped down from the hammock, and quietly burrowed into his tent. Wu Yu had long since unzipped the zipper inside, and the Fortress of Revolution was indeed easiest to breach from the inside. After entering the tent, with his excellent night vision, Han Dong immediately recognized where Wu Yu and Shin Xianyun were. Like a loach, he giggled and burrowed into Wu Yu's comforter. Han Dong lightly relaxed his ape arm and encircled her waist, and both of them could hear each other's violent heartbeats. Thud. Thud. Chapter 56, I'm not a random person. Wu Yu symbolically pushed back twice, then did not move, turning back to her. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly and she made a nasty gesture. Han Dong smoothly kissed her cherry lips. The night of the valley. All the music is silent. Occasionally there are a few bird cries. More quiet. Inside the tent, it was warm as spring. Everything is just right. However, Han Dong's body of pure yang had not yet come to full fruition, so he could not break the color precept. However, as long as the final bottom line was kept in mind, anything else that could be done could be done. It's not real, but but it's good enough for the soul. Shin Qianyun had indeed been asleep, but was awakened by a strange sound beside her. At first, she was still a bit confused, but after she woke up a bit, she immediately understood what was going on. Damn it, Liao Shueji is too beastly. Right, Auntie is still in the tent, and then get in to do something? She didn't even think about Han Dong. Out of her understanding of her best friend, she felt that Wu Yu couldn't have gotten together with Han Dong so quickly. The two had only met for the second time. Okay? At the same time, she also wondered when Wu Yu and Liao Shueji had developed to this point. As far as she knew, Wu Yu hadn't had an intimate relationship with the surname Liao before. Thinking about it, there was no excuse. Two people had been dating for a year, and it was only a matter of time before they had to get married in the future. Maybe tonight the atmosphere is good. The two people just go with the flow and make it a good thing. If you want to screw, go to Liao Shueji's tent and screw around me. Shin Qianyun wanted to get up and go out, but if he did so, everyone would die instantly socially. After much thought, he decided to continue pretending to be asleep. Nuts. It seems like it's time to find a male partner earlier. This is killing me. Shin Qianyun wrapped the quilt. Liao Shueji wasn't asleep either. He kept his ears perked up to listen to the movements outside, and when Wu Yu and the girl's tent came out with a woozy sound, he heard it too. Shin Qianyun. This, pretending to be serious in front of me. I didn't realize that I have long been screwing with that Yakuza Han Dong. Liao Shueji viciously pounded the mattress, his eyes covered with scarlet blood, when he thought of Shin Qianyun's delicate body, goat's milk-like skin, and stunning beauty. His heart felt like it was clogged with a large cotton condom, sour and disgusting. He also didn't even think about Wu Yu. After all, he was preconceived and started to think that Han Dong and Shin Qianyun had something fishy going on. After a long time, Han Dong was satisfied and quietly drilled out of the tent. Shin Qianyun then breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. This is too torturous. Next time Liao Shueji the dead beast dares to drill in, Auntie absolutely smashed his dog head. After the cursed Han beast burrowed out of the tent, he returned to his hammock and flossed his teeth contentedly. It's true that the slightly chubby ones are the goddesses. Ms. Wu Yu is so fresh and beautiful. I can't stop looking at her. This wave earns hemp. As he was reminiscing, his cell phone vibrated again. When I opened it, it was actually a Weibo message from Big Fierce Sister. Daiman, are you asleep? Donzi, no. Something wrong? Daiman, a mouse seems to have gotten in the tent. Can you help me catch it? Donzi, sure. Which tent are you staying in? Daiman, the white-topped one next to the pool, under a big tree. Toko, okay, I'll be right there. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong raised his eyes and looked over. There was indeed a white-topped tent at that location, which stood out in the night. He jumped out of the hammock and paced over to it in faith. Still several meters away, when the big mean sister unzipped it from the inside and opened the door wide for him, Han Dong took off his shoes and bent down to get in. The tent was quite spacious and filled with the distinctive scent of a woman's body. While my sister was awake, my sister was asleep on the other side of the room, cuddled up under the covers. Where are the rats? Han Dong asked in a low voice. Sister Big Mean pulled the chain on smoothly and laughed softly. Aren't you? What do you mean? I'm about to get married and the groom is someone I really hate, but for some reason I have to marry him. So, before that, I'd like to have a nice night. If you don't mind. I mind. The Big Fierce Sister was stunned. She did not expect to be rejected in person. Could it be that she is not charismatic enough? Are you minding my pending marriage status? No, mainly because we are not yet familiar, Han Dong said blandly. For me, things between men and women should be gradual, and it's best if everything goes as it should. Maybe you think that all men in the world are the same, and don't take advantage when they have a bargain. But I am not that kind of person. Han Dong was so serious and righteous that he almost believed even himself when he said it. In fact, bad men do all the things he wants to do. The warning of his benefactor, like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, kept him awake at all times. Just now when Wu Yu Miss Sister tussle entangled, it is close to rubbing the gun away. If with this first-class figure sister tussle again, he does not know whether he can top. It was only about 20 days away from the day when the pure yang body had achieved great success, so we couldn't let the greed for a moment's pleasure cause us to give up our previous achievements. Everything he has today is based on his strength as a cultivator. This shows how important it is for a man to engage in a career. Cultivation was his greatest endeavor, his capital to move across the world, and he could never give up halfway because of anything. It's just that, facing a ceiling-level stunning color like Big Fierce Sister, it's really painful to reject it. Han Dong was serious on the surface, but inwardly his eyes were wowed with tears. I'm sorry, is rate up. Sister Fierce's eyes reddened. This feeling of being rejected in person sucks. In reality, she wasn't frivolous. It's just that she's so bottled up inside that she wants to be a badass before she gets married. Such a nice night. Such a nice mountain breeze. Such a handsome little brother. The atmosphere had baked up to here before she made up her mind to let herself go a little. However, people's little brothers don't want to. The big mean sister awkwardly stubbed her toe on the floor to make out 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms. No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Han Dong's voice softened. Please believe me. I'm not actually a random person. Big fierce sister had tears in her eyes. You've taken the initiative. Who'd believe you if you told people you're a serious silver? You're not a casual person. You're not a casual person? I believe. Han Dong nodded. The big mean sister's eyes went wide. Do you really believe that? Yes, I believe. Han Dong came forward and hugged her. His right hand gently patted her back a few times. You are beautiful and good. No matter what happens, don't belittle yourself. Alas, let's keep a wave of fish first. Whether or not we have such a great opportunity in the future. The big fierce sister hugged his majestic body and wailed in tears. It was as if endless grievances poured out with the tears. Han Dong just held her quietly and let her vent her emotions. Ryoko. Sister Fierce left his embrace and blushed. I'm sorry. I got your clothes all wet from crying. It's okay. Do you feel better now? Han Dong looked at her with a smile. Much better. And those annoyances, they don't seem like a big deal. Yes, people live their lives. And there is no big deal except life and death. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. But Big Fierce Sister spread her face and smiled. Pearly and beautiful. Get an early night. Good night. Han Dong hurriedly said goodbye. If he stayed any longer, if he couldn't help it, something big would happen. Thanks. Good night. Han Dong's gaze swept the sleeping sister intentionally or unintentionally. His 5 senses and 6 senses were far beyond normal people, so he knew that the girl was not sleeping at all. In fact, when he was tussling with Wu Yu, he knew that Ms. Shen was also pretending to be asleep. Oh, women! He drew up short and burrowed out of the tent, striding away, looking at his untamed and upright back. Big Fierce Sister's eyes were mesmerized and her heart was beating irregularly like a deer in headlights. If before it was just about having a beautiful night with this handsome little brother, this was the moment she felt her DNA move. Crap. It's liked him. The sister who was pretending to sleep on the side, the corner of her mouth slightly curved up, a faint smile, as serene and beautiful as an angel. She knew what was on her sister's mind, and while she didn't approve of her acting so rashly, she acquiesced and went to bed early under the covers just to create an opportunity for her. Unexpectedly, that handsome little brother actually refused. She felt sincere admiration for Han Dong. Sister's figure and appearance were absolutely first class. Such a good time. In the face of such extreme temptation, he was actually able to hold on to his principles. Who says all handsome men are scum? You rough cum, see if this girl won't beat you to death. It's a pity that I didn't ask him for his contact information. It's a pity to miss a boy like this. Even if we were just friends, it would have been worth it. My sister locked the zipper, sighed, and slowly lay back down. The sisters had their backs to each other, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 57, Drawing the Knife. Han Dong thought that God didn't know, but he didn't know that Liao Shueji had been spying on him. Watching him enter that white tent with his own eyes, Liao Shueji's insides were gnawed by jealousy, twisting even his soul. He was an old sex maniac. He had noticed that pair of sisters from the daytime, and in terms of looks, they were no less beautiful than Xin Xianyun and Wu Yu. He also specifically noticed that they entered that white tent, fantasizing that it would be great if a beautiful story could happen. Unexpectedly, Han Dong, this dog Beep, actually turned his fantasy into reality. After screwing Xin Xianyun is not enough, this bastard actually drilled someone else's tent and slept with that pair of sisters. How the hell did that happen? He deserves to die. If this person was allowed to live in the world, Liao Shueji felt that he would shorten his life by 10 years. Unconsciously, the heart has moved to kill. Han Dong did not bother to care what Liao Shueji thought and returned to the hammock to rest with his eyes closed. Sleep knows no age. And soon, Fish Belly White appeared in the east. Han Dong felt some itchiness in his nostrils and couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Han Dong opened his eyes and saw Xin Xianyun holding a dog's tail grass and smilingly was teasing inside his nostrils. Wu Yu stood behind her covering her mouth and snickering. Why is Ms. Xin so naughty? Han Dong leaped up, grabbed Xin Xianyun's arm, and racked it back, easily controlling her. Ugh! Han Dongzi, let go of me. Xin Xianyun's hands were racked behind her back, like a little hen that had its wings seized. No release. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up? Unbelievable. You brat. Against you. Xin Xianyun's face flushed red. You, slash him for me. Alright, stop it. Wu Yu grabbed Han Dong's arm with one hand and gently shook it. We're going to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise. The two men locked eyes, both seeing the tenderness in each other's eyes that belonged solely to dog men and women. Han Dong smiled and lifted the sanctions on Shin Shenyun. Hey, why do you listen to Moon and not me? I'm your teacher, okay? You've got to act like a teacher. 2. What's wrong with the way I look? Doesn't it look good? Han Dong. Liao Shueji looked at Han Dong and Shin Shenyun from afar as they laughed and fooled around, like a couple in hot love. Inwardly, he became more and more determined in his plan. Several people put on their duffel bags and changed into hiking shoes and climbed up the green stone steps. In the middle of the road, I actually met the two sisters in the white tent, who were sitting on the rocks by the side of the road, resting. It seems that they are also going to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise. The only incongruity was that there was a young man in his 30s standing next to him, with a big body and a fierce-looking face. It was looking down and saying something to his sister. Han Dong's ears were superb, and although the man's voice was low, he still heard it clearly. This hearing was instantly angry. I thought they were friends who knew each other, but I didn't expect the man to say something like, "Miss, you have a beautiful body. How about making a friend?" Sister didn't bother with him. The man continued, "It's not safe inside the mountains, and I'm strong enough to carry your things and protect you. No need. We can do it ourselves," my sister said with a frown. "Don't give a damn face." The burly young man obviously didn't have much patience. "I see you. It's your honor. Do not give face, believe me, first rape and then kill?" He looked so menacing that the sisters were obviously a little scared and moved closer to each other. Han Dong walked up quickly and said coldly, "What did you just say? Say it again. Who the hell are you? Minding your own business. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed?" The youth stared at Han Dong with a ferocious glare. Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu didn't know what was happening and almost spoke in unison. What's going on here? They did not have the ear power like Han Dong and could not hear the asshole words spoken by the vicious man. That goes without saying. He fell in love with that pair of sisters and wanted to save the beauty of the hero. Liao Shueji was conspiratorial. Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu ignored him and hurriedly followed. Han Dong laughed, a slightly mocking sort of laugh. "Don't just shoot your mouth off. I want to see how you can get me killed." The vicious man suddenly pulled out a knife from his pocket and laughed. "Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just this?" The smile on Han Dong's lips deepened. "Chu Nimrod, looking for death." The vicious man really couldn't stand that mocking expression of his, and with a sudden thrust, he stabbed towards Han Dong's chest and abdomen. "Ah!" Shen Qianyun, Wu Yu, and the pair of sisters let out exclamations of shock almost at the same time. Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to stab his clothes, Han Dong stretched out his index and middle fingers and casually clamped the blade. "Fingers are not wanted, you." The vicious man viciously, backhandedly lifted and tried to cut off Han Dong's fingers. I didn't realize that the knife wouldn't budge. He did not believe in evil, continued to increase the force, and finally even the strength of his milk was used. But he did not expect that Han Dong's two fingers were like bronze cast iron, and could not be shaken no matter what. It's so evil. In Liao Shueji's eyes, he felt that the vicious man looked like he was acting with Han Dong. Too fake. Such a big man. Even Han Dong's two fingers cannot break? Think he is Lu Xiaofeng ah? The pair of sisters also felt surprised and stared at the scene with big, beautiful, puzzled eyes. Wu Yu knew that Han Dong was a martial arts master, but after all, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she also felt very shocked. Only Shin Qianyun was more calm. After all, she had seen Han Dong sweeping away Snake and other punks in a heroic manner. This guy in front of her was definitely making a fool of himself. So she hugged her bladder and watched the show from the sidelines. "Pa!" With his idle hand, Han Dong flung his hand and gave the vicious man a big slap on the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The vicious man cursed offhandedly. Slap. Another backhanded slap. My day. Pop. Nima. Slap. 2 slaps in quick succession. Although he did not use martial arts, with Han Dong's strength, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Put. Taking another blow, the vicious man opened his mouth and spat out 2 teeth in a bloody mess. Looking again at his right and left cheeks, they were swollen to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. After a moment of dizziness, the pain pierced through his bones, and the vicious man no longer dared to spit finfong in his mouth. He withdrew his hand and covered his cheek, looking at Han Dong in horror. Then he saw a scene that frightened him even more. Han Dong's fingers exerted a little force, and the knife was clipped off a section, then exerted force, and then broke a section, and so on and so forth, and in an instant, the knife, which was more than 20 centimeters long, was clipped into a pile of scrap iron pieces. Fake. It's so fake. It must be a prop bought online to cheat people. Liao Shueji contemptuously skimmed his mouth, inwardly becoming more and more certain that this man was a prop hired by Han Dong. Only the vicious man knew that his knife was a sharp one forged from fine steel, so his expression was like he had seen a ghost. and he subconsciously took several steps backward. This Wolverine, right? How can a human finger have that much power? Shin Xianyun and Wu Yu looked at each other with a great deal of astonishment in their eyes. Han Dong's force value was far beyond their expectations. The pair of sisters' beautiful big eyes were wide open, their cherry lips slightly parted, and their little expressions were almost identical. Aren't you going to get me killed? Go on. Han Dong took 2 steps forward. You, don't come over. The vicious man panicked and retreated back, did not expect his feet to step on the air. A heel and tumbled over, and then rolled down the steps. Everyone watched him all the way down screaming miserably, and rolled dozens of steps in a row. But fortunately, there is a big tree at the corner, blocking the way, or he will have to roll all the way down the mountain. The bastard touched his head and broke several bones, lying under the tree and grunting. Well, he won't fall to his death, right? Shin Shenyun was slightly worried. I can't die, but I won't be able to climb up for at least half a year. Han Dong smiled. Liao Shueji lifted the phone and looked at Han Dong playfully. I've already called the police, thinking to myself that your trick is going to come undone soon. Let's see how you handle it. Well done. Let the police handle it. This guy threatened and intimidated the woman and attempted to injure her with a knife. If he has a previous conviction, he should be in jail for a few years anyways, Han Dong said indifferently. Hey, Liao Shueji gave Han Dong a suspicious look. Why was it different from what was expected? Chapter 58 Pipio's Revenge. Are you guys alright? Han Dong looked at the pair of sisters and asked with a smile. No, it's fine. Sister remembered last night's experience and hung her head low, not daring to look Han Dong in the eyes. Even the color of the neck is red. I'm so grateful for the gift of the fish yesterday, and for saving us once again today. The sister was quite generous. It's just a favor. Don't be polite. Han Dong said. Why don't you guys follow us up? We'll travel in pairs so that we don't have to make any more loose ends. Okay, thanks a lot. The sisters obviously thought this was an excellent idea. Whatever happened to that guy? Shin Shenyun pointed at the vicious man at the bottom of the steps. The rescue team from the foot of the mountain will be here soon, and they'll briefly treat the injuries and hand them over to the police. Of course, you can stay here and watch him if you are not assured. Han Dong looked at her playfully. Go go go. I'm uneasy as hell. Shin Xianyun gave him a sanitary eye. The group continued to climb upwards, and the pair of sisters intentionally or unintentionally kept their distance from Han Dong, too embarrassed to get too close to him. The mountain was not low in elevation, and it took them an hour of work to reach the top. There is a small platform at the top of the hill with strange rocks and lush trees around it. To the east are the cliffs, and from the heights, you can see the sky in a reddish haze, and see the sunrise coming up. Sunrise, sunrise, sunrise. A few girls jumped for joy and raised their cell phones ready to record. Han Dong stood on the edge of the cliff. His footsteps were not ding-dong. His hands set up a strange nodding seal, and he began to utilize the Golden Crow true scripture. What is he doing? Wu Yu couldn't help but ask when she saw that Han Dong's posture was different. It should be practicing. I've seen it before. Shin Xianyun said. Then let's go to the other side and leave him alone. Okay, yeah. Wu Yu pulled Shin Xianyun and walked to the other side. The pair of sisters naturally stayed as far away from Han Dong as possible, so Liao Shueji was the only one left around. Liao Shueji looked at Han Dong, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, and inwardly rejoiced. Even God is helping me. It hadn't occurred to me how to trick him into this position and stump the others, but I didn't realize how easily the opportunity fell into sight. Liao Shueji quietly came up and flew up to kick him off the cliff, but he did not expect to lose Han Dong's trail with a flash in front of his eyes. He exerted too much force and hurriedly came to a sharp break to avoid the tragedy of falling off the cliff himself. Where did the person go? Liao Shueji suspiciously looked around, found no trace of Han Dong, muttered to himself, could it be that has fallen? He cautiously stepped over the edge of the cliff and probed down. At that moment, a figure floated over from the woods, stretched out his hands, and pushed hard behind Liao Shueji. Liao Shueji only felt a strong force coming from him. His whole body was knocked out. He was scared out of his wits, letting out a shrill scream, and fell down the cliff in a free fall. The silhouette followed and jumped. Han Dong then turned out from behind a large tree and came to the edge of the cliff, frowning in thought. He then climbed downward along a mountain vine, moving with agility and speed, truly like an ape, and soon disappeared into the white mist below the cliff. All four girls heard the screams and hurriedly gathered towards the side of the cliff, but they did not see the figures of Liao Shueji and Han Dong. Where did they go? Wu Yu wondered. Where's Dongzi? Why has Dongzi disappeared? Shin Shenyun did not care about Liao Shueji. She cared more about Han Dong. The elder sister in that pair of sisterly flowers frowned slightly. That miserable scream heard just now. Could it be? Her eyes couldn't help but look over the cliff. No, this is impossible. Shin Xianyun shook her head, instinctively refusing to believe it. Just now, should be Liao Shueji's voice. Wu Yu was more familiar with Liao Shueji after all. What about Dongzi? Why has he disappeared as well? Shen Shenyun was really starting to panic. The platform isn't big. Let's find it again, my sister suggested. Although it was said that she was somewhat deliberately avoiding Han Dong just because she didn't know how to face him, there must still be a good feeling towards him as a person. Otherwise, how could my sister be willing to spend a good night with him? Good. The remaining three readily agreed. So the four split into two groups and searched along the edge of the platform. Han Dong leaped and jumped down on the cliffs with the agility of an ape. And in a moment's time, he descended to the bottom of the valley. Liao Shueji was lying on a pile of rocks, motionless, covered in blood. The death was quite tragic. There is not a single chance of survival from a fall from such a high cliff. A long figure stood beside him. Baseball cap, duffel bag, a casual outfit. Seeing Han Dong coming over, he grinned. Coming? Han Dong nodded. This person he knew. The young man who sat alone in a group during the outdoor movie last night. The same person who had just pushed Liao Shueji off the cliff. Or rather, couldn't be called a person. Han Dong opened his spiritual eyes and scrutinized the youth's body, which was, in fact, a dense mass of black gas. You must be wondering why I killed him, the young man said blandly. The reason is simple. I just repeated what he did to me. Did he do you harm? Han Dong looked at him. Yes, the young man said slowly. A year ago, my girlfriend and I graduated from college. I received an offer from a Fortune 500 company, and she got into the organization of her choice, and it was in the same city. We were so happy that we came here for a camping trip. Unexpectedly, we ran into Liao Shueji and his group. They were very friendly and enthusiastic, and we didn't put up any defense, so we all paired up together. Your girlfriend is pretty, isn't she? Han Dong interjected. Well, speaking of his girlfriend, the young man had a light in his eyes. She is the school flower of our school. So many people chased after her, but she couldn't even look at them, and chose me, a poor student. Instead, she is an extremely good girl. A piker is not guilty of harboring a jade. Han Dong sighed. 2 days down the line, Liao Shueji and I were on good terms as brothers and sisters. I couldn't have imagined in any way that he was just eyeing my girlfriend. On the morning of the third day, he yelled that he wanted to see the sunrise, so we went up the mountain together. The view before sunrise was so beautiful that we all lined up and stood at the edge of the cliff, closing our eyes to breathe in the fresh air and shouting at the valley. It was then that Liao Shueji made a move on me. He pushed me from behind, and as I fell off the cliff I jerked back to see him waiting sorrowfully at me. I died, but I have a strong obsession deep inside me. I must take revenge and kill this ugly one inside. I have been wandering in this mountain for a year. I did not think that the heavens had pity on me. Really let me run into this. Next thing, you have seen it. Han Dong nodded. The fact that the young man was a ghost had come to him last night. If it had been before, it might have been a shock to his perceptions, having been brought up on materialism after all. But not now. He has cultivated immortality. What else is impossible? The matter of vengeance of an unjust spirit is found in all sorts of Chi legends. It's not uncommon. Chapter 59, A Fairy's Methods Cure the Devil's Heart. At this time, a nearly translucent shadow floated out from Liao Shueji's torso. Seeing the young man, he opened his eyes wide and hissed. So it's you. You finally remembered me. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Liao Shueji's face twisted. I didn't expect you to have the nerve of a dog and actually dare to harm me. An eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Your dog's life is also worthy to be compared to me? Liao Shueji said angrily. A poor mountain boy from the rural examination. Also dare to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Can you keep it? This society is like this. The weak is strong. If I don't eat you, sooner or later someone will eat you. Understand? You've only lived a year longer than me. So what is there to be proud of? So you deserve to die. You deserve to go to the 18 layers of hell. What virtue and ability do you have that you dare to harm me? I'm the only child of the Liao family in Xinjiang. If my family knew, your family would never have peace. Noisy. Han Dong frowned. Han Dong? Liao Shueji's eyes lit up. Did you fall and die too? Ha 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 ha. God has eyes. You damn well deserve it even more. Han Dong was chewing on a dog's tail grass in his mouth and watched his hysterical performance with an extremely teasing look, like he was watching a circus monkey. He's not dead. The young man interrupted his speculation. What? How is this possible? Liao Shueji was like an old duck that had been strangled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. My ability is far more than 100 times more than you can imagine. Han Dong coldly said. I sensed your kicking me just as soon as you did it. Then avoiding it in time. I stood behind the big tree and witnessed your enemy pushing you off the cliff. You don't deserve to be a human being when you see death. Liao Shueji was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Do I look like a holy mother to you? Han Dong pointed at himself. It doesn't look like it. What do you mean? Liao Shueji looked at Han Dong suspiciously, and there was indeed no aperture on his head. I'm not a holy mother. Why should I save someone who wants to kill me? Han Dong growled. I'm asking you. You killed this little brother because his girlfriend was pretty. What about me? Which soft tendon did I poke at you? You drilled into the tent in the middle of the night and slept with Shin Chen Yun. Think I can't hear you? You also drilled into that pair of sisters' tents and played around. Think I don't know? The young man glanced at Han Dong and a smile swept out from the corner of his mouth. Dude, you're pretty good at this. Go go go. It's none of your business. Han Dong glared at him, then yelled at Liao Shueji. I'm damn willing to sleep with whoever I want to sleep with. We all love each other. Do you need a lecherous color, to manage? I can't see it. I'm going to get rid of you, the scum of the earth. For Shin Chen Yun, Chu Nimrod, don't think I don't know that you covet Miss Shin goods like you. It's not enough for you to guard Sister Wu Yu, but you actually hit on someone else's bosom friend. You're the colorful lot. Trash. Han Dong, don't be complacent. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Liao Shueji's face was full of resentment. Yeah? Then don't even be a ghost. Han Dong casually made a knot seal, and a series of incantations poured out as his lips moved. The Golden Crow Emperor's legacy was all-encompassing, and there were methods on how to deal with souls, ghosts, and evil demons. The soul-binding spell was just one of the minor spells. Liao Shueji felt that he was bound by an invisible force, and his entire soul body floated in mid-air, unable to move in the slightest. Han, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Liao Shueji began to panic. Han Dong ignored him and said to the young man, do you want to live again as a human being? Of course I want to. The young man smiled bitterly. I just graduated from college. Is in the prime of life? Actually lost his life for nothing. Too many regrets. I can't let go of my girlfriend. I can't let go of my parents at home. And I can't let go of the beautiful scenery in my life's journey. But I can't let go of my life's journey. Liao Shueji harmed you so miserably. I feel that this kind of revenge is not enough for you to relieve your hatred. Just killing him would be too cheap for this person. People just said, he is the only seedling of the Liao family in Xinjiang. His status is honorable. I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? What's the suggestion? How about you take the place of Liao Shueji and become the young master of the Liao family, inheriting his family fortune and enjoying the glory and wealth that belong to him? How is this possible? The young man was a bit confused. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. All you have to do is say yes or no. I would. The young man got a little excited. Crap. It's only a cutie if you don't want to. Yet. Don't dream. Liao Shueji laughed scornfully. My body has been destroyed. How can he, a lonely soul, return to the Liao family in my place? Han Dong did not bother with him and came to the side of Liao Shueji's physical body. His right hand covered the top of his head, inputting a stream of pure yang qi from the 100 hubs point, and then silently recited the mantra. The yang qi was guided by the mantra and ran along the fixed meridians in Liao Shueji's body, and the damaged tissues and cells in his body rapidly recovered at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. In the Heavenly Doctor sect, medical arts inherited from the Golden Crow Emperor, there were two immortal arts. One was the living dead art and the other was the flesh and white bone art. What Han Dong was performing was the flesh and white bone technique, which specialized in repairing people's destroyed flesh. Liao Shueji and that young man watched that badly damaged body regained its original appearance. Broken arm restored to its original position. Broken flesh also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's impossible. It's impossible. What the hell are you? Liao Shueji shouted hoarsely. You can think that I am a deity. Han Dong withdrew his divine ability and smiled blandly. Joke. Where in the world are the immortals? Liao Shueji roared. Even ghosts exist. Why can't there be gods? Han Dong said indifferently. Liao Shueji froze. Yes, there are even ghosts. Why can't there be gods? Are you really a god? The young man had a look of surprise on his face. To be exact, I'm an immortal cultivator, but with time, I'll be able to become a land immortal sooner or later. Amazing. Just amazing. Looking at Liao Shueji's repaired flesh, the young man exclaimed in wonder. Han Dong. Liao Shueji mumbled his lips with difficulty. Can you really bring people back to life? What do you think? If you can really do it and resurrect him, why don't you resurrect me? Liao Shueji looked frantic. As long as you can resurrect me, from now on, I will only look up to you. If you want my family property, I can give it to you. There is also Wu Yu. If you like it, it will also be given to you. Together. Ha-tue. Han Dong spat at him. Don't say such nasty things and dirty my ears. Han Dong. Big brother. Han father. Liao Shueji begged. Is it still okay for me to call you dad? The Liao family really only has me as an only child, and I haven't yet passed on my name to the family. Please, let me go. I am also the only seedling of my family. How have you ever spared me? The young man said coldly. Scram! That poor family of yours, can you compare to our Liao family? Liao Shueji scolded. What? Looking down on poor families? Han Dong coldly said. I also come from a poor family. Scared? Liao Shueji froze for a moment. No way. You drive a Lamborghini, wear a Patek Philippe, and you say you come from a poor family? Did you earn the money yourself? Chapter 60, The Art of Living Death and the Art of Flesh and White Bones. The money was indeed earned by Han Dong himself. Only Liao Shueji did not believe it. People are always convinced that what they can't do, others can't do either. Don't you have a superiority complex? I'll show you that a person who comes from a poor family will achieve 10,000 times better than you if he has your kind of family conditions. You can't do that. That body is mine. You don't have the right to dispose of it. It's a foul. Liao Shueji was not stupid. He clearly understood Han Dong's intentions. Let that kid's soul borrow his body and be reborn. Han Dong no longer cared about him and beckoned the young man to come next to Liao Shueji's physical body. What's your name? My name is Lu Jun. Well, Lu Jun, this body, from now on, will be yours, Han Dong said slowly. I believe you have heard of the story of borrowing a corpse to return a soul, but that is only a legend. And in reality, ordinary ghosts do not have that ability. There is also a problem of adaptation and rejection between the soul and the physical body. If you want the soul to fuse with the physical body, you need the assistance of extremely strong mana. As it happens, my living dead technique has means in the area of spirit and flesh unification. Han Dong, you cannot do this. That is my. You will go to hell. You broke the rules of hell. Liao Shueji hissed. Hell? The corner of Han Dong's mouth curled up slightly. If the hell really exists, I would like to go for a stroll. He no longer paid attention to Liao Shueji. His hand made a nodding seal and his mouth recited a spell. Lu Jun suddenly felt an extremely strong suction force coming from the top of Liao Shueji's head, while his soul body transformed into a ray of light, and was sucked into it in an instant. Lu Jun felt that this environment he had entered was very unfriendly to him. It was as if there was an extremely strong force that was pushing him outwards. The surroundings seemed to be filled with air turbulence that was cutting into his soul body all the time, hurting him to the bone marrow. His first instinct was to hurry and get out. Suddenly, a powerful and calm force gradually surrounded his soul body and stabilized the situation. No matter how wild the surroundings were, his soul body managed to be as stable as a rock, standing in the center of the storm. Maybe it was a long time ago, maybe it was just a short moment. The storm around them slowly ceased. Lu Jun slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He smelled a long-lost odor and felt the wind on his face. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling. I came alive? Lu Jun's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Yes. Han Dong smiled and nodded. The first time the spell was cast, it actually went exceptionally well. It was also considered the first successful experiment. If Lu Jun was a rich man, he could probably make a ton of money again. But so what? There are always things in life that can't be measured in terms of profit. Yeah. Lu Jun stood up, screaming and jumping, giving vent to his joy. You didn't come alive. You deadbeat. Liao Shueji has not stopped cursing. You occupied my body. You too shall not die. Watching his body move freely in the sun, Liao Shueji was going crazy with jealousy. Noisy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Han Dong received Liao Shueji into the spirit market ring. In addition to being able to store things, the spirit ruins ring can also collect souls. Liao Shueji felt that he had suddenly entered a dark and cold space and couldn't help but shiver. Where is this? He cried out in fear. You are imprisoned. Han Dong's consciousness could teleport freely within the spirit ruin space. If you cry out again, I don't mind immediately annihilating your soul. Liao Shueji shut up immediately. He had now realized that Han Dong was not a mortal, and that his abilities were far beyond his imagination. Now I regret all my intestines are green. Who is not good to mess with? Mess with this pervert for what? Now well, the person pissed off. Make oneself not human ghost. The body is occupied by others. The soul is also imprisoned. Want to see the light of day? Do not know how long. This second-generation man with a twisted and ugly heart began his life as a soul prisoner, suffering from fear, remorse and pain all the time. Han Dong did not bother to pay attention to him anymore and said to Lu Jun, from now on, you are Liao Shueji, so keep your identity in mind. After returning to the Liao family, if anyone asks about your past, just say that you fell on your head when you fell off the cliff and have some memory loss. Understood. Lu Jun nodded. Let's go up then. Han Dong pulled Lu Jun and climbed all the way up. The cliff was steep, but with Han Dong's help, Lu Jun could barely keep up. The two of them had just left when a black mist suddenly appeared in the woods, and two men wearing black robes and black hats slowly walked out of the black mist. Ha! The location shows this place. Why can't we see the body? One of the black-robed men took out a tablet-like device and tapped the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong? The other black-robed man asked. The locate disappeared, as did the deceased's profile. What does that mean? It means someone broke the rules and brought that person back to life. There are still people this powerful in the young world? Maybe it's a feng shui master. Maybe it's a Taoist priest. Maybe it's an immortalist. So what do? This is no longer within our ability. We can only go back and report it to the hell, so that the organization can send a capable official up to solve it. Well, it'll have to do. The black fog was revealed, and the two black-robed men entered the fog and faded away with the wind. Dongzi, where are you? Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu were shouting at the edge of the cliff when two heads suddenly poked out from under the cliff out of the cold, startling them both. Han Dong pulled Lu Jun and jumped up with a single leap. You, guys. Shin Shenyun covered her chest and looked at the two of them with some horror. Mr. Liao accidentally fell down. I went to jerk him up. Han Dong grinned. Luckily, he was entangled by the vines in the middle of the journey and didn't fall off the cliff. He just rubbed some skin. Otherwise, everyone will have to go to the Liao family to eat a banquet. Liao Shuizhi smiled shyly. Wu Yu looked at him, his clothes scuffed up in quite a few places, and there was a hidden blood seeping out. Well, are you okay? It's fine. It's just some flesh wounds. Han Dong helped me with it, Liao Shuizhi said with some restraint. Wu Yu looked at him with some surprise, always feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't tell what it was. Be careful in the future. How dangerous, Wu Yu admonished without fear. Although she didn't like Liao Shuizhi, she didn't want him to die here. The pair of sisters received the news and also rushed over, staring at Han Dong left and right. Are you okay? The sisters spoke in unison. It's fine. Han Dong smiled. Mr. Liao is the one who's not fine. I'm just going to jerk him up. You're so brave. My sister couldn't resist the nod. Lu Jun looked at the eyes of these big beauties darting around Han Dong, and immediately smiled heartily. It seems that what Liao Shuizhi guy said is true. Last night this guy can enjoy the heavenly blessings. The sun is out. Shin Shenyun let out a cheer. A red sun slowly rose from the east, coloring the clouds in the sky a fiery red. Red, in all shapes and sizes, incomparably spectacular and beautiful. Everyone was mesmerized by the magnificent sight and stood still with a shocked look on their faces. Lu Jun's mood was the most complicated. He did not expect that he could live again, stand in the crowd and feel everything in the world. He secretly vowed that he would only look up to Han Dong in this life and do his best to repay his regeneration favor. After watching the sunrise, the group descended the same way. At this time the police have caught the vicious man. After investigation, this guy is actually a wanted man. The hands of 3 lives are in the remote area of the murder, first rape and then kill. The means is very ferocious. The pair of sisters were instantly a bit scared. If not for Han Dong's timely rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They were routinely interviewed by the local police, and each took a separate statement. The police praised Han Dong for subduing the murderer and helping them to catch a Class A wanted criminal, and promised that the bonus that should be given would be released to his card after going through the process. They were especially shocked by Han Dong's operation of breaking the dagger with his bare hands. However, after learning that he was the city hero in Jiangzhou City who had single-handedly toppled 5 gun-toting toughs, it dawned on each of them. So it's him. Well, that's no surprise. Only then did Han Dong realize that his deeds had already spread in the Yangtze River Delta Police Circle, and they all knew that there was an ancient martial arts expert at Jiangzhou University who had helped the police solve big cases. The local police were very interesting, pulling Han Dong together to take pictures, just like stargazers. There was a young policewoman who held Han Dong's arm and took picture after picture, causing Shin Shenyun to be upset, especially when that little policewoman's front breasts rubbed against Han Dong's arm. Shin Shenyun felt that she was just intentionally mooching, and whispered to Wu Yu for a while to complain. Wu Yu just looked at her and smiled without saying anything. After taking care of the aftermath, the group returned to the campsite, packed up, and quickly went their separate ways. Han Dong did not ask the sisters their names, and they did not say. Looking at Han Dong's Lamborghini SUV disappearing around the corner of the mountain road, his sister sighed. Sister, looking at his license plate, he is also from our Jiangzhou. It's just that I don't know which university he's studying at. Sister withdrew her gaze. If it's also a JNU student, won't it become an alumnus with you? Sister smiled. I don't think it's from our school, and if it is, there's no way I haven't seen it before. Maybe it's a freshman. That would be so embarrassing, catching a schoolmate calling his little brother all the time. The younger sister covered her face. Let's go back. Grandpa keeps calling and urging. This time we snuck out on an unauthorized trip and pissed off his old man. Ugh, I'm sure I'll get a lecture when I get back. My sister's shoulders instantly slumped. The sisters started the car, drove into the disk road, and soon disappeared into the thin mountain mist. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. After sending Shinxian Yun and Wu Yu home, Liao Shuizhi went back to Shanghai first. Wu Yu felt that he was a bit strange. Whether it was his speech, demeanor, it was like he was a different person. Looking at the same face, it feels completely different. However, she wasn't attached to Liao Shuizhi, and even if she sensed a difference, she didn't bother to look into it. After sending Wu Yu to Bisui Court, Liao Shuizhi excused himself and returned to Shanghai. Han Dong returned to the Sky Garden and made up his mind that he would rest at home for the rest of the vacation and not go anywhere. Meditating and cultivating every morning, absorbing the various skills in the inheritance in his spare time, the days were pleasant and fulfilling, especially after witnessing the presence of ghosts. He had worked especially hard on the exorcism piece of the spell. Who knows if you'll run into something unclean again in the future? It's better to be prepared for a rainy day. Chapter 61, Fairy Sister Song Xingchen. After the long vacation, the new students went into their normal study life. Although the empty court was relatively close to the Jiang University campus, Han Dong still decided to drive to school. On the one hand, the car has to be driven often, and it is easy to get problems instead of being idle for a long time. On the other hand, nowadays, since he has this strength, he has to live a dashing and wanton life. Low profile is for middle-aged and old people, but young people just want to be sharp. If you don't have a high profile, are you still called a young person? Driving the brand new Porsche Panamera, blowing the cool street breeze of early fall, and weaving through the traffic, Han Dong felt very comfortable. That's ing life. The cement gray color scheme of the Porsche is too eye-catching in the traffic. Plus the big handsome pot in the driver's seat wearing ice blue sunglasses, turning this guy into the most beautiful cub in seconds. Because it was the first day after the mini vacation, the entrance to Jiangmen Gate was jammed. Those children who came to school in their private cars quickly noticed the rambunctious fear of where to touch in the traffic. Han Dong looked idle as he supported his left arm on the window and maneuvered the car with his right hand. He was already a skilled driver, and the thugs in suits were as tame as lambs under his control as if they were in the hands of a man and a car. When look, there's a handsome guy driving a Porsche with one hand over there. There was a girl poking her head out of the back window, saying hello to her classmates in the next car. Whoa ttt. Really someone one-handed drive Porsche hey. Too handsome too handsome. The two girls shouted excitedly. People in the neighborhood, for the most part, saw this beautiful sight. Boys look for cars, girls look for people. It's just that the car is pretty, but the key is that the man is also super handsome. It simply doesn't give a damn about the average person. This little brother wouldn't be a student of our Jiangnan University, would he? It can't be. A handsome pot of this caliber. If it's from this school, there's no reason why this mushroom wouldn't know about it. Maybe it's a freshman? My see, is this freshman class so crazy? Driving a Porsche to school? What if? That's a big mess. I bet if he's really a freshman, the older sisters could eat him alive. Let's follow it and see if it's from JNU. So a group of students stared at the high-class gray in the traffic. The engine roar, only to see that handsome pot very calmly hit a direction. Supercar silky smooth turned to the door of Jiangnan University. Yeah, the girls unanimously clenched their fists and cheered out. The boys cursed under their breath, a look of bad luck on their faces. Attending the same institution as such a demon basically takes away the initiative of choosing a spouse. That's a sad story. Porsche drove into the campus. In the boulevard, the exhaust backfire sound like a tiger roar. In the campus out of a long way, the students on both sides of the road have stopped to look back. A face of envy. Han Dong had previously rented a fixed parking space, right next to the playground, and with a clean reversing maneuver, he accurately parked the car into the space. Swift and dashing. Simply handsome to the point of crime. Pa pa pa. A crisp clap rang out from the side. Han Dong got down from the car, followed the sound and looked, only to see next to a Tiffany blue Maserati coupe, stretched across the middle of the channel. The driver's skills do not seem to be too pure, coupled with the quality of the people who parked on both sides of the worrying quality of the car. Half of the wheels crowded the center of the space. The remaining space is a little narrow, so that it is difficult for her to park in. The applause was from the driver in the driver's seat. Because the window glass was lowered, Han Dong could clearly see her face. It instantly felt like the heart missed a beat. No other way, this mushroom is just too beautiful. Dark hair, like satin flowing on the shoulders, goose egg face, big black and white eyes. When looking at people, as if there is starlight swirling in the eyes. The nose is small and straight, and the tip of the nose has a small arc. The side shadow is quite wonderful. Diamond-shaped lips. When smiling, the corners of the mouth slightly curved up in an arc, like a crescent moon. It was absolutely among the beauties he had seen. A ceiling-like existence. no less than S-class beauties such as Shin Shenyun and Wei Shuqing. Song Xingchen was actually quite embarrassed, because today, the first day of school after the long vacation, the school leadership will have a meeting. She, the vice president of the student council, must be present. She had gone out not too late, just some traffic jams on the road. Came to the school. From the time of the meeting has not a few minutes. It was too late to go to the underground garage, so I had to drive to this parking lot by the playground, closest to the school building. But parking spaces have always been tight in this part of town, and she had no choice but to take her chances. As expected, there was only one temporary parking space left. It was still left because it was hard to park in it because of the space occupied by the cars on both sides. Next to it were all fixed parking spaces with locks, so she couldn't get in even if she wanted to. She tried several handles in a row and was never able to back the car in. In the midst of her dilemma, she suddenly saw a Porsche backing into the parking space in an extremely ethereal and handsome position, and she couldn't help but applaud as she watched her heart flutter. When Han Dong got off the bus, Song Xingchen's eyes flashed with a strange color. Nowadays, because of the uninterrupted cultivation for more than a month, Han Dong's height has soared to 182 centimeters, broad shoulders and long legs, ape arms and wasp waist. His hair is black and thick, with an amazing amount of hair, showing exuberant vitality and an unparalleled sense of juvenility, an eye sharpened and axe-like angular and distinctive handsome face. Because of the infiltration of the pure yang qi, the texture of the skin is delicate, clear and crystalline, a pair of eyes of electric light and flint, looking at the ashes between them. Just a simple sweater, jeans, AJ shoes, actually by his concave out of the international male model sense of vision. This boy is not too striking. Song Xingchen got down from the car, looked at Han Dong with a smile, and asked in a soft voice, "Freshman? Law school undergraduate class 1, Han Dong." Han Dong carefully surveyed. This girl was slender and beautiful. Her dress roamed in the morning breeze, bringing with it a three-dimensional immortal aura. Rarely, the voice is also very pleasant to the ear and speaks like an oriole singing. "My name is Song Xingchen, a junior in the Department of Economics and Management. Hello, Sister Song." "Hello schoolboy." "Sister, is it impossible to park your car?" Song Xingchen's pretty face blushed and nodded. "It's not your fault. The cars on both sides are parked too casually, crowding the space of this parking space. These people, the quality did not keep up with the speed of wealth growth, have money to buy a car. Public morality that is not at all." Said in his mouth, flew up and kicked on the wheel hub of the car next to him. Bang sound. The car actually hardened outwardly shift more than half a meter, just in the middle of their own parking space. Then he turned around and kicked the car on the other side back into place as he had done. This completes the center parking space. "Alright, senior sister, you can stop in now." Han Dong looked at Song Xingchen with a smile. Song Xingchen's eyes and mouth were wide open, shock written all over his eyes. Chapter 62, You at the same table. What did she just see? This little guy casually kicked a car that weighed about 2 tons? Looking at him, it was as easy as kicking a soccer ball. This is still a human being? It's true that face value is everything, and even with this dumbfounded expression, it looks adorable out of the blue. Han Dong saw that she did not speak and did not move. Directly into the driver's seat of the Masha, put on the reverse gear, continuously hit the direction of the two, cleanly and efficiently backed the car into the parking space, rounded and silky, in one fell swoop, turning off the engine, getting out of the car, locking the door, and then handing the car keys to Song Xingchen. "Senior sister, judging by your appearance you should be in a hurry. Go and get busy first." "Hey." Song Xingchen came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at her watch, saying eagerly, "Schoolmate, I have to go to the meeting." "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome." Song Xingchen left quickly, turning back as he walked. "Senior, today was too hasty. I'll have to find time to thank you properly." "Okay, school teacher. See you later." Looking at Song Xingchen's slinky back, Han Dong smiled faintly. When he came to the class, Han Dong attracted the attention of the entire class as soon as he appeared. 182's long-legged handsome Oompa Loompa, placed among ordinary people, is like a firefly in the darkness, a golden tortoise in the field, so striking and so pulling. Whoa t, so handsome yo. The sound of girls screaming and banging on the table rose and fell. Han Dong had already become the man of the hour among the freshmen on the day of the courageous recognition ceremony. It was just that at that time, his cultivation time was still short, and he was not yet so tall or handsome, and it was farther apart then. Unlike now when it's so close that the visual impact pulls full circle, this term of undergraduate law is divided into 2 classes. 4 people in the dormitory. Fatty Wu and Han Dong in the first class, while Seeing Chun and Hong Tao are in the second class. Seeing that Han Dong was so popular, Fatty Wu hurriedly stood up from his seat, puffed out his chest and belly, and greeted Han Dong to sit at the same table with him. Han Dong was the last one to arrive, and when he looked at the whole class, only Fatty Wu and another girl had empty seats there. He decisively abandoned Fatty Wu, walked over to the girl and sat down. No other. Fatty Wu, that guy's hygiene habits are extremely poor. When the summer can do a week without bathing, half a month without changing socks, the smell of the body is too mannish. That's why everyone refuses to sit at the same table with him. Dongzi, you wa a few meanings? Heavy. That what ah. Fatty Wu face cannot hang. What a reprimand Han Dong a few sentences, but heavy color light friend this word froze swallowed back. The girl at Han Dong's table really had nothing to do with color. Clear soup hanging head, wearing a bottle bottom as thick as myopia glasses, body surprisingly wearing high school uniforms, mouth buckle braces, simply dirt. There's a reason there's no one sitting next to her. This girl had been reading with her head hung low, and even when the other girls were coaxing, she did not move. When a person suddenly sat down beside her, she raised her eyes to look at Han Dong like a frightened deer. Classmate, hello. From now on, we will be at the same table. May I ask what your name is? Han Dong smiled. I don't want to be at the same table with you. The girl mumbled her lips, looking a little timid, but brave enough to speak her mind. Then you'll only have to go and sit with that fatty. Han Dong's smile remained unchanged and pointed at Fatty Wu. The girl glanced at Fatty Wu and instantly cowered, hanging her head low and not saying anything. She just has bad eyesight and no problems with her sense of smell. That boy. The smell is so exciting. It's hot to the eyes from this distance. She wanted to say, why can't you go and sit with him? Then she thought. The sun said, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. And if you can't stand the smell yourself, why should you ask anyone else to suffer it? As much as she minded people interrupting her quiet life, she had to accept it. Sitting in front of them were two girls, both with pretty high face values, especially the one in front of Han Dong, with a pink face and peach blossom, dimpled and quite a bit of flavor. Seeing Han Dong sitting behind them, the two girls in front looked at each other and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Shadow, he should be coming for you, the girl on the right wrote on her paper. The girl on the left's peach blossom eyes narrowed and the corners of her mouth turned upwards in triumph. Of course. If not for me, then for that little chick in the back? She felt that she was the prettiest chick in the first class of undergraduate law, more than enough to match a handsome pot like Han Dong. The class instructor was a young man around 30 years old named Lu Weibo, who looked quite kind. After everyone introduced themselves, Mr. Lu asked everyone to take the initiative to go on stage and run for class cadres. Unexpectedly, Han Dong did not even go on stage to participate, and was still unanimously elected class president. He politely refused, on the grounds that he had already served as deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee. It is not good to eat more and take more, or for other students to save a place. People repeatedly pleaded, but he was not moved. I love to joke. The class president's position seems to be a beautiful, but in fact, there are a lot of trivial things. College life is colorful and full of life. Why waste on these worthless trivialities? The political rights and interests. A deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee is enough. In the end, the class president was Jiao Su, another svelte-looking boy. This kid had been class president throughout middle school, an old driver. The secretary of the reunion branch was Chuing. Chuing was one of the few beauties in the class whose face value was more durable. She was not in the same party as Han Dong and the others during the military training and was not very familiar with each other. However, she was naturally aware of this fellow classmate who was the pinnacle of enrollment. Now Han Dong is the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee of the hospital, while she is the secretary of the class reunion branch, and it has become a working relationship of superior and subordinate. It made her smile inwardly. Han Dong was handsome and powerful, and was the male god in the hearts of all the girls in the class. Even compared to those big handsome guys on the school grass list, it was still more than enough. As the saying goes, close to the water. Chuing felt that he had a good chance. The class president, Jiao Su, was in the same squad as her during the military training, and he was attracted to her from then on. Chuing knew that Jiao Su liked him and was naturally quite pleased inside. After all, Jiao Su was also a handsome man, and his family was also in a good position. And with such a suitor under his command, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy. However, in everything there is a fear of comparison. Without Han Dong, Jiao Su was clearly the best boy in the class, but Han Dong happened to be in their class. With Chu Ying's heart, he would never settle for second best. She kept staring at Han Dong with a light in her eyes. Class president Jiao Su's attention was always on Chu Ying, so he naturally noticed the change. Inside, it was like overturning a bucket of Shangxi old vinegar, sour to the point of no return. The class president's position is Han Dong led him, which has always been high-minded and proud of Jiao Su already heart upset. See the favorite girl actually Han Dong make a nymphomaniac. more and more let him cynical anger wild. However, instead of being angry with Chu Ying, he transferred this cynical anger to Han Dong. Occasionally, he looked at Han Dong with an unfavorable gaze. Han Dong's 5 senses and 6 senses were far beyond normal people, and he was able to see the reactions from all sides in the class. The blazing eyes of class flower Chu Ying and the cynical gaze of class president Zhao Su were clear to him. However, he was unconcerned about it. Chapter 63, Ariel turning 360-degree thunderbolt windmill. Dongzi, why do I feel that the class flower girl is looking at you with eyes that aren't too unusual? Fatty Wu said with a sneer. Who is the class flower? Han Dong lazily. Chu Ying isn't she the prettiest in the class? Yes? Han Dong glanced at Chu Ying without comment. There were a few pretty girls in the class, but they were a bit far from the beauties on the 5 extreme list. Warrior Han couldn't bring himself to be interested. The bell rang and soon the official class began. After cultivating immortality, not only was his physical body strong, but his intelligence had also increased geometrically, and small things like studying were easy and pleasant for him. Although he was a liberal arts student, he still had to learn college math in his freshman year. He used to hate math, but now it was completely unnecessary. Even difficult content like calculus was learned as soon as he heard it. This feeling of controlling wisdom and gaining knowledge was very mysterious. Han Dong sighed with emotion. If the time of cultivating immortality had been advanced by 1 year, his college entrance examination results would have been far more than that. It would not have been difficult to get a provincial top grade, and it would not have been a problem to study in Chang'an Bay, but it's all the same to him. It's just red dust refining his heart. It made no difference where the red dust was. Freshman year's coursework was still relatively loose, and after the first 2 classes in the afternoon, there were no other classes scheduled. There was still a long time before dinner. So under the organization of class president Zhao Su, everyone went to the playground to move their muscles. The boys love to play basketball for basketball, soccer for soccer, and some of the girls choose to kick a shuttlecock and jump rope or something on their own, while some of them gather around the side of the court to watch the boys play. Han Dong went back to the dormitory to change a set of Chicago Bulls home red No. 23 jersey, footsteps red and black color matching AJ1 forbidden to wear, came to the playground, immediately attracted the attention of the whole field. Handsome face, long body, like a male protagonist coming out of a basketball comic. He really looks like Ryuko Afong. He's Cinny, Chu Ying's tablemate, exclaimed in a low voice. Dongzi, your outfit is simply explosive. Wu Yuanda came over, his face full of envy. Han Dong smiled and didn't say anything. He is a basketball enthusiast. When he is not doing anything, he likes to watch NBA games. The most admired star is the basketball god Michael Jordan, although he has not experienced the Jordan era. But the online highlights and videos of his games can still be found. Jordan, although did not experience Jordan's era, but online about his game highlights and video can still find. Jordan's mental hardness, dominance over the game, influence, and a variety of aerial maneuvers, are breathtaking. Han Dong would often swipe his videos online to watch them. Previously, the economic conditions did not allow, and now the card balance is quite a lot. So I bought a few sets of Jordan jerseys and sneakers, and put them in the Spirit Ruin ring in case of emergency, which is not. Today it came in handy. Chu Ying was afraid of the sun and was originally in the shade of a tree to cool off. After Han Dong came to the playground, he attracted the attention of a large group of girls, and there were even girls from other classes, hooting and hollering around the venue, seeing that if she didn't go over, she wouldn't even have a seat. Chu Ying took 3 steps and hurriedly ran over. Zhao Su's heart was that clogged. He had just spit out that the sun was poisonous and didn't want to go out. But when he saw Han Dong, he ran faster than a rabbit. Marred, a pretender. He could not bear to harshly criticize Chu Ying and focused his anger on Han Dong. You're from class 2, right? Why are you coming to our grounds? Chu Ying glared at the ticket of nymphomaniac girls with an unpleasant face. Neither Law 1 nor Law 2 had classes, and both classes coincidentally organized to come to the playground. A public basketball court. How did it become your place? A chubby girl from class 2 immediately disliked it back. Didn't we say earlier that class 2 is on court 2 and we, class 1, are on court 1? If you guys don't go to watch your own class boys play, why did you come to our side to join in the fun? Chu Ying had a displeased face. It's up to you. The fat girl snorted. Seeing Chun and Hong Tao were from class 2, and when they saw Han Dong come out and attract so many people's attention, they also came over. Han Dong didn't bother to pay attention to the noise around him as his gaze went to the opposite field. Some members of the varsity boys and girls basketball teams, who are practicing there, Wei Shuqing was among them. The girl was wearing an orange training suit and black shorts, revealing a pair of long snow-white legs and a body proportion so good that it was unbelievable. She was practicing her sharpshooting jumper, which was very ethereal and accurate, worthy of being the ace of the women's basketball team. Several of the men's basketball team's tallest players stood on the sidelines watching intently. Handong automatically ignored these limbless guys and decided to tease Haruko-senpai. He picked up the basketball dribble. A little run, a few steps. In the edge of the penalty area, rise. The body in midair dashing turn around. The basket is close to the eye. Handong right arm swung round as a big windmill slam dunk. Bang! The basketball dunked hard into the basket. Yay! Handong waved his fist after landing, his excitement overflowing. This move looks like the Vince Carter dunk that won the 2000 slam dunk contest. Carter in the 2000 slam dunk contest. A 360-degree spinning windmill from the edge of the restricted area. In the past, such an action could only be thought of in dreams. It was impossible to do in reality. He felt that after cultivating immortality, his physical qualities had stepped into transcendence, and such a dunk should not be much of a challenge for him. Sure enough, it was easy to do with a small test. When Handong landed calmly, the onlookers were still confused. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? I'm going. An airborne 360-degree thundering windmill dunk, a knowledgeable student exclaimed. No one expected to see such a dunking maneuver on a campus court. It's outrageous. Seeing-chun was so startled that she nearly stumbled on her feet. He also likes to play basketball. The level is very good. In high school by a group of girls before and after. Is famous basketball prince. Originally, he wanted to bask on the court to attract girls' eyes, but Handong's snap was like a pot of cold water pouring down his head. Screw the mud horse's basketball dreams. Hong Tao and Wu Yuan clapped desperately. Han is a treasure boy who always surprises them by surprise. Wow, he's so handsome. How can he be so handsome? We don't know any dunking moves. We just simply think it's cool. As of today, Sis changes husbands. His name is Handong. From the Law 1 class. What a pity. Why didn't I get put in the same class with him? After sobriety, that ticket of girls started again. Cotter's shadow rolled his eyes. Handong is mine, so I won't be in the same class as you guys. I'm so mad at you nymphomaniacs. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Zhao Su's heart dripped blood, but on the surface he applauded enthusiastically. Secretary Han, can you dunk from the free throw line? That's what he's really after. Aren't you great? I'm going to kill you. Yes, that's easy. Handong glanced at Zhao Su with a smirk. Wow, wow, wow. Secretary Han said he can dunk from the free throw line. Come here everyone. Let's cheer him on. Zhao Su was enthusiastic as hell. Handong can naturally see Zhao Su's sinister intentions. However, at this time there is a comic standing out to sell and yell, which is just right. 64. Walking in the air. Let's go brother day. Watch the hilarity. There's talk of a free throw line jumping dunk. Go with me, go with me. Brother loves to see people blowing awesome planted mouths. Some members of the school's men's and women's basketball teams were practicing on the same court when they heard someone say they were going to perform a free throw line jumping dunk, and a few of the ones who were drinking water squirted right out of their mouths. Ouch. I can't. Young people nowadays are too hungover. Go over to see which buddy. Awesome blowing like this is also a talent. Free throw line jumping dunks. I can you. Even in the physically gifted NBA, where physical talent blows up, it's a very small number of people who can get up and dunk from that position. Not to mention a small campus in China. There really is such a bull. Has long been known throughout the campus. Led by varsity starting center Bear Shape, the boys' basketball players swarmed over. Wei Shuqing and a couple of women's basketball players tagged along. Hundreds of students, each with a teasing smile on their faces, pointed at Handong in the center of the field. Zhao Su couldn't help but snicker. He wanted to see Handong make a fool of himself in public too much. Zhao Su, we're all in the same class. You crossed the line. Fatty Wu glared at Zhao Su. Just because they're in the same class. I'm going to yell for some people to come and cheer for Secretary Han. What's wrong with that? I'll enter your ancestors. Fatty Wu waved his fist and was about to start. Fatty, what are you doing? Get back here. Handong glared at him. When you do that, you make it seem like I can't do what I say I'm going to do. Why don't I just dunk the basketball in and smash him in the face? Why bother to do it? Seeing Handong's face, Wei Shuqing was slightly stunned. Isn't this handsome boy the same one who called and pretended to be a rich kid to tease her in the cafeteria? Is this one plan that didn't work? Wei Shuqing. Handong turned his head and gazed at her with a smile. Wei Shuqing frowned. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? No. What's wrong? Wei Shuqing answered instinctively. If I could dunk from the free throw line, would that qualify me to be your boyfriend? Buzz. The scene instantly opened up. A freshman who dared to tease Haruko's younger sister in front of the varsity basketball players. I'm afraid he's never seen a casserole-sized fist. He was so direct that he couldn't even straighten Wei Shuqing out. Kid, you probably don't know how to spell deaf, do you? The bear-like little eyes narrowed. The guy was 2 meters tall, fat and strong. and really looked like a big black bear. I'm most annoyed with you guys. You don't move. You put the word death on your lips, and talk like you're a homicidal maniac. Countless souls pass by on the Neho Bridge every day. How many of them were sent away by you? Han Dong sneered several times. You come out. Master Xiong will send you away now. Xiong shaped exploded with anger. Do the freshmen nowadays know so little about heaven and earth? Actually not afraid of me. What are you doing? Xiong Zhua. Flashing your fists with a freshman. You're really something. Wei Shuqing glared at him. Bear-like scratched his head and snapped back. He wouldn't dare disobey Haruko's sister. Wei Shuqing. Make a deal. If I can do it, you'll promise to be my girlfriend. Han Dong smiled. You can do it first. Wei Shuqing bristled. Chu Ying's eyes darted back and forth between Han Dong and Wei Shuqing. Unsure if this was Han Dong's ploy to tease her or if he was really interested in Wei Shuqing. She was starting to feel pressured because Wei Shuqing's face was a whole lot higher than hers. Han Dong did not bother to care what Chu Ying thought. He picked up the basketball and shot it, came to the center line position and stood. He had just buelled his way through a spinning windmill, giving him confidence in himself. Before, those inhuman movements could only be thought about, but not today. According to the standards of the Golden Crow physical forging technique, after the pure yang body had become a minor success, the physical body had already broken through the limits of human physical qualities, becoming transcendent. Not to mention that he had been practicing for almost a month after his minor achievement. His current physical quality was even better than that of an NBA star. Although he hadn't attempted a dunk from the free throw line, he felt he should be fine. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the center of the field, including Xiong Zhua and other varsity mainstays, all of whom wanted to see what this kid could get up to. Han Dong from the center line began to run. His speed is too fast, swift as the wind, fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye rushed to the three-point line. The crowd did not have time to blink. He has stepped on the free throw line. Left foot stomped on the ground. The whole person like an eagle spreading its wings, instantly rose to the mid-air. With the flow of pure yang qi in his body, which was unending, he could control his body with ease, gliding freely like a bird of prey, with his own non-earthly elegance, as if he would break away from gravity at any moment. Wow, it really looks like he's flying. Hey, a girl marveled. When the body rose to the high point, the basket was close to his eyes. His left arm naturally swung back, like a bird spreading its wings. His right arm raised the basketball, and dunked it into the basket. The basketball bounced off the floor with a thud. The whole thing is smooth and silky without a hint of lag. Yes, Han Dong landed lightly and waved his fist excitedly. He did. Chapter 65, Technique amazes the four. Soars to the sky. The scene was dead silent. The only sound was the basketball rolling on the floor. Dun 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 dun. Ryoko. Ow. Someone let out a wolf howl, waking up the eaters who were in a state of downtime. Whoa whoa. It's really a free throw line jumping dunk. He did it. He really did it. So handsome. Ryuko Afong isn't even as handsome as him. Did you get the video? I'm going to treasure it and watch it 10,000 times a day. For a moment, the arena was filled with screams of all types, almost piercing the firmament. Zhao Su's mouth was open enough to fit an ostrich egg, and he didn't close it for half a day. He had yelled so hard for so many people to come over, with the intention of surrounding Han Dong to make a fool of himself, but he did not realize that he had inadvertently built a better stage for him. The amazing dunk was seen by more than a few people. Zhao Su had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his alveoli, wanting to spit but unable to do so, especially when he saw that the class flower, Xu Ying, had her eyes full of caution and was fawning over Han Dong. Zhao Su felt like he had fed himself a pile of. It was hard to swallow, but had to be swallowed. Wu Yuanda's face turned red with excitement, pointing at Han Dong and shouting at the top of his voice, "This is my brother. This is my ing brother. It's so awesome." Wei Shuqing looked at Han Dong in the center of the field in shock, her small mouth slightly open, looking particularly dumbfounded. She thought that Han Dong was the same as those boys with ulterior motives in the past, changing ways to show his presence in front of her, pretending and bragging about everything, just to attract her attention. Wannabe. This boy is not quite the same. People really do realize what they have bragged about. No, when he says he can dunk from the free throw line, he's just stating facts. It's them people who think people are bragging. That scene just now was really quite combustible. Even she, a girl, felt her blood boiling. Haruko, this handsome pot is really quite energetic. You can consider taking a look. Wei Shuqing's roommate, Zheng Yuan, the center of the varsity women's basketball team, whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. I've only just met him for the second time. What are you considering?" Wei Shuqing's pretty face reddened. "This kind of thing has nothing to do with how long you've known each other, right?" Zheng Yuan grinned. Wei Shuqing didn't pick up on her words. The boys' varsity basketball team's livestock was also very shocked. They were all professional basketball players and knew how difficult the set Han Dong had just performed was. Even the NBA's top stars, jumping from the free throw line, trying to be as smooth, silky, and ornamental as he was just now, is not easy, not to mention the average person. Tian Tao, the ace of the varsity team, is already physically statically gifted, and dunking a basket is easy, but he can't do it by jumping up from the free throw line and dunking. Where the hell did this ing pervert come from? I thought that this guy wore Joe Gangmaster's jersey and AJ1's out-of-print sneakers, purely for the sake of pretending. I didn't realize that people are really great. Haruko-senpai, Han Dong shouted loudly. Hey, Wei Shuqing froze for a moment. Willing to bet? Accompany me on my date after school this afternoon. What? I didn't bet with you. Wei Shuqing had a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Anyway, that dunk you just made was pretty cool. Let's leave each other's contact information, so we can spar with each other about our skills in the future. Okay. Two people in front of hundreds of people, as if no one else, added each other's WeChat, and saved the phone number. The animals sucked in their breath in unison. As the school flower on the 5 extreme list, Wei Shuqing's contact information was notoriously difficult to get. How many animals had gone ahead and racked their brains trying to get her social number? And in the end, no one had succeeded. Han Dong, this guy, with this amazing snap, actually gained the favor of Wei University's schoolgirl and exchanged contact information in person, which was a treatment that had never happened before. Bear-like grimaced. It was in the nature of male creatures to be protective of their food, especially the better-looking females within the pack, which were definitely their scales. Whoever touches it dies. Wei Shuqing is the courtyard flower of the gymnasium, and also the object of their boss Tian Tao's heart. The people of this courtyard dare not tease, and the people of the outer courtyard will be repaired miserably if they do so. This little white boy thinks he can get his hands on Haruko's sister by jumping a little higher, so he's really all hammered-eyed. So Bear-like quietly patted over. Dude, your name is Han Dong, right? That was a good dunk just now. After school, wait for me at the maple forest in the back of the hill. Han Dong said in a salty manner. Ha? Bear-like didn't react for a moment. What? You're not here for a date? Yeah. Bear-like nodded busily. Well then, don't you? And remember to bring more people, preferably all the boys from the gymnasium. What's the point of bringing so many people? Bear-like felt like his mind had been unable to keep up with this guy. There are not enough people for me to fight, Han Dong said indifferently. But the bear-like bear-bile was almost broken by anger. If it wasn't for Haruko's sister watching intently from the side, he would have had to beat the out of this kid on the spot. Just don't wimp out later. It's this guy who doesn't dare to come. Bear-like made a highly humiliating gesture. My words have always been true. Don't worry. I love to beat up stickmen like you. I won't go without. Bear-like hate walked away, afraid to talk to this guy a few more words. Will not be able to resist the hand to strangle him. Wu Yuanda hurried over and asked, do the people from the gymnasium want to fight? I'll go gather a few brothers. It's just a bunch of mallets. There's no need to make a big deal about cleaning them up. I'll do it alone. Han Dong smiled faintly. Fatty Wu recalled the famous scene of Han Dong single-handedly drying out a bunch of gangsters at Jiangji barbecue and said no more. No matter how capable the livestock in the gymnasium were, they could not compare to professional hooligans who fought for a living. Right? Han Dong, the shiong-shaped guys just love to move their fists. You'd better stay away from them. Wei Shuqing looked at the backs of the men's basketball players as they left, pondering. It's okay, they can't beat me. Han Dong laughed. Sister Haruko, I'm okay at bouncing, but my basics aren't too solid. Can I study and learn with you? Alright, I'll teach you. Wei Shuqing smiled sweetly. When it comes to basketball, she's not sleepy. Han Dong, with his ability to control his body, learned any technique in one go and refined it in a moment. Passing, dribbling, crossing, shooting, everything. The games of mortals had no mysteries in the eyes of immortal cultivators. Wei Shuqing kept praising him for this elite body, which was perfect for basketball. And if he was interested in developing in this field, he could be introduced to the provincial team for training. Immediately, Han Dong politely refused. Come on, he had cultivated immortality. What was the point of playing ball? When Xiangchun saw Han Dong and the schoolflower schoolgirl fighting, his envious eyes were on fire. Why should any girl he can look at have an affair with Han Dong? It's so damn woo-woo. After school, Bear-Shape waited in the maple grove in the back of the hill with a couple of tall gym students. He'll come, won't he? One of the boys practicing discus stretched his muscles, his bones snapping. I suppose so. Bear-like lit a cigarette and end. This kid is quite a jumper. Let's waste one of his legs later. Do it with finesse. Preferably the kind that doesn't hurt too much to begin with and goes back to find the bones broken. Don't worry, I have experience. That said, I haven't repaired anyone for so long. My 40-meter-long iron rod is starving. Chapter 66. One man surrounds a group of men. He's coming. One of the animals pointed out of the woods. Han Dong had his hands in his pockets with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, and his demeanor was leisurely. Yo, single knife to meat this is. Bear-shaped stared wide-eyed. This child 484 a little spread? With the boys in the gymnasium to fight still dare to fall alone? It's no problem to go solo, because I am that strong. As for you, Han Dong shook his finger. So many people. Not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Bear-shape brought 8 people, all fat and strong. This is if the average student would have been scared to pee. Han Dong, however, was like a tiger facing a group of herbivores, his eyes full of kingly contempt. I've seen a lot of pretenders, but not many are as swaggering as you. Since you dare to come alone, buddies will not bully you. Let's practice single. If I don't beat the out of you, I'll call you dad. Bear-like eyebrows were almost flying in anger. Human swagger doesn't break the law, but it's easy to attract a beating. There's just been a little too many people wanting to call me dad lately, so you'll have to get in the back of the line. Grass Nima, I can't hammer you to death. Xiong Zhuang was furious, waving his casserole-sized fists and rushed up, a sealing hammer to the eyes, straight to Han Dong's eyes. This bear lamb came out pretty hard. When Han Dong's body of pure yang had just become small, he had been able to kill a gang of brigands, and now that he had practiced for a month, his physical body was more than twice as strong as it was back then, and dealing with a bear-like was just too easy. Even if he practiced sports, there was no way he could outlast the outlaws. In his eyes, the bear-like attack was like slow motion in a movie, and it was broken down into frames, and just about any frame was a break. With a light side step, Han Dong dodged bear-like's fist, and then kicked him in the big crotch. Bear-like felt like he had been hit by a speeding heavy truck, and his entire body flew up to the side and back, drawing a splendid parabola in midair before falling heavily to the ground. But a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out with an open mouth. The few remaining livestock were dumbfounded. You know, Xiong Shuai is the main center of the varsity boys basketball team, with a height of 2 meters and a weight of 230 pounds. How much force does it take to kick him 5 or 6 meters away? No wonder this little white boy dares to go it alone. He really has 2 skills. You look tall and big, but you can't take a beating. Come on, you climb up. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. I haven't gotten over it yet. Han Dong rolled up his sleeves and prepared for a big fight. Bear-shape tried to climb a few times. Hard did not climb up. Feel the organs are not in the original position. The pain is sucking cold air. Brothers, together, beat the out of this kid. Bear-like covered his large crotch and gritted his teeth. Got it. The 8 animals from the gymnasium waved their fists and charged upwards, forming a closed circle around Han Dong. It's really quite a bluff. Han Dong smiled faintly. Not only did he not dodge, instead, he met them head-on, kicking left and swinging right. His movements seemed to be casual and had little force. However, as long as it touched any part of their body, it was as if the guy was hit by a sledgehammer of hundreds of pounds and flew out without any suspense. They come charging up in blocks and fly out even faster. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. It was only a minute or so of work, and there was not a single one of the 8 gymnasium boys left standing. Some were on all fours, others were gnawed on by vicious dogs, and still others were hanging by their drooping limbs from the branches of trees. Blood was spilling out of everyone's mouths. The bullies of the gymnasium that made the boys of Jiangda University fearful did not even last a single round before Han Dong single-handedly dried up. Am I considered to be a single person rounding up a group of you? Han Dong clapped his hands and waddled over to Bear-shape, looking at him condescendingly. That's something Bear-like doesn't know how to take. I don't think you are the boss of the gymnasium, are you? Han Dong said blandly. No. Bear-like breathed a little hard. The boss of the gymnasium is our Captain Tian Tao. Go back and tell old Tian that Haruko's sister is my person, and tell him to stop being so protective of his food, like a big black dog in the village that doesn't know any better. I'll pass it on to him. Bear-like gulped. This kid, who dares to provoke Boss Tian, really doesn't know how to write the word death. Big Brother's strength is not comparable to these 3-legged cats of theirs. Without 2 brushes, how can he get into the position of the boss of the gymnasium? It feels like you are still very unconvinced. Han Dong looked at the bear-like stubborn eyes and grinned. With a casual punch, he struck a piece of lapis lazuli plate on the ground, only to hear a bang sound, and the 4-finger-thick stone plate was actually broken into pieces. Stone chips flew about, splashing up a cloud of dust and mist. True martial divine fist is just powerful. Even the stone slabs can be dry shattered. Sometimes Han Dong felt that it was really boring to have a weak opponent, So at least come to a capable fighter and let him try the power of the true martial divine fist. After practicing for so long, there really wasn't even a strong person who could force him to use his immortal martial technique. He somewhat understood the meaning of the phrase invincibility is most lonely. The animal's eyes nearly glazed over. Dude, are you King Kong or Wolverine? It's not something that people can do anyway. At the same time, they also understood that Han Dong had just left his strength behind. Otherwise they would have ended up in the same place as the green slate. They can't be practicing sports anymore and their bodies can't be harder than a rock. Let's go. Do you want to take another punch to try? Han Dong swung his fist in the air. Bear-like and the others got up from the ground in fear, wailing and fleeing out of the woods, moving as swiftly as if there were dinosaurs chasing behind them. They were going to run away from this place as fast as they could, not wanting to stay a second longer. This guy is just horrible. Ugh. What are you doing? Stop right there. Unexpectedly, the fleeing bear shapes encountered a security team patrolling the campus, but the livestock was probably scared out of their wits, and escaped quite vigorously, and several security guards froze and didn't catch a single one of them. Not wanting to cause trouble, Han Dong quietly slipped out of the other end of the woods. Several security guards quickly entered the forest to check it out. The group of people who just escaped, they are the pricks of the gymnasium. The big guy in the lead I recognize. The one who plays basketball, called Xiong Shua. One of the young security guards pointed to the mess all over the ground. They must have fought with someone here. These unconscionable things, fighting all day long. If we don't punish a few of them, we can't stop this crooked trend. Another security guard said hatefully. But, it feels like they lost this time. All of them are bruised and swollen. If I'm not mistaken, they just escaped. What kind of person is that? How could you beat up a boy from the gymnasium like that? Hey, this person is not an ordinary character. The leading captain Wang Gongye crouched on the ground and said in a deep voice, Captain, are you saying that? The one who fought off the bunch of pricks from the gymnasium is only one person? The young security guard was stunned. That's right. Wang Gongye scrutinized the shattered lapis lazuli plate on the ground, and said in a deep voice, an expert like this, one person can defeat 100, not to mention these few of them. Even if there were 10 times the number of them, it wouldn't be enough for them to fight with one hand. That good? The other two security guards' jaws dropped. See the shattered lapis lazuli slab? It was shattered by someone's punch. Wang Gongye clapped his hands. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that this person's realm has already reached the peak of external power, and is only one step away from cultivating internal power. Wang Gongye grew up martial arts, recognized the local martial arts masters to learn boxing, although by now it is still boxing style, but the masters' vision is still there. Martial arts are categorized into Hotian and innate. There are 3 realms in the Hotian: external force, internal force, and chemical force. Those who can practice external energy are considered to have attained the level of martial artist. Those who can practice internal energy and have the flow of true energy in their body can be called masters, and those who can practice chemo energy are the legendary realm of transformation. And the world has to call them masters. The world will call him a master. Above the Hotian realm there was the innate realm. Above the innate realm there was the holy realm. Above the holy realm there was the divine realm. And those were legends. Anyway, Wang Gongye had never seen it. This person was able to shatter a stone slab with one punch, so I'm afraid that he has reached the peak level of external strength. The small campus actually hid a great god of martial arts. Wang Gongye instructed his men to clean up the scene's mess, and the shattered lapis lazuli plate was picked up by him, ready to be studied. Chapter 67, Jiangzhou Secretary. Ma Yunfei was depressed. I was playing a game with my classmates in my dorm room and had a good time when I was called to the security office. Director Wang, looking for me? He was on good terms with the Director of Defense, Wang Gongye. Yunfei, sit. Wang Gongye had his subordinates make him a cup of tea. Ma Yunfei picked up his teacup and took a sip. I don't have much good tea here, so you'll just drink it. Wang Gongye smiled. It's better for you to say what's going on straight away. Ma Yunfei grinned. People who practiced martial arts cleanly were afraid of people beating around the bush. Then I'll get straight to the point. Wang Gongye stared into his eyes. Did you just with the gang of students from the gymnasium in the back of the mountain? The gymnasium? Who is it? Ma Yunfei was stunned. Bear-like. The big center on the varsity basketball team. I am on good terms with Xiong Shaped. Last week we even jerked off together. How can I fight with him? Ma Yunfei was surprised. Zhangda still has the courage to fight with Xiongshua. It really wasn't you? Today I was playing games in my dormitory in addition to classes, and I never even went to the back of the mountain, let alone to fight with someone. Commissioner Wang, you can't harden your hat on me. Looking for you to come over to ask just, where is the hat? Wang Gongye said Su. I just think, can a fist to shatter the lapis lazuli plate, the whole Jiangda University, It seems that only you have this strength. Are you saying that the person who fought with Bear Shape shattered the lapis lazuli plate with one punch? Ma Yunfei was stunned. Wang Gongye didn't say anything and pointed to the wash basin next to the sofa, which was filled with the broken rocks he had picked up. Ma Yunfei looked at it and looked up in shock. You don't tell me that these stones were shattered by that person. I don't want to believe it either, but that's the way it is. Wang Gongye spread his hands. Ma Yunfei carefully looked over the stones and compared their thickness, and was shocked. An expert at the peak of external strength? Inwardly, he just flinched. The school actually came out with a fierce person in the same realm as him. Looking at the thickness of the stone slab, and the degree of the broken stone, the battle strength was no less than him. The president of the National Arts Club. There are 4 old families in this city, the Gusu Morong, and the Jiangzhou Sima. Gusu Morong referred to the Muanrong families, while Jiangzhou Sima did not refer to the Sima family, but rather the Sima and Ma families. The 2 Morong families were consortium families, specializing in economic endeavors, while the 2 Sima families, on the other hand, were martial arts families. The Z family is good at boxing, and the Ma family is good at kicking. Ma Yunfei was the youngest son of the contemporary head of the Ma family, the tan-leg master Ma Xingkong, the most outstanding martial arts genius of the second generation of the Ma family, who had practiced external energy at the age of 18 and ascended the ranks, and at the age of 21, he had already cultivated to the peak of the Hotian first realm, and was only one step away from cultivating internal energy and stepping into the Hotian second level realm. Only one step away. The National Martial Arts Club he opened in Jiangnan University was very popular with a group of hot-blooded teenagers. I am also a popular figure in Jiangnan University. This was why Wang Gongye had first approached him to inquire. That's right. At first I thought it was you. It's because you're the only one in Jiangde who can shatter such a thick stone slab with your fist strength. Wang Gongye said slowly. Of course it wasn't me. Tian Tao and I are brothers. Why would I fight with someone from the gymnasium? Ma Yunfei spread his hands. Then we can only find Xiong Shua and ask them. These dead children, after the fight also do not know where to run away. I sent people to the dormitory, to the ballroom, to the classroom, everywhere cannot be found. Wang Gongye huffed. Of course these places were nowhere to be found, because Bear Shape went to a hospital off campus to treat their wounds. They didn't dare to go to the school infirmary for fear of being seen by teachers and students they knew well, and how humiliating that would be. And there is an unwritten rule for boys in the gymnasium. Whether it's to flatten someone or to be flattened, will never go to the school to complain. Pure men. Deep down the teeth and blood swallowing, looking for adult help fell goat. Ma Yunfei came out of the security office and also wanted to find Xiong Shua to ask who that Kamen really was. The first time I called, Bear-like actually turned off the phone. I can only force my curiosity and wait patiently. Han Dong knew that he would cause some sort of soul shaking for some people at the school, but he didn't care. Back from the backwoods maple grove and ready to go home. Walked to the parking lot only to see a bunch of people gathered around the car. Wu Yuanda, Hong Tao, and Si Yingchun were all there, along with a few of their classmates. Zhao Su was pulling Chu Ying and He Sini, introducing his new car. It was a white Audi Q5, which, as it happened, was parked right next to Han Dong's car. Class president, it's only your freshman year and you're driving an Audi. So trenchant. He Sini was envious. Chu Ying was also somewhat impressed with Zhao Su. It is said that his family is a local demolition family, so it seems that he really has some strength. Well, although Han Dong is handsome, he is not necessarily richer than Zhao Su. If Han Dong really doesn't know how to raise his head, then, admitting Zhao Su seems to be a good choice. Shadow. This is my dad's gift to me for the college entrance exam, and it was just shipped over today. The air is so nice and the autumn colors are pleasant. May I ask, can I invite you to go for a drive around Taihu Lake? Zhao Su looked into Chu Ying's eyes with a look of deep affection. Since the class president has brought up a new car, it's good for us to follow the congratulations and get a taste of the luxury. Isn't it, Sini? Chu Ying smiled in a subtle way. Yes. He Sini nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. She is a small town out of the examination. The family is average. Long So Big has not been in a private car. There is an opportunity to rub the car. Of course, refuse to let go. Squad leader, we also want to congratulate you on your newness. So why don't we bring it along? Wu Yuanda said without any sarcasm. Can't sit down. Sweep the shared bike and follow it yourself if you want to go. Zhao Su glared at him without a good look. Si Yingchun bristled. You're driving an Audi Q5 with your tail up in the air. Compared to the Porsche Palmer next to you, how can you call that a car? This Pame has been around since the military training period, and I don't know which rich kid's car from the school. It's really enviable. At this time, Han Dong arrived. Secretary Han, do you want to go for a ride together? Zhao Su had wanted to leave, but when he saw Han Dong coming over, he temporarily changed his mind. Wouldn't it be a waste of this good opportunity not to show a wave of superiority in front of Handong? So what if you can dunk? What's the use of your high jump? This is a realistic society. Rich people will get married. Talent wants to fight with money. You are afraid of thinking about farts. I thought you said you couldn't sit down? Wu Yuanda sneered back. You're fat and overweight. Of course you can't sit down. Secretary Han is in good shape, so it's definitely no problem. No, I have a car. You guys go ahead. Handong smiled faintly. You have a car? Where is it? Ah, it can't be that bike. Zhao Su's eyes stopped on a permanent brand bicycle by the playground. There was a soft drop and the lights of the Porsche Palmer flashed a few times. Handong walked over and opened the driver's door. Zhao Su was dumbfounded. The other students in the class shared his expression. Dongzi, this Panamera is yours? Wu Yuanda was the first to come to his senses. Aha, I'll go. Trenchless simply. Wu Yuanda excitedly circled around the car. Chapter 68, Song Xian goes on an expedition. Not an inch of grass grows. Is this the legendary Porsche? Hsini came out of a small place and was relatively poorly informed. Porsche Panamera Turbo S top version. I'm afraid it's more than $3 million on the road. Wu Yuanda was quite knowledgeable about this car. My god. Over $3 million. It can buy a suite in Jiangzhou. Hsini had the exact same reaction as Chang Yusin before this. Zhao Su felt his face hurt. Invisibly as if he had been slapped with dozens of big BB. Handong bought a $3 million Porsche without saying anything. And he drove an Audi Q5 to fool around in front of others. The guy awkwardly stubbed his toe on the floor for 3 rooms. Xingchuan's face was ugly. Jiang Yi, HD 820. Wasn't this the number plate composed of Handong's initials and his birthday? I can't believe I didn't notice it before. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't pay attention, but he simply didn't think about Handong, so he ignored it. Wait a minute, this car seems to have been parked here all this time. Meaning, Handong has been driving a Porsche for almost a month, and they actually don't know about it. Did he keep a low profile? Or did he simply not give his roommate a second thought? Xingchun preferred to believe the latter. It felt like Handong was just teasing them. This was because the last time they walked here with Chang Yusin, Xingchun had mentioned this car and Handong was at the side. Why didn't he admit it was his car? At the time I said it was my dream car. This bean batch must have been secretly laughing at me, right? By the way, didn't Handong get his exams from the countryside? Zhang Zikai said his family was poor. Where did he get the money to buy a Porsche? Did he use the entire $1 million bonus to buy a car? That's not enough. All kinds of ideas come and go, and Xingchun will not be whole. Everyone, look, big schoolgirl song is here. A student let out a gasp. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see Song Xingchen, the schoolflower on the 5 extreme list, walking this way along the boulevard. Suddenly a breeze blew. Her long hair fluttered and her clothes flew, as if she would fly away on the wind at any time. An immortal aura greeted the crowd like a spring breeze. My goddess. It's my goddess. Fatty Wu was so excited that he even abandoned pain to the side. The nickname of Song Xian is not for nothing. Xingchun had a light in his eyes. There's actually such a good-looking girl in the world. Even Hong Tao, who was only interested in the game, rounded his eyes. The schoolgirls are on the march, and not an inch of grass will grow. Hello schoolmate, hello again. Seeing Handong, Song Xingchen guffawed and waved her small hand. The little ones around us were stunned. How did Sister Song know Handong? Especially Fatty Wu. His small eyes blinked vigorously as he kept balking at Handong and Song Xingchen's faces. Good day, academic Sister Song. Handong smiled. I rushed over as soon as the bell rang, afraid that my schoolmate had already left. Luckily, I made it in time. What's the hurry? School teacher? Schoolboy did me such a big favor this morning, so naturally I want to thank you. Hey, that's not a favor. It's just a show of hands. Senior sister doesn't need to take it to heart. You think it's a show of hands, but it solved my urgent problem. As the old saying goes, the favor of a little water should be repaid by a spring. So, I'm struggling with how to return this favor to you. Repayment is not necessary. I am about to invite my dormitory brothers to my home to celebrate, if you don't mind. Senior sister, let's all join together. Handong smiled. Hey, Wu Yuanda and the others looked at each other in dismay and looked at Handong at the same time. When did your boy say he'd invite us to your house to celebrate? Dongzi, you mean, you bought a house in Jiangzhou? Fatty Wu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a low voice. Aha, Handong faintly said. Where? The courtyard of the air. Plop. Fatty Wu nearly fell to the ground on his heels. The Sky Courtyard had a great reputation, not far from Jiangzhou University, and all the students of Jiangzhou University knew that it was a sky villa exclusively for the rich. The price of any one set of house is more than 5,000 WS. The three brothers looked at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. The oldest, who has the worst family conditions in the dormitory, suddenly rebounded a month later, really catching them off guard. A housewarming is indeed worth celebrating. Since I've caught up, naturally I can't miss it. Song Xingchen stroked the hair on her temples and smiled sweetly. Welcome to school, sister. Han Dong smiled. Han Dong had indeed wanted to invite his dormitory brothers to his home, and he had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a nest outside. We can't hide it, can we? Living in the same dormitory, there are no secrets. When you move to a new house, you do have to get some people to congratulate you, and everyone is just right for the occasion. Chapter 69 Main and Supporting Characters. Ing-chun, what about you? Wu Yuanda looked at Si Ing-chun, who had been silent. I have to go to the library to read books at night, so I won't go. Si Ing-chun stared at Song Xingchen with a light in his eyes. Does he want to go? He wants to go so bad. No one in the entire Jian University knew about Song Xingchen's ravishing reputation. The livestock on the campus forum publicized her as the first of the 5 best, the first school flower of Jiangnan University. Because of her temperament, she was given the nickname Song Xian. To be able to attend a party with Song Xian, I believe that any male creature in JNU would not say no, including the little male dog raised by Li Despoon in the cafeteria. It's just a little solid if the main character isn't himself. Si Ing-chun did not want to be Han Dong's supporting role, so she could only endure the pain and refuse. But he left a heart and soul, said he was going to the library at night, set up a good learning and progressive persona, to see if Sister Song will be impressed. In fact, he went to a fart library. Youth is just right. How to solve the problem? The only way to solve the problem is to ask for a date. Handsome men do not waste time in the library. Let's go then and visit schoolmate's new home. Song Xingchen politely nodded towards Si Ing-chun, and then looked at Han Dong with gentle eyes. Si Ing-chun felt a loss inside. It seems that the good-for-nothing persona doesn't work too well either. Song Xingchen got into her Tiffany blue Maserati, while Fatty Wu and Hong Tao got into Han Dong's Porsche. The two limousines left the parking lot one after the other, leaving the rest of the students to sigh in place. The original short and poor man has really ascended into a dragon. Even the high and mighty Song Dashue can be teased now. Chuang began to doubt her judgment. Was Han Dong really interested in her? Whether it was Wei Shu Qing or Song Xingchen, they were both existences that could hang her in every aspect. For Han Dong, what other attraction is there for her? The class flower? The new plumber's interior is both luxurious and technologically advanced, making it essentially unbeatable among luxury cars in its price range. Modified carbon fiber steering wheel and carbon fiber gear knob. More upscale. Fatty Wu and Hong Tao sat in the car, kept touching here and there, and their mouths were full of words of amazement. Duh, like this car? Han Dong turned his head to look at Wu Yuanda. Luxury cars are like beautiful women. Which man does not like it? Wu Yuanda enviously touched the gear handle. The carbon fiber texture is really unbeatable. Brother has an unkind request. When you are idle, can you lend me a ride? Borrowing a car is not much of a problem. Han Dong laughed and cursed. Provided that you special brew drops have to clean yourself up and don't make my car smell. Must ah. Wu Yuanda busily agreed. It's not that I don't have feelings for you. It's that you don't drive a Porsche. He wanted to drive the Porsche to the art academy to test if the pretty girls would have feelings for him. For the sake of this great experiment, even if he sacrificed his jade body and subjected it to the ravages of the water stream, it would be worth it. Take a shower. You have to take a shower. The Porsche was in front and the Maserati was in the back, and the two cars, one after the other, drove into the Sky Courtyard neighborhood, and under Han Dong's guidance, drove directly from the spiral driveway to the 28th floor. Wow! This design is awesome, worthy of being the legendary 5th-generation housing. Wu Yuanda couldn't help but marvel. Han Dong smiled without saying anything. And that's just the beginning. There's more to come. When I came to the 28th floor, two cars were parked side by side in front of the entrance. More than enough room. There was also a Lamborghini SUV parked in the space next to it. Brother Dong, is this your neighbor's car? Hong Tao couldn't help but ask. This building is all one staircase, and I'm the only one on the entire 28th floor with no neighbors. Han Dong smiled. Silly boy. This car is also Dongzi's. Wu Yuanda knocked the back of Hong Tao's head. I'll go. Lamborghini this is much more expensive than Pame, isn't it? Brother Dong, you've become a big rich man now. Hong Tao was taken aback. Not bought. Someone else gave it to me. Just as Han Dong's words fell, the elevator door opened and Mu Wanji walked out from inside. This sister was dressed in a big brand professional suit. Her hair was coiled on the top of her head. She looked competent and rich, full of high-class feeling came out. Han Dong. When Mu Wanji saw Han Dong, She spread her face and smiled, like a flourishing flower in full bloom. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao looked at each other. The contents of their gazes were complicated. Donzi, this guy. Well, not really evening the rich woman, right? He just said that the car is sent by someone else. Is it? Is this beautiful big sister? If rich women are like this, then I don't want to make the effort. I'll take a dozen of the same style, please. Song Xingchen just happened to get out of the car and looked eye to eye with Mu Wanji. Yeah, Han Dong, is this your girlfriend? It's so pretty looking, like a little fairy. Mu Wanji sized up Song Xingchen with an admiring gaze. Song Xingchen was similarly sizing up Mu Wanji. This sister, she has such a good temperament. Warm and generous, elegant and noble. A bit like the actress who played the White Queen. Not girlfriends, friends. Sister Song and my 2 roommates are here to celebrate my new house. Han Dong smiled. In that case, I'll order you a few dishes from a private restaurant I know and send them over. Then thank you, Sister Mu. One of our own. Don't be polite to your sister. Let me introduce. This is Sister Mu, the neighbor downstairs and my friend. Han Dong smiled. Hello Sister Mu. I'm Song Xingchen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sister Song was generous and cultured. Hello Sister Mu. I'm Wu Yuanda. Hello Sister Mu. I'm Hong Tao. Hello guys. Come here and make yourselves at home. Mu Wanji guffawed. Sister Mu, you should join us. Wu Yuanda voiced an invitation. No, you young people play. I still have things to do. Mu Wanji snorted and went downstairs. I hadn't seen Han Dong for a few days, so I wanted to come up and care about him, but when I saw that he had a friend, I was relieved to go back. Chapter 70, Planting the Sycamore Tree, Attracting the Golden Phoenix. Han Dong swiped his face and opened the silver gray, very sci-fi door, leading them into his new home. Wow wow wow. This house is also too big. From this end to that end, it feels like you have to take a bus stop. Wu Yuanda stood in the living room and let out a gasp of amazement. The modern decoration style is stylish and elegant without losing the delicate luxury. A whole set of smart homes, almost all of which can be controlled remotely, and an intelligent robot with wheels underneath to provide butler-like service. Because the 28th floor was the top floor, it was actually a duplex structure. The living room was overhanging and elevated, with a pure white chandelier hanging down from the ceiling of the roof, shaped like a blooming snow lotus flower. A beautiful mess. The Chinese and Western kitchens, with a bar at the entrance and a wine cooler in the back, are just the kind of design that young people like. I love this sky garden so much. Song Xingchen stood in the courtyard, spreading his arms wide and closing his eyes tightly, enjoying the forest-like atmosphere high in the air. Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda walked around this garden of more than 100 square feet, feeling that everywhere was uniquely crafted and breathtaking. Villas aren't rare. Villas built at high altitude are different. Hong Tao muttered. Having such a home makes this life worthwhile. Wu Yuanda shook his head and sighed. Let's go and take you guys to the rooftop. Han Dong led the 3 of them up to the rooftop. Turtle, am I in Hawaii? Wu Yuanda was dumbfounded. The roof of the building actually had a swimming pool built, coconut trees planted, thatched huts erected, and a large piece of sandy beach laid out next to it. It really does feel like an instant tropical beach. Song Xingchen stood on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the artificial lake below, with a faraway view. Senior, your new home is fantastic. I can't believe I didn't know there were houses like this in Gusu City. Song Xingchen marveled. If you like it, you can come and play often. Han Dong laughed. May I? There was starlight swirling in Song Xingchen's eyes. Sure, then I'll really come yo. Don't mind my noise when I do. Anytime. A deal? It's a deal. Han Dong and Song Xingchen pulled a hook and childishly stamped a seal. Wu Yuanda and Han Tao felt redundant. The 2 of them looked enviously at Han Dong and thought, no wonder the wives of the ancients said whether they were the first or second house. So this is what they meant. You can only have a wife if you have a house. The ancients are true to their word. Look at other people. Han Dong, with such a good house, even a great beauty like Song Xian is willing to perch for a while. With a sycamore tree, you can attract a real phoenix. After playing for a while, the private dining room ordered by Sister Mu arrived. The food was really quite exquisite and there were a couple of bottles of imported wine. Let's just eat on the rooftop. Han Dong laughed. Yes, that's a great idea. Song Xingchen clapped her hands and laughed daintily. Tables and chairs were readily available on the rooftop, and the 3 boys collaborated to bring up the drinks and food. Sister, can you drink? Han Dong asked politely. There's a prohibition in the house, and Mom won't let me drink outside. If I had such a beautiful daughter, I wouldn't dare let her drink outside. Don't be scourged by bad boys. Han Dong smiled. Are you a bad boy? Song Xingchen cocked her head and smiled coquettishly. Of course it is. I want to do all the things that bad men want to do, so don't even think about sending me a good guy card. Han Dong bared his teeth in a menacing gesture. In that case, I'll drink a little with you. Just a little bit. Oh. Song Xingchen pursed her lips and smiled. What's wrong with you? What kind of brainwave is that? I told you I'm a bad boy. Are you encouraging me to cause trouble for you? The youngest, Hong Tao, carried a sobering device and poured some red wine into the glasses in front of each person. Welcome friends to my home. Cheers. The first drink was raised by Han Dong, the host. Congratulations on the housewarming. Schoolboy. Congratulations. Cheers. Ding. The glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. The four men raised their glasses together and drank. It's surprising that Sister Song isn't at all bashful about drinking. Probably because of his origin. Han Dong did not like that kind of endowed girl at all. He felt that Song Xingchen was good. Although she looked like a fairy, she was not endowed and was at least willing to be grounded. So Han Dong taught her a few simple drinking orders, and the two of them rolled up their sleeves and yelled and rode. 6, 6, 6, 6, ah! The five quartets ah! Seeing Song Xian roll up her sleeves, revealing her tender lotus root-like small arms, and Han Dong's red-faced boxing, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao's three views were shattered to the ground. Nima. So this is the right way to pick up a goddess. The red wines all have the immediacy of a root beer. Look how happy Sister Song is smiling. Her mouth never closes. After drinking the wine, Sister Song's eyes flowed, her cheeks flushed, less immortal than usual, but more charming. Every move, every knit of the brows and smile, were all indescribable flavor. No wonder mom doesn't let her drink outside. It sure is easy to attract crime. Song Xingchen felt happy. Her mother had raised her from a young age according to the etiquette of an ancient lady of the house, with rules and regulations that prevented her from doing this or that. Despite living a rich life, she felt suffocated, like a canary in a cage, all feathers and no freedom. With Han Dong, she has no burden at all. She can drink, row, smile with her teeth showing, and even swear. She felt like a captive bird flying out of its cage and felt true joy. Her heart was flying. The time of fun always passes exceptionally fast, and in an instant, the night is already late. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao had gotten drunk at some point and were lying on the table huffing and puffing. Han Dong and Song Xingchen sat side by side on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the lights of the 10,000 homes downstairs, and no one spoke. They were so close together that occasionally their bodies touched each other and a deer in the headlights inside. The two enjoyed the pleasure of this dark poke, neither one refusing to point it out. The most wonderful thing between a man and a woman is this time. Once that window is poked and prodded, it's not much fun. They were enjoying this ambiguity with each other when Song Xingchen's cell phone rang. This was the 13th call from home, always urging her to go back. Sister, let me take you home. I don't want to go back and you drink with me again. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink with you in the future. You go home first. It's too late. Your parents will be worried. Didn't you tell me you were a bad boy? At this time, a bad boy shouldn't advise me to go home. Song Xingchen gave him a sidelong glance. It's not bad enough, Han Dong said with a big smile. Doesn't he want to be bad? It's that it can't be bad for a while. I endure. Han Dong gritted his teeth. Ugh, go back. Song Xingchen sighed melancholically. Han Dong half assisted, half carried, stuffed her into his Maserati and drove her home. Shortly after leaving the neighborhood, I actually encountered the traffic police uncle checking for DUI. Han Dong submerged the pure yang qi and vaporized the alcohol in his body in an instant. When tested, the alcohol level in his system was surprisingly normal. The traffic policeman gave him a suspicious look. This young man was obviously full of alcohol. Why couldn't he be detected? Skeptical as they were, the results were there and they had to be released. Han Dong smiled imperceptibly. The abilities of an immortal cultivator are not something that mortals can guess at. It's only the body hardening stage now, and in the future, when they cultivate to the Jindan stage and the God transformation stage, there's no telling how amazing they'll be. Chapter 71, The Gap Grows Wider. Sister Song's home, in the Peach Blossom Garden Villa area, which is the top rich area in Gusu City, each of which is a heirloom mansion worth over $100 million. The car pulled up in front of a Chinese single-family house and entered the parking space. Schoolboy, it was fun tonight. After getting out of the car, Song Xingchen gently hugged him and then let go. Me too. Han Dong smiled. Thank you for your hospitality today. I'll treat you to a big meal some other time to repay you for your help. Okay, sister. The two waved goodbye, and Song Xingchen went inside. When she came to the living room, a middle-aged noblewoman was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Mom, you're still awake? Song Xingchen walked over and hugged his mother. Didn't I tell you not to drink outside? The noblewoman smelled a whiff of alcohol and frowned slightly. Mom, I'm a grown man, and a drink now and then won't hurt. Society is so complicated and human nature is hard to predict. What if you get drunk and get that? Schoolmate Han Dong says he's a bad boy. but I can see that he's a good person, so you don't have to worry. He won't do anything bad to me. Han Dong's schoolmate? The noblewoman's frown deepened. We'll have to get someone to check him out tomorrow. The daughter's reaction. It's unusual. Han Dong came out of the villa area, hailed an online taxi and returned to his home, one in each hand. Like little piggies, he threw the two drunks into the guest room and shuffled himself off to bed. Early the next morning, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao woke up with a hangover and were a bit baffled. Standing in the opulent living room, they could not remember where this was for a while. It was only when Han Dong came back from his rooftop cultivation that he regained his memory. Emma scared me to death. Fatty Wu patted his chest. How many meanings? Han Dong went to the bar and poured himself a glass of lemonade. I thought someone coveted my beauty, and picked up the body. Put. Han Dong sprayed out all the water he had just taken a sip of. Don't worry, no one will look at you except for the production team's pigs. Han Dong said slowly. The main thing is that it doesn't taste very good. Ahem. Fatty Wu cringed. Wearing socks that hadn't been washed for half a month, standing in an exquisite and luxurious mansion, it was indeed a bit ashamed of himself. Dongzi, you won't really be adopted by Sister Mu, right? Not brother, said you. You also introduce me to Ah. I don't ask for much, just look similar to Sister Mu. Fatty Wu's small eyes blinked and blinked. Aside from being adopted by a rich woman, it was impossible to figure out how Han Dong could suddenly become rich in a short period of time. Scram! Han Dong laughed and scolded. Is little master the kind of person who has no talent? My master, Guang Lingzi, is an excellent doctor and martial artist. Not only did he pass on my martial arts, he also passed on my medical skills. Some time ago, he cured two rich people with strange diseases and made a lot of money. I still need someone else to keep me? The godly Taoist priest on the mountain in my old home was indeed called Guang Lingzi. I'm afraid I'll have to borrow that name for the rest of my life. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were convinced, because they had seen Han Dong's hands with their own eyes. The person's master was a great healer and martial artist, and since the kung fu that was passed on to him was so powerful, his medical skills were not far behind. The land of China hides crouching tigers and dragons. I didn't expect that there is actually a great god hidden beside our brothers. Wu Yuanda endlessly sighed. Both brothers were happy for Han Dong. Yesterday, the net focus on drinking, forgot to take pictures. Taking advantage of the good mood in the morning, the two brothers in Han Dong's mansion took a lot of photos, passed to the circle of friends. Seeing Chun was lying alone in her dorm room, looking at her cell phone in a daze. Last night, Fatty Wu and Hong Tao stayed out at night and turned out to be staying at Han Dong's new home. No wonder this guy Han Dong always doesn't come back to live, but he has quietly bought a house. He was also the man of the hour in high school, and no one could steal his thunder. I didn't expect to read the university, but actually by the same dormitory brother pressure to death. Whether it is face value, ability, or wealth. Paradoxically, when this guy Han Dong first started school, he was clearly a short and poor man. It's only been a month or so, and it's amazing how far it's gone against the grain. How on earth did he do that? Seeing Chun was puzzled. Zhao Su and Shu Ying both saw the circle of friends that Wu Yuanda had sent. They chose to remain silent, especially Zhao Su. His family is a demolition household, divided into several houses. It also flaunted it in front of others from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally. Unexpectedly, Han Dong quietly bought a mansion in the sky courtyard. His family's several suites altogether would probably only be able to buy the toilet of Han Dong's house. How can there be such a big gap between people? Class flower Chu Ying's self-confidence was dealt a further blow. She began to doubt her own judgment. A boy of Han Dong's caliber, perhaps, couldn't even look at her. After washing up, Han Dong ordered takeout, and the three brothers gathered in the restaurant to have a beautiful breakfast. Chapter 72, Thousand-Year Erasure. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao obediently washed the dishes, and Han Dong sat in the living room with his eyes closed like a landlord. In reality, he was thinking about what to do next. Days passed by, and the body of pure yang was about to come to a great completion, which meant that the body tempering stage was about to end, and the next step would be qi gathering. Only by successfully gathering qi could one successfully break through the boundary and enter the qi refining stage. It was clearly stated in the Golden Crow body tempering decision that the essence of the sun could at most help the practitioner cultivate to the peak of body tempering, and that if one wanted to go further, one must accumulate aura in the dantian, remove the clutter, and refine it into yuan qi. Now that the earth's spiritual qi is depleted, it can only refine a kind of elixir to assist, called gathering spirit powder. But the refining of pills need to be extremely deep spiritual treasure. Not so good to find. From now on we'll start to prepare, if close to the heel and then go to find, in case you cannot find, but to delay the progress of cultivation. The alchemy of the Golden Crow sect was unique in the world, and it was all recorded in the Golden Crow Emperor's legacy, the Golden Crow Danjing. Han Dong used his divine sense to read the file and quickly searched for the medicinal formula and refining method of the spirit-gathering powder. It's not too hard to make. It's the materials that are hard to find. Everything else was fine. However, one of the main medicines was thousand-year Ganoderma lucidum, which made Han Dong difficult. There are video bloggers on the internet who have done popularization on the year of Ganoderma lucidum. What 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum and 1000 years of Ganoderma lucidum are all fraudulent things. As we all know, Ganoderma lucidum is a kind of mushroom. This kind of plant does not pick a year will rot. How can live for 100 years or even 1000 years? However, the Golden Crow Dan Jing recorded very clearly, 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, born in the cliffs and cliffs, rare place, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, day and month, the spirit of the very deep. Han Dong certainly chose to believe in the Golden Crow Dan scripture. Believe it or not, where to get this stuff is a big problem. It's impossible to have it in a pharmacy. You go ask someone if you have 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum for sale, and when you meet a grumpy one you might get a face full of dregs. Han Dong thought of someone, the director of the First People's Hospital of Zhengzhou, Prof. Wu Qinglin, who was a great leader in the medical field and had seen a lot of things, so maybe he had some clues. After meeting at Mu's house, the two left contact information with each other. Han Dong immediately called Wu Qinglin and answered after 3 rings on the opposite side. Good morning, Professor Wu. I'm Han Dong. Mr. Han, why did you think of contacting me? There was an obvious surprise in Wu Qinglin's voice. Wanted to ask you something. Tell me what you say. Wu knows what he's talking about. Has Professor Wu ever heard of the 1000-year ratio? At the risk of asking, what is the purpose of Mr. Han asking for this medicine? There is a friend whose elder is suffering from a serious illness and wants to purchase the 1000-year ratio, so he asked me to ask for help. Han Dong made a friend out of nothing and found a random excuse. You can't tell people you're practicing immortality. Those who don't know about it say that the 1000-year Lingji is just a legend. But I know that this heavenly treasure is real, Wu Qinglin said in a deep voice. However, because this item is so rare, ordinary people have no chance to get to see it, and it only circulates in the martial arts world and the rich and noble classes circulating. Higher people who cultivate martial arts take the 1000-year Lingji to cultivate true qi, the rich and noble class. On the other hand, use this immortal herb to hang on to life. If you want to request for a purchase, where can I buy it? Han Dong inwardly rejoiced. Professor Wu had not let him down. There won't be any of this in circulation on the market. And even if there is, the price is astronomical. I do know. On the contrary, who has this kind of thing in their hands? Who? Rong Baichuan. Which one is Rong Baichuan? The patriarch of the Jiangnan Rong clan, the current head of the Rong family. Is that the Rong family that is often referred to as the one in the Gusu Morong? Han Dong was not a white boy like he was at the beginning now, and from Mu Wanji's mouth, he had heard about the Rong family. He also knew that the Gusu Morong was 2 of the most powerful families in Jiangzhou City. That's right, that's them. Han Dong was delighted in his heart. It was really a great success. It's better to be in the same city than thousands of miles away. Dare I ask Professor Wu, is there any special purpose for the young family to take the 1000-year ratio? As far as I know, there should be something wrong with Rong Baichuan's body, and I'm really not sure exactly what it is. For some purpose, the news didn't leak out. They did a good job of keeping it a secret. What Professor Wu means is that the young family head has gotten his hands on a 1000-year-old Lingji. Perhaps to hang on to his life? Maybe. They even called me once to ask me when they were looking for a 1000-year-old Ganoderma. I gave recommendations for a few candidates. It took them half a year to finally buy this immortal grass from a collector in Lingnan, and I heard that they spent quite a lot of money. So, did Rong Baichuan take it? How was the effect? I'm not sure about that. Okay, Professor Wu, I'm ready to go to class. Talk to you later. It's enough to know that the young family has the goods in their hands. We need to get in touch with them as soon as possible to see what's going on before we say anything. By the way, your license to practice medicine is done. Take the time for me to send it over to you. Wu Qinglin suddenly said. License to practice medicine? Han Dong was stunned. He did not remember that he had asked Wu Qinglin to do this. Wanzi asked me to do it. She didn't tell you? No. Han Dong's heart warmed slightly. Sister Mu was genuinely good to him. It was well thought out. The so-called medical license is actually called medical practitioner's license. Now the state on this piece of control is very strict. If not licensed, unauthorized practice of medicine, it is illegal. In case of serious consequences, there may be jail. Originally, for this certificate, you have to take an exam. But with Mr. Han's level, it doesn't seem too necessary. So I took a shortcut and applied for an exemption from the exam on the grounds of Chinese medicine inheritance. Found 2 senior Chinese medicine masters to endorse you. And then I personally recommended it. And that's how it was done. Thank you, Professor Wu. for taking the trouble. Han Dong thanked from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. I heard that you cured Chui Hongji's colon cancer, and the entire Jiangzhou medical community is doubly excited. My old Wu is still waiting to ask for advice in person, so don't hide anything from me then. Wu Qinglin smiled. No problem. Anytime for Prof. Wu's visit. Han Dong agreed readily. He understood that Wu Qinglin had to come personally to deliver the certificate, and he should be asking about the cancer cure. Otherwise, he was such a big dean, why would he need to personally come to the door? However, it was a waste of time to ask. Han Dong thought to himself that old Wu was destined to make a trip for nothing. There are some things that only I can do. The cure will be given to you for nothing. You don't know the Golden Crow body hardening technique and you don't have pure yang qi in your body. How can you deal with cancer cells? Chapter 73, The White Rabbit Enters the Wolf's Den. After making the call, Han Dong drove those two goods to school. Along the way, Fatty Wu. That guy is so flirty. Open the window. See the good-looking girl to talk to people. Being Han Dong Baramil, but also vibrantly counterattacked, driving a luxury car is not just to flirt with girls. Otherwise why don't you buy a Wuling Hongguang? It makes so much sense. I can't believe I'm speechless. Back in class, this guy spent the whole day bragging about how trenchant Han Dong's mansion was, and all the students in the class were envious. Chuang looked back frequently to gain Han Dong's attention, but young Master Han pretended not to see. Zhao Su gritted his teeth and stared at Han Dong with a cynical gaze from time to time. 5 p.m. Dinner time. The cafeteria of Jiangnan University is right beside the playground, and now at this time, it is the time when the cafeteria has the largest flow of people, only to see the side of the playground erected a large flag, written on the 5 big words Firecloud Basketball Club. A table was set up under the flag, behind which sat a bunch of handsome seniors in jerseys. Freshman military training is over. It is a good time for college clubs to recruit new people, and the entrance to the cafeteria is the most crowded place, so all the major clubs have chosen to sell in this place. Today coincided with the day when the school's most popular club, the Firecloud Basketball Club, was recruiting cheerleaders, and a group of freshman girls, attracted by the faces of the seniors, crowded around underneath the large flag and asked to sign up. Xiao Shi and Shi Sidian and other roommates, a group of 4, were stopped before they even reached the entrance of the cafeteria. A few members of the basketball club, who were yelling on the periphery, spotted Xiao Mei in the crowd at a glance and surrounded her with a look of amazement. A divine face like Xiao Shi's, when encountering this kind of battle, how do you look at it, is like a pink white rabbit entering a wolf's den that has been starving for more than 10 days. President Tian Tao was still pretending to be reserved and posing as a boss. At the first sight of Xiao Shi's divine face, he turned into a big gray wolf in seconds. Schoolgirl, I'm Tian Tao, the president of the Firecloud Basketball Club. Personally I think you're especially suitable to be the captain of the cheerleading squad team. Consider joining us. The head of the club personally came out and wanted to take this divine-faced schoolgirl under his wing. Beauty is a scarce resource, and beauty like Josie's is even more rare. If you were a second late, you might have been abducted by someone else. I'm sorry, I don't want to join any clubs, Josie said blandly. It was just as clean as when she had rejected Zhang Zikai's advances. Sister, I think you may not know much about our Firecloud Basketball Club. We are the largest basketball club in Jiangnan University, with a total of more than 200 members, and there are many activities in general, not only limited to playing basketball. The old birds were thick-skinned and wouldn't give up that easily. They surrounded Josie and a group of 4 others, refusing to let them go. Han Dong, Hong Tao, Wu Yuanda and the other 3 also came to the cafeteria to eat and saw the scene from a long distance away. WC. These sinful beasts from the basketball club have come out to wreak havoc on elementary school girls again. Hong Tao scoffed at this. College clubs are generally good, but there is no shortage of scum with ulterior motives, using their hands to hook up with girls. Freshman girls just out of high school, have not seen much of the world. It is easy to be impressed by flowery language, and ultimately be cheated by the gun. I just can't pick up a girl for the rest of my life, and I don't want to be in the same boat as these guys. Wu Yuanda had a righteous face. The fact that you can't pick up girls is not necessarily related to whether or not you join a club. Han Dong unmercifully exposed him. Nonsense, Wu Yuanda huffed. Hey, you guys, look who's that. Hong Tao pointed at the girls who were surrounded by a group of old birds. Who is it? Wu Yuanda looked in the direction of his finger. Josie stood out from the crowd. Wu Yuanda said angrily, sinful animal, how dare you even mess with the sister of our Steel 7th Company. I can't stand it. I'll go. It's still true. Hong Tao pushed Han Dong. Dong, look, they're forcing their way in. Han Dong looked over and saw that although the other 3 girls were a bit frightened in the face of so many fierce seniors around them, Josie, who stood in the center, had a calm and self-assured expression on her face. He didn't say anything either, and walked right past. The two of them, Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda, followed closely behind him. When Tian Tao saw Han Dong who walked into the encirclement, he was stunned. This kid is so handsome. You're here? Xiao Shi looked at Han Dong and guffawed. Aha! Josie's heart warmed as she realized he had come to relieve himself. Everyone, the eating is a bit too ugly, isn't it? Han Dong clasped his hands on his chest, a hint of mockery hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 74, Grievance. Which one of you is it? Tian Tao, the president of the basketball club, had a bad look on his face. Law Class 1. Han Dong, it's you? Tian Tao's voice instantly raised 8 pitches. Xiong-shaped returned to the gymnasium after they'd bandaged their wounds, and the first thing they did was tell Tian Tao about the feud with Han Dong. I was talking about settling a score with you, but I didn't expect it to come to my doorstep. Which one of you? Tonto. Oh, you're the ace of the JNU men's basketball team, the big brother of the boys in the gymnasium. You know me? From what Bear Shape said, he didn't take the beating and gave you up. I've never seen such an arrogant freshman as you, actually daring to mess with even the people from the gymnasium. Tian Tao was infuriated and laughed. What's the matter? You gymnasium boys rely on the tall and big. In the school, the king of the 8, everywhere bullying people, and in turn be bullied once cannot stand it? Who the hell spoiled you? Kid, you can do it. Tian Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who are familiar with it know that this is true anger. That account will be calculated with you later. Let's first figure out the problem in front of us. A freshman. Even the club recruitment of newcomers to control the matter. You count what onion ah? Han Dong is the deputy secretary of the law school youth league committee. At least he is also a leading cadre at the faculty level. Which onion do you say he is? Then which league do you count? Fatty Wu perked up. Tian Tao was stunned. A freshman actually became the leader of the hospital league committee? This is not scientific ah. A freshman member of the club who had just been recruited whispered next to him. It's true. This guy won an award for bravery, and Principal Bell appointed him personally. The cadres of your law school's reunion committee can't control the matter of recruiting new people for our club. Tian Tao would not be easily softened either. I don't care about anything else, but it's a little unseemly for you to block my friend's way and not let him go to dinner. You guys go eat. We're all regular clubs. We won't force ourselves on anyone. Tian Tao finished to the girls and suddenly turned to Han Dong. You have to stay. Yo, Senior Tian Tao is going to treat me to dinner? Han Dong smiled. With this matter settled. Next, we have to talk about our personal grudge. You molested a girl from our gymnasium in public yesterday and beat up my brother. This matter must be settled. Don't say it so harshly. I didn't molest a girl. Chasing girls is a matter of each person's ability. Haruko-senpai is not your private property, so don't make it seem like she has something to do with you. Whether it matters or not, that's out of your hands. Anyway, you messed with someone you shouldn't have. Understand? I've messed with it all and will continue to do so. So what can you do about it? Okay, awesome. Tian Tao gave a thumbs up. I saw the video of your free throw line jumping dunk. It's quite bluffing. Why don't we practice a single game? Okay, how do you want to practice? Let's play a game of bullfighting. And a full 10 points counts as a win. Dare you? Tian Tao was brimming with powerful confidence. He wanted to humiliate Han Dong in front of everyone. Think you can dunk a basketball and you're awesome? Basketball isn't all about dunks. This kid just joined the school and dared to tease Haruko's sister, and even beat up the people from the gymnasium. So let's collect some interest from him today, and then slowly shell him later. You're a professional basketball player. Dongzi is just a hobbyist. You're challenging someone else's interest with your specialty. It's a bit put together shameless, isn't it? I asked to compete with you in eating pig's feet. Do you agree? Fatty Wu was indignant. Yeah, why don't the two of us just compete and eat chicken and I'll beat you all over the place to find your cockeyes. Hong Tao hummed disdainfully. It's fine. I'll play with you. Han Dong smiled. A few of the sisters did not go to dinner. Han Dong was standing up for them, and it would be unrighteous of them to leave before the matter was over. Tian Tao is the #1 basketball player in Zhang University. His popularity is still very high. The news that he is going to play a bullfighting match with someone spreads out, and the basketball court is soon surrounded by a group of people. Let's guess the coin to decide who will attack first. Han Dong smiled. No need. You go first. Tian Tao had a confident look on his face. Are you sure? It'll be too late to get hit and cry later. Don't just shoot your mouth off. Come up with something dry. Tian Tao frivolously hooked his finger. As you wish. Han Dong was in the center circle and casually threw a super long 3. Which country are you juggling? Tian Tao's brows furrowed as he felt offended. Is this the legendary blind couple of pitches? Speechless. Nonsense? This is not. Throwing it right in the center circle. He thinks he's Kuzitan. Great shot. The melon-eating crowd was criticizing Han Dong for this disrespectful basketball behavior when the basketball actually went into the net hollow after tracing an exaggerated arc in the air. Enter. Chapter 75, A Little Bit of Fortune for Two. Young Yufei doesn't want to go home today. Because of the National Day holiday without authorization, and sister to go to the Jushi mountain range to go for a break. Out of the line of sight of the bodyguards. Nearly met with an accident. And came back to be criticized severely by grandpa. So recently have been living in the school dormitory. Not willing to go back to face the family's complaints. When I went to the cafeteria after school in the afternoon, I passed the playground, but I saw a crowd of people surrounding the basketball court in the dark. The two boys facing each other in the center of the field were both quite tall, and their faces could still be seen even though they were surrounded by people. She had no interest in it, but she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the face of the slightly lower boy and her heart skipped a beat. It's him? The little brother you met at Maikawa Falls? Although they had not spent much time together, Han Dong had left an extremely deep impression on her. I asked my sister for his WeChat and hesitated to add it several times. Although her personality was a bit more open than her sister's, girls had their own reserve after all. The thing of taking the initiative to add a boy's contact information was something she had never done before. Often thought, Jiangzhou is not big, not small. That very powerful little brother also do not know in which university to study. In the future there is no possibility to see each other again. I never expected to run into each other at school. He was also a student at JNU. This unexpected surprise made young Yufei tremble a few times in excitement. She pushed her way through the crowd without hesitation. At this time, Song Xingchen also saw the scene. She was going home. When she passed by the playground, she saw that Han Dong was confronting someone. She decisively turned a corner and joined the group of onlookers. Wei Shuqing had been practicing on another basketball court, and when she saw that very interesting schoolmate barreling with Tian Tao, she came over to watch the battle at the first opportunity. Song Xingchen, Rong Yufei, and Wei Shuqing were precisely the top 3 ranked schoolgirls of J University. The 5 extreme rankings had sent out 3 of them at once, really startling the surrounding livestock. It was important to know that Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei never watched basketball matches, and they had never appeared in even the inter-school scrimmages, let alone this kind of 1-versus-1 bullfighting match. What's wrong with them that they're even participating in this kind of fun? Regardless of the reason, the fairy was willing to come down to the mortal world and have fun with the people, and the livestock's hearts were just bursting with joy, and so the number of onlookers grew. Si Yingchun came, Zheng Zikai, Zhang Peng, Yuli, Chang Yusen, all came. As the saying goes, the king cannot see the king and the queen cannot see the queen. The 3 major school goddesses all discovered each other's presence, and they intentionally or unintentionally pulled apart, each occupying a corner. The fans also spontaneously and consciously clustered behind the goddesses, forming 3 distinct forces. Senior sister Song. When Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao saw Song Xingchen's visit, they hurriedly came over. Greetings, you guys. Song Xingchen nodded at them and smiled in greeting, feeling the envious gazes of the livestock coming from all around him. Wu Yuanda immediately puffed out his chest and felt supreme honor. In fact, there was another S-ranked beauty in the center of the venue, Josie. With her face value and temperament, she was not inferior to any of the school beauties on the 5 extreme list. It was just that the enrollment time was still short, and the livestock were too late to push her onto the list. Anyone with eyes could see that it was only a matter of time before Josie entered the 5 extremities list. It just wasn't known who she would squeeze out. Tian Tao also discovered the spectacle of the 3 major school flowers visiting at the same time, and his adrenaline hormones instantly burst. Although he was fond of Wei Shuqing, the flower of our courtyard, who would have too many pretty girls as well as Yuan Zi, in front of so many beautiful women, stomping on Han Dong, a rookie who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, was refreshing to the bone marrow just thinking about it. Aha! Did this guy just score a center circle 3? It doesn't matter. It must have been a trick. Being fat first is not considered fat, but being fat later crushes the bed. It's better for me to hit my face afterward. Han Dong had also discovered the 3 big beauties. Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing could understand, but Rong Yufei's appearance was indeed a bit unexpected. I didn't realize that the elfin sister I met in the mountains of western Zhejiang was actually an alumnus of this school. It's a small world. So he rushed at Rong Yufei, smiled and nodded in greeting. Rong Yufei waved her small hand and spread a smile. He recognized me. Rong Yufei inwardly leapt for joy, her alabaster cheeks slightly flushed. It's a wonderful feeling to have this little blessing that only 2 people know. Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing both saw the interaction between Han Dong and Rong Yufei. Senior Han Dong didn't pay any attention to me, but greeted Rong Yufei. It seems that the 2 of them are on better terms. Song Xingchen smiled to himself. Wei Shuqing was not so calm. This bad guy, yesterday also said let me be his girlfriend. Actually again in surnamed Romatoi. Scum. A hint of murderous anger surfaced in Haruko's sister's eyes. Without realizing it, she had already entered the role that Han Dong had set up. The corner of Xiaoxi's mouth turned up slightly and she sighed and shook her head. Han Dong was good at everything. Just too good with women. Needless to say, these three big beauties, all of them were coming for him. Tian Tao shouldn't be this charismatic yet. If he was, the expression on his face wouldn't be so surprising. I have to say that Zhou's observation and analyzing skills are first class. Scored. He's so handsome. The moment the basketball swished through the net, Chi Sidian and a few other girls jumped up and cheered for Han Dong. It was only then that everyone's attention shifted from the three big schoolgirls to the match. 3 o'clock. Han Dong faintly said. You're blinded. I admit that I had an element of gambling, but I won the bet. Han Dong shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Let's see you bet another one if you can. Yeah, again. Han Dong good-naturedly forced his way forward a few steps to the three-point line. Tian Tao's defense level had obviously risen by a large margin, and the previous kind of contempt had already been thrown out of the sky, instead seeing Han Dong as an evenly matched opponent. Only, he was a little too alert this time. Han Dong tapped his toes and made a projection fake, and Tian Tao immediately flew up, and when he was falling down, Han Dong drew up violently, and after rising to the high point, he plucked the ball out with his fingertips. The hand shape and stance of this shot is as standard as a textbook and has great aesthetic value. After the golden crow quenching his body, his physical quality was strong and unrivaled, and his hand-eye coordination was far superior to normal people, so it was difficult to defeat him in such a matter as shooting a basketball. Tian Tao slammed back. His eyes closely follow the trajectory of the basketball running. He does not believe that this ball will go in, but Han Dong's posture is too beautiful, and the trajectory is very positive. Judging by the experience of a professional basketball player, this ball may also go in. Everyone's eyes followed the basketball, which traced a parabola in midair like a rainbow after rain. Swish! A crisp and pleasant sound as the basketball swished through the net. How can this be? I blindsided into it again. Han Dong smiled. 6 o'clock. I don't believe you can still montage into the third. Tian Tao felt his face burning hot. He didn't dare to look at the eyes of the people around him. His body leaned forward and opened his hands, determined that he would never eat this guy's fake moves again. A professional ballplayer, the ace of the U of J men's basketball team, was shaken past by an unknown rookie. A damn shame. Han Dong dribbled the ball under his hips continuously and suddenly started breaking along the right road toward the penalty area. He was too fast. Electric. Lightning fast. Fortunately, Tian Tao has been through 100 battles. Experience is incomparably rich. In advance of Han Dong's intentions, he felt that this guy Biao too long distance shooting. The third attack, 80% will choose to break through, so he grabbed half a body position in advance, blocking Han Dong's breakthrough route. As expected, Han Dong had really broken through. Tian Tao was inwardly happy. You rookie, finally still predicted by me. However, when Tian Tao stood position, surprised at their own defense prediction so accurate, Han Dong steeply a substantial crotch pulled the ball, accompanied by a large step back, instantly retreated to the outside of the three-point line. This action is so sudden and so swift that Tian Tao simply could not react in time. He wanted to follow up to blocking. However, his center of gravity has been moved back, and the result of the reluctant change of direction is that in the pull of these two forces fell himself a but squat child. Han Dong took a good look at the basket, empty as the sea in front of him. He jumped up with ease and flicked the basketball out of his fingertips. Swish! Hollowed out into the net. What do? I've montoured in again, grinned Hendon after landing comfortably. 9 o'clock. Tian Tao slowly climbed up from the ground, his face like a freshly boiled pig's liver. In the past, when he played 1vs1 bullfighting, it was him who abused others, but he did not expect to be abused by a freshman today. It was actually an amateur. This is a demon that came out of some cave. Chapter 76, Playing the Ace. Yay! Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were full of surprise and excitedly bumped their chests in celebration. Don't see this guy. Basketball skills are too strong. Even the school team boys basketball first person also in his hands ate defeat. Tian Tao, this guy all day powerful coaxing, today is considered to be planted here. Although Song Xingshan and Rong Yufei didn't know much about basketball, they could naturally tell which one was higher or lower because Han Dong's movements were as if he was just walking around, and the final ball was scored so beautifully. Pa 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 pa. Two pairs of small hands clapped and smiled as they applauded Han Dong. The audience at the scene understood that these two big schoolgirls were indeed rushing towards Han Dong. If they were coming for Tian Tao, how could they applaud their opponent? The gazes that everyone looked at Han Dong were quite complicated then, especially the schoolflower's respective fans, who were technically boyfriend fans. found that their goddess's eyes were staring at someone else. So let's not talk about the sourness in their hearts. Therefore, the eyes they looked at Han Dong were like a sharp arrow. If the gaze was like a laser, Han Dong's body would have been penetrated a million times. Wei Shuqing also wanted to applaud, but Tian Tao was after all the senior of their gymnasium, so she couldn't do that. However, the level of skill displayed by Han Dong caused Haruko's sister to be incomparably shocked. Being able to jump up and dunk at the free throw line only means he's physically superior. It doesn't mean he's a good basketball player. There are plenty of folk bulls on Shake Shack who can glide and slam dunk, but if you play against a professional basketball player, you'll 100% get the beat out of you. Never challenge someone's specialty with a hobby. But Han Dong is obviously not a professional ball player, but he can fool Tian Tao, a bull who has been playing across the Cuba. What does that mean? Meaning this guy has unrivaled basketball talent. He can reach such a level just by playing casually. If he were to train professionally like Tian Tao, what would his future achievements be? Seeing Chun and others came over late and didn't see Han Dong's first center circle three, but they witnessed the last two goals with their own eyes. When it was known that Han Dong's opponent was Tian Tao, the king of basketball at J University, several of his buddies were dumbfounded. Han Dongzi, this guy, this special brewdrop was transformed by aliens. How can it be so awesome? How can it be so awesome? Especially high school classmate Zhang Zikai. He knows more about Han Dong's details. It is not like we did not play basketball together in high school. At that time, Han Dong, at most can be considered a fan. The theory of a set on the court to play the ball is just like that. Not much better than him. But when he went to college, this guy was like a hangman, and he could do anything. Zhang Zikai wondered if he had gotten some kind of retrograde system like what was written in the web novels. Seeing Xiao Shi, Yuli and Shan Yusin with several pairs of beautiful eyes staring at Han Dong, leaping and applauding for him, Zhang Zikai's eyes reddened with jealousy. Paralyzed, this dog beep is really going through the motions. Xing Chuan's mindset was not much different from Zhang Zikai's. As fellow dormitory brothers, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were waving the flag for Han Dong, but he was the only one who was expressionless and stood stiffly on the sidelines, watching with cold eyes. Even, he vaguely hoped that this was just a bait and switch by Tian Tao, and that the big J basketball ace had a big trick up his sleeve next. He hoped that Tian Tao would strike afterward and ruthlessly hit Han Dong in the face. Seeing Chun was too eager to see Han Dong plant his face once in the limelight. That's human nature. You can be good, but not better than me. It's okay for strangers to wind up being good, but not acquaintances. When you're too good, it makes me look less good. How can that work? Too handsome, too handsome. Han Dong YYDS. Chi Sidian and a few other chicks jumped to their feet and cheered, their little hands clapping numb. Josie was more subdued, but the smile at the corner of her mouth never broke. This battle was, in fact, fought for her. Josie understood. She knew that Han Dong could win, but winning so beautifully was indeed out of her expectation. I didn't realize that in addition to being a great fighter, Han Dong was also super good at playing soccer. Most of the students on the floor, their faces were actually unimpressed, because they wanted Tian Tao to win. After all, the man had earned countless honors for the school as the U of J's basketball ace, and he was the idol, the hero, in the hearts of the vast majority of basketball teams. No one wants an idol to collapse and a hero to end. Tian Tao clenched his back teeth. He didn't want to lose and couldn't lose. If he loses this round, it's not just a matter of planting his face. It could be a fatal blow to his confidence. He now kind of regretted letting Han Dong attack first. He did not expect this guy to be so tough. He was the one who was hasty. The promised 10-point system is now 9 o'clock. And if Han Dong scores another goal, he'll lose. So no matter what, it's imperative to get the ball back. The final round of offense and defense saw the field turn white hot. Han Dong dribbled the ball looking for an opportunity, while Tian Tao was like a maggot in his tarsus, following him like a shadow and pestering him to death. There was a lot of body contact between the two men, and Tian Tao kept interfering with small moves that the referee would have whistled for had it been an official match. But for this fight, there was no referee. Good job, Tao. Give him intensity. Tian Tao's fans shouted. Is this ing up the intensity? This is foul play. Can't beat it and start playing around. Wu Yuanda cursed. You know what, Dor? Basketball is a game for pure men. It's all about muscle collision. It's all about intense confrontation. If you don't want confrontation, go play ping pong. Are you blind? Tian Tao is cradling and grabbing. He's close to hugging and wrestling. Why don't you just stop playing ball and get in the octagon? Dongzi can beat the out of him, do you believe me? The two sides sparred on the sidelines, with no one letting anyone in. Fatty Wu sprayed a group of people by himself and actually didn't lose. Han Dong was in the middle of a dribble when Tian Tao saw an opportunity and reached out to poke the ball. Of course, Tian Tao's left hand had a hidden tugging motion. If not, he would never have touched the ball. After pulling Han Dong to the back, Tian Tao desperately went after him and finally got the basketball in his hands. Yeah! Tian Tao's fans cheered from the sidelines, the sound almost piercing the firmament. The idol had been pinned down and they had been holding their breath for a while. Tick-tock, foul foul foul. Wu Yuanda used ventriloquism to imitate the sound of a whistle and gave Tian Tao a foul. Fat ass, go to one side. It's called a steal. What a foul. Shameless, so damn shameless. If this is how the name of the one basketball player at U of J is played, I'm deeply ashamed. Wei Shuqing was a little hard to watch, whether it was a foul or not. A professional player like her could naturally tell. Tonto is really playing it safe. With her character, she was going to point it out on the spot, even if it hurt the peace of the gymnasts. However, she still held back because Sister Cheng wanted to see how Han Dong would counterattack in this unfavorable situation. Chapter 77. Please begin your performance. I admit that I was gullible and shouldn't have let you attack first. Tian Tao had the basketball in his hand and his aura was completely different. If I had been the one to attack, the game would have been over by now. In basketball, defense is far more passive than offense. Not to mention that Tian Tao is not very good at defense. Tian Tao's strengths are really on the offensive end, especially with the ball. He has quite the arsenal, with breakouts, mid-range shots, backchecks, and long-range shots, all of which he is very good at, with very few shortcomings. One men's basketball team at U of J made its name on offense. Come on, please start your performance. Han Dong always had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he reached out and made a please gesture. Even when he was fouled, he did not get angry. Tian Tao was stunned. The script wasn't what he thought it would be. Shouldn't he feel anger, injustice and thus an imbalance in his mind? Old ballplayers like him are great at messing with people's minds, especially rookies with little game experience. When your mind is out of balance, your fighting ability will plummet. A lot of games, that's how they win. But Han Dong didn't seem to be affected in the least, and acted more mature than the old ballboy he was. This surprised Tian Tao a bit. All in all, this freshman is really not that easy to deal with. Tian Tao secretly warned himself that next, he must go all out and never take the enemy lightly again. Now the game really begins. The onlookers stretched their necks and stared intently at the two people on the field. No one expected that an ordinary bullfighting match actually fought so wonderful, ornamental. Anticipation, tension, all attribute value pull full. The atmosphere is a bit stifling. Tian Tao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his body gradually relaxed, as he's done countless times before winning a game. As long as the mindset doesn't slip, not many people can top that. Han Dong stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at him with a smile. He did not look like he was on the defensive, but instead looked like a concerned eater. Tian Tao felt that his inner rage had been completely ignited. On the basketball court, there had never been a person who dared to act so pretentious in front of him. Kid, you'll be crying later. On first down, he chooses to break. The ball is too precious. He must choose the safest way. Although he also wanted to be like Han Dong. Directly to the center circle 3 points, to return blood for blood. But that far away, he wasn't much of a sure thing, until Tian Tao started dribbling the ball. Han Dong did not take his hand out of his pocket. Swish! Tian Tao swept past Han Dong and took big steps toward the basket. Han Dong didn't even defend himself properly. Tian Tao naturally will not give up such a good opportunity. Your defense is not your business. Buddy advanced ball chase points matter. In a few steps, he stepped to the basket, faced it, and opted for the most secure wipeout layup. It's also known as the plebeian layup in the slam dunk manga, describing it as the most secure and least difficult. However, in the instant the basketball is about to rub on the board, a figure of lightning-like scampered over to come, like a rocket up in mid-air. And then it is a big hat that covers the sky, and directly pressed the basketball on the rim. That nailed the big hat and slapped Tian Tao around. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? The guy had obviously been left hundreds of miles behind. How did he have time to catch up and finish the cover? Not only him, but the crowd on the sidelines didn't actually see it. When Tian Tao rushed to the penalty area, Han Dong was still standing in place with his pockets in his pocket. It was also when he took the second step of his 3-step layup that Han Dong suddenly started. All anyone felt was a flash of shadows and then the basketball was nailed to the rim. It was too fast. So fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. After Han Dong landed, the basketball fell to the floor and bounced a few times. You continue. He didn't ask for the ball in this wave, instead giving it to Tian Tao. What do you mean? You're telling me to keep attacking? Tian Tao was stunned. According to the rules, Tian Tao's offense failed in this round. The two of them have to exchange the ball, and it's Han Dong's turn to attack in the next wave. That's right. You continue. Han Dong smiled faintly, his forced aura overflowing. There is no more abject humiliation. but Tonto could only accept it, because he couldn't give up the possession, and if he let Han Dong attack, he wouldn't have a chance. So, Tian Tao picked up the basketball and got back to the three-point line. Phew! Wu Yuanda and Han Tao coaxed to boo him. This time, Tian Tao's fans didn't fight back. Everyone's face was ugly. That backward spike just now was so shocking that no one has reacted yet. This freshman is really too demonic. Tian Tao was also very wary of Han Dong's athleticism, and he had to make sure that his opponent was simply too late to defend himself before he could strike. So he used the usual way of teaching rookies a lesson, faking it, dribbling between the lines. He pushes to 45 degrees to the left of the free throw arc on his size advantage, a position where, in his sweet spot, he hits a decent percentage of mid-range shots. The center shot, a weapon of the gods. He intends to finish the scoring with this move. Tian Tao did his best to make a series of fakes until he shook Han Dong's center of gravity to the back. Then he pulled up, and even had a substantial backward tilt in the air in order to avoid the cover. I don't believe that you can still cover it like this. When he threw this ball, Tian Tao's confidence increased. His wave of operation was full of details and extremely technical, and he had almost used all his life's work in this throw. Only, what he did not expect was that Han Dong's athletic ability was so perverted. Even when he was tricked into losing his center of gravity by a fake move, he was still able to adjust quickly and then stomped the ground and took off in place like a rock spreading its wings. It didn't matter if he backed up or anything, he didn't cover the basketball as it came out of the air. He just went after the basketball that was flying through the air. The basketball flew higher and higher, catching up with Han Dong before it reached the high point. Tian Tao wasn't sure if this guy had springs in the soles of his shoes and could actually jump that high. Han Dong opened his palm and firmly grasped that basketball in his hand before landing calmly. The whole room was in an uproar. First, he nailed a big hit, and then he came back with an aerial grab. Did this guy grow up on springs? You're going to daydream. You continue. Han Dong handed the ball to Tian Tao with a harmless grin. Tian Tao's heart sank to the bottom of his chest. He felt lonely, he felt empty, he felt cold. He had practiced hard for more than 10 years, but in front of this new student, it all became a joke. Although Han Dong was not as tall as him, the feeling he gave him at the moment was like a mountain that was difficult to cross. How can there be such strong people on a small campus? Give up now? No, I can't give up. The honor of the J-Big Basketball King is not to be trifled with. Haruko's sister still needs my guardianship. Tian Tao raised his head, his expression resolute. If you can't do it head-on, then hit it on the back and use your size advantage to look for opportunities. Third down. Tian Tao pouted his big ass and pushed Han Dong from outside the three-point line all the way to the basket. First, he made a backward arching motion and bumped Han Dong with his huge ass. He was inwardly delighted, and then with a left turn, he was about to make a little hook under the basket. At this distance, it was basically 9 out of 10. He had relied on this move countless times during the game to take points. However, when he raised his hand, he realized the ball was gone. He turned his head in shock, only to see Han Dong dribbling toward the three-point line and sprinting away. Ghost Hand pulls out the ball. This guy does not know when. Actually stole the ball controlled in the hands of Tian Tao. It's really horrible. Tian Tao desperately chased back. No matter what, he couldn't let him score this goal. After seeing Han Dong arrive outside the three-point line, he articulated and thundered toward the penalty area. No good. He's trying to dunk. Thinking of this level, Tian Tao also stopped going after him, hurriedly changed direction and rushed to the penalty area at the first time, blocking the route of Han Dong's advance. When Han Dong stepped on the free throw arc and rushed up to the sky, Tian Tao exerted all his strength and desperately jumped up, straightened his hands, and angrily bellowed, "Come down to me you!" At this moment, he only had one obsession. He absolutely could not let Han Dong snap the ball in. Han Dong stomped on the ground, like a jet, rising higher and higher, facing Tian Tao, who was superior to him in height and weight, without the slightest fear. Everyone held their breath and stared with round eyes, afraid that they might miss a single detail. The scene was silent. Han Dong was like an eagle with spreading wings, gliding rapidly in mid-air. The pure yang qi in his body flowed, and his airborne stance was so dashing that he was still able to remain at the high ground when Tian Tao's body descended. Poof, a muffled sound. Two people's bodies in the air collided. One is still in the air, the other has fallen. Han Dong just riding on Tian Tao's neck. Right arm swung round as a war axe slash. With a thud, the basketball went into the basket. Chapter 78, 3 Jedi Fighting Yun. Han Dong, who was 182 tall, actually mounted Tian Tao, who was 192. The scene was dead silent. Only the sound of the basketball bouncing on the floor. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Han Dong grabbed the basket with one hand and rode his legs on Tian Tao's shoulders, holding this position for a full minute. Riding the dunk is supposed to be the most humiliating move on the basketball court. Tian Tao never dreamed that he actually had a day of being mounted and buckled. And the one who humiliated him was still an amateur freshman. So in this moment, his brain had a brief downtime. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to allow Han Dong to ride on him for so long. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Tian Tao was confused. Ow! Wu Yuanda let out a wolf howl, waking up the eaters who were in a downward spiral. Oh my god! Did Tian Tao just get mounted and buckled? What did I see? What did I see? Spike the boards, grab the cap in the air, pull the ball out of the ghost hand, glide and ride, and a long shot from the center circle, a biford wobble, and a step back three. It's properly a combination of coup writing and alphabet. Brothers, come out and see God. Those scenes just now were just too combustible. Everyone was in extreme shock and extreme excitement. The scene was like tens of thousands of flies flying in, buzzing. If at the beginning, the vast majority of the students had hoped that Tian Tao would win, at this moment, these people were completely convinced by Han Dong. In the arena, it's all about strength. It's a universal rule that the strongest eat all. Han Dong was too strong. So strong that even the king of Big J basketball had to bow down. What's most jaw-dropping is that he's a freshman on campus, really off the original spectrum. The screams around him woke up Tian Tao, who was in a state of dangling. He pushed Han Dong's legs away with force and took a few steps back. His whole body was like an angry man. He, the king of the U of J basketball court, actually suffered crotch humiliation, ridden and bucked by an amateur rookie in full view of the crowd. Tian Tao felt the blood in his entire body rushing to his head. Even his eyes were crimson. Mudblood. Brothers, him, the members of the Fire Cloud Basketball Club, seeing that the president had been humiliated, wailed and rushed up, wanting to fight Han Dong for 300 rounds. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao wanted to rush upwards, but were stopped by Han Dong waving his hand. That's all there is. Not enough people to poke a finger at him without needing help. What for? Come back here. All of you. Tian Tao shouted angrily. President, this guy is so insulting. I can't stand it. If you can't endure it, you have to endure it. What happens on the basketball court? Use basketball to solve it. Tian Tao's voice was low, maintaining the last dignity of the J Big Baller King. Han Dong nodded slightly. This Tian Tao, indeed, has a few moments of Big Brother's demeanor. It made Han Dong look at him a few times higher. Lose the ball, but not the man. If he allowed his men to rush up and do the job, he would be losing the ball and the man. In the past, you must have thought how lonely it was to be invincible. Han Dong smiled. It's not that lonely now, is it? Han Dong, you can do it. I'll remember you. You'd better forget about me. It's probably quite painful every time you think about it. Han Dong smiled. Without a word, Tian Tao turned and left the court. The members of the community followed him, all hanging their heads. The crowd parted like a tidal wave, flashing them a passage. Win. Dongzi is awesome. Actually won the J University basketball ace. Wu Yuanda pounced up and hammered Han Dong, his big face smiling like a blooming cosmos. In other words, Dong is the #1 basketball player at J University? Hong Tao grinned. That must Wei Shuqing eyed Tian Tao's somewhat despondent back. It was hard to say what she felt. No matter what, Senior Tian Tao is a heroic figure in the gymnasium. A basketball genius that comes out 1 in 10 years. It's kind of heartbreaking to see him get abused so badly with my own eyes. Is he too weak? No. It's the opponent that's too strong. Ridiculously strong. Wei Shuqing saw for the first time that someone crushed Tian Tao without any doubt in both offense and defense. Attack. Like a leisurely stroll. Casually playing. Tian Tao cannot even a defense. Defense. But also zero. Tian Tao. Do not even want to score a ball. Electrifying speed. Amazing bounce and lag. And monster athleticism. Tian Tao was like an old woman with a hobbled gait in front of him. She could see that Han Dong simply did not use his full strength. And if he did, she did not know how terrifying he would be. My name is Han Dong. Han as in Han Fei Zi. East as in east west south north. You'll hear that name sooner or later. Wei Shuqing recalled what this boy had said to her when they first met by chance in the cafeteria. At the time it was thought that he was salvaging his honor, that he was talking big like most suitors. In hindsight, one was hasty. The name, Han Dong, would soon resound through the campus, and not only would she hear it, but everyone would hear it. Since what he said was true, wasn't it also true when he said, at the time, that he wanted me to be his girlfriend? Thinking of this, Haruko's sister's gaze looked toward Han Dong. This look does not matter. Suddenly Willow eyebrows upturned, apricot eyes round, only to see Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei already welcoming and courting them. Flirting with my Han in front of me. Wei Shu Cheng. think this girl is a vegetarian? So Haruko's sister opened her 1 meter too long legs and walked with the wind, quickly coming to Han Dong's side and handing over a bottle of Gatorade. Just finished the game. Replenish your water and electrolytes. Wei Shuqing spread a smile. Thanks. Han Dong took the bottle of drink. Although he didn't break a sweat, he couldn't live up to the thought of a good woman. Those fans of Sister Haru not far away saw this scene and couldn't mention the sourness in their hearts. If you bloom, butterflies will come. Boys just have to be good enough. You can't imagine how proactive a goddess can be. Song Xingqian and Rong Yufei were stunned. On the one hand, they somewhat regretted how they did not think to prepare a bottle of water for Han Dong. On the other hand, they were not sure what kind of relationship Wei Shucheng and Han Dong had. It had only just started school not long ago. Right. How did the two of them know each other? Never seen you guys at the basketball court. Today this is the sun coming out of the west? Wei Shuqing cast a sidelong glance at Song Xingqian and Rong Yufei. Song Xingqian just smiled and didn't say anything. Rong Yufei, however, was not accustomed to her and immediately sneered back. You are also a member of the Physical Education Academy. Shouldn't you go to comfort your own senior when he was defeated? It's not appropriate to run to your opponent to offer your courtesy, is it? Han Dong touched his nose. It seemed that the relationship between the schoolflower and the schoolflower was not too harmonious. You are narrow-minded. Han Dong and I are friends, not rivals. Wei Shuqing was cold. Friends in which area? Rong Yufei glanced at Han Dong. In case it was a boyfriend and girlfriend, then she really couldn't go too far in case Han Dong got angry. When we met for the first time, I once said that I would let Haruko-senpai be my girlfriend, but at that time, she thought that I was bragging, so she rejected me. Han Dong smiled and said, he was truthful, which made Wei Shuqing a little embarrassed. She was tempted to say she didn't refuse, but couldn't bring herself to do so. Song Xingqian and Rong Yufei were both a bit tasty. It is not that they are so devoted to Han Dong, but everyone is the same schoolflower, and they have their own face value and temperament. And Han Dong wanted people to be his girlfriend when he first met Wei Shuqing, but he did not say so when he first met them. Does this mean that they are not as attractive as Wei Shuqing? This was certainly not the case. A man's mood was sometimes hard to say, and perhaps at that moment, Han Dong's hormones had just reached a critical point. The person in the cafeteria, whether it was Song Xingqian or Rong Yufei, maybe he would have said that. Timing is important to show up, and when you happen to be around when he's flirting, naturally good things happen. The bullfight is over, but none of the eaters have left. It seems like the three major schoolgirls are competing for the man of the match. It's more exciting than a basketball game. Chapter 79, Lord Han's Troubles. Han Dong, thank you. We'll go eat first. Josie smiled bashfully. She didn't think it was fun, so she was the first to quit. Fine, go. Han Dong naturally would not stay. The fish in the pond suddenly piled up. The less experienced pond owner to the hole will not. One less fish, one less worry. Fire, and take care of the moment. The gazes of the three major schoolgirls instantly focused on Xiaoxi's face. They had long noticed this extremely outstanding elementary schoolgirl. The three of them gathered together, but also failed to cover up the light of others. Why did she say thank you? Could it be that the conflict between Han Dong and Tian Tao was due to her? The beautiful women were all smart and guessed the truth in a few moments. As Josie led her roommates toward the cafeteria, Chi Sidian whispered, Chow Chow, why are we leaving? It's not like you're worse than the three of them. Aren't we supposed to be eating in the cafeteria? Josie's demeanor was bland. But Han Dong fought this battle for you. We can use thanks as a reason to invite him to go to dinner with us. If you leave like this, won't you cheapen those three goblins? Han Dong and I are just friends. You're overthinking it. You are good at everything, but you are too Buddhist. You don't fight for anything, but in the future, you are going to suffer a great loss. Chi Sidian shook her head inside. Han Dong was so outstanding and handsome, and they witnessed it with their own eyes today. A boy like this would definitely be missed by few girls. Even the top three schoolgirls had moved their mortal hearts. If Xiaoxi continued to be Buddhist, would it be any good? Josie didn't say any more. Will it be a loss? Maybe, but she really disliked scrambling, and had done so since she was a child. Even if it's a toy she really likes, she will voluntarily walk away from it if other kids like it too. Besides, she was not Han Dong's anyone. Han Dong also never said he wanted himself to be his girlfriend. It seemed that even though she was as calm as Sister Chow, she still cared about Han Dong taking the initiative to pursue Wei Shuqing. She even made it a point to observe Wei Shuqing and found that this senior sister Wei was indeed impeccable, especially the pair of long legs that were comparable to those of a female model from Vermont, definitely chasing after her soul. It was no wonder that Han Dong would fall in love with her at first sight. Forget about it. Fate is something that can't be forced. Joe looked up at the white clouds in the distance with some interest. Center of the basketball court. Seeing Chun quietly hid into the crowd and retreated. Ha2a. What a weak-ass number 1 in JU basketball. Inwardly, he cursed Tian Tao for a while, hating him for failing to suppress Han Dong's popularity and letting him push his luck in front of the beautiful women. Zhang Zikai and Zhang Ping weren't much better. Although they were from the same hometown as Han Dong, deep down they all wanted him to fail. However, the end result disappointed them. Not only did Han Dong not lose, but he stepped on Tian Tao and rocketed up. Zhang Zikai cursed and exited the crowd, and Zhang Peng followed in silence. Yuli and Chang Yusen were genuinely jumping and cheering for Han Dong. However, seeing that the 3 major school beauties were surrounding Han Dong, they didn't dare to come over. When the schoolgirls go on the warpath, the gods retreat. Even Josie retreated. What are they? Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao looked at Han Dong, who was surrounded by the 3 major school beauties in the center of the venue, and their envious harumps were on the verge of flowing out. This Dongzi guy, he's not normally hated. If he wasn't a dormitory brother, Fatty Wu would have absolutely rolled up his sleeves and fought him for 500 rounds. Sister Son, aren't you going home today? Pond Master Han could only choose to break down each of them, making the big fishes get together, and it was a death-flopping game. I was supposed to go home, but I passed by the basketball court and saw you confronting someone, so I came over to show my support as a thank you for yesterday's righteous assistance. Song Xian let out a light laugh. Even the flowers on the side of the road were ashamed of themselves and shyly bowed their heads. Han Dong, you're so tired of living. Yesterday you gave a helping hand to school Sister Son, and today you're furious over the elementary school girl. Day after day, you're at war over girls. Wei Shuqing said, not without jealousy. You are not Han Dong's girlfriend. What do you care? Rong Yufei sneered back. I understand the mentality of people like you. When you were in the cafeteria, Han Dong asked you to be his girlfriend. At that time, Han Dong wasn't famous, so you couldn't see him. Now you realize that people are very powerful, and then you want to get back. How in the world can something be so cheap? What's that saying? No one will wait for you in the same place. At the beginning you were indifferent to people, but now you can't afford to climb up to them. I don't need to explain to you. Han Dong knows what's going on. Wei Shuqing sneered. Words are important. Haruko-senpai didn't treat me with love. I was indeed abrupt that day. Lord Han Tang could only make peace in the middle. By the way, I still don't know your name. Is it convenient to tell me? My name is Young Yufei. Which Rong? Honorable Rong or Easy Rong? Han Dong's heart fluttered. Easy as in young. Feather as in feather. Fengfei as in fei. You have to remember yo. Rong Yufei. Could it be that you are from the Gusa Rong family? Yes it is. The current head of the Rong family is my grandfather. Rong Yufei guffawed. Han Dong's small heart nearly missed a beat. It's not a coincidence, it's not. He was wondering how he was going to get in touch with the Rong family, but he didn't realize that fate had already sent the Rong family to him a long time ago. Who would have thought that the sisters who met by chance at the Qianchuan waterfall were actually the 2 princesses of the Rong family? The younger sister is also an alumnus of the same school he went to. Han Dong had wanted to make peace with the situation, but when he learned of Rong Yufei's identity, he immediately strengthened his choice. Senior Sister Son. Senior Sister Haruko. I met with Senior Sister Fei Fei once during the National Day holiday, and at that time, my trip was rather rushed, so I didn't even ask her name. I still have some doubts that I need her to answer, so I want to invite her to the cafeteria for dinner. If you guys don't mind, let's get together? Although Pond Master Han didn't have much experience in raising fish, he knew that the more he covered up and hid, the easier it would be to roll over, and it wouldn't be easy to explain when he rolled over. It's better to be honest. A gentleman confesses his balls, a villain hides his cock. No, I promised to have dinner with my mom. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Song Xian spoke with a smile and took the lead in saying goodbye. I'm going to get together with the team too. So you guys eat. Wei Shuqing also beat a retreat. They could sense Han Dong's sincerity. He should really have something to ask Rong Yufei. Smart women know when to act and when to disappear. If he continued to dwell on it, it would 80% cause Han Dong's resentment. So, they simply excused themselves and left. What about us? Wu Yuanda eyed Han Dong. They also wanted to eat with Rong Yufei. The last time they jerked off and drank beer with Sister Son, they got acquainted. And today they can get together beside her and be noticed by all. They are simply floating. So Fatty Wu summed up a peace of mind. That is to hold tight to Han Dong's thighs. More in school flowers together to rub meals. This way out to blow awesome also have the money. What do you say? Han Dong narrowed his eyes and 2 murderous auras shot out from the slit. Shao Si. Hurry up. Wu Yuanda understood in seconds that Han Dong did not want them to be a light bulb. Pulling Hong Tao ran like a rabbit with an arrow in its ass. Han Dong's friends, they're all funny too. Chapter 80. On the second floor of the cafeteria's first section, the food is relatively refined and varied. And there are even some snacks that are famous all over the country. Most of the students with good family conditions come to the second floor for their meals. Han Dong and Rong Yufei came together and instantly attracted the attention of the majority of people. The combination of sculpted dudes and elfin beauties is eye candy to die for. See, that beauty is the top 3 school beauty on the 5 Jedi list. Rong Yufei, what a delicate-looking girl. What an aura. This look is not cultivated by an ordinary family. That's not true. She's the daughter of the Guso Rong family, so it's not too much to say that she's rich. Who is the man hanging on to the Rong University schoolgirl? This soft rice can eat until the end of time. Then again, this boy is indeed quite handsome. Even more flavorful than the ones on the school grass list. The chatter hadn't stopped since the two of them showed up. Han Dong's sharp hearing easily captured this information and simply smiled. It seems that this Rome schoolgirl has a not-so-low status in the hearts of Jiang University students. The two chose a seat for two by the window and sat down. Fei, what flavor do you like? I'll treat this meal today. Han Dong smiled. You have to call school sister. Rong Yufei remembered that in Maikawa falls a mouthful of little brother. A scarlet blush flew on her cheeks. She's a sophomore, and Han Dong is a freshman. She's the sister. Okay, Featherfield. I've been told you have to call schoolmates. Got it. Featherfield. Young Yufei was defeated by this guy. Today should I treat you? Thank you for pulling out the knife in Jishi. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. It is not too much to say that you are the lifesaver of our sisters. Words are too strong. Just a show of hands. Han Dong smiled. For you, it's a show of hands. But for us, it's a great favor. Rong Yufei's expression was serious. Grandpa has taught us since we were young to return kindness for kindness. The Rong family has never been ambiguous to their benefactors. Alright, this meal is on you. Han Dong smiled. It's just a meal. There's nothing to fight about. Rong Yufei asked Han Dong about his favorite flavors and then went to the window to order. The students around them were wide-eyed and their mouths looked like they had ostrich eggs stuffed in them. Nima, this guy is really soft and hard to eat. How dare he let Young University's school beauty treat him? Han Dong get the mood of the surrounding students. Said originally I wanted to invite, but she had to grab the bill. What can I do? Young Yufei herself ate vegetarian, but ordered braised pork, hairy crabs, steamed mandarin fish and a plate of vegetables for Han Dong. There was also an old turtle soup served in a tile jar. You just played a match in the afternoon. Eat more and replenish your energy. Rong Yufei spread a smile and pushed the bottle of Gatorade given by Wei Shuqing to the side, saying, drink less of this kind of stuff. Why don't you drink some old turtle soup to replenish your energy? You're pretty good at taking care of people. That's what my grandfather said. How is Elder Young doing? He is very good. Why? You know my grandfather? Rong Yufei's big eyes blinked and blinked, her expression slightly stunned. Don't know. Just saying hello. Han Dong was slightly surprised. Wu Qinglin says that there's a possibility that something is wrong with Elder Rong's health and that's why he's begging for the Millennium Lingji. But Rong Yufei says that her grandfather is fine. What's going on? About my grandfather? You can ask my sister. I haven't been home for a long time recently. Rong Yufei numbly peeled hairy crabs for Han Dong, her small mouth slightly pouting. The glassy hearts of the surrounding livestock shattered. Young University's school beauty, whom they regarded as a goddess, actually put down her stature to peel crabs for a boy? There's no such thing as a celestial bodhisattva in this world. Had a conflict with your family? Han Dong frankly ate the crab meat peeled out by Rong Yufei, not caring about the murderous gazes around him. This crabapple is delicious. It is that time when we went to the mountains of Zhujiang West. Sister was annoyed in her heart, and I hid it from Grandpa to accompany her to take a break. We got rid of the bodyguards and didn't want them to follow. Later on, you know all about it. After coming back, Grandpa was very angry, so he scolded me fiercely. I had a fight with him and moved out of the house. Actually, your grandfather did the right thing. Han Dong glanced at Rong Yufei. You two are so beautiful. It's really dangerous for you to dare to go play in the mountains without any protection around you. If they hadn't happened to meet him, what would have happened to the sisters was completely predictable. Are you praising us? Young Yufei was clearly flattered. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Beautiful women really do have different brain circuits. Isn't the point of that statement really dangerous? Wrong to schoolgirl, you wouldn't be unaware that you're good looking, right? Do you still need others to compliment you? You boast and others boast. That is different. Rong Yufei lowered her head, her eyelashes flickering like two rows of small fans. I'm just being honest. Rong Yufei looked up at him with big watery eyes. That boy, what a talker. In fact, I quarreled with Grandpa, not because he lectured me. This matter, indeed, is right. Scolded is not wrong. Rong Yufei paused and continued. The reason why I was angry with him is because of my sister. What happened to your sister? Oh, I think she said she wasn't too happy with her marriage. more than not very satisfied. It's simply disgusting. Rong Yufei was righteously indignant. You must be wondering how a woman like my sister could possibly throw herself at a boy she just met. If you think she's frivolous because of that, you're wrong. I didn't think so. Han Dong's expression was serious. That's good. Rong Yufei's eyes narrowed slightly. My sister is actually not my real sister. She's my aunt's cousin. After my aunt and uncle passed away due to a plane crash, grandfather took her in and raised her in the Rong family. She was gifted from a young age and was very good at reading. Elementary school, junior high school, all the first in the city. And then grandpa sent her abroad to study until her Ph.D. She graduated with a Ph.D. when she was the age of other people's college graduation. And it was a double degree. Han Dong listened with a fluttering heart. I didn't realize that Sister Fierce was a superb student. Don't they say that a fierce man has no brain? Why does she have both? It's not fair. After returning to China, Grandpa arranged for her to work in the Rong family's enterprises. My sister soon showed her amazing talent for business, leading Rong's jewelry to open up new territories, and spreading out across the industry, so her position became higher and higher, and she finally made it to the vice president's seat of the Rong's jewelry group. The president's seat. I was grandfather, but he basically didn't care about things anymore, so my sister became the group's substantial helmsman. Han Dong had heard Mu Wanji say that the Rong family had started off with gold jewelry, and although this kind of powerful family was involved in more than one industry, the gold jewelry industry was always their core industry. Big murderous sister was able to take charge of Rong's core industry, so she did have a few tricks up her sleeve. To think that such an outstanding woman had actually taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to him and he had actually rejected it was so depressing that one wanted to swear. Success is also the body of pure yang, and defeat is also the body of pure yang. If you miss such a good opportunity, if you want to ask for a date in the future, they won't necessarily be willing to give you a call. Chapter 81. Big Fierce Sister is also a very storytelling female classmate. Although the Rong family is an old and powerful family, but like any other family business, there will be the problem of no one to succeed. Rong Yufei's eyebrows were slightly knitted. Grandpa was such a powerful person, but I didn't expect that none of the descendants had inherited his talent for business. Whether it's the second generation or the third generation, none of them can stand on their own. My sister completely fulfills grandpa's expectations for an heir, but on the contrary, she is a foreigner. When she was first asked to be the vice president of the jewelry group, there was a lot of resistance from within the family, but it was only after my grandfather argued against it that the dispute stopped. On one hand, they eat the dividends earned by my sister, but on the other hand, they are afraid that she is a foreigner. Everyone is worried that when my sister marries someone and has her own offspring, will the Young jewelry still have the surname Young? So someone gave my grandfather a bad idea, and that was to keep her in the Rong family. In modern society, first cousins can't be joined in marriage, but wouldn't it be fine if they weren't first cousins? From grandpa's uncles and brothers, choose a nephew's grandson and let him marry his sister. Won't this problem be solved? When he has a son later, his surname will still be Young. To me, the idea was ridiculous and reeked of the rotten odor left over from feudal society. I thought my grandfather would oppose it, but to my surprise, he agreed. The most unacceptable thing was that the person they chose was the eldest son of my third cousin's family, Rong Peyuan. Although he is a returnee doctor like my sister, his character and talent compared to my sister's, to use a lame phrase to describe it, it's the light of a glowing fire competing with the white moon. What's even more disgusting is that everyone knows that Rong Peyuan is a scumbag with an extremely chaotic private life. What's the difference between letting your sister marry him and jumping into a fire pit? Of course my sister didn't agree, but grandpa reasoned and moved her, taking the moral abduction of the Rong family's kindness to her upbringing. And my sister is an extremely gracious person. In the face of grandpa's eager face, she really couldn't refuse. I see my sister depressed, so I want to take advantage of the National Day vacation, accompany her to the mountains to take a break. She has been a lady for so many years, and the thought that she actually wants to marry a scummy man who reads a lot of women is very stifling inside. So she decided to let herself go and be a bad woman. There was a bit of hesitation, but she met you. I have to say, you have a unique aura that makes people feel good at first sight. My sister feels that if this bad deed is done with you, she doesn't lose out. My sister and I didn't expect that you actually refused. Because of this, we are impressed with you. Compared with Rong Peyuan, that big scum, you are simply a contemporary Lu Xiaohui who has the bones of Wei Jin. You're the one who's a willow. Your whole family's a willow. I don't want to be a gentleman, and I want to do all the things that bad men want to do. Han Dong gritted his teeth. What's your sister's name? I don't think it's called Daiman. Her name is Xia Yinong, and the reason why her WeChat name is Daiman is because of me. I was born on the day of Xiaoman festival. My breast name is Xiaoman. My sister is close to me, so she named her WeChat name Daiman. Rong Yufei spoke with a smile. It dawned on Han Dong that he understood, and said that it really didn't mean big and full. By the way, is she married to that cousin of yours? Not yet. The wedding date had to be postponed because my sister was slow to get the license. Han Dong nodded without saying anything else. This was someone's family matter, and it was not good for him to comment more. Enough about those bad things. Han Dong, I have a question I want to ask you and I hope you answer it truthfully. Rong Yufei looked at him with a pair of large Kazran eyes. You ask, do you really like Wei Shuqing that much? Want her to be your girlfriend? I think school sister Song is more graceful than her, right? One sentence was left unsaid. I'm no worse than her. How should I explain this kind of thing? Sometimes the atmosphere is just baked there. For example, in the mountains of Zhishi, your sister took the initiative to invite me to spend the night together. If we met in the city of Jiangzhou, do you think she would still do that? I see. This answer satisfied Rong Yufei. It wasn't that Han Dong liked Wei Shuqing much. It was just that the DNA happened to move at the time and Wei Shuqing happened to be there. If the person who appeared at that time was her, Han Dong would most likely flirt a bit as well. I also have a question to ask. Do you want to hear it? Han Dong smiled. Yeah, ask around. Rong Yufei seemed to be very interested in this quiz board. The game is invariably boring, depending on who you're playing with. Ever heard of the 1,000-year ratio? Han Dong stared at Rong Yufei's eyes. Not only have I heard of it, I've also seen it. Rong Yufei spread her face and smiled. Sister just bought one back from a collector in Lingnan some time ago. It's much bigger than an ordinary Lingji, and it's been picked for so long, yet it has always maintained its watery appearance and won't dry up. Oh, Han Dong was delighted in his heart. Do you know what your sister bought it for? I asked my sister about it and she didn't answer me positively. At that time, my mind was not on it, so I did not continue to ask. Rong Yufei gave Han Dong a puzzled look. Why did you suddenly ask this? Could it be that the Millennium Lingji has some special use for you? Well, I have indeed been seeking to purchase a 1,000-year-old Lingji recently. Did you hear someone say that our Rong family has this thing and wanted to find me to find out information? So you invited me to dinner? Rong Yufei's face was expressionless. Han Dong's expression stiffened slightly. The Rong family's people really weren't oil lamps. And this innocent-looking Miss Rong was also smart beyond words. Alright, don't be so nervous. Even if that's the case, what does it matter? Rong Yufei guffawed. Like ice melting away. Grandpa said, between people, it's nothing more than a relationship of utilizing each other and pleasing each other. It's always better to have a value to utilize than to have no value to utilize. So, never overestimate your position in other people's minds. Not exactly. Han Dong said with a straight face. I'm happy to meet you again. Inquiring for information is just going along for the ride. I believe you. Aha. Because I'm still young. I don't ask much about my family's affairs. Regarding the 1,000-year ratio, you can ask my sister. If she can transfer it to you, that would be best. I'm not sure what she's using it for, so I can't make a decision for her. Rong Yufei was sincere. That's okay. I'll ask her about it when I get a chance. Okay. The two men stopped talking about this and instead said something interesting about their encounters in the mountains of Zhishur, now and then letting out a knowing laugh. The surrounding livestock were envious. Which training school did this handsome pot come from? The level of flirting is too high. He actually flirted with the high and mighty young family's daughter, and the laughter never stopped. Sometimes the gap between people is wider than the gap between people and pigs. The two people talked and talked. The atmosphere was so cordial. Rong Yufei sometimes pouted, sometimes covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Every knit of her brows and smile was a flavor. It's just very down home. This was probably the most pleasant dinner that Han Dong had ever had.